#1 window replacement company where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Splash.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Diamondbacks got destroyed by the Dodgers last night, compiling only 2 hits and losing 7-0. Shohei Ohtani was once again dominant on the mound and at the plate, while Zach Gallen continued to struggle, giving up 4 earned runs, 5 overall in 5 innings. The D-backs will try to salvage a series split today at 6:40 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. The game itself wasn't the only bad news for the Diamondbacks yesterday, as star pitcher Corbin Burns suffered a setback in his rehab from Tommy John surgery, straining his right lat and putting a return for the 2026 season in jeopardy. You can read more about it on arizonasports.com. The Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 105-95 on the road in San Antonio, and will try to go up 2-0 on Friday. And the Mercury ended their 6-game losing streak with a 72-68 victory over the Storm. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Paying off your mortgage in 5 years sounds crazy, but Galaxy Lending Group clients are doing it every day. Text GALAXY to 620-620 to find out how, because 30 years is optional. NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to Thursday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings coming to you live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. As I adjust, so I'm in the camera shot. So I got to do this every day. We're on camera now. Did you know that? Dan Bickley's vacation continues. I am Vince Marotta. Jared Carlin is here. Of course, Kellen Olson continuing his week of morning duty with us. Good morning, Kellen.
Good morning. How you guys doing? I'm happy to report, everyone, the sleep schedule is locked in.
Oh, good.
Right, and it will be useful for
have one more
24 more hours.
And then you got to come up with a whole new cycle.
It's always by Wednesday night or Thursday night when I lock it in, and then it's like, okay, and then I just ruin it immediately because why would I need to?
I got to get an update from you guys. We talked about it yesterday. My social media blew up. It was everywhere yesterday. 82-0.
Yeah. I played it even.
It even got a mention from Tyrese Halliburton, who was like, forget this game. He had this ridiculous team, and it was like 74 wins. Did anybody in this vicinity get an 82 gamer yet?
I did not. I had about freaking like 5 or 6 runs with Oscar Robertson, who is one of the cheat codes. But I couldn't get through this. And it's basically you need to have
Wilt Chamberlain.
Wilt is the hack, because I saw the funniest one I saw was an 82-0 that had Bronny in it. Which it was like Wilt, MJ, and then 2 other players who were like Hall of Famers, but not like top 5 or 10 of all time or whatever. And then Bronny was the 5th guard, and it still worked out to 82-0. I think it's Wilt, LeBron, MJ, Luka, I think Russ, and then there's one more where like the triple-double, because if you're not familiar, the game calculates just the 5 basic stats. So like points, rebounds, assists, steals, blocks. So you're looking for guys who average triple-doubles or something around there, or just absolutely insane.
Like 40 points a game.
Yeah.
So you had I had the squad that I talked about the other day where like I have Kevin Garnett, Tracy McGrady, Giannis, Dwight Howard, and then I think like Kobe was my other guard, and it's like 67 wins. And I'm like, come on.
I got into the 70s a few times. My son sent it to me. Both of my kids were playing it as well. My younger son, he said it took him like 20 times to get an 82-0. His team, Gail Goodrich, Ray Allen, Larry Bird, LeBron James, Wilt Chamberlain. If you don't know what we're talking about, it's this new game. It's popped up and it's gone a bit viral.
That everyone will be sick of in 2 weeks.
Yeah, where you hit spin and it gives you an era or a decade and an NBA franchise and a list of players you can pick and fill one of 5 positions. The other thought I have is, because I was playing it again last night during halftime of game 1.
Do you guys all play it, by the way, without the stats, just the names?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was complaining yesterday. I keep getting the 60s Bulls. The 60s, the Bulls weren't even around that long. They were an expansion team, so there's not much to pick from. And
Like getting the Heat in the 80s.
Yeah, I keep getting that one, too.
Yeah.
And then somebody's like, well, you can change the era or the team. That's cheating.
You get like one spin. I figured that out later, that like you can change the team once per play, and you can change the arrow like once per play of like picking the 5 things or whatever. But it is a little bit cheating. I've honestly like turned it into a which team would I love to watch kind of thing. I'm not going for the 82-0. So I had one yesterday morning where I had Tyrese Halliburton, Andre Iguodala, Tracy McGrady, Kristaps Porzingis, and Amari Stoudemire.
Yeah.
That team would be a whole lot of fun to watch. Would they go 82-0? No, but in my heart they would.
And I think the fun thing that will be when everyone gets sick of this is the opposite. Can you get the lowest?
Yeah, exactly
possible?
where I was going. We can call it tanks for nothing.
Right.
Because I saw somebody attacking it that way and had like a 12-70 team.
There was a really good one, too, that was like, I want perfect mid. So someone had like Ramon Sessions as their point guard, and they had a 41 and 41.
Well, sometimes you just get in. Like I had like one that I had like a 48 and 34 team, just because I was getting like the Kings from the 80s and like just like the Clippers from the 90s. Just like there just wasn't good players to pick from.
Yeah.
There's already like NFL spinoffs I saw. I think there's a baseball one too as well.
A baseball one I would like.
Everyone's going into it for sure. It's fun. Those kinds of games are fun.
It's the biggest sports puzzle since Immaculate Grid swept the nation.
Those were the days.
Yeah. I thought I would do that more regularly, but I would get
Me too.
I would get frustrated.
I like it as like a brain exercise, like how like older people do like a crossword to start the day. I would like run an Immaculate Grid, like a couple of them in the morning to get the.
But there's only so much. I mean, you ran out of combinations, and then they changed the categories to make it easier. And
I am one of those old people. I have my battery of puzzles I do every day.
And then you're just using
in the same order every day too.
You're using Joe Smith every time, and you're like, how much am I helping myself here?
I got to do this. Wordle.
Okay.
Framed.
Yeah.
Which is the one-shot movie thing.
Mm-hmm.
Barstool's Daily Dozen, Connections, Strands, Sports Connections, the Mini, and the MIDI.
It is one of the best things to come out of the internet in the last 5 years has been this boom of like daily games, to your point, because it just used to be, I think, like Wordle and that's it. And then like trivia games pop up, to your point, and then there's like daily versions of so many different games you can play to sharpen your mind.
And the worst thing to come out of the internet in the last 5 years, everything else.
Yeah, we got to start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him all coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Dodgers beat the Diamondbacks again, this time a 7-0 shutout at Chase Field. Kyle Tucker got the party started for LA. 2-run home run off of Zach Gallen in the second. Freddie Freeman continued his daily theft of the D-backs lunch money. A 2-run single in the third, another 2-run single in the seventh. And as pretty much expected, the D-backs could do almost nothing against Shohei Ohtani. They managed 2 hits. 2? We only got 2 hits? 2-out double by Gabby Moreno in the fourth and a 1-out single by Geraldo Perdomo in the sixth. That was immediately erased by a Corbin Carroll double play. Ohtani came into the game with a ridiculous 0.82 ERA, and he left the mound with it down to 0.74. Ketel Marte did not play for the Diamondbacks. We'll get into this game during today's show. That series wraps up tonight at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson on the bump for the D-backs. Justin Robleski throwing for Los Angeles, 6:40 first pitch. Pregame coverage starts at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Pregame, terrible news for the D-backs. Right-hander Corbin Burns, who was targeting mid-July as a return date from his Tommy John surgery, suffered a teres major strain and is now targeting September as the return date. We'll hear from Burns today. He originally suffered the injury just over a year ago, June 1st, 2025, during a start against the Washington Nationals at Chase Field. So scratch off one of those reinforcements that was coming midseason. Terrible news.
Awful, and there's short-term ramifications. There's long-term ramifications, too, as well.
Yep. Elsewhere in baseball, Phillies lefty Christopher Sanchez allowed an RBI single to San Diego's Jackson Merrill with 2 outs in the 7th, snapping his scoreless inning streak at 50 2/3, third longest streak in baseball's live ball era, behind only 59 from Oral Hershiser of the Dodgers in 88 and Don Drysdale of the Dodgers in 68. Knicks keep on rolling. They take game 1 of the NBA Finals, 105-95 over the Spurs in San Antonio. Spurs led by as many as 14 midway through the third, but the Knicks took only 4.5 minutes to melt that deficit away and then closed strong on an 11-0 run over the final minute 50 to ice it. Jalen Brunson didn't have a high shooting percentage, but had his fingerprints all over the game.
He was awesome.
30 points, 13 of that coming in the fourth quarter. Karl Anthony Towns, 18 points, 12 boards, and Josh Hart was everywhere. Only 3 points, but had 15 rebounds, 6 assists, and 4 steals. Wemby, 26-12 in the loss. The Knicks' postseason winning streak now at 12 in a row.
If there was a way to measure all-time rebounds grabbed when the player is not in frame of the television shot, when the shot goes up, Josh Hart would have the most. He just comes out of nowhere for so many of these rebounds.
We need that metric.
Yeah.
We've known that Cardinals edge rusher Josh Sweat has not been with the team during voluntary OTAs, and it's led to some trade speculation. NFL Network's Ian Rappaport says that's not happening. He posted Wednesday, Cardinals edge rusher Josh Sweat is not being traded, not to the Packers or anywhere. Carry on. Cardinals wrapping up the voluntary part of the offseason program this week. Mandatory minicamp starts Monday out in Tempe. Packers star Micah Parsons told the media Wednesday that the earliest he'll be able to return from a knee injury mid-October. He suffered a torn ACL December 14th against Denver and had surgery to repair it, and they also cleaned up his meniscus on December 29th. Russell Wilson has confirmed it. He's retiring after 14 years in the NFL, joining the broadcast team at CBS Sports. Brandon Ayuk, former ASU receiver, currently technically with the 49ers. A warrant out for his arrest on a misdemeanor charge of exhibition of speeding. The warrant in reference to a video he posted on YouTube in December in which he appears to record himself in the driver's seat going well over the posted 40 miles per hour speed limit on a road that runs past Levi's Stadium. He had another video to apologize.
Sad story.
Fiesta Sports Foundation announced Wednesday the Cactus Bowl will return to Tempe's Mountain America Stadium for the first time since 2015. It'll be Saturday, December 26th, 5:30 Arizona time on ABC. Starting in 2016, the game was played annually at Chase Field. In that span, it's been known as the Motel 6 Cactus Bowl, the Cactus Bowl, the Cheez-It Bowl, the Guaranteed Rate Bowl, the Rate Bowl, and Steve.
I want to that's the type of thing that sounds fake, but I know it's not. You know what I mean?
No, it's the Steve part's fake.
Steve Bowl.
Why not? Stanley Cup Final Game 2 tonight in Raleigh. Hurricanes trying to get even in that series with Vegas, who took Game 1 on Tuesday night, face-off at 5. Mercury snap a 6-game losing streak. They beat Seattle 72-68. And Texas takes Game 1 of the College Softball World Series. They beat Texas Tech 7-3. Game 2 of that best-of-3 is tonight. Lots going on. Busy splash on this Thursday, June 4th. Coming up on this Thursday edition, last night the D and D-backs stood for dominated by the Dodgers. We'll get into all the details next. Another D. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 1-1.
Breaking ball grounded up the middle. That's into center field, a base hit. Muncy will score. Here comes Smith. The throw home is cut off. It's a 2-run single by Alex Freeland, and it's 7-0 Dodgers.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and in baseball, managers are required to see the entire field, otherwise your team isn't going to be very good. It's exactly the same with your finances, and if your wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team, under one roof, with a firm that sees the entire field. They can give you a second opinion on your current portfolio and personalized strategies built around you, your needs, your goals, your risk tolerance. They can secure your financial future, giving you the peace of mind you deserve. Trajan Wealth, also a veteran-led company, and just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Schedule your free appointment by calling 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com.
Speed and power. Get your Corbin Carroll 30-30 mystery bobble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
The 2-1, there's a swing. Just missed it, did Arenado. Fly ball to the left. Call is there. He'll make the catch, and that's your ball game. 7-0 shutout win for the Dodgers. D-backs had no answer for Ohtani on the mound.
Yeah, one of those nights for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Chris Garagiola on the call. 7-0 the final score. We talked about it yesterday a couple different times, Kellen. How excited we were to have that doubleheader of sports in front of us. And, man.
Technically, we got what we were expecting, like greatness from Shohei Ohtani in a really great basketball game, but not in an appealing or aesthetically like enjoyable way as a Diamondbacks fan.
No, there's been times where I'm like, all right, D-backs just don't have it tonight. I'll start flipping. I'll keep going back. And the D-backs will make one of their patented runs. Last night, they could have played for 38 innings against Ohtani, and they weren't scoring.
And he was all over the place.
He was. I mean, from a control standpoint, there was
no walks though.
Walked one, but several to the backstop, especially in one at bat. He was kind of
great job by the Diamondbacks broadcast cutting to Jeff Bannister after every missed pitch and him getting more and more angry. And then Berthiaume kind of bringing up, well, back in the day, this is when Ohtani would get drilled with a pitch to get him to calm down. But we do not live in those days anymore. Unfortunately for the Diamondbacks, his lack of control was at their bodies instead of like throwing the pitch middle, which is what Zach Gallen did against pretty good hitters.
Yeah, you'd rather have it the other way. Certainly.
He also got on base 5 times.
Yeah.
And the D-backs got on base 4 times as an entire team.
It's unbelievable.
He is the best we've ever seen at this whole thing. He really is.
That there was a note where he's, I think, only the 4th player since 1900 to do what he did last night. Every time he takes them out, he does something different.
Yeah, they have
at least he didn't lead off the game with a home run.
I joked during our pre-show meeting that every time he does something, they cut back to some name that sounds like the most 1920s or 1890s baseball player.
Why, he's the first player since handsome Jim McGinty.
The name they had up there was Johnny Vandermeer on the 1938 St. Louis.
Yeah, he's ridiculous. Here's Torey Lovello on the night that was for his baseball team.
Rough day today. Just couldn't get anything going offensively. Their starting pitcher was very good, but I feel strongly about our group and being able to go out there and run up some good at-bats and challenge any good starting pitching. To get to where we got to get to, we got to beat that type of starting pitching. So, look, you guys saw it. It wasn't pretty. It was not great on the mound either. I thought Zach was showing signs of picking up some steam, but then he made some mistakes and he got jumped. And it's just one of those situations where we got to be better in all areas of the game. And we got a chance to come out here tomorrow and salvage a split, and that's got to be our main focus. This was a rough game. It was not fun to be a part of. It had no flow, no rhythm to it. It's just one of those you got to chalk up to. Let's go get it. Figure out what went right, what went wrong. There was a lot that went wrong. Very little went right, and coach it up and come out tomorrow.
Yeah, there were 3 members of the Dodgers that out-hit the Diamondbacks themselves. Ohtani had 3 hits. Tucker had 3 hits. Alex Freeland had 3 hits. 16-2 hit differential.
This sounds like a defeatist sort of attitude, but should we just expect this in a Dodger series? Like 1 out of 3 or 1 out of 4, they're just going to do this because they're the Dodgers and they have all these guys. Like Kyle Tucker is one of the best hitters in baseball the last 5 to 10 years, and the fact that he can get off to this slow start and be moved down in the order for a guy like Pages, and then it seems to be putting it together against this team. Like, is this what we should just expect against them, or is that just...
It shouldn't be non-competitive, though.
Last night was, the result...
Should it? Like, they compare the 5-hitter, the 5, 6, 7, and 8 hitters the Dodgers have compared to who? Like, where was Will Smith in their order today, and who did the Diamondbacks have there?
Yeah, Will Smith was hitting 7th yesterday.
Ildemaro Vargas was a 7-hitter for the D-backs. Ildemar's a good baseball player. He hit 400
for a whole month.
But...
I hit 100 for the
Muncy, who has an OPS that is over nearing 900, is in the 6th hole, and then Ryan Waldschmidt, who just got here 3 weeks ago, is in the 6th hole.
Will Smith hit 2 spots lower than Pavin Smith did for the D-backs.
That was where Kyle Tucker was. Yeah, that's a bit of a difference in left-handed bats there.
Pavin Smith has 1 hit so far this year.
Whoops.
Yeah. Diamondbacks are now 1-5 this year against the Dodgers. You heard Torey Lovello talk about Zach Gallen. He didn't have it again. The struggles continue. There's no doubt about it. Gallen did talk about his execution. He felt was good. Location, not so good. But here's his attitude as these struggles continue for Zach.
Yeah, just keep working. Honestly, keep grinding. That's one thing that I'm not gonna not do is just kind of roll over and die. We're turning over every rock to kind of figure out what's going on here. I think it just comes down to execution and just hopefully catching a lucky break. I think situation like that, you never know how that Freddie ball goes if, that's hit right to Nolan or whatever. So, just kind of keep pushing on.
Yeah, Gallen last night, 9 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. The way the scoring started with a routine ground ball to Geraldo Perdomo, who kind of just lollygagged a throw over to first base, and he lobbed it up high, and it pulled Jose Fernandez off the bag at first base, and you're like, first of all, what's going on with Geraldo Perdomo, where he's not even making routine plays in the field now? And then secondly, Kyle Tucker, you mentioned, has struggled so far. He signed that huge contract with the Dodgers. He hit that one to the moon. And you're like, at that point, that's where the defeatist attitude took over for me. You dig yourself a 2-0 hole against anybody that the Diamondbacks have showed the ability to climb back into a game. You're not doing that against Ohtani. You're just not. And Zach Gallen, it doesn't even look like the same pitcher he was.
We've talked about and I've brought up a lot the four-seam fastball numbers for him over the course of the week.
Yeah.
1 swing and miss on the fastball last night. It was 1 for 12. If you look at the other points of contact for the Dodgers, it was 5 singles. That Tucker home run, it only produced 1 out. So 6 hits, 1 out produced by that four-seam fastball.
And that's your bread and butter.
Yep.
Oof.
He's in a. We're going to talk about it later in the show. The Corbin Burns news obviously shifts some of the conversation we've had on Zach in this week, but with the movie you're making with Fott, you look towards AAA maybe because if they want to remain competitive, I don't know if Zach can remain in the rotation right now.
No, and we didn't even get into the Corbin Burns news yet during this segment. We're going to get into that a little bit later on. Torrey started by saying it was a rough day. Yeah, it was a rough day all the way around for the Diamondbacks. That series does conclude tonight, 6:40 first pitch out at Chase Field. And, of course, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app with pregame coverage starting at 6. Coming up next, Wemby struggled early. Brunson came up clutch late, and the Knicks keep on rolling. Dare I say bing bong? Is that still a thing? We'll get into it next. Kellen Olson in for Bick today here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
LaFleur basically said it. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the X, and Michael Wilson is going to be the Z. What you want in your X is you want a guy that can win a one-on-one battle. Make it easy for the quarterback. Simplify the game a little bit for the quarterback. You don't have to do a lot of reads and coverages with that guy. It's a one-on-one battle. You trusted Larry Fitzgerald to go up and get the ball against anybody he was going against, and that's where Marvin Harrison Jr. is and is the X.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I got a great tax guy. He does a good job for me every year, but I'm always keeping 5 years of records from behind. He never looks forward and has a plan for me going forward. But when you work with you and Asset Preservation, you guys have a tax plan for the future.
Absolutely. Look, most people think that their tax plan is when they file taxes, but that really is just looking backwards. You must look forward. Tax planning is about how you can save taxes in years to come. If you don't have a financial plan that includes a tax plan, I think you're missing out.
And most financial advisors do not have a tax plan for you going forward, which is why I recommend you make the phone call right now and get a free portfolio review with the same guy I work with, Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN or go online at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney.
This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Yep, he's planning another project. So, this Father's Day at Lowe's, tap into free gifts for Dad. Get a free Select Craftsman power tool when you buy a Craftsman B20 charger with 2 amp-hour and 4 amp-hour batteries. Plus, get a free DeWalt power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt Max XR 4 amp-hour battery kit. Dad knows our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/14 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got destroyed by the Dodgers last night, only compiling 2 hits and losing 7-0. Shohei Ohtani was once again dominant on the mound and at the plate, while Zach Gallen continued to struggle, giving up 4 earned runs and 5 in total in 5 innings. The D-backs will try to salvage a series split today at 6:40 p.m., and you can hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. The game itself wasn't the only bad news for the Diamondbacks yesterday, as star pitcher Corbin Burnes suffered a setback in his rehab from Tommy John surgery, straining his right lat and putting a return for the 2026 season in jeopardy. Read more about the injury on arizonasports.com. The New York Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 105-95 on the road in San Antonio. We'll try to go up 2-0 on Friday. And the Mercury ended their 6-game losing streak with a 72-68 victory over the Storm. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
It's a good win by our guys. We felt we didn't play well. I'm sure San Antonio felt that they didn't play well too. And obviously it's good to learn from, especially when you didn't feel like you played well. It's good to learn from a win.
Mike Brown, the head coach of the New York Knicks. The roll continues 12 in a row. They take a 1-0 series lead in the NBA Finals. 105-95. They get the road win in San Antonio. That's 7 straight on the road. The Knicks, look, it wasn't a thing of beauty for 48 minutes, certainly. There were stretches where the shot making going back and forth was really entertaining. You saw the flurry at the end, the fourth quarter, Jalen Brunson doing Jalen Brunson things. But this team looks unflappable, Kellen. It's remarkable to see where they are and how well they're playing. Layoffs don't. I mean, that was their 5th game in 24 days. It doesn't matter.
And as is the case with championship teams, it starts with their best guys. Jalen Brunson had one of the best more field goal attempts than points games you'll see.
Yes.
He struggled for 2 to 3 quarters, but what did he do? He, with a team, by the way, that has a lot of scoring talent. Like, he could have deferred to OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges or maybe Deuce McBride or Landry Shamet or Jordan Clarkson or Cat. But he kept remaining aggressive, and he looked for his little pockets. One of the best qualities Devin Booker has as a player is that when he doesn't have it going, as soon as transition opportunities open up, he hammers them. He flies down the floor, looks for his little pockets to find some kind of rhythm, and Brunson did that at the start of the fourth quarter and then really found his rhythm. We were talking about this pre-show. He's got that Chris Paul gene of a small guard where when he gets going, he just needs like an angle to get the ball up. And if he gets it up, it's just going to go in. Like, his touch is just immaculate. And the story of this game, hands down, was that Karl Anthony Towns outplayed Victor Wembanyama. And in my opinion, Wemby did not play well. Don't get me wrong. It had more to do with how outstanding Karl was. His individual defense on Wemby, we have not seen someone. We talked about this yesterday. The problem for OKC was that they couldn't trust Chet to guard Wemby, and we were thinking it was going to be OG on Wemby because of the foul trouble. Karl remained disciplined. He was scouting on the spin move and on the drives, contained them really well. And then on the other end, just kept driving the ball over and over and over again. And if Wemby has to defend those drives and deal with this one-on-one defense from Cat, he's going to get outplayed all series, and this series is going to be done real quick. Carl is a tremendous, fantastic basketball player, and it's really cool to see him rising to the moment right now.
6 for 21 for Wembanyama on the night. Here was Karl Anthony Towns on the strategy guarding Wemby.
Just try to make it difficult. He's an amazing player. He's a one-of-a-kind player in this NBA the league has ever seen, and you just try to make it as difficult as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, the chorus for James Harden criticism was very loud during Cleveland's postseason run because of the turnover issues. And it was pretty widespread throughout the playoffs for James Harden. But last night, the defensive job the Knicks and Karl Anthony Towns did on Victor Wembanyama, I mentioned 6 buckets. He also had 6 turnovers. You get that kind of output on the stat sheet from Victor Wembanyama, you're going to win a lot of basketball games. The other thing concerning Wemby from the Knicks side of things, I love look. You always know where he is.
Yes.
And Mike Breen was using the term U-turn last night when there's a dribble drive happening and you pull out because, oh my goodness, the 7'4" guy wearing number 1 is there. You pull it back out on the dribble, you reset things. He was calling it a U-turn. They didn't do that every single time.
No.
There was a lot of challenging of Wemby. And, yeah, there was some block shots because of it. There was a lot of altered shots because of it. But I love that mentality. I don't think you can show too much reverence because I think there's been a lot of times in this postseason where the opposition has showed way too much reverence to Wemby defensively.
Glad you took it there because remember Minnesota in game 1, they did it, and then they came out and Terrence Shannon Jr. came out and said, I'm going to do that the rest of the series, and then they did not do it the rest of the series. New York needs to continue to have that mentality. A little bit later in the show, we're going to look at game 1 reactions, overreactions, because sometimes in a game 1 in any playoff series, in any sport, you can find a way to overreact. And there are 2 key stats from the second half that Mike Breen and Tim Legler mentioned on the post-game show or just when they were fading out, is that the Knicks only had 1 turnover in the second half, and then the Spurs 3-point shooting in the second half, 2 for 19. So there's some little small sample size stuff there where if the Spurs hit a couple more threes, maybe the Knicks have 2 or 3 more turnovers like they're supposed to. The Spurs win this game anyway, but I think a big concern for San Antonio is if Dylan Harper is your best guard, that's a problem. Dylan Harper is a fantastic young talent. He is going to be an all-NBA player here really soon. Unbelievably, you've watched Drew Holiday up close, courtside. You've watched OG Anunoby. How many times have you seen them defend a drive and get put under the basket with someone's shoulder? He's done it. He's a 6'3" rookie who's 20 years old. Yeah. He's so strong. He was awesome in this game, but I thought Castle was not that good. No. De'Aaron Fox really struggled. Vassell, for the first time, looked like a guy who was in his first postseason, and that was the case here for Castle as well. And if he is their best guard, that is ultimately going to be a problem for them.
But if he's your best guard during the course of the first 36 minutes of the game, why is he on the bench in the fourth quarter?
Exactly.
Why 3 minutes in the fourth quarter, didn't take a shot in the fourth quarter. That was an issue. I wanted to give kudos to Josh Hart, who that's one of the best 3-point games I've ever seen anybody have in the NBA Finals.
He's so great.
I mean, for a guy that size to be that good, and it was from the outset. He was cleaning the defensive glass early in that game, and it continued throughout. But in other statistical categories, just making the right play, keeping possessions alive. This team is so well put together.
I've said this about Josh before. He is like the ultimate example of if you are a guy who enters the league and plays the right way, but you don't feel like you're landing in the right place, just wait it out. You'll eventually get there. He goes to the Lakers, originally plays there for 2 years. He's in New Orleans for 2.5 years. Then he has to stop in Portland for 2 years. And then he lands on this Knicks team. And I remember it was like his first or second game in the Garden, and he got a standing ovation from the crowd. And I was like, he's here. Like, he finally found the place that will utilize him properly, that will value everything that he does, and it'll come out in a winning way on a contender.
Isn't that a lot of the Knicks players? Like guys finding their right perfect roles at the right perfect times in their careers?
Brunson, for sure. I think the trade with Minnesota showed that Karl wasn't valued there in that way. OG, I think, in Toronto was shown there, but Landry Shamet is a perfect example of what you're talking about because it's his 5th team now.
Yeah.
And he finally found somewhere lane. Quick shout out, by the way, Julian Champagnie. Another awesome game from him. 16 points, 10 rebounds, 5 threes in the first half. But he and Harper were both huge in the first half, faded in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. The point on Landry Shamet I wanted to make.
Yeah.
Closing on the floor in clutch time minutes in an NBA Finals game. I always rooted for Landry. It didn't work out here. I think the amount of abuse he took from Suns fans was pretty ridiculous, all things considered.
People just associated him with, oh, Monty loves him. That's the only reason he's playing. Because why else would he be playing?
Yeah, and even if you go back and Landry Shamet had some really good playoff games for the Suns when not a lot of other players were playing well in those particular games.
Yeah, that's one of those all-time post-game press conference memories for me after Game 4, I believe, against Denver when he had 15, 17 points, and he was so, like high off adrenaline still and just so locked in afterwards where the game had been over for 45 minutes. It seemed like he was still completely on edge. He's a good player, and I think one of my favorite things about basketball, Vinny, is that you can pinpoint like the human elements of a game and just how a guy is playing. And what I mean by that is we all saw the moment Landry lost his confidence here, and then he never got it back ever. He looks so completely confident and just has a coach like Mike Brown. Like Mike Brown deserves so much credit for how the Knicks have turned this around, and he's getting the best out of so many players, including Landry, because he's showing faith in them and has key core relationships with him as
Maybe
well.
another guy in that mold of like the right place at the right time, finally the right team around him for his skill set as a coach.
He's very Monty-like, where he's been a player's coach. That's where he brings the most out of it, but he needed like the absolute right situation to get the most out of him as a coach, and that was nearly going to be Phoenix for Monty to get a championship, and Mike Brown, same thing here.
Yeah, I mean, the Knicks used 10 players last night in that game. 8 of the 10 that they used came from somewhere else. The only guys that have been Knicks their whole career is Mitchell Robinson and Deuce McBride.
Man, I loved that game for 2 reasons. One, I thought the defense from both teams was sensational, but the ball movement to counter the defense was also really great. 4 assists for Karl-Anthony Towns, 6 for Josh Hart, 4 for Miles McBride, Deuce McBride, and then 2 for Brunson, 3 for Mikal Bridges. They move the ball really well, just as much as San Antonio does as well. We hyped up this series a lot. I was sitting here bouncing off the walls all week, couldn't wait for the game, and it over-delivered in that fact.
Yeah.
I thought it was a great game.
And another key for the Knicks was, despite the intense defensive pressure from San Antonio, and those perimeter guys that's with Wemby on the back line, and those perimeter guys get after it, only 8 turnovers. Great number for them in Game 1.
Knicks fans were worried and feel like they'll need Mitchell Robinson to win this series, which I think they will, but he wasn't really that impactful in 13 minutes, and it looked like the hand was bothering him in a couple of different facets. He had that lob, which would have been easy for him without
Couldn't
the thing
catch it,
on his finger, couldn't catch it, but they didn't need him in this game. They'll need him later on, but it was a good sign for them that they could still win this game without him being impactful.
2 last quick points. Knicks fans are amazing because the amount of Knicks fans making noise in that place last night was off the charts. Secondly, I'm not a violent person by nature.
Oh, what a setup.
But I would have loved to have seen on camera that dope who ran on the court to get a selfie in the 4th quarter of an NBA Finals game just get absolutely beat down for the world to see.
We've always had attention seekers over the course of human history, but it has never been as instantly rewarded as it is in our current modern time, because the most viral clip, unfortunately, from that entire, when you like refresh your algorithm later that night, it was all the videos of him, and like then they had the video of his shot and then the pictures of it and all that kind of stuff.
And he's getting what he wants today.
Exactly.
Everybody's talking about
Yeah,
him.
that's what I mean.
I wish he would have done that in MSG, though.
There are other times where, like, if someone would run on the field in like the 60s during a baseball game or whatever, maybe there would be a picture in the paper, it would get 2 lines or whatever, but that's it. Now it's like everyone sees it on their feed, probably like 150 million views between all the videos. At
the
least
clout chaser got what he wanted, even if he had to spend the night in jail.
Well, he probably is going to have to use all the money he makes from getting that clout to pay his legal fees.
You're so right on Knicks fans, though. It can't be emphasized enough. Like, their first conference finals in 2025, you have to go all the way back to 2000 when they were in the conference finals. This was a bad basketball organization for a quarter of a century, and these fans remained loyal. They're awesome.
Yep. Boxing superstar Jesse Bam Rodriguez moves up in weight to challenge Antonio Vargas for the World Bantamweight Championship. June 13th, it's happening at Desert Diamond Arena. You can get tickets at Ticketmaster.com or text BOXING to 620-620 to win a pair. Coming up next is Jacoby Brissett inadvertently handing the Cardinals starting quarterback job to Gardner Minshew. We'll hear from one of the candidates for that job coming up. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you are looking for freedom from glasses and contacts, LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you just that. If you're looking to ditch those readers and ensure you'll never get a cataract, refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision can guarantee that. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. I've been telling my story. I wore glasses from 6th grade until high school. Then I got contact lenses. And then in my 30s, I decided enough's enough. I wanted to get rid of the glasses, rid of the contacts. I had LASIK surgery. But over time, since the surgery, my eyes have changed a little bit. My vision has changed. I do find myself squinting at times. I was wondering what was going on. Vision's still pretty good, but I wanted answers. So I scheduled a consultation with Dr. King at K2 Vision, got a thorough exam. And like many people who've had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a candidate for a refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution that lets you ditch glasses, contacts, readers, and ensures you'll never get a cataract. The surgeons at K2 Vision as a team have performed over 300,000 procedures. So I know from my personal experience that they will know exactly what the best procedure is for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes owed to the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you may now be eligible for relief through current IRS initiatives for struggling taxpayers. In some cases, taxpayers may qualify to reduce as much as 99% of what they owe. You may already be experiencing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or audits and be unaware of this important information. Call Guardian Tax now to see what relief you may be eligible for at 800-404-7986. By taking action today, you may be able to stop all collections and resolve your tax problem before your tax problem gets worse. Tax experts are standing by to review your case and fight to slash your debt dramatically. Don't let your tax problem get worse and miss this time-sensitive opportunity. Check your eligibility with Guardian Tax now. Call 800-404-7986. 800-404-7986. That's 800-404-7986.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
This June 13th, boxing's pound-for-pound superstar steps into a new division with history on the line. Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez moves up in weight to hunt another world title against dangerous champion Antonio Vargas. Live at Desert Diamond Arena for the WBA World Bantamweight Championship. Fast hands, big power, one massive night of championship boxing. Saturday, June 13th in Glendale, Arizona at the Desert Diamond Arena. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez chasing greatness at the Desert Diamond Arena. Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Yeah, I think you have to provide value in whatever your role is. I think everybody can get caught up in, trying to have a bigger role or whatever it is, but you just have to max out the reps that you get every day and try to help the guys around you to do the same thing. I think that's been one thing I've been able to learn. Been around some great guys and see how they do it. Being around Kansas City and Pat Mahomes last year was amazing to see how truly the best does it. And I feel like I've been able to learn at every stop and excited to use that experience here.
It's Gardner Minshew, quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals, sitting down at OTAs with Wolf and Luke yesterday here on Arizona Sports on why he's fit in so quickly. I'll just say this. I think Gardner Minshew's a guy, when it comes to fitting into, look, he is a unique individual, but his ability to fit in is all personality driven. He just seems like an awesome teammate.
Yes, he seems like the type of guy where you have zero doubt as a coaching staff or a front office that by week one, if you ever need to call on him, which we'll talk about, how much they'll need to call on him, but he will have like the full support of like commanding the huddle, the old adage goes of quarterbacks. Like he will be able to do that without a shadow of a doubt.
Now, I was in the car yesterday, and I didn't catch the interview with Gardner Minshew in its entirety, but then I heard the aftermath of it, and apparently during a question, Wolf used the word odd. And he finished up the question, and Luke was describing this. It was very funny the way he was describing it. He finished up the question, and Gardner Minshew had a puzzled look on his face and said to Wolf, "You think I'm odd?" I have to go back and watch the video because I want to see that exchange.
There is a myriad of training camp storylines and minicamp storylines. We always have one of them is Wolf giving first impressions to the new arrivals. It's always a great sight because he wins over everyone, as Wolf always does. We love that guy to death, and him and Minshew will be best buddies within a couple of weeks. I guarantee it.
Hanging out after the show.
Yeah, 100%.
Gardner Minshew right now is your starting quarterback. I know it's voluntary. How many times have we said that over the last 3 weeks? It's voluntary. That adjective changes on Monday. Jacoby Brissett still not there. Jarrett wrote the tease. Is Jacoby Brissett inadvertently handing the starting quarterback position to Gardner Minshew? It very well may be happening. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes on that front. We still don't have any clarification on Jacoby Brissett's demands. What is the number he's looking for? The reason for that is because Jacoby Brissett doesn't have an agent to where the NFL insiders can scrape them for information. The whole thing is puzzling right now. And going back to the origin of Gardner Minshew's signing, a lot of people went, wait, what? We went into that day when free agency started, and Malik Willis was the quarterback everybody was talking about. And I wasn't on board with that. I'm not convinced Malik Willis can be an effective every game starter in the NFL. We'll find out. He's going to get a chance in Miami. But how the Cardinals pivoted to Jimmy Garoppolo first, snag there, and then they land on Gardner Minshew, who was on nobody's radar. They must have seen this coming with Jacoby Brissett. That's my only explanation.
I agree. And I think that something Mitch and I talked about in Arizona Sports tonight around the time that Carson Beck got drafted is, do you believe out of the pie chart of reasoning for all the slivers of the reasons why you drafted Carson Beck, there's some sliver, no matter how small or large, the reasoning being Brissett's holding out in terms of drafting Beck, and him and I both agreed that there's a chunk there. How big is the chunk? We don't know necessarily. What I wanted to ask you is, we don't have an official date for when training camp will start, like mid-July typically, like something like that. So like maybe 5 weeks out or so. First preseason game on August 6th. That's the Hall of Fame game. And then the last preseason game, August 28th. Is there like an over-under date you think they need to sign Brissett by in order to have him ready for week one? New offense, by the way. I mean, he's been around forever, but it is a new offense. When does he need to be signed by to start week one? Can he miss like portions of camp?
Probably.
I think so.
Look, I don't think he's a guy that swoops in at the end because of what you just said at the end, and that is new offense. Jacoby Brissett's a veteran. He knows what he's doing. He's also been described as a great teammate during his career. But there has to be some reps. There has to be a shaking off of rust. There has to be a learning curve. August 1st?
I agree.
And at a certain point, don't you have to convince this new regime that you deserve to be the starter? Like if Beck and Minshew go through the entire offseason getting all these reps, learning the offense, playing with all these players, what's to stop the coaching staff from just saying, okay, one of these guys is going to be the starter regardless if Brissett comes back or not?
Their own performance?
Which, yes,
look,
the fact
a rookie and a journeyman.
Yeah.
They're
Yes.
getting all the reps, all the knowledge, all the opportunity, but it still comes down to execution. And if Mike LaFleur looks at these guys and says, okay, They know the terminology better than Jacoby Brissett did, but I don't like the way they're playing right now.
Well, Jared, how about the fact that their best player, Trey McBride, has a handful of different times this offseason mentioned how awesome it has been playing with Jacoby Brissett and how he has played the best football of his career with Jacoby Brissett. Again, their best
Michael Wilson also has said that. But yes.
Yeah, their best overall football player plays at his best with Jacoby Brissett as his quarterback. That's the biggest piece of negotiating that I think Brissett has, not his stats or anything like that. The fact that he's maximized McBride in a way that Kyler couldn't previously in that system as well. It's going to be interesting because I assume that the big holdup here is not that Jacoby's asking for like an extended year on the deal. It's just the increase in the salary for just this season alone. And again, I'll keep repeating it over the course of how many times we talk about this over the next 6 weeks or so. The only thing that impacts is just spending the actual money. Like, they're not going to run into any cap log jams for the future or the present by giving him more money this season. Like, that's the only holdup, is just paying him what he feels he deserves. And we'll see if the Cardinals go that far. They're different. We're in a different sport, right? Like, we can talk about this in ways with different leagues where making money as organizations might be harder. They print money in the NFL. It is not an issue for that.
And it's basically a battle of principle on both sides right now.
That's a perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's principle and principles, because we don't know how much he's asking for. Because if it was a quote-unquote reasonable number, don't you think it would have got done by now if he wanted just a few $1 million more?
No.
You don't think? You think they're just...
That is my lack of faith in the organization speaking.
Yeah.
You know, it would be hilarious in a dark, twisted way. Let's suppose he keeps holding out and they name Gardner Minshew the starter. And then Gardner Minshew goes, you know, I want to be paid like a starting quarterback in the NFL. I'm holding out as well.
Hey, here's your chance, Carson Beck. Here was Gardner Minshew talking about the quarterback competition briefly.
Yeah, it seems like it, man. You know, I'm getting the reps I'm getting. I'm trying to do the best with them. Until that changes, that's what I'm going to do, you know.
And how he views his role right now with the Cardinals.
Yeah, it's to step in and lead, play good football, and help the guys around me. You know, at the end of the day, however we got to get it done, we got to win some games around here. So I think a lot of what I've been able to do so far is communicate with the guys. Everybody's learning this stuff. Some of the plays have been, you know, kind of more familiar for me. So being able to translate a little bit and like help everybody get going, I think has been a great opportunity for me.
Yeah, we're just a few days away from things kicking into high gear. There was some movement on the Josh Sweat thing yesterday. We can get back into that later in the show, because even though Ian Rappaport says he's not getting traded, not everybody's believing that.
Is he showing up on Monday?
Yeah.
If he shows up on Monday, I believe Rappaport's report. If he doesn't show up on Monday, I remain skeptical.
Yep. I would totally agree with that assessment. Coming up, we hit the 7 o'clock hour. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks were playing against the best team with their best pitcher on the mound. So where was the D-backs' best player? We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, with Kellen Olson in for Bick today.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Summertime in Phoenix brings family vacations, pool times, baseball games, and it brings the triple-digit temperatures we're all used to. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and an AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems, like your AC unit, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry. Be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Your home would already be paid off if you had reached out to Life Changer Loan the first time you heard these ads. Instead, you pretend to love your low rate, even though you have 25 years left of mortgage payments. Stop the insanity. Take the time to learn about a Life Changer Loan and why we have all 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
This is not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th, so grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family, bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
KMPP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got destroyed by the Dodgers in the desert last night, compiling only 2 hits and losing 7-0. Shohei Ohtani was once again dominant on the mound and at the plate, while Zach Gallen continued to struggle, giving up 4 earned runs, 5 overall in just 5 innings. The D-backs will try to salvage a series split today at 6:40 p.m., and you could hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The game itself wasn't the only bad news for the Diamondbacks yesterday, as star pitcher Corbin Burns suffered a setback in his rehab from Tommy John surgery, straining his right lat and putting a return for the 2026 season in jeopardy. You could read more about it on arizonasports.com. The New York Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 105-95 on the road in San Antonio. We'll try to go up 2-0 on Friday. And the Mercury ended their 6-game losing streak with a 72-68 victory over the Storm. This report is brought to you by Talking Stick Resort. Summer playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fee for locals. Book now for stays now through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Cattell is a situation where he's
he battles this all year long, and you guys know how much he means to this team. I know how much he means to this team, but it got to the point where, with low back tightness and hamstring tightness, when he gets to this level, there's a chance he could break, and we're going to miss him, and we're going to miss him for weeks instead of a day. So I will trade 1 day for 2 weeks. I don't want to miss another player, and I don't want to be stubborn enough to say, you have to play through this when I know that it's a very risky proposition.
Torey Lovullo pregame yesterday before the D-backs lost to the Dodgers 7-0. Ketel Marte not in the lineup. He was, I believe it was reported, he was available for pinch hitting duty late in the game. Didn't come down to that. Not a competitive game yesterday as the D-backs get blown out. But this is life with Ketel Marte. And you heard Torey Lovullo say it. Look, he battles this throughout the season. And over the last 2 years, there's been a lot of heat on both sides of this argument. When Ketel Marte, 2 years ago in the 2024 season, now I'm getting my years mixed up. No, it was 2024. The 2024 season, asked for a day off at a crucial juncture, and it sparked a debate. And then last year, around the All-Star break, we went through what we went through. The Diamondbacks went down the road, Kellen, of exploring a trade for Ketel Marte this offseason. That didn't happen. The talent won out. The ability as a baseball player won out. At this point, it's life with Ketel Marte. Look, you could say there's two sides of this argument currently, and that is, wow, Ketel Marte didn't play against the Dodgers, didn't face the best pitcher in baseball when his team really could have used a win. That's one side of the argument. The other side is, would Ketel Marte have made a difference last night? We don't know. But if he needs the rest, why not rest him against a guy that's just basically giving up 0 runs? So there's both sides of the argument. Whatever side you're on, you can defend it.
I think there was the most pristine example of missing him last night was not necessarily hitting against Shohei Ohtani, but actually in the field. There was a sharp hit ball towards Ildemaro Vargas, and 2 nights ago, Ketel made this unbelievable scoop play where he made it look so easy, like a weird one hop that he just made this really clever play on. He flicked the ball in midair. It looked very cool because that guy plays with a lot of swagger. It's one of the many reasons why we love watching him as a Diamondback over the course of his career. Made it look easy, and that turned out to be a hit last night. And I think that's where, if I had a complaint specifically right now about this specific thing, it's not so much the days off or whatever and the timing of them per se. It's the frequency of him being a designated hitter right now when, by all accounts, he's still very good defensively. Right now, if you look at outs above average, Ketel has 4. That's in the 91st percentile right now in baseball. So he's been one of the best defensive players according to that metric right there. And if you look at the frequency of him being a designated hitter over the course of his career, he made his first start as a designated hitter in 2020. He made 1. Did not do so at all in 2021. And then the percentage of his starts that were at DH the following seasons beginning in 2022, 3.5%. And then the percentage jumped to 14, 17.5, and then 16.5% this year. 46 of his 55 starts coming at second, the other 9 coming at DH. Look, he's 32
now. Remember, the DH wasn't in the National League until 2022.
That's a good point. There you go. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Regardless, they took that opening right away when he was in his late 20s. In his late 20s, early 30s, they took that opportunity. And maybe this has just always been the type of player that he has been from a physical standpoint where he needs that time over there. But they need him defensively. This team, quite obviously, is going to be, it's always built around defense and pitching. I know it hasn't been the case the last 2 years with the way it has been from an execution standpoint offensively, because they've just been so great offensively the last 2 years to lift up these other areas where they're supposed to be better. But if they're supposed to be this defense and pitching team, they need one of their best defenders at second base every day, and he's just not there anymore.
Here's more from Torey Lovullo pregame on the handling right now of Ketel Marte.
I have done this before, and I've watched him limp back from first base in Colorado when I've asked him to play when I know that he shouldn't be playing. So through hard experiences, I've learned, and when he says, or the medical team says, we got to pull back a little bit for 1 day, I'm going to do it. He's too important to this ball club. So it's just a one-day thing. There's nothing that's going to linger. When I spoke to him about it, I said, will you be ready late in the game? He said, absolutely. So you might see him late in the game. But he's just to that point where he needs a little bit of rest. He needs just a day to just regroup the troops a little bit.
There was a lot of people pointing out to, and Torey Lovella said he's very uncomfortable yesterday. He didn't run out of ground ball. There was some grimacing going on. So there's the explanation. He was also asked, hey, is it more of a back or a hamstring for Ketel?
Is it a hamstring or a back or a hamstring? I think it's just overall fatigue in that area. Yeah, full body fatigue in that space. Just it seems to amplify in that area.
Yeah. Look, and the reason why, one of the reasons why this handling makes people so mad in 2026. And everything Torey Lovella said checks out. It makes sense. He's an important part of the team. You don't want to risk injury. I get it. Will it linger? No. But will it pop up again? Absolutely. Again, we've got so much proof that this is part of the Ketel Marte experience. But fans that are mad at this continuing to pop up, it's the idea of why we love sports in the first place. It's best against best. You always want to see best against best. And unfortunately for sports fans, and I'm not picking on Ketel Marte, but it's widespread now. You don't see best versus best on a regular basis and regular season matchups in any sport. Certainly not in the NBA. Go through, it would be a remarkable research project to do, but go through the NBA and tell me how many times two teams with their top 8 players all available, all play.
Yep.
It very rarely happens. And that's kind of where we are in sports right now.
The stats match what Torey's talking about in terms of recently these injuries adding up. Ketel had that absolute scorcher of a 3-week stretch, and since then in the last 5 games, he was 1 for 18 at the plate. So that indicated that he needed a break as well. But I think where the conversation also shifts is you and Dan having numerous versions of this conversation over the last couple of years when Ketel was playing at an MVP level.
Yeah.
He's not playing at that level right now. His OPS is at 771. That is above average in the league. Don't get me wrong. But it is not the nuclear levels where he is one of the best hitters and one of the best players in baseball. Like you went into the tees saying where was their best player, because Ketel has been their best player for the last handful of years. It's undoubtedly been Corbin this year, and I wonder if this is going to be the transitional year where Corbin is undoubtedly their best player and will continue to be for the entirety of his career, however long it lasts here in Arizona, because Ketel just can't be a guy that goes on like a 3-week heater and then kind of plays okay for the rest of like this first half of the season before the break. Like he needs to continue.
Not in this lineup
to get going. Yes, 100%.
As currently constructed, yeah. And here's where you hope, okay, this methodology, let's hope it pays dividends. He got his rest. He wasn't pressed into late inning duty last night because it was a close game, and maybe he's got a chance to start fresh. It seems like that's the confidence level that the Diamondbacks have. I'm not going to say it's not frustrating. It is frustrating. But, again, it's where they are right now and the situation they have to deal with Ketel Marte. That series concludes tonight at Chase Field at 6:40. Of course, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Coming up next, while one of the Cardinals' all-time biggest nemesis is calling it a career, could another one be making a comeback? We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball grounded up the middle. That's into center field, a base hit. Muncy will score. Here comes Smith. The throw home is cut off. It's a 2-run single by Alex Freeland, and it's 7-0 Dodgers.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey friends, Dan Bickley here, and it's vacation season in Arizona, which means it's the worst time to be dealing with nagging, chronic, awful joint pain. Good news is I've got a path back to normalcy for you. My friends at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, talking about cellular treatments that repair and restore damaged joint tissue wherever you're hurting, and the results are long-lasting relief. These treatments are backed by science. They happen right in their office, no missing nothing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down, the pain backs off, and suddenly you're feeling like your old self again. And folks, this stuff really works. They've helped me dramatically on 2 different occasions, and the patient satisfaction rate at QC Kinetics, a staggering 92%. Get your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
It's here, and you can trade the world's biggest soccer tournament on Kalshi. You can trade every match on Kalshi from the opening stage all the way to the final. That's right, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states, Kalshi. Hey, group stages here in North America, and right now France trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they win soccer's biggest prize. The red, white, and blue kick off group stage against Paraguay, trading at nearly 50% right now. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in and buy out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's the code AZSports on the Kalshi app. KALSHI, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Now we continue here on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in all week for Bick as we continue from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. The career of Russell Wilson coming to an end. How refreshing. A quarterback that realizes when the end is actually hit and is calling it a career. And he's moving into the broadcast world. He confirmed it. It was a story that popped up a couple days ago, but Russell Wilson confirmed it, that he is taking a job with CBS Sports. He said in a video, as I enter this next chapter with CBS Sports and the NFL today, I'm so blessed to continue doing what I love most, being around the greatest game in the world. And he had this whole post with the video. Thank you, football, love number 3. Wilson, 46,966 yards, 353 touchdown passes, 114 picks. He's had a tremendous career. The end, not so great. He's not the first quarterback, certainly won't be the last, where the end is not what it was at the beginning of his career. But as a Cardinal fan, Russell Wilson's heyday with the Seattle Seahawks, totally unexpected. Russell Wilson made his NFL debut against the Cardinals. when he won that job away from Matt Flynn in Seattle. I looked at the career numbers that Russell Wilson put up against the Cardinals, and they're good. But he started 20 games. 11-8-1 was his record against the Cardinals.
Would not have set.
Not as good as it felt.
Not as good as it is a perfect way to say it, because he was such a nemesis for this organization for a long time and a frustrating player to go against and defend because of his ability to extend plays.
You thought you had him sacked, and then he gets away, and all of a sudden he either runs for 20 yards or throws for 20 yards.
I've got a great way to contextualize this claim, which is that he is the best quarterback by far in the history of the NFC West since it existed in its current format in 2002. You look at, again, it's an arbitrary number, but just quarterback wins by players in the NFC West since 2002, the top 5. Mark Bulger of the Rams is at number 5 with 41 wins.
Seriously?
He went 41 and 55. He had a lot of reps. He had a lot of time to get those reps. Jared Goff, number 4, 42 wins. He was 42 and 27, pretty successful. Matthew Stafford is number 3, 46 wins. Matt Hasselbeck is second with 64 wins. Russell Wilson is first with 104.
Wow.
Since 2002. That's, again, not interdivision games, but just the amount of quarterback wins that a quarterback in the NFC West had since 2002. So he is indisputably the best quarterback that we've seen, not only in terms of longevity, but you could also argue in terms of his peak and what he was at his best as a quarterback. 104 and 54 over that time from 2012 to 2021. That's the other thing that really helps with him is longevity. Like, they went from Hasselbeck from 2002 to 2010, and then a year of, oh no, not knowing who their quarterback is, to Russell Wilson from 2012 to 2020. If you're curious, the leader in wins since then, 2002 for the Cardinals, it's a tie between Carson Palmer and Kyler Murray, 38 wins apiece.
You blew my mind with the top 5 in NFC West wins. First of all, that Mark Bulger was in there, and his number was, 41, you said?
41, yeah.
My first thought was, Kyler Murray didn't have 41 wins in 7 years? And the answer is clearly no. 38 wins.
49 losses.
The number 1 overall pick in 7 years as a starter had less wins in the less overall wins than Mark Bulger.
Also kind of surprising that there's no Niner on that list either. Jimmy Garoppolo and Alex Smith, both with 38, 30 for Brock Purdy, and then 28 for Kaepernick. They bounced between those 4 over these 2 decades.
Yeah, I would guess Purdy will be in that top. He's going to take Mark Bulger's spot probably this
30
year.
and 19 right now. He's in a pretty good spot. Yeah, this year, good call. Yeah,
that
this year.
is a crazy stat. Man, you blew my mind. Also interesting, Russell Wilson's place in the NFC West. Mentioned his record against the Cardinals, 11-8-1, kind of middle of the road, right? On the bottom end of things, the 21 career starts against the Rams, 8-13. But Russell Wilson owned the 49ers.
Yes, he did.
17-4 in 21 career starts against the 49ers.
Man, he had so many memorable performances, too. Like, we talked about the escapability and all that stuff, but he was, in terms of ball placement, how many balls that he would throw where it felt like the receiver was running a drill. You know what I mean? Like, they're running at full speed and all that kind of stuff, but that might as well have been from practice with how little that they had to move. He was dare I say, like, transcendent, dare I say.
Dare you say it?
Dare I say it? Let me make sure I can say it before
I dare you to say it.
Transcendent talent. Here we go.
I think because of the way his career kind of trickled out, because of sort of the view that some other players and some fans had of his personality, I think people don't really appreciate how great he was at his peak. And because he played in the Tom Brady era, where he only got the 1 Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, and was perilously close to 2. But I think that's a good point. Also, because the heyday of Russell Wilson in Seattle, that was a team that was very much identified by its defense as opposed to its offense, even though he was a great offensive player.
The Legion of Boom.
Do you guys think that he's the last great smaller quarterback? Are those days gone, or will we still see that?
What do you think of Bryce Young?
Do we still because
do I
remember
think Bryce Young's going to be an all-time great? No, I don't.
To revisit Kyler, Russ was a comp in some ways with the escapability and just the proof of like he doesn't need to be this tall. Look at Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Right now, I do wonder if that's getting phased out. Then again, like we're going to talk about a little bit later, we thought that was the case at Jarrett. The same thing happened to me. I'm like, there is a man that is cleaning the windows of the building or something that is going up and down.
Isn't that crazy when you're not on the first floor of something and all of a sudden you see it?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we don't have the camera panned over there because there's a wire that is extending from the or it's a pole. I think
It's a handle,
just like an extended
but like
cleaner.
really
long.
Really
long. The guy from the first floor of our building is going all the way up to clean the windows. Man, that's the hard work out there. Shout out that individual getting the work done.
I don't even like cleaning windows on ground level. So good on this
Good
guy.
forearm strength.
But like small guards being extinct in the NBA, and then we look at Jalen Brunson. It just takes a very specific type of talent. So to answer my own question, I don't think we're done seeing like a small quarterback reach, but we're just going to need to find the right talent, and Russ was that right talent.
It's a fascinating question because I think some people are betting on Kyler Murray being that guy now that he's out of Arizona and he's gone to Minnesota and he's got all these weapons with this quarterback whisperer coach in that system. But when you boil it down, all right, two small quarterbacks, what different skill sets and aptitudes, certainly. And I think a difference in athleticism. I think, Russell Wilson's a good athlete. I think Kyler Murray's an elite athlete. The biggest difference for me that made Russell Wilson so successful was his willingness to take punishment. And I think that's the biggest thing that's held Kyler Murray back for his whole career. I mean, vision, obviously, you'd give the big advantage to Wilson over Murray. But Russell Wilson also got battered as the quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks and showed toughness, got up, and played the next play. Whereas Kyler Murray, how many sit-down sacks did we see during his time?
Running out of bounds.
It's interesting, too, that this became more of like a Pete Carroll thing than a Russell Wilson thing, but 9-7 in the playoffs with Seattle. Like it's the type of number with the Super Bowl run you would expect to be a little bit higher as well, but a lot of like one-and-done runs for Seattle in that early time.
And just to pay off the tease on the nemesis of the Cardinals.
Nemesis. It reminds me of that scene from Mystery Man. Great movie, by the way. Go ahead.
Do you guys make anything of these Aaron Donald rumors?
Yes, I do. Sean McVay was asked about it this week.
Oh, no.
Aaron's a guy that I stay really close in touch with, and I know the respect that he has for Miles. Talk to him about the opportunity to be able to bring him on board. If Aaron decides he wants to dust him off at the age of 35, I bet you he could still do it at a pretty high clip.
And apparently Jordan Schultz sent the text to Aaron Donald and said, yeah, I'm exploring it. If I can get the fire back, I'll do it. And then you go through the process of making it work financially, and it would have to be incentive-laden, but I don't feel great about it, quite honestly.
I think he's coming back.
I do too.
It's just he's been. You don't want to overreact to like off-season workout, Instagram workout stuff, but he is clearly still in phenomenal like shape. There's difference between the shape that he's in right now and being in shape to do 30, 40 snaps a game. But the big thing about Aaron Donald, what made him I think you said yesterday, like one of the two most dominant defensive players that you've
I've
ever
seen. Yeah.
He's that because of the athletic freak that he is, and some of that will still like it is a little bit LeBron-esque with him in terms of because he didn't look a step slower when he hung him up. Like he still looked just as quick as before. And again, even if he's 60% of the player that he was the last time he played, he will be a huge help to the Rams because they have so much talent already on that defensive line. He just needs to be a little bit of what he was, and he can still help them a ton.
Yeah. Him at 60% is better than about 80% of the league right now.
He would be maybe the best player on the Cardinals defense at 60%. Yeah,
you're probably right. Coming up next, Jared's going to take us through the big stories on this Thursday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. Kellen Olson's in for Bick all week long here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Myles Garrett to the Rams. What were your first thoughts?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, the L.A. Rams right now are the team to beat in the NFC, and it might be the team to beat in the NFL, period. Myles Garrett, the most dominant pass rusher, to me, in the game right now. Watching him go out and play the way that he does, and it's not just against the pass, it's also playing against the run. He's big, he's strong, he's physical, and yet at the same time, he can get to the queue as well as anybody in the game.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
If you've got private student loan debt and you're waiting for somebody to swoop in and make it all go away, it sounds great, but I got to be honest with you, it's not going to happen because that's not how private loans work. There are no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Why Refi, the next best thing for people in this situation. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Why Refi? What they do, they help people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about your situation either. They're not going to grill you with questions about how you got there. They know life happens. They meet you where you are, and they work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, and your life moving forward. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Why Refi does its best work, because they were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. You can take back control today with Why Refi. Give them a call at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of A1 Garage Door Service. My mom recently moved into a new home with a builder-grade garage door. Noisy, flimsy, and not built to last, so we're fixing that. Mom, you're my hero. When I was growing up, she worked 3 jobs just to save our house.
And helped you build this company.
Now I'm giving her a beautiful new garage door that's built to last. The garage is 40% of your home's curb appeal. When it looks good and it works great,
life is good. Thanks, Tommy.
From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got destroyed by the Dodgers in the desert last night, only compiling 2 hits and losing 7-0. Shohei Ohtani was once again dominant on the mound and at the plate, while Zach Gallen continued to struggle, giving up 4 earned runs, 5 total, in 5 innings. The D-backs will try to salvage a series split today at 6:40 p.m. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. The game itself wasn't the only bad news for the Diamondbacks yesterday, as star pitcher Corbin Burns suffered a setback in his rehab from Tommy John surgery, straining his right lat and putting a return for the 2026 season in jeopardy. You can read more about the injury at arizonasports.com. The New York Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 105-95 on the road in San Antonio. They'll try to go up 2-0 on Friday. And the Mercury ended a 6-game losing streak with a 72-68 victory over the Storm. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Morado Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. Look at that. What a beautiful window squeegee I'm looking at right now out the window.
Can you see clearly outside now?
Yes, but I could see clearly at the two beautiful faces of Kellen Olson and Vince Marotta as we go through the Rush Hour Reboot. And you can as well if you follow us on social media and go to YouTube right now.
I'm blushing, Jared. Thank you.
Dial up Arizona Sports and you can see Kellen Olson's rosy cheeks as I continue to compliment his lovely mug.
Not
the
only
baby-faced
that,
assassin. Don't fall for it.
but his bananas hoodie game. Another
Yeah,
good hoodie
he is.
today.
Got some great hoodies.
I've got a lot of hoodies, but they're all plain. You get a lot of hoodies
Go
with
up and
character.
down. Shout out Alvea Sanctuary. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with like the Twitch streaming website where people play video games and stuff. It's an animal sanctuary on there. It's basically like a 24/7 zoo where you can like watch their live cameras. You get educated about all that stuff because people donate all these money to like millionaire video game streamers or whatever, but it's an actual nonprofit charity. And so when you buy like their merch, it goes directly to supporting the animals. So,
Nice.
That's very comfortable. I am not
I understood 3 words of what you just said.
Yeah, I tried to whiz through it as quickly as possible to let Jared get to
Kellen,
get to everything.
Kellen said this at the beginning of the week that he would dominate generation gap because, like myself, he's kind of in between the generations. But unlike myself, Kellen is very dialed into modern trends and modern stuff like that. So, unfortunately, we're not playing it this week with our...
Yeah, because the old people would lose every week if Kellen played.
I'm clocking that, Jared. Yes.
But we are playing a new game, so stay tuned to 9:30 today for a new debut of a game. Anyway, this is the Rush Hour Reboot. We'll start with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who got dominated by the Dodgers, 7-0. Zach Gallen, again, was not very good last night, and he talked about what exactly is going on.
Yeah, I mean, it feels okay. I think just the location probably would kind of just factor into that execution. But for the most part, yeah, I mean, I feel like this stuff is coming out okay. So, yeah, I feel like from that standpoint, I mean, I'm always trying to just improve this stuff. So, for me, I'm never like satisfied, but I feel like where it's at right now, you know, and kind of the foundation we're building, I feel like it's in a solid enough spot.
Have you given up on Zach Gallen ever truly being an ace pitcher again? Is there enough evidence?
I think I'm there. I think the goal needs to shift. I think he just needs to be better than what he's been. We saw a trajectory last year that was very frustrating. Going into his contract year, we thought Zach Gallen was going to be nails, and he just wasn't. And then he got better as the year went on, which really made his return even late to the Diamondbacks possible. Had he not been good in the second half of last season, he wouldn't be here right now, which think about that world for a second. I don't think he's ever going to be a number 1 guy again.
It does feel like in some ways that his career right now is taking a Patrick Corbin-esque turn. Now, the big downhill steep turn for Corbin was once he got paid by the Nationals. Yes. That's when the numbers really blew up, but there was a few years in a row where Corbin looked like a borderline ace. Zach was a little bit better at his peak.
Yes.
And it's not as bad as it went for Corbin with the Nationals.
Who became the worst pitcher in baseball 2 years in a row?
It was a dramatic turn, but
he still has a starting spot in the major leagues.
Unbelievable.
Still doing it. Jack Summers, since the start of 2025, 46 starts for Gallen, 4.95 ERA. So like the ace turn, yes, and I think we're to the point now where we wonder if he can even be like a top 3 guy in your rotation now.
That's very disappointing because, man, he really showed potential of being that long-term ace for the team. Let's move over to the Arizona Cardinals. Gardner Minshew sat down with Wolf and Luke yesterday and talked about the rookie, Carson Beck.
Carson's been awesome, man. He's coming in here. I've known him. I guess we worked out together when he was at Georgia. I was still in Jacksonville, so I got to know him a little bit. He's been awesome, man. Just learning, throws the heck out of it. Has really been a great dude.
Who do you think will make more starts for the Arizona Cardinals, Carson Beck or Gardner Minshew this season?
I don't know who will. I know who I hope. I hope Carson Beck makes more starts, with all due respect to Gardner Minshew, who, by the way, I can't place it. He's got a quality of his voice that sounds so familiar. He sounds exactly like somebody, and I can't place who it is. It's going to take me some time.
You'll get there. Yeah. I believe in you. You'll get there. I'm going to go with...
It's not Matthew McConaughey to you?
No.
Because that's what I think.
I'm going to go with Beck just because I believe the Brissett business will ultimately get done, and that will relegate Minshew to being the backup for either Brissett or Beck.
Okay.
And finally, the New York Knicks won their 12th in a row?
12th in a row.
12th in a row in the NBA playoffs, winning Game 1 versus the Spurs, 105-95. As two people who watch a lot of NBA, is momentum a real thing in the playoffs? Like, can you really quantify a team just feeling it, coming together, and can that overcome maybe a talent disparity?
I think it's more complicated. I do not denounce momentum the way I think Jonathan Gannon did, kind of, when he was the head coach of the Cardinals. We did a deep dive on it. What'd you come up with? I don't know.
We decided we're not going to have any momentum, so...
Momentum at this degree for the Knicks is steeped in execution, is steeped in achievement, is steeped in belief right now, because they are on a winning streak. So it's going to end at some point, yes, but I believe the Knicks last night got down by 14 and didn't flinch. And why was that? Because they've got so much experience in winning these recent games on big stages. So yeah, I do believe in it. Absolutely.
The magic word that you said was belief. They had an in-game sort of audio moment, which was my favorite. Unsurprisingly, it topped the Scott Foster mic'd up at the start, which felt incredibly forced, and I got to hear him say the same thing over and over again. It was like, okay, we get it. We get it. You want to give this guy attention for some reason. We get it. Karl-Anthony Towns in the huddle reminded his team, it was like, look, we were here in the Cleveland game. Our offense is going to come. If we keep defending like this, we're going to be fine. That was in the first quarter when the Knicks scored 19 points. The next three quarters, 29, 28, 29. So the belief and like previous examples that you can call upon, that's the level of momentum that I believe, but it can be stopped really easily in a series like this, and typically it goes back and forth really quickly.
It does.
All right, there you go. You have been Rush Hour rebooted.
Appreciate that,
Thanks,
Jarrett. Coming up next, we will shift our focus back to the Arizona Cardinals. OTAs wrapping up. Mandatory minicamp gets underway next week. We'll talk about all of it with Tyler Drake, our Cardinals insider.
Who?
Oh, I'm sorry. Tyler
Boom
Drake. He'll join us next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Diamondbacks are hoping he can return in September. I'm going to say that you're probably not going to have Corbin Burns for the rest of this season. You're talking about possibility of September, like that's the last month of the season. What's he going to come in, pitch 5 games? Devastating news. You were looking for him to come back mid-July. So this huge decision that you had to make on who's going to be in the rotation and who's not, that's done. You've just got to decide if Brandon Pfaadt is better than Zach Allen at any point. If not, this is your rotation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know it's great to be number one, and that's what you'll get from Chapman BMW, the number one rated BMW dealer in Arizona, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades, and whether you visit their store on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix or Chapman BMW in Chandler, you are stepping into a world-class car buying experience. From Ted Chapman all the way down to the certified technicians in their service centers, Everything they do is elite. Those 2 locations also guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley. So pick a location, take a test drive, then make sure you ask for their GM, Shane O'Hanrahan, who has vowed to hook up every one of our listeners. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th. So grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family. Bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Speed and power. Get your Corbin Carroll 30-30 Mystery Bobble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about the truck that powers your workday, the SUV that fits everyone's everything, and the drive that makes every journey feel like a win. From Silverados to Traverses, Equinox, and beyond, Freeway Chevrolet has the selection, service, and hometown experience Arizona drivers count on. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Freeway Chevrolet, I-10 and Ray.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
What is this? Do I have to fast forward to the part where it actually kicks in?
You'll get there. Let it ride.
New theme music for our next guest, our Cardinals insider, Tyler Drake. For brevity's sake. Tyler Boom Boom Drake.
You like my suggestion, buddy? You're not dancing with me.
I like the other one better, I think.
Well, I have another one next time we have you on, Tyler. I've got one from the 80s that I can introduce everybody to that was a very obscure
There we
song.
go.
This is the Venga Boys from 1999. I will say, I think 1990s pop music, late 90s pop music is such a blight on music history.
Yeah.
This is an
$1,000,000%.
This is an all-time classic with my friend group. Shout out Steve, who's probably played this song in front of me 150 times to just get the vibes up when we need it, and it always brings the vibes up.
It's definitely a vibe song.
Yeah, 100%.
Tyler Drake joining us via video this morning. Tyler, good morning.
Hey, how's it going?
Sorry to unload that on you.
I know. I was waiting for the Black Eyed Peas. I thought we were going to jam that way. I wasn't ready for that. I need to be more prepared, I guess.
Anytime we can avoid the Black Eyed Peas, I think is a good thing. Cardinals wrapping up OTAs this week. Mandatory minicamp. Obviously, the two big stories are what we've talked about more than anything. For a coach in his first year is the absences of a starting quarterback and a premier edge rusher. Do you think that, unfortunately, has hung over this first OTAs for Mike LaFleur? Do you get that feeling being around the team?
I just think from a total team perspective, I think it has to be, because that's all that we really have been talking about outside of really, who's been there, who hasn't, like the other guys, like, the Paris Johnsons who missed one session, some of the guys working their way back from the injuries they had last year. But outside of that, it really comes down to those two guys. And if they're on the field or not, I can tell you right now, I'm not the only one that's walking out there during the open portion looking for number 10 and number 7. Like, those are the first two numbers that I'm looking for when I go out there. So yeah, I think for sure it's hanging over this team right now. And I think they get a little bit of, solace in the feeling of that Josh Sweat reportedly is not going to be traded. So that's one less storyline you can really talk about at this point. We'll have to see if he's still out there for mandatory minicamp. I would assume that he's going to be if this is the way we're trending. Then you just look at Jacoby Brissett now, and I think I'm in the similar boat as I still expect him to be there on Monday, because for a guy looking for a raise, why would you potentially want to not show up there and have potentially more fines attached to what you're doing and lose more money at the end of it? Like, that's something that I think really has to be considered, because now we're talking mandatory. This isn't voluntary. This isn't where, hey, I want to go take a break, I want to go hang out with my family. Like, no, you need to be here. And for a guy that wants that raise, leaving more money on the table with fines just doesn't seem like it's going to fit.
Yeah, it's true.
With Brissett, Tyler, we were talking about this earlier in the show, and just the date that he needs to be there by in order to start week 1. Like, if this really holds out and it goes into camp beyond that, the Hall of Fame game is on August 6th. We spotlighted, Vince pointed out August 1st. Seems like the time you would want him there by. If this does drag out, when does he need to be there by in order to develop this offense, download it, and be ready for week 1?
Yeah, I think at least, I think that's a great starting point right there. August 1st would be a good starting point, but I think even before that, just you need as much time as you can. And yes, Jacoby Brissett, he's obviously been around the league. He's been to many different stops. He knows a lot of the offense. He knows a lot of the X's and O's, really across the board. It's just really more verbiage. But I think the more time you can get on task with guys in the quarterback's room, with Mike LaFleur, with Nathaniel Hackett, with those guys, it's only going to be better for the overall product on the field. So I think if you can get him in there and at least get him some game reps, like I know you really don't want to throw a starter out there a lot, but if you're going to hold out that long, like I would assume he's probably going to have to play a little bit in the preseason. So that's something to always watch. But I would assume, again, I think he's going to be back by Monday. I think he's going to be back by training camp. Like it just does not make any sense for a guy looking for a raise to leave that kind of money on the table.
Tyler Boom Boom Drake, our guest here as we talk Cardinals off season on Arizona Sports. Marvin Harrison Jr. spoke earlier this week for the first time really since that rash of injuries that took apart his season last year. And I think it's safe to assume that my eyebrows were not the only ones raised when he talked about look, I know there's a lot of physical punishment that goes into playing football, but it is now June. And to hear him say, yeah, I think these are going to linger into next season. What was the reaction to that? What was your reaction to Marvin Harrison's comments?
Oh, so I took that more as he didn't expect it to linger too much into the season. So what he was really saying is it's still an ongoing process right now. Obviously he had the feet issues, but I mean, obviously he also had the concussion, the appendectomy he had to go through. But later in the season,
we know he won't have another appendectomy. We do know.
No,
Yeah.
Cannot have that. That's one thing that's out of the way. And you can tell that one really did a number on him, just from what he was talking about and how that he kind of thought about that all offseason, about how it kind of just sucked. And that was just such an unlucky thing. But when I look at the ongoing process of getting back to 100% physically with those feet and heel issues, yes, that definitely raised my eyebrows. And while he said, yeah, it shouldn't linger into next season, there's still the side of me of okay, then what are we talking about here? Because he still says he can go out there and do 100% of everything that he can do right now at this point in time. So what what's the extent where he can't do that? So I guess that's the next part of it is how, when things start cranking up a little bit more, maybe not mini camp, but training camp, is he going to be able to still keep going? But from everything that I saw during the open portion, he looked fine out there. So maybe it's just something where you've got to check a couple more boxes and be good. But for me, I think what really stood out was just kind of him talking about his mindset. Like a lot of the things that he was talking about, like his dad, he's like, oh, I got this kind of a negative mindset. I focus on the negatives more. And somebody asked like, hey, like, where do you get that? And he's laughed it off kind of like my dad, but maybe that's something. Maybe he needs to change a little bit of the mindset to kind of focus more on the positives. And I know that might sound so stupid or so just minute coming for a NFL player like that. But when you really think about it, maybe that's the one thing that needs to change a little bit for him to maybe take that next step, is just kind of focus more on the positives and leave the negatives back in the past. Because one thing I took away from that interview was he very much was lingering on those injuries that he had. And obviously it was a tough season for him, but yeah, very, very much. I think maybe changing the mindset could really help him moving forward.
I know we've got this long-term thing going at quarterback, but for the most part, we know what this offense is going to look like personnel-wise for the next 2 to 3 years, right? Like we have all of our key names in a lot of key spots. Defensively, this year, I think is going to be a big evaluation tool for like, okay, which guys are going to be here for the next couple of years that we can rely on, and which guys can we not rely on? I think a big piece of that, Tyler, is year 2 for all these guys that were drafted last year, whether it's Walter Nolan, Cody Simon, Jordan Birch, you can go to Will Johnson or Denzel Burke as well. Out of those 5 names that I've mentioned, what are the 1 or 2 that you think need to have like a good to great season this year in order to cement themselves as a part of the future for this organization?
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but Walter Nolan, man, because I think we've seen those flashes that we saw last year. I don't think that's a fluke. I think he can really bring that to the table on a consistent basis, but he's got to be on the field. So I think the biggest thing there is you've got to show people that you can stay healthy, because he came to town, instantly felt like he got hurt in the offseason. That obviously went into the rest of the year, got hurt during the season. So like, that's the big thing to watch there is, can you be healthy? Because what he brought to the field was incredible. I think he can really be a game changer, but you've got to be available. That's the big thing there. And for a guy like Denzel Burke, can you stack what you did as a rookie onto year 2? Because he led the team in interceptions. I think he led the team in passes defense. He really was an underrated big piece of this defense. And if you can stack that, because a lot of people are talking about Will Johnson being CB1, but if you can have Denzel Burke kind of shine through and be that other option, that other starting option, you're really looking good. And you've got Starling Thomas coming back as well. So that secondary instantly looks a lot better than it did before. So those are 2 guys. And then, I mean, obviously Jordan Birch, you've got to talk about the pass rushing situation, because they need somebody that's not Josh Sweat doing things. Like, that's the big thing. I think they had 5.5 sacks as a combined unit with the guys not named Josh Sweat, and I think 13 tackles for loss combined. Like, that's not going to get it done. You've got to have more production from another guy that's not Josh Sweat. So can it be a Jordan Birch? He's got the intangibles to really be that guy. He's got a little bit of mismatch ability just with how big he is and the versatility and the power he has. So if he can take that next step and really answer the question of who's going to pick up the slack in that room, that could really pay dividends moving forward.
Tyler Boom Boom Drake, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson sitting in. The Josh Sweat talk, you started with the Jacoby Brissett situation. The way you painted that picture makes perfect sense. You're after more money. Why cost yourself money? Josh Sweat's not looking for more money. We don't know what this is all about. We just know it's an unexcused absence. Do you think number 10 is on the field at the mandatory workout on Monday?
I do. I think he's going to be there. I think it's because if you look back at what he did last year, it's very much similar. It's very much similar. He did not show up for voluntary work last year. Obviously, yes, Jonathan Gannon was in town. That was a big part, I think, of why he signed here. But you still look at what they've got. He's still getting paid a ton of money. He's still their premier pass rusher for them. I just think with the return of Nick Rawls, just having some continuity there, that should help. But I'm just looking at that more of like, he's training on his own. He's going to be there Monday. And I mean, hopefully we get to talk to him and we can really put everything to bed, because that would be great. But I am planning for him to be there Monday for sure.
Tyler, good stuff as always. And congratulations on the new theme song.
Outro music?
Thanks, guys.
Boom, boom, boom.
Tyler
I
Drake
want you
joining
in my
us.
room.
He's got outro music now, too. Tyler joining us via video this morning on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, as we hit the 8 o'clock hour, what is the trickle-down effect from Corbin Burns' latest injury? Not a good one. We'll get into it next. Kellen Olson in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisi here. Last we checked, South America trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's code AZSports on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
You've got the project. We'd love a shot at earning your business. Space Solutions is a family-owned company that designs, builds, and installs custom closets, mudrooms, pantries, and garage build-outs, all built around your budget and your design goals. From Scottsdale to Phoenix, across the valley, and all the way up to Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us today at 602-536-4199. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got destroyed by the Dodgers last night, only compiling 2 hits and losing 7-0. Shohei Ohtani was once again dominant on the mound and at the plate, while Zach Gallen continued to struggle, giving up 4 earned runs in 5 innings. The Diamondbacks will try to salvage the series split today at 6:40 p.m. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The game itself wasn't the only bad news for the Diamondbacks yesterday, as star pitcher Corbin Burnes suffered a setback in his rehab from Tommy John surgery, straining his right lat and putting a return for the 2026 season in jeopardy. You could read more about this at Arizonasports.com or stay tuned as we discuss it next. The Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 105-95 on the road in San Antonio. They'll try to go up 2-0 on Friday. And the Phoenix Mercury ended their 6-game losing streak 72-68 with a victory over the Storm. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products builds every window in Tolleson, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Corbin Burnes has been had a little setback. He has a teres major strain in his right lat area, and he's going to be pulled back from throwing, and it's weeks, not days. I know you guys are going to want to know things such as imaging. Yes, he had it. How long will it be? I'm not sure, but he's going to be in a little bit of a recovery phase right now, and I'll keep you posted as the information comes my way, where he starts to do his modalities or any type of range of motion stuff. I'll let you know when that progression starts. But for right now, he's been pulled back from any throwing activities.
That's Torey Lovello, the manager of the Diamondbacks, pregame yesterday, and you want to put it all together in one big group. Yesterday sucked for the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's how the day started. They get the news or share the news on Corbin Burnes' setback. Then they go out with no Ketel Marte last night. Precautionary, yes, but they get their hats handed to them, or their heads handed to them, I should say, by the Los Angeles Dodgers 7-0. But let's focus on the Burnes thing. It was almost exactly a year ago when he stepped off that mound against Washington, had the Tommy John surgery. All indications before yesterday, Kellen, were that he was going to be back mid-July. And we've been talking so much about reinforcements on the way. The cavalry's coming. Burnes is coming. A.J. Puck down in Reno. Justin Martinez not far behind. It was shaping up to be a real boost for this franchise, this team in the second half of the season. And this is just a gut punch. Yeah. Because it's a different injury from the arm injury that he had been rehabbing, the teres major. But this throws the rest of the season into question now for Corbin Burnes, if you're talking about a September target date.
You just have to remind yourself, because we've gone so long without him pitching, and you kind of don't remember too fondly his 2025 because he didn't really look like himself. And then you look up the stats and you're like,
yeah,
didn't feel like himself, and he was still putting up ace numbers.
Yeah,
it was
2.66 ERA.
Unbelievable. So you have to remind yourself that this is a guy, when he comes back, if he's in form, he's your best player. He's better than Corbin. He's better than Ketel. He's absolutely one of the best pitchers in baseball. He's one of the best players in the game.
Not only is he better than Corbin, he is also Corbin.
It's a good thing to know. That's a good thing to document.
But it's not only that you forget, it's because his time here was so short before he got hurt last time.
11 starts.
There's a guy who never got hurt in his whole career.
Yeah.
Inevitably, my brain turns toward, I think the most under-discussed part of Burnes and him just signing here in general is that he signed a 6-year, $210 million deal, but it was a very unique deal. And what made it unique is that Corbin has an opt-out 2 years into the deal. So this offseason, he can decide whether to opt into the remaining 4 years and over $100+ million left, or he could opt out and hit the market. And I think the obvious way to evaluate that is if Corbin pitched awesome for the Diamondbacks over 2 years, he was going to opt out and then, kind of just see what happened in free agency. Maybe he comes back, they restructure the deal, whatever. If it didn't go well, then he could just opt in and be locked into a significant long-term deal that will take him into his mid-30s. And I think that flexibility that they provided him is ultimately why he decided to sign here, in my opinion. I know a lot was made of like the location, and that certainly played a factor in him wanting to play for the Diamondbacks. I get that. But I think the Diamondbacks offering this kind of specific deal to him is what got it over the line. I think that there was a non-zero chance that when he came back from Tommy John in the middle of the season, he could have pitched lights out and then decided to hit the market then. But this locks in that he is going to remain on this deal. And now, of course, you worry that this becomes an albatross if injuries continue to pile up for him. But we have to use precedent here, and this precedent was Corbin didn't miss a start in the majors until this injury popped up. And you got to hope that level of reliability comes back, because I don't think it's exaggerating to say the key to the Diamondbacks' success through the rest of this decade is going to come down to how much they get out of Corbin Burnes on this massive deal.
This is a better player. But isn't it like Jalen Green was like never injured in his career and then couldn't stay healthy with the Suns?
Yeah, Phoenix, where healthy stretches come to die.
And there's that there's a recent sort of trend now, or recent opinion that some have, that a starting pitcher is sort of like a ticking time bomb. Like if they haven't had a major shoulder or arm surgery yet, that
it's a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time, and can you get a guy at the right time? The Diamondbacks tried to, but unfortunately they got bad luck here, and of course the short-term effect here is substantial as well.
Well, Torey Lovullo did say that the injury happened while he was facing live hitters, and also was asked, "Hey, how big of a blow is this to your plans?"
I had 3 big circles on my calendar. One is up in Reno rehabbing right now. The next one through his 5th bullpen yesterday, and then Corbin coming back at or near the All-Star break. Those are big pieces for us. So it's a blow, and it's something that we're going to have to deal with. It's just what we do in this game, and we've got very qualified players in that clubhouse that are going to get some opportunities, and we've got 5 really good starting pitchers right now, and they're doing a good job. I want that to continue.
Yeah, and this stinks. We're going to hear from Corbin Burnes later on today. He's going to address the media. But also, there's other news going on. We focused on the Zach Gallen. He's floundering right now, really struggling. That ERA is up to 5.32. Brandon Pfaadt came in and pitched an inning of relief in the 7th inning last night. He gave up 3 hits and 2 runs. He walked 2. He's really struggled in any relief role they've tried to present to him after bumping him from the rotation. But there are plans now for Brandon Pfaadt. Here was Lovullo on that.
Are you okay pitching-wise, or do you need to make a move?
Stay tuned. We're not exactly perfect at pitching-wise, but something could be coming down the pipe.
How do you feel about this role for Pfaadt at the moment?
It's challenging. It's very challenging. It gives me a lot of anxiety trying to figure out how to fit him in, how to use him, how to keep him stretched out. There's a lot that's built around him, and he just keeps plowing away. He keeps trying to do his best to fit in any way we ask him to, and he's very accountable to what's going on. And when he doesn't do well, he knows that there's situations that need to get better, and I like that. But it's been a little bit of a challenge, and we got to find the right part of this puzzle to fit him into.
Is getting him stretched out again a possibility?
Yes, it's a very strong possibility.
And then Gambo put out late last night, that he said, I would expect a couple of roster moves here, Pfaadt to AAA, ostensibly to get him back stretched out to a starting role. Left-handed reliever Philip Abner, right-handed reliever Cade Stroud up with the Diamondbacks. Then somebody, a Twitter user named Aaron, said, who's the second pitcher going to the minors? Gambo says it won't be somebody going to the minors. And then the response was, is Gallen getting DFA'd? And no, that's not the answer
maybe
either.
ADC?
Yeah, maybe.
Not DFA'd, but just
No.
sent down,
It doesn't have to be a pitcher that's going to be the player to go down.
The underlying problem here right now is if they're looking for, I think that the fear, of course, is that a starting pitching injury, again, like inevitability. Like we know one's coming here. at some point. And
just didn't expect it to be Corbin Burns.
This does not sound accurate, but I promise, like, Fott might be their best option right now if they get him stretched back out. It was Mitch Bratt, in my opinion, 10 starts into Reno, 2.68 ERA, whip under 1. He just got placed on the 7-day IL 2 days ago with some back lingering stuff. Cole Drake was the other big part of that Merrill Kelly trade. Whip at 1.7, ERA at 7.8 right now. He's not pitching well in Reno. Yumin Lin is not. Dylan Ray is not. Thomas Hatch is not. That's their rotation right now in Reno.
Yeah.
Mitch Bratt, has been the only guy pitching well. He's been pitching really freaking well, but he just got on the. So you don't want to have him come off IL. So it's this whole mess that they kind of have to figure out beyond just Gallen's performance. If someone gets hurt as well, and on the Burns point specifically. What Soroka and Rodriguez have done is absolutely incredible just to get them to the point where you hope when Burns comes back. How much more are you asking for those guys for the next 3 months now in the rotation to keep pitching at the level that they've been? It's asking a lot, man.
Yeah, so expect some movement today on that front. Good job by Gambo getting that out there late last night before midnight. I was in
Me too.
Land last night. Coming up next. Game 1 of the NBA Finals belongs to the Knicks. Some people react. Some people overreact. We'll do both. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson. In for Bick all week long on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. A breakdown of how the Diamondbacks looked against Shohei Ohtani. Corbin Burns suffered a setback and his plan to return this season is in doubt. And takeaways from the Cardinals' final round of OTAs. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and the Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives, allowing people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, and it saves their clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element that comes in really handy, because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out. 444 online at lifechangerloan.com.
Employee pricing is back at Santan Ford, and this is the big one. You pay what we pay. That means F-150s up to $15,000 off MSRP. Super Duty trucks up to $8,000 off MSRP. And Mustang Mach-E's up to $11,000 off MSRP. This is employee pricing. You pay what we pay on America's favorite trucks and SUVs. Real savings, real money off the sticker. Employee pricing is back. Going on now with Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley and online at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hey, it's Luke. We're the Diamondbacks, able to conquer the mighty Shohei Ohtani. We'll be reacting to Game 3 of D-backs Dodgers at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I agree with the coach, and it's the same. Every team guards differently, I'm going to figure it out. It's Yeah, I mean, I was bad tonight. It's not more complicated than that.
Welcome back to Bickley and Murata here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. That's right, Kellen's taking us out of break. Whoa!
Woo! My feet are up in the back seat. I'm thumbing through my phone.
The point of the road trip where Vinny, do you need a quick 20 minutes before we go get gas? You're like, yeah, you know what, I could use it. So a common theme that we watch for throughout playoff series in general is the classic game one overreaction, right? Like it's really hard not to read into a lot of what we see at the start of a series and overreact. So I wanted to play a game with three of you, Jared, Vince, and I. I'll go through a couple of different statements on this series reacting to game one, and we will all three answer if this is a overreaction or it is a proper reaction. You guys ready?
Yes.
Sounds fun.
I like this.
First statement, to your point on the soundbite there, joining break, Karl Anthony Towns will outplay Victor Wembanyama in this series. Overreaction or proper reaction?
I think that's an overreaction.
It seems like it could be Wemby's worst game of the series, right? Like this is going to be the worst we see of him.
I think so. I mean, if you look at that shooting number, 6 for 21, 2 of 9 from 3. He did get to the free throw line 13 times, which made his stat line look respectable at the end of it. But Wemby's kind of, he gets a lot of attention, and rightfully so, but he's kind of been all over the place at times during this postseason run in different series. He'll definitely be better. And I at the end of it, we might be saying that, but I don't think it's going to be a game-to-game domination by Cat.
Jarrett, what say you?
Yeah, overreaction. Partially because I don't think Cat's going to be fantastic it's more on his side to overplay him. And Wemby has had great individual games, and he's had unbelievable individual moments. Even in the Oklahoma City series, he wasn't that great through the whole series. But I think he will bounce back and be better than Karl Anthony Towns overall.
To both your guys' point, we all had the same reaction, I'm sure, when about a minute and a half in the third quarter, Cat only had one foul at halftime. He quickly picked up 2 and 3. We're like, uh-oh, is this the thing happening?
Yeah.
Didn't happen. You know what? I'm gonna swerve a little bit here. I'm gonna say proper reaction. I think that Karl's skill set is exactly what you need against Wemby. I think that Wemby's offensive game right now, in terms of creating separation, creating his own shot, is actually kind of limited right now. I really liked the amount of turnovers that the Knicks helpers were able to force on him and playing off non-shooters like Stephon Castle. I'm going to go proper reaction. Up next, to kind of branch off of that topic as well, Jalen Brunson will be the best player in this series. Overreaction or proper reaction?
Proper reaction. We've just seen it too many times, and I know this is a new stage. This is the finals, but Jalen Brunson shines in these moments, and he wasn't good for stretches, and he left the floor for a substantial amount of time, too, after Landry Shamet pushed Harrison Barnes into his knee. So he shook some things off, too. I feel comfortable saying that is the proper reaction.
Repeat the question again, please.
Jalen Brunson will be the best player in this series.
To be the best player in the series, as he showed yesterday, you don't necessarily have to be the best player for all 48 minutes of the game. But if you are the best player in the biggest moments, then yes. So I would say that is a proper reaction.
To your point, like Karl Anthony Towns was maybe the best player in the game overall, but you'd rank Jalen ahead of him still because when the game was on the line, he was the guy closing it out. I'm going to go with proper reaction as well. Up next, after another road win for the New York Knicks, their 7th straight in this postseason, they're one away from tying the record for a single postseason. Home court will not be relevant in this series. Overreaction or proper reaction?
Proper reaction. There used to be a time where it was the end-all, be-all. It's not that way anymore. And it's not just because of these two teams in this series. I just think NBA arenas used to have a little bit of unique quality to it.
A little more zhuzh.
A little more zhuzh. The only thing that changes now is how loud the crowd is. Everything is so standard. Basically, you're playing in the same building every night.
I'm interested to see what the makeup will be at MSG because the tickets are reportedly so expensive, even for bad seats. Will it price out those sort of like really hardcore blue-collar Knicks fans? And will it all be clout chasers, celebrities, rich people, stuff like that.
You'll remember the Suns' second postseason run after that first one. I had so many friends, and I'm sure you did too, where they spent a lot of money on seats for that first run back, but that second one they just couldn't afford to keep spending in that kind of way. And then the prices went up as well. I'm going to go overreaction because I think the Garden's different. I think it's going to be an absolute zoo. It's going to be pandemonium in that building. I don't think they win game one against Cleveland in the East Conference Finals if that game's in Cleveland as opposed to New York. So I think that it's going to be a factor still. Let's look at sort of the ancillary players in this series. So we talked about Wemby. We talked about Jalen Brunson. We talked about Karl-Anthony Towns. After game one, do the Knicks have the best supporting cast in this series? Overreaction or proper reaction?
I'm going to say overreaction. And it's not to say that I'm not impressed with the supporting cast. San Antonio's supporting cast is really good and has been tremendous at times during this series too. So I think that's one of the things that's going to fluctuate as well. What bench plays better? What role players step up from a game-to-game basis?
I'm going to agree with you. I thought OG Anunoby was actually really critical in that game. He was defensively everywhere, and the ability that his matchup gave him is that with Karl-Anthony Towns taking on the Wemby assignment, it allowed OG to play more of an on-ball role with the guards and then help off of them as well. He was the guy coming off of Castle a lot that was roaming around and making things really difficult. But I am going to go overreaction as well. I think that's the worst game Vassell has played this postseason. I think he's going to come back and be great, and then Castle is going to be better as well.
And the guy that is hardly talked about anymore, De'Aaron Fox used to be a 26-point-a-game scorer. Can he still give you like flashes of being that good anymore, or just that not his role on the Spurs team?
It's not his role necessarily, but I don't think he's right. I think he's been battling. That ankle injury has been a factor for him through the last two series. He didn't look right last night to me.
No, he hasn't for a lot of this postseason. Like, it was ridiculous. A high ankle sprain, those are like multiple weeks, and you're still not looking right. He came back really fast. I'm glad you guys took it there.
All right, last one.
Last one that I have for you. Dylan Harper will be the best guard for the Spurs in this series. Overreaction or proper reaction? Remember, you've got De'Aaron Fox, you've got Stephon Castle, you've got Devin Vassell as well, but Harper was the best out of the four in game one. Can a rookie do that for them in this series?
I think he can. So I don't, just by saying that, I think that's probably the proper reaction. But their guards as a unit are so effective. I'm with you. I was not. I mean, Castle's a beast. He wasn't great last night, and Harper should have played more. And that the difference in that game might have been those 9 minutes in the fourth quarter where Dylan Harper was on the bench because he was that effective in the first half. So I think that's a proper reaction.
I proper reaction maybe, but let me ask you the question. If the rookie is your best guard in this series, is that a good sign or a bad sign?
It means the series is over in 5 games and the Knicks win. They need,
and I think that's similar to, right, if Cat outplays Wemby, this series is probably over in 5, right?
100%. Yeah. I would have guessed that Castle, if I had to rank players going into the series, I would have actually put Castle ahead of Cat. I thought that this series was designed for him perfectly to impact it and maximize what he does. And I think that he is ultimately going to be their best guard in the series, so I'll go overreaction, but I think it goes under so much conversation around Fox. Vassell has been so key for them as a two-way player who impacts the game everywhere. That he looked, a couple of those 3 misses were like, Devin, settle down, like calm down, buddy. You need to lock in here a little bit. And a guy we didn't bring up at all in the supporting casting, Keldon Johnson was the 6th man of the year, and he was invisible in that game. They need him to be much better as well. Thank you for entertaining me, guys. That was fun.
Could I add one in for you guys?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The Spurs and the Knicks have now played 4 times this season. The Knicks have won 3 of the 4.
Ooh.
Considering the last series with San Antonio's regular season domination over Oklahoma City obviously being a factor and kind of a fortune teller of what was going to happen, the Knicks just own the Spurs. Proper reaction or overreaction?
I think overreaction for game 1, but we could come back here and talk after game 2. You guys will next week, but we could come back after the weekend and just be like, this is just a matchup problem for San Antonio at this point and for Wemby specifically. Carl continuing to play this well is the key, I think.
You agree with Kellen?
I don't know.
Thanks, Jarrett.
Dynamite drop in, Jarrett. That broadcasting school's really paying off. Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater on Thursday, July 23rd. It's the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. Coming up next, what can the Suns learn from the two teams in the NBA Finals? That is on the docket next. Kellen Olson in for Bick. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
LaFleur basically said it. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the X, and Michael Wilson is going to be the Z. What you want in your X is you want a guy that can win a one-on-one battle. Make it easy for the quarterback. Simplify the game a little bit for the quarterback. You don't have to do a lot of reads and coverages. With that guy, it's a one-on-one battle. You trusted Larry Fitzgerald to go up and get the ball against anybody he was going against, and that's where Marvin Harrison Jr. is and is the X.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller. Hey, Wayne, what's going on today? Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs? Wayne, that's a good question. Do you? No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO. Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid. Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options. I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right? That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion. There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got destroyed by the Dodgers in the desert last night, compiling only 2 hits and losing 7-0. Shohei Ohtani was once again dominant on the mound and the plate, and at the plate, while Zach Gallen continued to struggle, giving up 4 earned runs in 5 innings. The D-backs will try to salvage the series split today at 6:40 p.m. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The game itself wasn't the only bad news for the Diamondbacks yesterday, as star pitcher Corbin Burnes suffered a setback rehabbing from Tommy John surgery, straining his right lat and putting a return for the 2026 season in jeopardy. You can read more about it. Go to arizonasports.com. The New York Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 105-95 on the road in San Antonio, and they'll try to go up 2-0 on Friday. And the Phoenix Mercury ended their 6-game losing streak with a 72-68 victory over the Storm. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What would a breakout season from B.J. Ojulari do for the Arizona Cardinals defense? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I don't want to say calmness, but I think we know what we have to do. I think we're a pretty together group. Be able to trust each other and still just continue to fight at each other's back and just know that we got to keep chipping away. It's just a credit to the mentality we have as a team. But, I mean, we can't just be satisfied that we have a long way to go. We have a lot of things we can do to be better. But I'm happy we came with a win.
Jalen Brunson, 30 points in Game 1, talking about staying calm when things were down. And they looked down, especially at the beginning of that third quarter. Lead ballooned to 14 points with 6.5 minutes to go in the third quarter for the San Antonio Spurs after Dylan Harper hit a floater, and the Knicks responded immediately. They melted that lead away in about 2.5 minutes, and then we saw what they did in the fourth quarter. This is a battle-tested team, a team with a ton of belief right now, and it's always it's interesting when your team is decent. The team that you root for is decent, not championship caliber, but when you watch a finals series through the lens of your team, everybody's always asking those questions like, what can my team do? What can the Phoenix Suns do to learn from these two teams that are in the NBA Finals? And it's a very interesting question from that standpoint, because there couldn't be two more different ways to build teams than what these two teams have done. The Spurs core is all draft picks, high draft picks, lottery picks that they've hit time and time and time again. The Knicks, they've gone free agency and trade for basically their entire roster, most of their core and their important players. So I don't know if there's anything to gain from that, from what the Suns can do, because they've got limitations both ways, free agency and trade availability.
And they don't have draft picks either. So tremendous. Okay, great.
Yeah. Don't really have any of those. Even if you want to compare it to the finals team from 2021, like you can look at building through the draft, but Chris Paul and Jay Crowder were two major parts of their team, where that's not really the case for San Antonio.
There's always the inevitable comparisons, too, when you look at best player versus best player. Devin Booker is coming off a playoff series where he was fairly criticized for his, how do I want to phrase this, lack of aggression offensively. Book was very adept and very okay with getting others involved. And I thought it was shocking that
kind of passive
a
at
little
times.
Passive,
and passer.
That after 4 games of a playoff series, and that series was over in 4 games, that Devin Booker had taken the third most shots of any player on the Phoenix Suns.
And as I would point out,
he wasn't. And Dylan Brooks took more.
He wasn't good in the play-in games either.
Yeah. And then you see the extreme example of Jalen Brunson, who's one of the best clutch players we've seen in the NBA in the last quarter century. The discussion goes to, well, why can't Devin Booker do that? That's not something you learn. Obviously, you got to be more aggressive in those situations. And Jalen Brunson, even though he shot the ball horribly for a good portion of the night, was willing to step up and take those shots. But that's just something innate in him, I think.
And there's a micro versus macro thing you can do with the Knicks' other best player, which is Karl-Anthony Towns, who played for a year in college with Devin Booker, who was in his draft class, and he's nearly a year older, but they're very similar players. They're on the same contract. Like, both of them got that super-duper max extension, and the key difference between the two of them right now is that Carl is peaking right now. We were talking about earlier when we were in here how much we love the podcast of rewatchables, and Simmons has this thing where he does like the apex mountain of whoever. This is the apex of Karl-Anthony Towns in the NBA so far. This is the best that he has ever played.
Totally agree.
So far, and he is doing it in the prime of his career when he's 30 years old and when this contract is really going to start to kick in and making that money worth it right now. Book played his best basketball 3 years ago. And what Suns fans are really hoping for is that was not the best we saw of Devin Booker in the 2023 postseason. But that has been the case, and by a pretty wide gap, that I would argue. So Carl continuing to ascend or at least stay at a pretty high level, but then peaking right now when he's in the biggest series of his career. We'll see if that remains the case in the next couple of games. But for now, he's been one of the 3 best players in the entire postseason and could go even higher on that list after the series with the job that he did on Wemby in game 1. So like that's where the focus is more for me in like the comparative sort of dance that we do from time to time, is that can Book be the person that is peaking at this point in his career, or has he already reached it? I hated having those conversations 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Didn't like having them a year ago. Now I'm kind of forced to have them.
Yeah, I feel a little similar. I was going to phrase a question to you because there's a lot of people out there that just say, all right, Book's not the same player. He's definitely on the decline. And
still really good.
There's some mileage, still really good. But he's still not old. He doesn't, I think he turns 30 in October.
Yeah, and you could argue again, like with how young he was, and maybe his peak is a little bit before that, but look at Towns.
Yeah.
Not the case.
Well, how do you respond to the people that say he's not the same player? Because I think he's also very much a player, and we've seen this time and time again. He is not completely defined, but somewhat defined by who's around him.
I agree with them in one sense, and this is how I've been able to sort of justify or wrap my head around what I've been seeing the last couple of years, is that you'll remember when Book really started to get going year 2, year 3, year 4, he became everyone's favorite player across the league. He was like the young, trendy guy where if you really knew the league, you were paying attention to him. Whenever we asked coaches about him, like I'll remember Michael Malone in a couple of games into Book's second year was like, this kid's unbelievable. Like this kid's going to be the face of your franchise for a really long time. And then we were like, okay, like we knew he looked good as a rookie, but like Michael calmed down. And then he was correct.
Yeah, that label of your favorite player's favorite player definitely applied to Devin Booker.
And I think the core reason why everyone felt that way about him at that time was that Book plays such a smooth, effortless brand of basketball. He never looks rushed. He never looks like he's out of rhythm, flow, whatever. He's in control. He knows where to get the ball to. He knows just where to be within defenses. He really mastered that and figured it out at such a young age that it unlocks so much more to his game. More frequently by the year, going 3 seasons ago, 2 seasons ago, and last year, he's looked more rushed. He's looked more indecisive with the ball. When it started happening 3 years ago, I would tweet every time it happened a single possession because I was like, what was that?
Yeah.
Like he didn't look sure whether to pass or shoot. Devin Booker?
Yeah.
And we saw it littered across this postseason run in the playing games. In that, it's one thing, as Jarrett was talking about, against the Thunder, best defense, his arch nemesis in terms of he always plays poorly against them. That was the case against Golden State. That was the case against Portland. He looked rushed. He looked indecisive. And so that is the way where I agree that he is not the same player right now. And this is where we go down such a deep rabbit hole of, like, is this based on, like, fit? Is this based on the coaching staff? All that kind of stuff. At a certain point, we're through enough fits and coaching staffs to look at it and see the similarities.
Yeah.
I blame Bad Bunny.
There's a lot of blame to go around all over the world.
Yep.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or by donating today. Coming up next, D-backs have a chance to salvage a 4-game split with the L.A. Dodgers later on tonight. We'll talk some D-backs baseball, all the good, all the bad, with Steve Gilbert, who covers the team for MLB.com. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 2-1, there's a swing. Just missed it, did Arenado. Fly ball to the left. Call is there. He'll make the catch, and that's your ball game. 7-0 shutout win for the Dodgers. D-backs had no answer for Ohtani on the mound.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking to take your fandom to the very next level, if you need a new television or looking to upgrade your entertainment center, do me a favor, forget about the big box stores, forget about shopping online, head on down to Walt's TV and Appliance and ask for my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns Walt's. Tell him I sent you, because if you do that, you are going to get the best price you are going to find in the valley. For instance, head into Walt's today, drop my name, you can get a 98-inch TCL television for $17.99, which is $400 off the normal price. And this is what you'll get from Walt's: competitive pricing and 10 times the service, where you can get same-day delivery 7 days a week. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. They're a Valley institution that has been serving Arizona since 1957. So head to Walt's right off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or online at waltz.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on, a garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. GOETTL will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Just tried to get the zone to Tucker there, just tried the challenge. Just kind of fastball just kind of ran back over the middle. Put a good swing on it, so was just trying not to make an error, make the inning bigger. So just tried to get ahead there. Just, tip your cap when you're trying to be aggressive in the zone. And then just in that, I think it was the third, just kind of some well placed hits there, and then some timely hitting from them. I'll probably kick myself over the leadoff wall. Probably is the biggest thing.
Zach Gallen talking about his performance last night. Did not go well for him. Did not go well for the team as a whole. They get 2 hits. They get beat soundly by Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers last night, 7-0. Still a chance to salvage a 4-game split against the Dodgers later on tonight, but here to talk D-backs baseball with us. Covers the team for MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Steve, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Good. It seems like every time a Zach Gallen turn in the rotation comes up, we kind of preview it by saying, hey, this is a big one for Zach Gallen to try to get things turned around, and obviously did not go toe-to-toe with one of the best pitchers in baseball in Shohei Ohtani. But, outside of what we've talked about a lot the last couple days, Steve, and the fastball just not being the same quality from Zach Gallen, what are you seeing in his struggles that really stands out to you?
Yeah, I think he's just he doesn't seem to have the same pinpoint command, I think, in putting guys away. And it's something he's looking at. It's something they're all looking at, and it's a real mystery, I think, for a lot of people, and how they get him kind of back on track. And certainly he's a guy who spends a lot of time studying, preparing for starts. And so this is really been weighing on him very heavily as he tries to kind of figure out how to get back to where he was not all that long ago.
In regards to Brandon Pfaadt, Torrey stressed last night how uncomfortable the role change made him. What have you seen from Brandon so far in this bullpen role and the possibility of him getting stretched out here pretty soon?
Yeah, it certainly seemed I asked Torrey last night if he felt he was okay pitching-wise or they were going to have to make a move, and that's what he said. Stay tuned, probably have something coming up. And then there was a follow-up question from Nick Pecora was about, Brandon Pfaadt getting stretched back out. So it certainly sounds like they're going to make a move with Brandon Pfaadt to send him down to stretch him back out as a starter. That seems to be just more his natural role. He got moved to the bullpen because Michael Soroka had been pitching so well. Merrill Kelly came off the IL. But I don't know that that's a tough spot to put a guy who's a lifelong starter into, especially when you're trying to keep him stretched out. And so you're using him maybe once every 4 or 5 days and trying to get 35, 40 pitches out of him. So I think it's probably going to be best for everybody if they stretch Brandon Pfaadt back out and get him back on track as a starter to where he was at least a few years ago.
Steve Gilbert, our guest. Of course, Steve, long time has covered the Diamondbacks for MLB.com. He joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. In terms of position players, we're just seeing a different-looking Geraldo Perdomo. Even to start the scoring last night, preceding the home run by Tucker, was just a routine play by Perdomo where I know they pointed it out on the broadcast where he's taking those extra crow hops and he kind of lollygagged a throw over to first base, pulled Fernandez off the bag. He just seems to be pressing in every single way. How worried should we be about Geraldo Perdomo right now?
Yeah, I think, he had such a great year last year. It's just really amazing year when you stop and take a look at it. And sometimes guys will do that. They'll put pressure on themselves to to try to recreate that kind of year. And that's the way it feels when you watch him play right now. Especially, when he got off to a little bit of a slow start, you could almost see him trying to make it all up at once. And I think that's kind of where it's at. He didn't suddenly become a lesser of a hitter this year than he was last year, or lesser a fielder. I think it's just all right now putting too much pressure on himself. And it's easy to say, hey, just go up there and relax. But when you feel like you have a reputation to uphold and you set a new standard for yourself the year before, you can kind of get in your own head a little bit with that.
Steve, there's a logjam coming in the outfield here with the imminent return of Jordan Lawler and potentially Lourdes Gurriel Jr. We've seen great bright spots from Ryan Waldschmidt and Tommy Troy. How do you expect the team to navigate these four players for those two outfield positions going forward?
Yeah, here we go, talking about guys coming back. We were just thinking about this the other day. I heard somebody say, well, what are they going to do when Corbin Burns comes back? Because they've got these 5 guys, and he's going to be back next month. And now we're looking at Corbin Burns not coming back until September. So these are always fun things to look at. But no, I get where the question's coming from, and it's totally logical. And I think Ryan Waldschmidt has certainly played well enough that it'd be very difficult for them to send him down. Lourdes Gurriel, where they fit him in, it doesn't sound like his return is, coming up in the next week. So it's going to take a little time for him and some time to kind of sort those things out. But I think they like to have the problems when you have too many, what you think are good players for too few spots, rather than the alternative that they had a few years ago where it was too few good players for the spots that they had to fill. But it's going to be interesting to see what they do with Tommy Troy. He's played well. It's a good first taste of the big leagues for him, certainly.
Where would you put – I'm not trying to put you on the spot with this question, but it just seems like every time they play the Dodgers, it's a huge game for Freddie Freeman. You've been around this team for so long, and you've seen some great players competing against the Diamondbacks. Where would you put Freddie Freeman on your all-time D-back slayer list?
Oh, yeah.
Who else is up there?
I mean, you saw last night. when Gallen jammed him with that pitch, and he was still able to hit a 63 mile an hour, or whatever it was, ground ball down the third baseline. That was incredible. Willie Adames had some big games against the Diamondbacks at one point that stand out. Albert Pujols, for some reason, always owned Randy Johnson. I remember that very well. Guys like that, it's funny how guys just either feel comfortable against a certain team or they feel comfortable hitting in that ballpark. But Freddie's done that to a lot of teams over his career. His career has been pretty remarkable.
You mentioned it earlier. What was your reaction to the Corbin Burns news and this next step it takes for him in his road back this season?
Yeah, it's a big blow for the Diamondbacks. I mean, look, he could come back in September, and who knows how he'll be, and maybe they could really use a boost in September. But they were counting on him for around the All-Star break, and certainly when they signed him before last year to that big contract, they expected him to be their ace, and so. It's not like just losing another pitcher. It's like you're so close to getting a guy back, or you feel like you're so close to getting a guy back, and now it's going to be another 3 months. So that's definitely a blow. Even though they do have, a full rotation at the moment, you always would find a spot for Corbin Burns in your rotation.
Oh, absolutely. Steve, great stuff as always. Thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Guys, my pleasure. Have a great day.
You too. Steve Gilbert covers the Diamondbacks for MLB.com, DBacks.com. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, guess what? 9 o'clock hour is here. Guess what else? Jarrett's going to take us through some social studies to start it. That is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick. Not just today, all week long here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and by now you know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. I'm sure you've seen the television commercial of Sweet James dunking a basketball. I don't know whether that vertical leap is real or digitally enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, great at dunking on your opposition you will be facing if you're ever injured in an accident. And of course, I'm talking about those insurance companies that don't want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. At Sweet James, they've got a full in-house trial team, and their 98% winning record and experience in over 500 trials gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. They know they cannot play games when dealing with Sweet James. This is why Sweet James consistently delivers some of the largest settlements in America. They're exactly the kind of attorney you need on your side. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It's here, and you can trade the world's biggest soccer tournament on Kalshi. You can trade every match on Kalshi, from the opening stage all the way to the final. That's right, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states, Kalshi. Hey, group stages here in North America, and right now France, trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they win soccer's biggest prize. The red, white, and blue kick off group stage against Paraguay, trading at nearly 50% right now. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in and buy out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's the code AZSports on the Kalshi app. KALSHI, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got destroyed by the Dodgers last night, compiling only 2 hits and losing 7-0. Shohei Ohtani was once again dominant on the mound and at the plate, while Zach Gallen continued to struggle, giving up 4 earned runs in 5 innings. The D-backs will try to salvage a series split today at 6:40 p.m. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Now, the game itself wasn't the only bad news for the Diamondbacks yesterday, unfortunately, as star pitcher Corbin Burns suffered a setback in his rehab from Tommy John surgery. Straining his right lat and putting a return for the 2026 season in jeopardy. You could read the latest on ArizonaSports.com. The New York Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 105-95 on the road in San Antonio. They will try to go up 2-0 on Friday. And the Phoenix Mercury ended their 6-game losing streak with a 72-68 victory over the Seattle Storm. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax at Income Stress Test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Okay, 9:02 a.m. on a Thursday, or the Thursday for the ladies. We'll be going through all of social media because here on the Bickley and Marotta Morning Show, we are all over social media. Bickley_Marotta on Twitter. Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, where you can see videos from the show and interact with us. And you can watch us live on YouTube. Just dial up Arizona Sports, and you could see us right then. We will start off with a question that is simple, but let me hear as complex. You can take this any way you want. This question.
Is it simple or is it complex?
Well, that's the beauty of the question. You determine.
Does it give the illusion of complexity?
Yes, exactly. It gives the illusion of simplicity, actually, but it's actually more complex. As I will say, Diamondbacks fans, let's set aside purely just answering money, okay? What is the biggest difference between the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers right now?
It's got to be overall talent, correct? I mean,
just how balanced they are too, right? Like this team with the level of talent they have, I'm sure that there are statistics that indicate that a certain part of their team, whether it's the offense, the bullpen, or the starters, is worse. But if you look at overall talent, like I referenced it earlier in the week, Tanner Scott, they paid a boatload of money to be their closer. Didn't work out, so then they just paid a boatload of money to Edwin Diaz, even though Scott had like a pretty decent year by all accounts last year, and then he was the guy that we saw earlier in the series.
Yeah. Hey, Diaz got hurt. Back to you, Scott. We'll get another guy at the trade deadline too. I think that's real basic. If you want to go more complex, I think their ability to spend. But what the Dodgers are phenomenal at is talent recognition and development. And if you look at the first game of this series, the game that the Diamondbacks won on Monday night, we've talked about the bottom of the order. I mean, the Dodgers are throwing guys out there like Alex Freeland, Alex Call. These are not normal, like,
just whatever guy named Alex they find in the street.
Well, I mean,
bring him in.
Look at their history over the last 15 years. I mean, they've also been able to take cast-offs from other organizations. Justin Turner was a journeyman, became a great player with the Dodgers. Chris Taylor was really, really productive for a long time after floundering around Major League Baseball. Became a really good baseball player with the Dodgers. Max Muncy kind of couldn't find his place. They find him, they identify him, then they move him around. He's great. They're really good at all of those things.
And the tax punishes you by taking away a lot of draft picks, but the Dodgers have proved to be so capable scouting without those draft picks in the last handful of years. Hasn't really mattered. To answer my own question, by the way, they're first in OPS, their starters are first in the ERA, their relief pitchers are sixth in the ERA, and they rank second among most defensive metrics. So they're just awesome at everything.
You could say, oh, money. The best player on their team is not a $500 million guy. It's Andy Paz.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a great year this year.
This year, I'm saying right now, this year, it's not one of their big super.
How about Robleski pitching tonight?
Yeah.
Not a household name, but all we saw Lauer the other night.
I think you had something with that Alex Freeland, Alex Call thing. Maybe that's why they traded for Alek Thomas. They thought his name was Alex, and they could turn him around.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. It does make sense. I thought it did make sense.
It did.
A lot of people just saying money. A lot of people saying the depth of talent. But Kim says patience at the plate. The number of double plays we hit into on the first pitch drives me crazy. Tom says the Dodgers are loaded with talent top to bottom. They have 3 first-ballot Hall of Famers. Their offense is consistent, putting up more runs than the D-backs. Plus, they have arguably the best player of all time. And their best player is not scared to play like Ketel Marte.
Oh.
That's
Why is that person trying to run Ketel Marte out of town?
I agree. All right.
Thomas has been promoted to AAA, by the way. Played his first game with Oklahoma City.
Ooh. Now, speaking of Shohei Ohtani, who is the most one-of-one player in the history of sports? Who is the best example of a unique unicorn ever? Is the easy answer, is it Shohei Ohtani?
Well, I think the core difference is that even though the sample is extremely limited, we have seen this before in the history of baseball.
It was 100 years ago, but
like what he is physically doing. I can't help but go to last night in Wemby. Like, he's playing volleyball with the ball, with how large he is and how long his wingspan is. Like, that stuff. They had that running clip going into the game of like, here are all the plays that Wemby makes that no one in the history of basketball has made before. So for now, it's Wemby, but we shouldn't say that as a way to overlook, what Shohei is doing.
See, I disagree. I think eventually it will be Wemby when the offensive game comes around.
True.
Because just the physical, we've seen guys of the build of Ohtani. We've seen Babe Ruth do this 100 years ago. I'm not saying he's not freakish, but there was a play last night. It wasn't even a statistic that was gained by Wemby. He challenged a shot. He was at least 5 to 6 feet away from the shooter and completely changed the shot in the lane just by putting his hand up.
Remember, I was thinking of other sports on this topic. Remember when this was like supposed to be Travis Hunter? Remember that?
Yeah. That fizzled out so quickly that you don't even think of it immediately.
Yeah, crazy.
And here's what I will point out.
Now, but he's
It's a good answer.
He's going to be unseated soon.
Babe Ruth's hitting and pitching careers were mostly separate.
They were mostly.
He mostly wasn't hitting 50 home runs a year while also being the best pitcher in baseball.
That is true.
So that is a little unique on Shohei Ohtani. But some votes for him. Wilt Chamberlain got a few votes for how dominant he was in his time. GT New says it would be Jim Thorpe. He won Olympic gold medals, set all records, was a star in every sport, played professional baseball and football, and was instrumental in the development of the forward pass.
Good shout.
In his prime, Tiger Woods, says Brian, something we've never, ever seen in golf before. And Grumsher says Bo Jackson, a guy who always gets mentioned whenever we do anything that's similar to this.
Had he been healthy, I think he'd be a lot more
forgot the answer is Simone Biles. That's the answer.
Yeah, Simone Biles is the answer.
She's great, but
we've never. They had to name a bunch of stuff after her because no one else had ever physically done what she's doing, like in either men or women's gymnastics for that matter. She's the one of one.
Fair.
My answer, at least.
All right. We talked about all these phone, online games that we all play nowadays, trivia and what's a not and who's it's and what's it's. I'm asking, going a little old school here.
You forgot your glasses, didn't you, Jared?
I have them. I forgot to put them on, though. Oh, no wonder. Oh, that's much easier.
There is a minute left in the segment, by the way. A little late.
Okay, now we're cooking. This is the question. I can read the question now. What is the greatest board game of all time and why?
I'm trying.
I don't have to stall anymore. I can read
while Vinny recovers.
Go ahead, Kellen.
Board game. I think.
Are you a board game kind of guy, Kellen?
I was growing up, not so much anymore. A lot of people in my generation are, though, for sure. Like that's a pretty common hangout thing to do, like to play Settlers of Catan. Like that's the big one over the last 5 to 10 years or so.
I have friends
range-offs of that. I always liked Apples and Apples. That was really fun. In our household, we would play that quite a bit.
Did you play Cards Against Humanity, the adult version of it?
That was like the next step up, right? Yeah. Scrabble, probably.
Oh, wow.
Boring. I mean, I'm a so.
It's hard to...
Do you play Words with Friends?
I did when it first came out, and then I was the
Why
person
does
who
everybody
just
say
wouldn't.
that?
wouldn't play because I lost interest.
I didn't know people were still playing it. It's hard not to go Scrabble or Monopoly, and it's weird too because when I was a kid, I would play board games anytime you asked. As an adult, I have to be in the mood to play. But my favorite is not one of those. My favorite board game is Trivial Pursuit.
Yep, that was
such a phenomenon when it came out, and it's stood the test of time in my opinion.
We're doing some house cleaning right now, and that was one where we had like 4 different editions of Trivial Pursuit.
Yep.
We were big into it for sure when I was growing up.
Several votes for Monopoly. I can't believe that's such a boring game.
Super overrated. Super.
Daniel says Risk. I've seen family wars break out over that game.
Love
Josh says Clue. It involves murder and also spawned the most underrated movie of all time. Got to vote for the...
Being rebooted, right, Jared?
I did see that, yes. The Game of Life, Cards Against Humanity, if you know, you know, even though there's no board.
There's no board, but it qualifies, yes.
Chess. Daylight Film says Talking Football. And our friend Rhett Reese says a game called Aggravation. Are you familiar with that game?
Rhett's so hip.
I always liked...
He's so in the know.
Cranium, Outburst. I liked interactive fun games that you could play.
Outburst I liked. There was a game...
Cranium is great because it combined trivia, Pictionary, singing songs, all kinds of things.
Do you remember the board game Balderdash?
Yeah.
Oh, such a fun game.
Uno is a card game, right? Not
Uno is a card game, but it counts.
Card/board.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go, Social Studies. Stay tuned to the end of the show and keep voting because I'll update our Mock My World. I will give you a hint. Well, I'll just say right now. It is currently 25% across the board.
We got 4 votes this week?
No, there's almost 100 votes. Isn't that unbelievable? 25, 25, 25, 25. So vote right now. Go to arizonasports.com and vote for Mock My World.
Jared, just so you know, you have your glasses on now, and you probably need to take them off.
Where are they?
You need to get one of those lanyards that you just wear around your neck.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
But get a real colorful one,
It's
too,
that
Jared.
time, Jared. It's that time.
Oh, I have them. I just forgot to put them on.
At 9:10.
Non-stop action, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Text the word FURIOUS to 620-620 to win tickets to the advanced screening of The Furious on June 9th. Coming up next, Ian Rappaport says Josh Sweat's not going anywhere. Others not so convinced. We'll explain next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball grounded up the middle. That's into center field. A base hit. Muncy will score. Here comes Smith. The throw home is cut off. It's a 2-run single by Alex Freeland, and it's 7-0 Dodgers.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. Southwest Gas is also very, very proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans, like cooking a meal, for instance. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining outdoor cooking at home or in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire, or just roasting marshmallows for s'mores. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future for our community, please visit swgas.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we know Josh Sweat won't be traded, how can the Cardinals maximize him in their defense this season? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app at 98.7 FM.
For me, just to be able to watch and be a sponge, really for the whole room, a vet guy like Josh that gets to the quarterback very efficiently, how well of a technician he is, and how he approaches the game is how we really just all took in and learned from him.
That's B.J. Ojolari of the Arizona Cardinals. He joined us earlier this week on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick all week long, talking about what he's learned and from specifically Josh Sweat. Lots of questions about Josh Sweat. We heard the teaser from Gambo. Now that we know he's not going to be traded. Do we know that for a fact?
No.
We don't.
We do not.
Again, the reaction to what Ian Rappaport put out yesterday was he's not going anywhere, not going to the Packers, not being traded anywhere, carry on. Very matter of fact, very definitive, but what it lacked was the follow-up. He'll be there Monday. We don't know that. In fact, Dan Graziano of ESPN.com put out a piece this morning on their website, 2026 NFL offseason, early trade deadline candidates to move. Some pretty obvious names on the list. Max Crosby for the Raiders. He's got Kayshon Boutte of New England on there. Brandon Ayuk for the 49ers. Kyle Pitts. There's 2 Cardinals on this list. The first one is James Conner, something that we have speculated about too, just because of the depth, the riches in that room. I would hate to see James Conner go, even if he's going to play a reduced role for the Arizona Cardinals this year. I think he can still pay dividends to the other running backs in that room, especially a rookie like Jeremiah Love, in terms of work ethic, how to conduct yourself as a pro. There's nobody better than James Conner. The other name on the list is Josh Sweat, Kellen. And he writes, he signed a 4-year, $76.4 million contract with Arizona in the 2025 offseason, cashing in off a Super Bowl win with the Eagles. But obviously things didn't go well last season for the Cardinals, who have a new coach and a new defense. This is where it gets interesting. Sweat is staying away from Arizona's offseason program and letting it be known he's not happy there.
That is...
What's Dan Graziano hearing?
That is distinct, because we haven't had any direct reporting yet beyond Sweat just not being there. We haven't had any indication that he is unhappy or any reports indicating it as a matter of fact, like Graziano does in this story. I think it's worth noting that, like, someone like me, for example, I don't really do the reporting per sources, all that kind of stuff. I don't really do that kind of thing. So when you read that kind of thing in my story, you would think like, oh, he just like is assuming or whatever. Dan Graziano is not me. He is reporting on national stuff constantly all the time. And when he writes this kind of thing, it would be like if Schefter or Rappaport or if Gambo wrote something like that, where you have to take it as Graziano is hearing that. In fact, there is no like per report wording. So again, maybe it was just a mix up. Maybe we'll refresh that page in a couple of hours and that little tidbit will be gone. But we saw it, and now it's going to be, again, I feel like the strategic decision with the reporting yesterday, with what Rappaport reported, I think that was designed to extinguish the flame of speculation, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
It did not fully extinguish it because, as we mentioned on the show, it did not confirm or deny if he's going to be there on Monday. And then this thing kind of adds a little bit more fuel to that fire as well. And I don't think it's going out until Monday at the very earliest.
We talked to Tyler Drake, who covers the Cardinals on a daily basis for us at Arizona Sports. He believes Josh Sweat will be there. Tyler also brought up in our conversation, I'm sorry, Boom Boom. Sorry, Jared.
There you go.
Boom Boom brought up in our conversation that Josh Sweat didn't participate in the voluntary stuff last year either, which I honestly have no recollection of. I asked if you did.
That's why it's Boom Boom.
There was nothing, there was no real reaction to that. And I say this all the time on this show and in this business. We work in the possibilities business. Is it possible that we're just inventing something because of the connection with Jonathan Gannon being fired and this connection, this perceived connection between Josh Sweat and Jonathan Gannon? And maybe Monday when it rolls around, Tuesday morning, Tim Ring and I will be talking about, oh, he's there. Everything's cool.
He's one of the most important players on the entire Cardinals team. Goes without saying. The mind-boggling stat from last year, the Cardinals only had 2 players with 2 or more sacks. One of them was Calais Campbell. He's gone, and by far their leader in sacks wasn't close, was Josh Sweat. If for whatever reason this really has some legitimate juice to it and there's legs here, and for some reason Josh Sweat has played his last game as a Cardinal, their pass rush will be completely and totally non-existent this year. If you thought it was last year, just wait until you see it this year, and they still got to replace Calais in that equation as well, which we don't know if they're going to be capable of doing.
Very true.
Or not. And this does play into how much of this is directly related to if Sweat is indeed unhappy, that part of it, or how much of it would be played through selling high on a guy, perhaps, and looking at it. Because remember, he was not signed under this same umbrella last year with what Graziano was indicating. Like, last year didn't go well. And they have a new coach, and they have a new defense as well. When Sweat signed last year, they were talking about him like, you're going to be the guy to push us to the playoffs. Like, you're going to be our elite playmaker, the guy that makes things happen, a real game wrecker on our defense, and you're going to be the guy that elevates our defense and helps us win 9, 10, 11, 12 football games. And then they won 3, and they're probably going to win 3 or fewer again this year. Is a player like Sweat, who is in his absolute prime right now and might have just played like the last like great season that he has at that kind of level. Do you just sell high on him right now if you don't see him being at this level in 2 to 3 years when your overall team will be?
And on the Boom Boom insight, if this is just something that he does, if everybody knows this is just something that he does and they're expecting him back, why isn't the team and the organization putting that out there? And saying like, oh, yes, we knew he wasn't going to be here. This is just how he prepares. He's going to, you know what I mean?
Yeah. We just saw them do this with the Rodgers stuff, remember? When they could have just been like, we're not getting Aaron Rodgers. And instead they let it sit and sit and sit as long as possible to negotiate with Jacoby Brissett.
Because this is supposed to be an exciting new regime and the start of something, you know what I mean? The dawn of something. And it's just being overshadowed by those 2 stories. The whole offseason so far.
Yeah, I do feel for Mike LaFleur in that instance. He's trying to put his fingerprints. It's hard to land an NFL coaching job. When you get one, it's hard to keep it. And this is not, in my opinion, this is not ideal for any first-year head coach to come in and face these kind of questions of uncertainty from day one. Doesn't mean he can't succeed. I'm just saying the focus might be in the wrong place for a lot of people, and it's hard not to have your focus in those places. Coming up next, we've been teasing it all morning long. We're going to debut a new game.
Oh!
A trivia-based game. I think it's going to be fun.
Can't wait.
And everyone listening right now, go to YouTube.
Yes.
And start watching us on YouTube, Arizona Sports.
We're going to play Twist. No. We're going to roll out the War of the Whiteboards next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think they got the right coach in Jordan Ott. I think we don't know about Brian Gregory yet. You know, he got asked to come in, and he was put in an impossible situation. You come in here find us a coach, trade Kevin Durant. By the way, you have no draft picks. Like, what you've asked him to do so far, he's done a really good job with. But he did trade 2 picks for Mark Williams. And I think now the real test is what you just said. Okay, you don't have a whole lot of maneuverability here. That's not his fault, by the way. These picks got traded before he was the GM. So I'm not saying he's not a good GM. I just think now is his chance to show that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a diamond sourcing expert, I'll tell you just how differently we source our diamonds so your engagement ring can be the most beautiful. We work directly with our diamond partners who reserve the best stones just for us. We handpick and inspect each diamond, then negotiate the best price. At Shane Company, we believe this is the only way to properly buy a diamond, because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting very quickly, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of the changes out there are going to help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why YRefi exists. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and YRefi specializes in helping people that have distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is their whole focus. They look at your situation financially, and they build a low fixed rate payment plan around that situation. It's not a temporary patch. It is a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment. There's no shame. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. So make that call if you're in this situation. Call YRefi today at 888-YRefi-85 or visit their website, YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, did you know the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years? And you're telling me your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, our clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years or less, and they don't need a pro basketball contract to make it happen.
That is incredible.
It's true, Tom. The Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day with absolutely no lifestyle changes.
What I really like about Galaxy is you're all so easy to work with.
Thanks. We talk with our clients, not at them, and we'll answer every question until you're totally comfortable. Zero pressure.
Check it out for yourself at GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
This is what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks got destroyed by the Dodgers last night, compiling only 2 hits and losing 7-0. Shohei Ohtani was once again dominant on the mound and at the plate, while Zach Gallen continued to struggle, giving up 4 earned runs in 5 innings. The D-backs will try to salvage a series split today at 6:40 p.m. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The game itself wasn't the only bad news for the Diamondbacks yesterday, as star pitcher Corbin Burnes suffered a setback in his rehab from Tommy John surgery, straining his right lat and putting a return for the 2026 season in jeopardy. You can read more about it on ArizonaSports.com. The New York Knicks won Game 1 of the NBA Finals, 105-95 on the road in San Antonio. They'll try to go up 2-0 on Friday. And the Phoenix Mercury ended their 6-game losing streak with a 72-68 victory over the Seattle Storm. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule a retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, as it appears on ArizonaSports.com. A number of D-backs are set to come back from injury soon. Whose return are you anticipating the most? Is it A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, Jordan Lawler, or Lourdes Gurriel Jr.? Unfortunately, Corbin Burnes not one of the answers available to you today. But of those 4, who would you vote for, Kellen?
J-Mart, electric to watch whenever he pitches. I want J-Mart back.
J-Mart, will cast the vote for him. Second place right now in the voting, 27%. A.J. Puck, 36%, obviously gives you that left-handed option, which has been lacking for a good portion of the year. 36% for Puck, 21% for Lawler, 16% for Lourdes Gurriel Jr., so pretty even. You can vote now. It's the Arizona Sports Poll Question at ArizonaSports.com.
War of the Whiteboards.
Yeah. What? Absolutely. Uh-huh.
You can put it on the board. Yes.
I disagree. This war should be good for something. It should be good for some fun.
Yeah.
Maybe some education. It's War of the Whiteboards. We've got Kellen Olson. We've got Jared Carlin. We've got Kevin Zimmerman coming in to play the maiden voyage.
Rolling up my sleeves,
Good
Vinny.
morning,
Rolling them
KZ. Okay.
Ooh, morning.
Here's the way it works. You each have a pen. You each have a whiteboard. There's going to be 5 categories to choose from today. We'll play 4 rounds, so one of those categories will get left out. When we get the category, I'll explain what it's all about. You will have 30 seconds to give as many pertinent, correct answers that fall under. You don't have to have them all right, but 30 seconds. Make them as legible as possible. I'm looking at you, Jarrett. When the time runs out, we'll go board by board, and I'll assign you points on how many you got. We'll go over the answers. Most points after 4 rounds wins.
Got it.
Ready to go?
And again, this is a visual thing. Go to YouTube, Arizona Sports, and watch us live, and you can play along with us, answer your own trivia questions as Vinny gives them to him. But to see our answers on the whiteboards that we are writing, we'll go over the answers afterwards, but to see our writing, go to YouTube right now, Arizona Sports. You could watch us live.
All right, so this week's categories are Desert Crowns, S doesn't stand for small, Not Your Average Joe, It's Sad When the Sun Goes Down, or Fun with Alliteration.
You could tell Vinny is a game these are like
my
Jeopardy style
My brain
categories.
did like the panning of the camera in Jeopardy, yeah.
All right, Jarrett, we're going to let you pick the first category, And once we get started, I've got some dramatic music, so fade that music down once we get started.
Not your average Joe to start off.
Not your average Joe. Has nothing to do with plumbing, I can tell you that. All right, not your average Joe. In Super Bowl history, 6 different starting quarterbacks have had the first name Joe. For 1 point apiece, name them.
Okay, I've got 3 already.
In Super Bowl history.
Oh, I'm going to get blasted. This is awful.
6 starting quarterbacks have had the first name Joe, worth 1 point apiece. In 60 Super Bowls. 6 named Joe.
There was a 4th that I would have been really embarrassed I didn't get. I got it.
5 seconds. All right, players, pens down. In Super Bowl history, 6 different starting quarterbacks have had the first name Joe. For 1 point each, name them. Jarrett, please reveal your board. And go ahead and what you
turn that mic on so that people can see it.
That's
good sir.
That's right. Here we go.
There we go. And
right,
lower it a bit. Lower it a bit. There you go. Perfect.
So you have 3 answers on there. You've got Joe Montana. You've got Joe Namath. And who's the third one?
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. Those are 3 correct answers.
Probably the 3 all of us got.
Kevin, let's see yours.
Not good.
You've got Montana.
Flacco. And
Joe
that's it.
Flacco.
And I'm mad about the Burrow.
That's 2.
I
Kellen?
somehow missed one of the most obvious ones, but got the most
You
on the
got
board.
Theismann, Flacco, Burrow, and Namath. So 4 for Kellen. You
Missing
missed out on
Montana.
Missing Montana.
Nobody got the 6th one, the toughest one. Joe Cap.
No.
Joe Cap.
No Cap. It's Joe Cap.
I had a Montana sweatshirt yesterday, and I missed Joe Montana.
You had a Montana State sweatshirt.
That's right. You're Montana.
All right. So after one round, Kellen's got 4, Jarrett's got 3, Kevin's got 2. Kevin Zimmerman, you get to pick the next category.
Ooh. S doesn't stand for small.
All right. S doesn't stand for small. According to the 2020 U.S. Census, which is the last one that's not an estimate, 6 of the top 50 largest U.S. cities by population begin with the letter S. 6 of the top 50 begin with the letter S. For 1 point each, name them.
And we can write as many as possible, right?
Yeah, you don't have.
just
You don't get penalized for having a wrong answer. It's just whatever you hit on your whiteboard.
Got it. I'm just spamming cities.
KZ's freezing up.
I'm freezing up. I'm like Jamal here.
This is so much worse on the morning show than the afternoon show because the brains are not operating at full speed. I need to stop talking.
You said census, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds left.
I'm just gonna. I don't even know.
Oh no!
I'm 0.
According to the 2020 U.S. Census, 6 of the top 50 largest U.S. cities by population begin with the letter S.
Oh!
Let's start with you, Kevin Zimmerman. Do you have anything on your board?
No.
You shut out.
You have nothing? You couldn't think of one city that begins with S?
Now the
I was thinking of
visual-
big.
You want our YouTube numbers up,
Yeah.
Kevin, running our
Show
website.
the blank board.
The good way to get the YouTube numbers up is to have something to show on YouTube.
Oh, I did.
But
I
you don't have
forgot
anything to
scout.
show.
Here, you guys go and I'll write something.
Okay.
No,
Go ahead.
you get nothing. You get
I know.
You get 0 and you'll like it. Kellen Olson, what do you got?
I've got 4. I've got the
Kellen's-
top 2 probably not in. I think the bottom 2 are.
You've got St. Louis. You've got San Jose, San Francisco, and Seattle. You have 3 correct answers.
The one I thought of just now, St. Paul. Was St. Paul on?
Oh god.
Jarrett, what do you got?
I missed it.
I wrote down 5 answers.
Okay. What they are? San Antonio,
San Antonio,
Seattle,
San Francisco, San Diego, and Sheboygan.
You
Can't
got
forget about
4 points for Jarrett. San Antonio, San Francisco, San Diego, Seattle, all good. The 2 that you didn't name, Sacramento. And San Jose.
So I
You got
missed
San Jose.
Montana, which we mentioned on the show yesterday, and we've said San Antonio probably 27 times on the show
Yes.
this week, and missed that one.
This is
too.
where you guys learn I freeze up during trivia. bar trivia, this trivia.
Now I know what it feels like to watch someone else play my level of mustache, not a mustache.
All right, Kellen, you get the last pick of categories here.
You don't know. This could be right in your wheelhouse here, Kevin. All right, here we go.
It's sad when the sun goes down. I just want to know what it means.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm curious.
It is sad when the sun goes down.
It is.
Sometimes.
Injured Suns.
The last time the Phoenix Suns played the NBA Finals, they were beaten by the Milwaukee Bucks in 6 games in 2021. The Suns used 9 players that saw action in that Game 6 loss for 1 point each. Name them.
This seems unfair. You better get this one, Kevin.
Last name's good. Looking for the 9 players that saw action for the Suns in Game 6 of the NBA Finals when they went down to the Bucks. You got a close game. Jarrett and Kellen tied at 7. This could determine
And we can only
our
get
winner.
5 points maximum, correct?
No, you can get as many as you want.
Oh, you can get as many as you want.
Oh, yeah. 5 seconds. I mean, I'm asking for 9. For 1 point each. Name them. Come on. Pay attention, Jarrett.
I stopped writing after that.
All right. 9 players. Kevin, we'll start with you again. You got something on your board?
Thank goodness.
Okay. You can see them there, but read them off to me.
Devin Booker, Chris Paul.
Hold them up.
DeAndre Ayton, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson.
So you got 5? Those are the 5 you have? All right, that's 5 points.
See where I'm
Those are all correct answers. Kellen, let's see yours.
I've got 8. I stalled out on the 9th. I've got Paul Booker, Johnson, Bridges, DeAndre Ayton, Crowder, Campaign, and Frank Kaminsky.
Ooh, that's a big score. 8 of 9. Jarrett?
I only got 6 because I thought we were only supposed to write 5.
Oh, excuses.
Did you know the last one? Tell me who you got.
Chris Paul, Devin Booker, DeAndre Ayton, Mikal Bridges, Jay Crowder, Campaign.
All right, that's 6 for Jarrett. The last one we were looking for.
Torrey Craig, right?
Torrey Craig was the last one. So after 3 rounds, our winner of the first edition ever of War of the Whiteboards with 15 points. Kellen Olson is our champion. Jarrett, well done. 13 points, 7 points for Kevin. KZ, thanks for coming in.
Pose for the screenshot, everyone.
Had a little trash talk at the end. That was the first ever edition of War of the Whiteboards. We got some final thoughts straight ahead on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and the extreme desert heat. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune in electric bills, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable. If you ever sell your home, their windows will literally pay you back. Here's my buddy Joe to tell you about their great summer special.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tolleson. No middlemen markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, and more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day. The Song of the Day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL, keeping you cool but hard to spell.
Oh, no safety net. I didn't know this song. Little Weekend for you. How do you feel about The Weekend? The artist, not the concept.
I thought it was a horrible decision to make his name something that you will easily mispronounce. Everyone sees it and thinks it's The Weekend. It's like it was The Weekend, I think, at some point. They changed it back. I can't remember, but I remember hearing his early stuff and calling him The Weekend for like 2 years, and then learning that's not how you say it.
What is it?
It's The Weekend?
It was supposed to be like The Weekend originally. That was
The Weekend, like
I think
Weekend.
he got so big though that he was like, I'm The Weekend, whatever. Like
He was the halftime of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
By the way, can I tell you about another old man pet peeve I have, and this happens a lot now? Misspelled band names. Or band names that don't begin with a capital letter.
Misspelled band names, though, is always a thing.
It's always been a thing, but
Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, the non-capital letter thing drives me crazy too.
He's fantastic though. His song "The Party in the After Party" has been in a playlist I've had for like a decade at this point.
This is Thursday, apropos of today.
Hey.
Weekend. What's his real name?
Who knows anymore?
I forget his real name.
He had a really rough stint as an actor for about a year.
He was in that terrible movie.
He was in Uncut Gems. Adam Sandler.
He was on that The Idol, that HBO show that lasted.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's exactly what it was.
Johnny Depp's daughter.
Yeah. The one bad thing HBO's done.
Except Euphoria season 3.
Yeah. That's today's
disaster.
Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I'm just in a trivia kind of mood today. We just did War of the Whiteboards. Congratulations again to our champion, Kellen Olson. You might have to come in next Thursday to defend your title.
What if I just like keep making up excuses so I can say I was undefeated forever? Like, oh.
But I asked a question to Steve Gilbert about Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman has 30 career home runs against the Diamondbacks. Is he an all-time Diamondbacks killer? The answer is yes. There's 5 other players that have more career home runs against the Arizona Diamondbacks than Freddie Freeman does. Can you name them?
More home runs?
Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds is number 1. 39 home runs.
I think Todd
He was also walked 52 times intentionally. You said Todd Helton?
Todd Helton.
Todd Helton is one.
That's
35 home runs.
Yeah, someone who played in the division a long time.
Yes, as the other 3 did.
I know one of the other ones because I looked up the stat the other day. Adrian Gonzalez
is one with 35. There's a trick question because one of the answers actually plays for the Diamondbacks right now.
Oh, Arenado.
Nolan Arenado's got 32. The guy in second place is tough.
What team?
Dodgers. Once dated Rihanna.
Matt Kemp.
Matt Kemp is the answer.
Oh my God, that is a player, MVP candidate, and just faded to obscurity. It's an interesting career. Here, the Matt Kemp, Andre Ethier years of the Dodgers before they just started out spending everybody.
By the way, the all-time killer in terms of OPS against the Diamondbacks, Manny Ramirez.
Yep.
He doesn't have the length of tenure, but when he got to the time, he just absolutely murdered the Diamondbacks.
Gooned up on the moon juice.
The two that I always remember as a kid were Vinny Castilla and then Todd Hollinsworth, who was like a mediocre baseball player by all accounts. 992 career OPS against the D-backs in 50 games.
Former Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, Freddie Freeman's OPS against the Diamondbacks is only 16th all time, which is just nuts.
Wow.
We have another one of those signings in the NFL. This happened yesterday in the Splash, and I mentioned the Nick Herbig signing with Pittsburgh. And you talked about what's happening in the NFL is very much like what's happening. Young players with a lot of really good analytics in baseball are getting locked up for that. It's bled over to the NFL. Today, the Packers signed Christian Watson, their wide receiver, to a 4-year, $110.5 million contract. $31 million guaranteed. So percentage-wise, it's not as much guaranteed money. He had 35 catches last year.
He's okay.
Alec Pierce was the other one who got an insane amount of money for how little. Now, his role is more defined. He's one of the best deep threats in the league.
Yes, he is.
But what does that exactly mean? Apparently, the value that he brings is being a deep threat and not so much the amount of catches, opens things up for their defense. And it's so many logistical explanations to get to how do you pay this much money to a guy who had 30-something catches?
Well, the Steelers have been handing out big contracts, too.
Yeah, Jaden Reed got a contract from the Packers earlier in the offseason. Not as big. 3 years, $50 million. He had 19 catches last year.
Jalen Phillips, the pass rusher going to Carolina, he had a single-digit sack total last year and got over $100 million, too. It's really weird, but that's where you look at, pass win rate, and he's awesome at that. In a local example, remember, Brandon Pfaadt was not coming off a good year, but they were the analytics, the fit ball, this is really good, and then he got that extension. It hasn't worked out so far.
But, even if you went past the analytics, the Brandon Pfaadt example was
postseason.
You looked
big
at
game
what
pitcher.
he did with the postseason and the way he stepped up, where he came from at the beginning of the 2023 campaign.
True.
I'm a little shocked that we're in this situation that we're in with Brandon Pfaadt right now.
Me too. It felt like he was at the highest, the future ace of the organization within a couple of years. At worst, he was the one example of a pitching prospect that was going to finally freaking work out for this organization after 15 years of not anyone working out.
He has been really mediocre since that postseason run.
He has.
His biggest thing that everyone complimented him on is that he was always there.
Yeah,
and available.
We talked to Archie earlier this week. He was one of those guys in that class, like him, Tyler Skaggs, Jared Parker. They've had so many failed big-time starting pitching prospects over the last 10 to 15 years, and unfortunately, it looks like Pfaadt could be another one.
Yep. We're out of here. Back tomorrow morning. Wolf and Luke up next. Have a great day, everybody.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Wolf, and oh boy, it's employee pricing at Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, and more. More of what? How about more affordability, more APR and lease plans, more value, more fun, and more selection? Now that's American value for American values. It's employee pricing for everyone. Lock it in now. Only at Tim Hovick, Santan, Ford, located on the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hey, homeowners, what if you can get offers on your home and know it's sold before you even list it? With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, get up to 12 cash offers on your home so you have options from day one. Plus, she'll back it with a guarantee. Carol will sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. And if your home doesn't sell, Carol will step in and buy it. Don't get stuck waiting. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Mr. Grand Price in possession.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and you can trade it all on Kalshi. Yep, trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final on Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states. Kalshi. Hey, which continent's going to reign supreme and bring home the cup? Paul Calvisier, last we checked, South America, trading at 22%, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $400 if one of those countries wins soccer's biggest prize. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's code AZSports on the Kalshi app. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Yep, he's planning another project. So, this Father's Day at Lowe's, tap into free gifts for Dad. Get a free Select Craftsman power tool when you buy a Craftsman B20 charger with 2 amp-hour and 4 amp-hour batteries. Plus, get a free DeWalt power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt Max XR 4 amp-hour battery kit. Dad knows our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/14 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Home buyers, listen up. This is a big one if you're in the market to buy a home. Right now through June 30th, Lund Mortgage is offering a free 1-year interest rate buydown on your purchase. That means your interest rate is a full 1% lower for the entire first year. A lower monthly payment right from day one. And normally, you would have to pay for this or the seller does. Not this time, we've got it covered. So don't wait. This ends June 30th. Get your 1% savings today. Call Lund Mortgage or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks will be without ace Corbin Burns until at least September after he suffered a right lat injury rehabbing from Tommy John surgery. The D-backs will try to salvage a split of their series with the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop for Hurricanes Golden Knights is at 5. Carolina will try to even the series at 1 game apiece. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday. It's the Wolf and Luke show. Wolf, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up, Luke? How you doing, man?
Well, you know, the intro is kind of misleading today because it said this does not suck buttermilk.
Yeah, right.
Kind of sucks buttermilk today, I got to be honest.
Yeah, how
the
much?
show. It's talking about the show.
Oh,
yes, okay, all right, thank you.
The show never sucks buttermilk.
Okay, well, hopefully the show doesn't suck buttermilk.
Clarification.
Okay.
It's much appreciated, Rick, yet at the same time, there is a lot of buttermilk to suck this morning.
Yeah, there is. It's let's just start there. Jack Summers of Sports Illustrated is going to join us in a little bit to talk D-backs. You know, we're going to get into the D-backs game from last night against the Dodgers. That wasn't fun either. But the bigger news to me, and I think to everybody, is the Corbin Burns setback. And we got that news yesterday after the show, and I don't know about you, Wolf, but this one hits hard. Honestly, it's not just the name; it's the potential ramifications on this season.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, Luke. This is something that is near and dear to my heart. I can't stand it when I see professional athletes, of course, and they're faced with real adversity in regard to injuries. Now, listen, you get paid very, very well, Basinonians. Their job is fantastic. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, it is a situation where he's still a human being. There's still human beings that are going out there and competing. And guess what? Suddenly, you can't do what it is that you love to do. And Corbin Burns right now, although this is not another relapse, so to speak, things are not going well on his rehab. And because of that, we may not see him until September.
Yeah, I mean, September now is suddenly the best case scenario.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Alex Weiner, obviously covers the D-backs for us before the show, and I was like, you know, as I'm kind of processing this, it's like I realized every thought I've had about the Diamondbacks this season, every time we have a conversation, I'm like, the end of every sentence in my mind is, and they're getting Corbin Burns back in the middle of July.
Yeah.
Hey, Erod's pitching like a Cy Young candidate and an all-star, and they're getting Corbin Burns back in the middle of July. Yeah, Zach Gallen's struggling, but they're getting Corbin Burns back. You know what I mean? Like everything. Oh, these rookies are hitting well, and they're getting Corbin Burns. They're still in the wild card race, and they're getting Corbin Burns. I know they're still on track to get A.J. Puck back sooner, and that's huge. And it sounds good. I mean, it's earlier in the process with Justin Martinez, and that would be huge too. But not having Corbin Burns really changes my outlook on the season. It not like 100%, like, oh, they're done. You always know coming back from that injury, there's a risk that he doesn't come back when you say, or he does, but he's not quite Corbin Burns. But it does change my outlook on this season.
You know, it's a situation, speaking of that, the outlook on the season, I just want to continue to talk about Corbin Burns right now, Basinonians. They say September. Do you think it's going to be September? I mean, if that is the case, something tells me we won't see him in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, so much hinges now on stuff we won't see. I mean, if they're not going to rush him back in September. Even if he's ready to go in September, if you're not going to make the postseason, then why would you bring him back for like 2 starts unless he really pushes for it? There is still a possibility here. We got to put this out there so it's not all gloom and doom. There is a possibility that this team hangs around in a wild card spot. They are in it, and he does come back in September. And if that's the case, then you can still be really dangerous in the postseason. But I just think this shifts so much of where pressure is now, laying on this team, what you do at the deadline, what your ceiling is. That all got called into question yesterday.
And so much of this is going to depend on Corbin Burns himself, based on audience.
Yeah.
I think the Diamondbacks are going to lean heavily on this guy because, once again, you don't want him suffering any type of real relapse with a Tommy John. This is something that, again, it's going to push his timetable back. We all understand that. But it's not a major injury again. And that's the one thing you want to avoid, obviously, more than anything else right now. Listen, they're going to lean heavily on Corbin Burns because they know this guy's a competitor. Can you imagine bringing him back in September and pitching him in some high-leverage games if they're actually in it at that point in time? Is that the situation? Is that the paradigm you want your pitcher coming back from Tommy John injury to be involved in at that point in time?
No,
especially being the competitor that he is.
It's not ideal coming back from that injury. Now this is where we need like a doctor on the phone, right? I mean, he's in a way getting more time for the actual elbow to recover. So maybe it's not such a strain if he's coming back in September in that sense. But anytime you're dealing with 2 injuries, it's tough because you may be rehabbing one and it might be putting more strain on the other, or vice versa. Like it's not like, I'm going to heal this injury and that's going to make the other one just automatically heal better too. So, it's in the hands of the training staff, and I get that it's going to have to be that way regardless of who the player is. But the other part of this, Wolf, that's just a downer is the Diamondbacks invested a lot of money in Corbin Burns. It's not his fault. It's not their fault. It's not like this was some dumb move.
The guy was never hurt.
He's never hurt.
The guy was never hurt, literally.
And now he can't. He's pitched 11 games for the Diamondbacks in possibly 2 years.
Man.
So I hate the fact that a team. This isn't the Dodgers. They can't just say, Corbin Burns is hurt. We'll just go buy Skubal. If Skubal's still hurt, we'll go buy Skeens. Like you can't do that.
Right. Yeah.
But this is a team that in the past didn't spend a ton of money, and Ken Kendrick has said, you know what, I want to win, and I trust Mike Hazen to go out there and make the right moves. And Corbin Burns is the right move. It was the right move. Like you said, he was never hurt, and he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. You want to see that behavior rewarded. Even if it wasn't the Diamondbacks, if this was some other just sort of mid-market team over in the American League, if pick whatever team it would be that would go out and spend some money and say, you know what, I know we don't always spend a ton of money, but we're going to invest in this team right now. You want to see that behavior rewarded in baseball more than any other sport because baseball is so much the haves and the have-nots.
Yes, and once again, does this mean the Arizona Diamondbacks are out of a possibility of a wild card in the postseason? No, I think they still have a shot. I think they do. They're still, they were just in it, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Okay, they have a shot to actually hold on to that 7th wild card spot and actually get into the postseason. For me, can I just say that it's a situation where everyone else on this team has got to step up at this point in time. Everyone else has got to step up at this point in time and play better than what they have. You got to pick up the slack, knowing that, there may not be this rose garden that is at the end of your journey, to put it metaphorically speaking.
This whole season has had, and I'm sure the team would deny thinking this way, and maybe they are focused enough where they're not thinking this way. But certainly if you're a fan or if you're somebody covering this team, this whole season has had the sense of like, hey, just keep doing what you're doing, hang around, and there are reinforcements coming. And the biggest reinforcement probably isn't coming back. Or if he is, it's not going to be for 3-ish months. I mean, Merrill Kelly had a similar injury a couple of years ago. It kept him out 4 months, basically. So everybody's different. Every injury is different. I get that. But also to your point, Diamondbacks without Corbin Burns, without A.J. Puck, without Justin Martinez, are a half game out of a playoff spot right now.
Yes.
And all three teams in front of them are tied, like Padres, Cardinals, and Pirates. The D-backs are a half game out of the third wild card, but they're also a half game out of the first wild card. They're very much in this. The question I have now is how, as a team, do they respond to this news? Because this is major news.
Yes.
All right, the biggest soccer tournament on the planet starts this summer. Play Bracket of Nations powered by Michelob Ultra. Predict the winners, and you could walk away with a $500 gift card. Enter at the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. When we come back, you still expect the San Antonio Spurs to win the final after what happened last night against New York. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 2-1, there's a swing. Just missed it, did Arenado. Fly ball to the left. Call is there. He'll make the catch, and that's your ball game. 7-0 shutout win for the Dodgers. D-backs had no answer for Ohtani on the mound.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/beat. That's ethos.com/beat. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle. Let us sit down and show you exactly how it works.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. A breakdown of how the Diamondbacks looked against Shohei Ohtani. Corbin Burns suffered a setback and his plan to return this season is in doubt. And takeaways from the Cardinals' final round of OTAs. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. It's Thursday, right?
Yeah.
How do I ever know what day it is?
Yeah, it's a Thursday, man.
Hey, we get back to football kind of weird. No, yeah, it's
the Hawaiiatus was a problem, basically.
Feels like your mic might still be on a Hawaiiatus right
now. Yeah, you know what's interestingly enough, as I started to talk, basically.
Hawaiiatus.
Yeah, that's right. As I started to talk, it got fuzzy.
Yeah, that's
that bothers me.
I can attest that during the break, talking to you off air, you didn't sound fuzzy. So that
okay,
that
great.
Helps
Thank you. I appreciate that.
How about that basketball game last night?
Oh, my goodness, man. Where do you begin on this? Where do you begin?
I'll tell you.
For me, it hit home that a team is important. And when you talk about a team, confidence is important. And the New York Knicks, they just went out and solidified the confidence that they need to win this whole thing and pull the upset, pull off the upset. They could do it.
They are now the favorites, but just barely, the Knicks to win this series. My favorite stat in all this, they haven't lost a game since April 23rd. So I was looking to see, like, I don't know about you, Wolf.
Come on, man.
People driving around, but I sort of remember dates and times based on sporting events. That's just the way I've always been, right? So I hear April 23rd. Okay, that's cool. I got to put it in context. So for everybody driving around, I'm assuming you're all sports fans. The last time the Knicks lost a basketball game, the Rams were drafting Ty Simpson.
You told me that in prehab, man. You told me that before the show, and I was just absolutely blown away.
As they drafted Ty Simpson, the Knicks were losing that. It's the last time the Knicks lost a basketball game. Now, I get it. It's the NBA playoffs. The Knicks have had some breaks just in terms of not playing for a week here or there, but whatever. As a team, they have not experienced a loss since the moment the Cardinals drafted Jeremiah Love. Since the first round of the NFL draft. It's the last time the Knicks lost a basketball game.
Yeah, and of course it was the Eastern Conference, not the Western Conference, of course. But my goodness, they have won 12 in a row. Stop and think about that, Basinonians. And I also thought, too, this game specifically against the Spurs, it was how it happened. It wasn't just the what. That you went in there in game one as the underdog and you upset the San Antonio Spurs on their home court. Okay, it wasn't just that. It was how you actually did it. You were down 14 points midway through the third quarter, and then New York went on a 22-9 run and tied the game up, 76-76 going into the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
That 22-9 run. And then how did the New York Knicks finish the game? An 11-0 run. 11-0 run, basically. That's how they finished the game, and they won the game by 10. It was the how they did it as well that was so impressive. And I'll guarantee you it's going to have a residual impact on this series.
I don't believe in changing your prediction. I picked the Spurs yesterday, so I'm not going to change it. But where I'd be concerned if I were the Spurs is the Knicks never looked rattled, even when the Spurs had – I don't want to say they had the game in control because this game was close pretty much the whole time. But even when it seemed like, okay, the Spurs are at home and they're starting to, build a little bit of a cushion, 6, 8 points, whatever, the Knicks just never looked rattled. They did what they've done a few times. And this is a team that was down 22 in the fourth quarter against Cleveland in the last round in the first game, came storming back, won that game by 11, and obviously didn't lose any games in that series. The other part I'd be concerned with if I were the Spurs, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, if Wemby is on, I don't think teams are beating them right now. But the difference between Wemby in 2026 and I would guess Wemby in 2028 or whatever is there are some nights he's not totally on. He was 6 for 21 last night. He turned the ball over a lot. He didn't have his A game. Some teams, though, most teams, the Spurs are going to beat even if Wemby doesn't have his A game. I think what last night showed us was if Wemby has his A game, good luck beating the Spurs. If he doesn't, the Knicks will beat them. And so there's not really much of a safety net here for the Spurs.
Yeah.
If Wemby isn't like the dominant player in 4 of the next 6 games, the Knicks will win the series.
So, Luke, would you say, does this change your expectation for the series? The fact that the Knicks went in won game 1?
At a certain point, like I said, I'm not going to change my pick because I feel like that's just not fair to do. But at a certain point, you have to give the Knicks credit in that they haven't lost a game in a month and a half.
Wrong. Luke, you don't want to be wrong.
No, I just don't think it's fair to. I probably will be wrong now after what I saw last night. The Knicks. Do you feel like they're going to lose 4 of the next 6 when they haven't lost a game in a month and a half?
If only, you know what, when I think about that and that proposition that you just offered everybody in the basin here, for me, I would say, yeah, you know what, honestly, if you've got Wemby, you can do it. You can do it. You're never out when you have Wemby. But listen, right now, I just think this game, by winning game 1, man, I think of the Knicks and the confidence level that is inside that locker room. You're telling me they haven't lost a game since the draft, the NFL draft.
Since the first round of the NFL draft.
You think about that and the confidence level they must have right now going into San Antonio. And here it is, everyone talking about, hey, whoever wins the Western Conference Finals, they're going to win the championship. They're going to win the finals. They're going to be the team that is going to be dubbed the champions. We all understand that. But for me, man, I'm looking at this right now thinking, oh, man, you go in game 1 and beat them. All the noise that's surrounding this, and you go in as the New York Knicks and beat the San Antonio Spurs with the biggest freak on the face of the planet. This is the confidence level. I can't wait to see game 2 and how the Knicks come out in that first quarter.
It's especially impressive to me in that they were down and came back and won. You know, you go into San Antonio, you steal game 1. That's huge. You haven't lost a game in a month. The last time they lost a game, Carson Beck hadn't even been drafted by the Cardinals. That's all. It's massively impressive. But the fact that they were down in the fourth quarter of this game and came back and won. They were down in the second half by, a fairly significant chunk of points when you consider that the Spurs have Wembanyama, and they don't get rattled. And it was clear watching that game that if the Spurs are going to win this title, they're going to have to rip it away from the Knicks. They're not just going to go in there and be like, hey, we won the Western Conference, so get out of the way. Because even if the Knicks had won the game last night and San Antonio just seemed off and the Knicks won by 8 or whatever and they were in control the whole time, that'd be cool and all, but you could kind of look at it and say, they had some time off. The Spurs were coming off that brutal series with Oklahoma City. Like, give San Antonio a game or two to get going here. But the fact that they were up at home and the Knicks just didn't care. They are unfazed by anything in this playoff run. It's just crazy.
To me, man, it starts with individuals. It really does inside your locker room. I don't care what sport you're playing at. I don't care what team we're talking about. It starts with individuals. The confidence level of a team starts with individuals, guys that are going to go out and individually play super, super well. Isn't that right, Jalen Brunson? Are you kidding me? To go out and do what he did.
Be a legend.
This guy, seriously, it really is impressive to watch this guy play the game. It's not like he's physically dominating. It's not like he's tall and long and lanky and athletically a freak. He isn't, and yet he dominates games that he plays in more times than not. And having said that, for me, again, this is huge to watch this. The Spurs. Are the Spurs going to come out, Basinonians, in game 2 tomorrow night? Do you think they're going to come out ready to go? Oh, my goodness. They're going to be so locked in. Winning the first quarter of this game is going to be huge for either team that does it.
Yeah.
And I know it's one quarter is not going to determine who the winner is going to be.
I agree with you, though.
But I can tell you, man, coming out, that first quarter of game 2, it's going to be huge.
What we've seen the Knicks do to teams where, okay, we're down by a little bit. Their only 2 losses were to the Hawks, each by a point. And then they came out and won the rest of that series and embarrassed Atlanta. And some of the winning games by like 45 points. And then it was never really a series with Philadelphia. But you go back to the Eastern Conference Finals against the Cavs, and the Knicks are down 22 with 8 minutes to go. They come back and win by 11. And then the rest of that series, they made Cleveland look like they didn't even deserve to be in the NBA. That's why I'm with you. I would say the first half of this game tomorrow night, we all assume the Spurs are going to be like, hey, like, calm down here. We got Wembanyama. We have a good team. We're the home team. You're taking your losses now, New York. But if the Spurs aren't careful, like if they somehow get run off the floor tomorrow, and then you're going to Madison Square Garden, real quick, here's Jalen Brunson talking about just staying calm when they're down big in these games.
I don't want to say calmness, but I think we know what we have to do. I think we're a pretty together group. Be able to trust each other and still just continue to fight at each other's back and just know that we got to keep chipping away. It's just a credit to the mentality we have as a team. But, I mean, we can't just be satisfied that we have a long way to go. We have a lot of things we can do to be better. But I'm happy we came with the win.
They must just be so confident in that room. They look like a team that feels like they're always in control. And if you're a Suns fan and you were just fed up with the Mavericks a couple of years ago and you were sick of their fans and you were sick of the team constantly posting that dumb Luka picture where he's laughing at Booker, just remember that the Mavericks had Jalen Brunson and Luka Doncic, and they basically got nothing for them. They got literally nothing for Jalen Brunson because they didn't sign him when they could have for a good deal, and they traded Luka for a guy that's injured and not on their team anymore. So you can at least enjoy that if you're a Suns fan. All right,
it was a kick to the cradle.
Self-induced by the Mavericks, though, twice, actually. When we come back, how ugly was that Diamondbacks loss to basically just Shohei last night? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Diamondbacks are hoping he can return in September. I'm going to say that you're probably not going to have Corbin Burns for the rest of this season. You're talking about possibility of September, like that's the last month of the season. What's he going to come in, pitch 5 games? Devastating news. You were looking for him to come back mid-July. So this huge decision that you had to make on who's going to be in the rotation and who's not, that's done. You've just got to decide if Brandon Pfaadt is better than Zach Allen at any point. If not, this is your rotation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. That's right. Listen, choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make, man. That's right. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, are locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility. That's right. My good friend, Dr. Joe at Aria Dental Implant Center is the real deal. He's helped more than 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed over 20,000 implants. Man, those are reps, Basinonians, that I'm talking about. And with the all-on-4 full-mouth implants, experience is everything. It's time for you to book your new patient consultation in 3D, CT scan, or get a second opinion before you make that big decision. Ask about treatment options and financing as well. Patients are often shocked by what is possible. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Enter Michelob Ultra's soccer shootout at participating bars for your chance at FIFA World Cup 26 tickets. Your neighborhood, your chance to witness history. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Contest ends on May 31st, 2026. Official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules. For prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks will be without ace Corbin Burns until at least September after he suffered a right lat injury rehabbing from Tommy John surgery. The D-backs will try to salvage a split of their series with the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop for Hurricanes Golden Knights is at 5. Carolina will try to even the series at 1 game apiece. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI? At WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks fare in tonight's pivotal series finale against the Dodgers? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Well, the good news is the Diamondbacks still have a chance to split this series with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I'd take that. Well, obviously, I'd take it at this point because they're down 2-1 in the series. But even with everything else being equal, if they split with the Dodgers, fine, so be it. The bad news is, man, last night just didn't even feel like a game. You know, Gallen continued to struggle. Ohtani continued to just be dominant. Ketel Marte didn't play, which we obviously talked about on the show yesterday, and we'll get back into that in a little bit because now we at least have some clarity on it. But it felt like later in that game, Wolf, it was just kind of like we're just going through the motions. D-backs got 2 hit, and they almost made as many errors as hits, which is just not characteristic of this team.
No, they were absolutely dominated by a team that is a better team right now in the LA Dodgers. Ron Wolfley reporting based earnings. It was a nightmare really from the beginning for the most part. Zach Allen, of course, giving up 2 in the second and then 3 in the third. You're down 5-0 after 3 innings. That was brutal. Long ball has been the bane of Zach Allen's existence right now this season so far. And it's hurting him right now. I can say this, based on earnings. I'm officially concerned about our honorary show host, Zach Allen. I'm officially concerned about the guy right now. My brow is definitely a little furrowed on him. I thought the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani and everything else, this is going to bring the best out of Zach Allen. And I'm not saying that he's not trying, based on earnings. I'm not. He's trying. And yet at the same time, I'm wondering if he's capable.
5 innings, 4 earned runs, 9 hits, struck out 1. If you're being realistic, there was a pretty good chance the Diamondbacks were going to lose that game last night.
Yeah.
Whether or not he pitched well, whether or not Ketel Marte played, the way Shohei is pitching in addition to hitting right now is just, we talked about it yesterday before the game. It's not natural. It's inhuman. But there's still a way you could have lost that game last night and been like, okay, they couldn't beat Shohei. Big deal. Gallen pitched well.
Yeah.
You know, they got to the Dodgers bullpen or whatever. And none of that happened. You go back to the opening series of the season when the Diamondbacks got swept by the Dodgers, and you and I talked about it on the air. We were on the field at Chase Field heading into that home opener against Detroit that Monday. And we're like, this feels kind of weird to say, right? Because they're 0-3, but it is the Dodgers, and they led in all 3 games, and they had a chance to win 2 of the 3, and they should have won the 3rd one. And then the first 2 games of this series, they did win 1, and they could have won the 2nd. Last night, and it's their 6th meeting with the Dodgers this season. Last night's the first time they've played LA this season, and it just never even felt like they had a chance. They fell behind early, and they were lifeless.
Yeah, lifeless. It's interesting you say that because once again, and listen, Basinonians, I tread lightly here. I really do because I have so much respect for players and what they do and the difficulty in going out there and competing at the highest level our species can generate. It's very, very difficult, Basinonians. Having said that, once again, I just wonder how much, you know me, Luke, I'm big into context of things. What kind of context is that clubhouse in right now? Seriously.
Yeah.
With, you know, where Ketel Marte, do you think the whispers in the corners of the clubhouse said anything about Ketel Marte and Ketel Marte missing this game of all games? It's not like he actually had an identified injury.
Yeah.
It was that he was tight.
Yeah.
And when he gets this kind of tightness, now all of a sudden, as Torrey told us, you got to worry about him missing 2 weeks as opposed to 1 game. So I understand the mentality of all of that. But for me, based on what we know and what we were discussing last year, I think it's seriously a situation right now. I'm not worried about Ketel Marte. I'm worried about every other guy that's in the clubhouse. How much are they talking? And by the way, are they talking, Basinonians? They're human beings. Most likely they are.
Well, this team's mental toughness is going to be tested right now because yesterday was brutal across the board. So you have Ketel miss a game. In a vacuum, whatever, not a big deal. I mean, I know people are upset about it.
Yeah.
But it's not in a vacuum. This has kind of been his thing over the last few years. Now, he's not the only guy in baseball that will miss a game, but I'm almost more concerned the other side of things of like, if you have to manage his injuries this much, what's it going to be like in 4 years when he's on the team? You know what I mean? So whatever, there's that. If that's seeping into the locker room at all, okay, that's something you have to navigate. But you also found out yesterday that you're not getting Corbin Burns back probably all season, and then you got smoked by the Dodgers. So that's like 3 major blows in one day. You're going to have ups and downs over the course of 162 games, but that was. Especially the Burns news. Like, I don't want to put the other 2 on the same level. You can if Ketel comes back today and he's healthy and he's good to go, okay, move on. If you beat the Dodgers tonight, okay, move on. The Corbin Burns thing is going to linger now. But still, in the moment, that's a pretty tough day. In fact, Torrey talked about that after the game.
Rough day today. Just couldn't get anything going offensively. Their starting pitcher was very good, but I feel strongly about our group and being able to go out there and run up some good at-bats and challenge any good starting pitching. To get to where we got to get to, we got to beat that type of starting pitching. So, look, you guys saw it. It wasn't pretty. It was not great on the mound either. I thought Zach was showing signs of picking up some steam, but then he made some mistakes and he got jumped. And it's just one of the situations where we got to be better in all areas of the game. And we got a chance to come out here tomorrow and salvage a split, and that's got to be our main focus. This was a rough game. It was not fun to be a part of. It had no flow, no rhythm to it. It's just one of those you got to chalk up to. Let's go get it. Figure out what went right, what went wrong. There was a lot that went wrong, very little went right, and coach it up and come out tomorrow.
And the timing of it as well, Basinonians, once again. Pure coincidence, could be pure coincidence. Yet it felt like the least competitive game that the Diamondbacks have played against the Dodgers. Yeah. The least competitive game they've played. And it's the one game that Ketel Marte missed. Now, once again, I'm not blaming this on Ketel Marte. But my antenna is up on this stuff because I know what can happen inside a locker room and inside a clubhouse.
Rick, what do you got for us?
This is from Steve Gilbert. There's a lot of moves here.
Yeah.
The D-backs are going to be optioning Brandon Pfaadt to AAA Reno. Taylor Clark is going to be placed on the bereavement family medical emergency list. And we will get to see Cade Stroud and Philip Abner. They're going to be called up. So the return for Blaze Alexander is finally going to be up here. And Blaze Alexander is having had quite the month of May.
Yeah, he's been on a tear. I was actually thinking about Cade Stroud and your reaction to that driving home yesterday, not thinking that he was going to suddenly be called up today. That's well, you hate to hear that for Taylor Clark, too, for whatever the personal reasons are. And he's been one of their best pitchers this year. Taylor Clark is just quietly gets it done every single time out there. So certainly pulling for him and whatever he's dealing with. A lot of moving parts for the D-backs. You said it right there. Last night's the first time they really haven't felt competitive in a game all year. I'm almost happy they play the Dodgers again today, honestly. And I may eat those words. They may go out there and get just lit up tonight, but you don't want to end a series against a team, especially your rival. Whether the Dodgers consider you a rival or not, that's one of your main rivals. You don't want to end a series like that where it is probably your worst game of the year. Look, you can justify, you can easily explain it. Ohtani's not giving up runs to anybody.
Yeah.
But still, you don't want to end the series on that note. Go out there and see if you can score some runs tonight. Robleski's been good too.
Could you have 6 hits as opposed to 2? I'm just saying.
This is, what is that, the third time in the last 5 games they've had 3 hits or less as an offense.
Wow.
So I don't know if that was one of your 13 questions you didn't get to yesterday, but that's one of my questions.
The hiatus.
We can start hitting? Are the bats on a hiatus here?
Yes.
What's going on? Half Day Club is back. Lower level D-backs tickets for just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Catch D-backs Angels June 17th, D-backs A's July 22nd, or both. Text half to 620-620 for details. All right, when we come back, what happens if Minshew Mania is how the Cardinals begin their season? We talked to Gardner Minshew yesterday. We'll get you what he said and our reactions next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Man, if you live in the desert, you gotta have shade. Do you not? Of course you do, brothers. Listen, they have been around for a long, long time, over 2 decades now. All Pro Shade Concepts have been serving the basin here. These shades are commercial grade. We're talking industrial strength here. Installation is all done by their in-house team. The installers are shade experts, and they've installed thousands of shades here in the Basinonians. That's right, you can close in your patio with shade and then open that patio up again with a touch of a button. Listen, you can extend your outdoor living space with custom-fit awnings as well. Roll-down patio shades block the sun, the dust, the bugs. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Hi, I'm Katie, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Daydreaming about bringing your engagement ring vision to life? As a jewelry consultant, I'm here to help. Compare ring styles side by side. They're in stock and ready to try on. Then customize it with an engraving or decorative crown. At Shane Company, there are so many ways to create your dream ring at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
Welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Thursday morning.
Yeah.
Back at the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. As we were out at Cardinals headquarters yesterday, Wolf.
It's kind of cool.
Got to talk to Gardner Minshew.
I love being back there. I do.
Yeah, it feels like football is coming back.
It was a tough situation. You know, of course, being there, it was East High School is where the majority of my Arizona Cardinal career was. Phoenix Cardinals at that point in time. And then, of course, we did move in. We moved in over to Warner and Hardy. And I got to experience that awesome facility building, which it was at that point in time. Awesome going over there. And, you know, it was great to do that. And just being over there makes me feel good. Memories come roaring back, if you know what I mean.
Well, it was cool yesterday as well. We've been out there a few times in the last few weeks, but yesterday we got to talk to Dante Stills and Andrew Billings and Gardner Minshew. First time you or I have gotten to talk to Gardner Minshew. And I think in some ways we got a sense of what the Cardinals got in this guy. I mean, I've only heard good things. I've only heard good things from his teammates that we've talked to. And then yesterday we got to talk to him specifically. You know, he's fitting in on a new team, but he's done this before. He's got experience stepping in on a new team and kind of, you know, being able to acclimate himself pretty quickly. And we asked him why he's been able to do that so well.
Yeah, I think you have to provide value in whatever your role is. I think everybody can get caught up in, you know, trying to have a bigger role or whatever it is, but you just have to max out the reps that you get every day and try to help the guys around you to do the same thing. I think that's been one thing I've been able to learn, been around some great guys and see how they do it. Being around Kansas City and Pat Mahomes last year was amazing to see how truly the best does it. And I feel like I've been able to learn at every stop and excited to use that experience here.
I mean, it is a skill he has in the sense that he has bounced around and he's stepped in and he's played a big role on some of these teams in the past. And then what he said right there, too, I mean, he was on the Chiefs last year, so if you could pick up anything at all from Patrick Mahomes, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that really, of everything you just said right there, that really caught my attention, Luke. The fact that, again, and this happened when we were speaking to him live as well, but Pat Mahomes, and the mention of Pat Mahomes, and sitting in a quarterback room with Pat Mahomes, who Pat Mahomes, many people believe, will go down as the greatest quarterback in the history of the NFL.
Certainly right there.
Okay, when it's all said and done, and he's certainly right there. There's no doubt. I agree with that. Having said that, what was that like? Because I will tell you, based on inside, I thought Gardner Minshew was going to come on the air and be a little more different. Okay? I really did believe that. I believe he was going to be a little bit more different. I've read all this stuff. We've all read this stuff on Gardner Minshew.
He is different.
He is different. There's nothing wrong with being different. But I thought he was going to be more different. I wonder if, in fact, the experience of going over and sitting in a room with the greatest quarterback, what could be the greatest quarterback of all time, sitting in the room, I wonder if it had any impact on Gardner Minshew in terms of him just not being as different, so to speak. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe. That's an interesting point.
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just wondering because my biggest takeaway of the whole conversation with Gardner Minshew was this guy isn't nearly as odd as I thought he was.
You did ask him if he was odd, and he's like, "You think I'm odd?"
Yeah.
This is Gardner Minshew's sixth NFL team. He was drafted in 2019, so the same year as Kyler Murray, and he's going to his sixth team, which is not a characteristic you're looking for from your franchise quarterback, obviously, but the role that they are asking him to play of I mean, originally, I think the role was step in and be the number 2 quarterback here. We'll see how that plays out if Jacoby Brissett doesn't report next week. But, mentor, just a steady veteran presence, a guy that knows how to fit in quick. It's almost like when you were in school, the kid who moved from school to school every year, he kind of developed the ability to make friends quickly because he kept switching schools. Yeah. So that seems to be Gardner Minshew, and we asked him about what his role is with the Cardinals.
Yeah, it's to step in and lead, play good football, and help the guys around me. At the end of the day, however we got to get it done, we got to win some games around here. So I think a lot of what I've been able to do so far is communicate with the guys. Everybody's learning this stuff. Some of the plays have been, kind of more familiar for me. So being able to translate a little bit and help everybody get going, I think has been a great opportunity for me.
It's crazy because he's the veteran quarterback on this team right now. Jacoby Brissett may be the guy here in a week or whatever, but he's not here right now. And Carson Beck's never played an NFL snap. So this is your guy.
Yeah, what also was interesting is just the fact that I believe it is going to be an open competition. I believe it's going to be a competition. Listen, I don't know exactly what was said. I have no idea, as a matter of fact, what was said to Jacoby Brissett and what kind of guarantee was given him after last year. I have no idea. I don't. The one thing I do believe after talking to Gardner Minshew is the fact that I think it's going to be an open competition going forward because I think he thinks it is.
We did ask him about the quarterback competition. This is what he said.
Yeah, it seems like it, man. I'm getting the reps I'm getting. I'm trying to do the best with them. Until that changes, that's what I'm going to do,
I mean, he didn't shoot it down. That's a quick answer. He wasn't like, I'm the guy, but he also didn't say, no, Jacoby's the guy.
Yeah. Are you sure that was the cut from that question? That's what I'm just, okay, great. It's the only cut you have. All right, that's fine. Don't worry about that. For me, I'm glad Gardner Minshew is here, and I think he's going to impact this team in a positive way going forward. I don't know, Basinonians, if that means he's going to be the guy, the Q under center, taking the snap, throwing the ball, going out there and helping the Arizona Cardinals be a better team in 2026 than they were in 2025. I don't know if that's going to be the case or it's going to be more of him being a mentor and mentoring a young guy like Carson Beck, maybe being there as a confidant for Jacoby Brissett. I don't know. That quarterback room right now is malleable, isn't it?
We asked him about he brought up leadership. A lot of guys on this team have already brought up Minshew's leadership. Look, it's voluntary OTAs, I get that, but there's also something to it as a quarterback stepping in and quickly, ingratiating yourself to your teammates and kind of getting these guys all on the same page. So we asked him about leadership as that quarterback on a team with a new head coach, too, because you are kind of the conduit between the head coach and some of these younger players now.
Yeah, I think especially quarterbacks are always ahead of the curve when you're learning an offense. You kind of have the extra time. You understand things holistically, what everybody has going on. So I think you can kind of be, translator, liaison, whatever, from the coach and really help the guys get it. And that's been a lot of fun. Had a lot of great conversation, a lot of communication with whether it's receivers, tight ends, running backs, O-line, like everybody's. Yeah. It's been fun working with everybody, really.
It's going to be interesting to see if he has to step into that role, Wolf. Again, I don't want to undercut Jacoby Brissett, but he's opening the door. If he's not here on Monday, he's definitely opening the door.
Yeah.
Do you see that much of an upgrade from Gardner Minshew to Jacoby Brissett where it's like, hey, we have to have Jacoby? I mean, some of these qualities that you like about Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew has shown in his career too.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. Once again, you're talking about two career backups for the most part. In Basinonians, I was a backup, okay? They've had long careers, both Gardner Minshew and Jacoby Brissett. When it's all said and done, they will have long, successful careers. And for me, what's the most important thing about playing in the National Football League? You know what it is, Basinonians? Supporting your family. Taking care of yourself and supporting your family. That's the most important thing. It's not even close. I know everyone says, well, winning Super Bowls, hey, knock it off. Okay, that's good for you. For me, son of a truck driver, And everyone else, so many of these guys that come from nothing, that go into the NFL, Luke, and get the opportunity to play, you know what it's about? Making money and supporting your family and maybe actually even setting them up. Thank you, Lord God, for that. It's about doing your job so you get a paycheck. Now, I know there are guys, hey, listen, Pat Mahomes, we're just talking about him. Yeah, is he going to get a paycheck? He's going to get a paycheck, and it's going to be a huge paycheck. And he's not maybe thinking about that. He's thinking more about winning and going out and doing his job and winning. I understand that. But the vast majority of NFL football players, the vast majority of guys on the roster, it is about getting in, making money, and being in that league as long as you possibly can, period.
Minshew, incidentally, take this however you want. I don't think he's leading the Cardinals to 9 wins this year, but when he was the Colts quarterback in 2023 and he played in all 17 games, they went 9-8. And he threw 490 passes that year, so it's not like he was getting in for 2 passes at the end of the game.
He's capable.
He's at least as capable, I would assume, as Jacoby Brissett of being able to go in there and lead the offense, especially if he's a leader off the field.
These guys have great respect for them because they have been in the league a long time as backups, and they will continue to be in this league going forward.
All right, when we come back with Corbin Burns now being out longer than expected, who does the pressure fall on in that Diamondbacks rotation? I have 2 potential answers, Wolf. I'm going to give you a producer question when we come back.
Okay, cool.
It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision.
If you're over 50 and you've been diagnosed with a cataract, or your vision is changing as you're developing an early cataract, you could be a perfect candidate for K2 Vision RLE.
It's inevitable. At some point, typically in your 60s or 70s, you'll have a dysfunctional lens that eventually becomes a cataract. To restore your vision, you will someday need a procedure such as refractive lens exchange.
The question is, are you done with glasses? Do you want to spend your good, active years hassling with changing prescriptions and needing readers?
K2 Vision RLE can give you great vision now, permanently, and you'll never develop that cataract. The procedure is quick and painless, and our state-of-the-art custom lens technologies give highly predictable outcomes.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures. They know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are sending pitcher Brandon Pfaadt to AAA Reno and placing pitcher Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In corresponding moves, the Snakes are calling up relievers Philip Abner and Cade Stroud. The D-backs will try to salvage a split of their series with the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop for Hurricanes Golden Knights is at 5. Carolina will try to even the series at 1 game apiece. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we know Josh Sweat won't be traded, how can the Cardinals maximize him in their defense this season? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app at 98.7 FM.
All right, we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Wolf and Luke, on a Thursday. So here's my producer question for you, Wolf. How you doing over there? Now you're just gone. Now I don't hear Wolf at all. Yes, it's on. Rick, can you guys hear him? I can just take my headphones off to be able to hear him. But if nobody can hear him,
can't hear him, and the sound's still there.
Okay. All right. Well, I had this producer question all lined up for you, Wolf, but I'm going to have to ask myself, which is kind of pointless. I guess my producer question, Jamal's gone. Jamal's going to get engineering. The question I have, I guess, for the audience, as we're doing solo radio here for a second, can we put Wolf on a different mic? Will that help? Or?
Yeah, Wolf, go to the guest mic there.
All right. So while we move Wolf around the studio, the question I have, and I was talking to Alex Weiner about this earlier, is who does the pressure fall on now? My natural thought would be the pressure falls on Zach Gallen. Like, Zach, you can't be putting up these months where you have a 7 ERA. You're going to have to be the ace of this team now because Corbin Burns may not come back at all, or he's coming back in September at best. That, I think, is the initial thought. Okay, it's going to fall on Zach Gallen, but the other way you may need to look at this is, does the pressure fall on Eduardo Rodriguez? Because he has pitched like an ace. He's basically giving you Corbin Burns-like production, and now he has to, Wolf, because every time Erod's gone out there and pitched like this year, again, my thought has been, and they have Corbin Burns coming back. How you doing over there? Hey, I can hear Wolf.
This is so bizarre right now.
For the first time
Basinonian's in studio, sitting in a seat that I've never sat in before. I've never sat in this one. I've sat in these three over here, but never this one right here. Kind of feel like I'm in a sidecar. If we've got this on camera, what up, YouTube? Okay, just want to say, I feel a little weird being in the sidecar, sitting here. I feel like I'm okay.
I think they do this stuff just to mess with you, honestly.
Honestly, do I deserve this right now at this point? No, I reject this openly. Zach Gallen and the situation that's happening with Zach Gallen.
Yeah.
I have to admit, for the first time last night, and I've alluded to this already, but for the first time last night, I said there's something wrong. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if Zach Gallen feels the same way, knowing, hey, listen, I'm getting paid $22 million coming off the off season that he just came off once again, where he didn't get the offers that he thought he was going to get. I thought that was going to do nothing but refine his intensity and his competitiveness coming into this season. I really did believe that based on needs. I thought we were going to see Zach Gallen's best. And I'm not saying he's done. I'm not saying he still can't be a very good pitcher to a great pitcher. I'm not saying that is off the table. I think that's still on the table. But for the first time watching Zach Gallen pitch last night, and I know it's against the Dodgers, one of the best teams in all of baseball. I understand that. Yet at the same time watching him, it did cross my mind. Something's wrong.
This is 7 straight starts where... Okay, throw the San Francisco game on May 18th. He gave up 2 earned runs over 6 innings. That's not a bad start. That's a quality start right there. But even with that factored in, his ERA over his last 7 starts is over 7. It's like 7.1.
Yes.
Yeah, last night's the Dodgers. Okay, well, we can all write that off if he's not giving up 4 earned runs and 4 2/3 against Texas, or 4 earned runs and 6 innings against the Pirates, or a run per inning against the Mariner. You know what I mean? Like I'm with you, and I feel like I've sort of switched my expectations of him over the course of the season, because I know I'll look in the chat during the break. I guarantee you people are like, dude, he hasn't been number 1 starter in years.
I know.
That's fine. I'm not expecting him to be the number 1 starter anymore. I'm expecting him to be somebody you can count on to go out there and give you a good start. And his last quality start in all this time, we're talking about how, hey, man, D-back starting pitchers, 17 of the last 22 starts have been quality starts. Zach Gallen's last quality start was the San Francisco game in the middle of May. And prior to that, if I'm doing this right, you got to go back to April 1st. So
are you doing it right?
I think I'm doing it right. Yeah. Unfortunately, I am. So what is that? His last 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He's had 1 quality start in his last 11 starts, and he's had 2 all year.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, I just wonder where Zach's mind is. I really do, based on it. I don't know. The guy is such a competitor. I love his mentality. I love how he thinks. I know that a lot of people believe that he overthinks so much of the time on the mound, but to me, I love his competitive nature, the way that he will evaluate himself. I wonder where he is mentally right now. And I also wonder who he might be leaning on inside that clubhouse. This is the stuff that I love. You know that, Luke. It's the psychology of the sport. And not only that, it's the humanity as well. You're human beings. These guys are highly gifted human beings. We all understand that. Highly paid human beings. And we expect them, the expectation when you're getting paid $22 million, the way Zach Gallen is, the expectation is you're going to go out and you're going to get it done. You're going to do your job. You're going to earn your salary. Man, but when things go bad, there's a number of different reasons as to why they can go bad. And some of them, it's not just a physical decline. I think everyone immediately says, well, that's what it is. He's getting older right now, and it's the physicality. He's not the same guy. He's not the same guy as he was 3 years ago.
That doesn't make any sense to me. The way he pitches, he's younger than Erod, right? I mean, he's younger than a lot of pitchers in baseball.
Yes.
Gallen's not old. Gallen's 30.
Yes, I know. He's still, to me, in his prime.
Yeah.
And that's because that's why I say something is wrong. What is that something? It might lie within, and only Zach knows it.
So what do you think of that question? Because I asked it as you were moving around the studio. You probably didn't hear it. But
yeah, right.
As you're moving over to the sidecar, when you look at the impact of the Corbin Burns injury, to me, there's 2 names that you could argue. Look, does it bring more pressure on everybody? Yeah, it does. You lost probably your ace for probably this season. But the 2 names that really jump out to me on opposite ends of the spectrum, in your mind, does it put more pressure on Zach Gallen because his ERA for the season is 5.32, and like I said, he has 2 quality starts all year, and his last 7 starts, his ERA is over 7. He's got to be better. Or does it put more pressure on Erod because now Erod does have to be this elite level ace all season. Otherwise, you don't have an elite level ace.
I think it puts more pressure on Zach Gallen.
Yeah.
I don't think it's even close. Zach Gallen is underperforming his contract right now. And guess who knows that more than anybody else? Zach Gallen. The question is why? What is going on now? I mean, Erod, this has been one of the better stories, I think, for the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2026, is Eduardo Rodriguez coming off the WBC.
Yeah.
And what happened in the WBC. And the fact that he went out there and somehow, some way, it appeared as though he found himself a different pitcher than what he has been here for the Diamondbacks previously. Found himself and suddenly looks different and is getting different results, dramatically different results on the mound. It's one of the better stories, I think, for the Diamondbacks so far this year. But, yeah, I don't think Erod is going to feel that pressure. I think he's found something that is a little bit more important. He's found the key to himself. Whatever it is, it has unlocked his ability. And he's going out and he is competing and he is performing at an incredibly high level right now. I think whatever it is, I think he's found himself. And oddly enough, I think Zach Gallen is lost himself. And he needs to be able to hit the reset button.
Torey Lovello last night, he was asked why this keeps happening with Gallen.
Throwing convicted pitches and throwing them where he wants and landing them, that's always a real good sign for him. He can hit lines. He's got unbelievable command. He has the ability to read swings and make adjustments. And I think he's got to establish his fastball. It looks like he made some mistakes with his fastball today and got hit. So fastball command, hitting his spots, and then working real good secondary stuff off of that.
They just don't have any margin for error. And that's why, I think a lot of pressure falls on both those guys now. Gallen can't keep pitching like this. They're not some team that can go out and buy 8 players at the deadline. They don't have this margin for error. They're not a team that scores 5 runs a game. So Erod's going to have to stay elite now, probably for the whole season, and Gallen's going to have to get better. The safety net they had finally was, hey, Corbin Burns is coming back, and now he's probably not coming back.
Yeah.
So,
it's the timing of it all as well.
Yeah.
What's happened with Zach Gallen, and now all of a sudden Corbin Burns not being able to come back in July.
Yeah, that was a great day for the D-backs yesterday. Fortunately, we just move on. They play again tonight. It's the best part about baseball. We come back over to football. B.J. Ojulari spoke earlier this week. Are you still holding out hope of a breakout? If so, what could it mean for Josh Sweat? And also, what could what's going on in Green Bay mean for Josh Sweat? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball grounded up the middle. That's into center field. A base hit. Muncy will score. Here comes Smith. The throw home is cut off. It's a 2-run single by Alex Freeland, and it's 7-0 Dodgers.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Students, are you listening right now? Gather on the transistor and press here. Are you on summer break? Maybe you're on summer break and you need a great paying seasonal job. Well, if you're looking for work this summer because you're just that kind of productive person, I can tell you right now that Moving Team 6, they are looking for you. You have a great opportunity with an amazing company. Moving Team 6 has excellent pay, great benefits, overtime, and bonuses that will make your summertime a little fruitful, bruh. And if you're looking for a job that is going to reward you, Moving Team 6 is more than a job, man. You're going to be joining a team when you join Moving Team 6. And when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're getting a signing bonus of $500. That's right. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle, G-U-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
All right, it was great to be out there at OTAs a few times the last few weeks.
Yeah.
I got to talk to a lot of great, good personalities. I want to play some Caleb Proctor cuts for you, Wolf. We're not going to do it right now, but
Caleb Proctor,
when we were out there last week when you were on your hiatus, definitely talked about how he stayed at his smaller school instead of going to a bigger SEC school because it's not all about just essentially cutting and running for a little more money. So when he said that, I was like, maybe we got to call Wolf in Hawaii. Let's get Wolf on the phone so he can hear this. But Bickley and Murata had B.J. Ojulari on yesterday, and he talked about being healthy for OTAs.
It feels amazing. It's very refreshing. It's just great just to be able to, do everything when it's supposed to be done. So, I'm excited. I'm able to get more reps, more repetition to just, just fine-tune my game to be able to go into camp hitting the ground running.
Yeah, for me, B.J. Ojulari is a guy that has an awful lot to prove, as we all know. I mean, this was a guy that was drafted high by the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, he wasn't a first-round pick, but still, he was drafted high. This is a guy that they're expecting to actually be able to make a huge step forward. He's had all sorts of injury situations that has really set him back. And because of that, the expectation for B.J. Ojulari, I don't know where you can put it. It certainly isn't high. I mean, it's a question mark right now.
Yeah, it's you're talking about a guy that was a very early second-round pick in 2023. Okay, so this is essentially Monty's second pick ever, I believe. It was Paris Johnson Jr. in the first round that year, and then B.J. Ojulari in the second. This guy was a captain at LSU. Like, you drafted him with the 41st pick. That's a player you're expecting to be a player when you take him. And, a lot of it has been injuries. I get that, but it's hard to have, at least for me, it's hard to have major expectations for him. He's played in 25 games over the last 3 years. He has 5 career sacks. If he wants to break out, that'd be great. They need somebody probably to break out. Kind of like the Diamondbacks coming into the season, you knew offensively they were probably going to have a rookie or two step up. The Cardinals are going to have some of these defensive players that they've invested some really high picks in stay healthy and break out.
Yes.
He's kind of the forgotten one now, but when they drafted him, they had really high expectations for him.
There are so many players that I played with in my 10 years in the National Football League, Basinonians, that they could not stay healthy. They just could not stay healthy. And this is my fear for B.J. Ojulari. And I once again, I'm not a guy that believes that if you say it, I'm not superstitious in any way, shape, or form. Are you kidding me? No way. What I say has no impact on B.J. Ojulari and his career. But having said that, I am wondering if he might just be one of these guys that I've seen over and over and over in my 10 years in the NFL. They could play. They were players.
Yeah.
And yet they couldn't actually stay on the field. Availability is everything for the most part. You've got to be available before you can actually go out and perform. And that's been his issue.
If he or any of these other guys that have had a hard time staying on the field, or even like a Caleb Proctor who hasn't been here yet, if any of these guys that you don't know what you can count on from them, if they do have a breakout season, does it make Josh Sweat expendable as this season goes? I know there's been so much talk, hey, Josh Sweat's not at voluntary OTAs, he's getting traded, and Ian Rappaport shot that down, and I don't think he's getting traded because he's not at voluntary OTAs. But if we get the trade deadline is November 4th, so that's right after the 8th game of the season for the Cardinals. Like, if they really are 1-7 or 2-6 or something, and you can get a lot for Josh Sweat, like, I look at Green Bay right now, where Jonathan Gannon obviously is, who Josh Sweat really likes, and Micah Parsons is starting the year on the PUP list. Like, there's going to be teams that need Josh Sweat. I'm guessing 1 or 2 contenders will offer a lot for him. I don't really want to trade him, but if you get into the season and you're not winning games, when do you have to listen, especially if a younger guy like Ojulari or whoever does break out?
Yeah, no, you do. You have to time this whole thing up once again. Listen, there is the possibility. The way I feel about this, basically, it's 2026 for the Arizona Cardinals is about player development. It is. So many young guys that have B.J. Ojulari, there it is. So many young guys. Can he stay healthy and step up and start stacking games where he actually gets better because of the experience of stacking those games?
Yeah.
What did you say, 25 games?
25 games in his career, and he's going into year 4.
Year 4, 25 games. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, so
8 games in the last 2 years.
I mean, it's a situation where, again, these young guys have got to start developing, and that's why I'm glad they've brought in a new head coach with a new system and a new paradigm. Because once again, whether it's the right paradigm or not doesn't matter. The fact that it's just new does. Because now all of a sudden, you've got a new beginning, a new start. You can start over. It's one of the reasons why I'm excited for Marv, because I think it's going to help Marvin Harrison Jr. as well. So with that new context, how much better can a B.J. Ojulari be, or how much better can these guys be, these young guys that they need to develop? That's what this season is all about. Young guys developing or not. And if it's or not, there's going to be changes, I think.
How much do you think Monty Ossenfort is judged on what you just said? These players he drafted developing this year, new head coach, okay, here we go. At a certain point, it's not Monty's fault these guys are getting hurt.
Yeah.
Like, again, it's not like he drafted a bunch of injury-prone players, and when he took them, it's like, hey, we all know this guy's an injury risk. That really wasn't the case with any of these guys. But, you start getting into year 3, 4, 5 for some of these guys, it's like, okay, they're either going to have to play or they just aren't contributing for you. How much do you think Monty's judged on that based on wins and losses this season?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of that. He's going to be judged on that based on wins and losses. I don't really think that much. Having said that, Who do you think of first when you think of who he's going to be judged on?
Marv.
Okay, Marv.
And then Darius Robinson.
And can I also say this, based on needs as well? I think, and Monty knows this. This is what they do. General managers, you make picks. He drafted Carson Beck. And let's say Carson Beck is not good this year. Let's say he doesn't even see the field this year. Or let's say he does see the field and he's struggling.
Yeah.
Would you really let the same general manager who drafted Carson Beck draft your franchise quarterback in 2027? So it's a situation where Monty's in a really tough situation. I'm a supporter of this guy, and I believe in this guy, and I think this year is going to be the pivotal year for Monty Ossenfort. And I think Monty be the first one to say it.
It's why the Beck pick is so odd, I guess. Like I wonder how that was approached behind the scenes. I think that would tell us the answer. If as an organization they were like, yeah, you know what, Monty, go ahead, take a flyer on this guy because maybe it's really good value. Or are they looking at it like you just said? Are they saying, okay, you got to pick your quarterback? I've always been of the belief you got to let Monty, you got to give him a chance to draft a quarterback because Kyler wasn't his guy. Give him a chance to pick his quarterback. Right. Internally, do they see that as, okay, you used your one pick. You used it on a third rounder. Or do they see it as that was a flyer? If it doesn't work, then just make the right pick in the first round of 2027. I mean, I think that determines his future, really. Because the biggest thing is, can you find your quarterback? If Carson Beck's the guy, or they give him the chance and he picks the right guy in 2027, it's easy to write off if some of these other guys don't pan out. We all would have taken Marv with the fourth pick. Everybody in the NFL was like, I can't believe they're getting him there with the fourth pick. You know, these other guys, if B.J. Ojolari can't stay on the field, he doesn't pan out. If Monty finds the right quarterback, then nobody's going to care, you know? But they're starting to pile up now.
Yeah. That's why I'm very, very interested in Carson Beck and how much he plays. Let's go ahead. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott, Carson Beck. Start him week 1.
When we come back, does the Corbin Burns injury news, does that change what the Diamondbacks might do at the trade deadline? We're going to talk to SI.com D-backs beat writer Jack Summers will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
Ian Rappaport tweeted out, Cardinals edge rusher Josh Sweat is not being traded, not to the Packers or anywhere. Carry on.
There was no phrasing in that said Sweat has not asked to be traded.
And again, I'm not advocating for Josh Sweat to be traded. I think it's important for Cardinal fans to have the most watchable experience they can have on the football field in 2026. It might not lead to much, but when you start trading off your really good players in June, it does not portend great things for the upcoming season.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Maybe you got some back issues you're dealing with. Oh, my goodness. I played professional football for a long time, Basinonians. I can tell you, I got some back issues. It's one of the reasons why Desert Institute for Spine Care, they've helped me in the past, and I love to recommend them to you because of that. Disc surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known all over the world for that. That's right, Basin audience. Kid you not, doctors from all over the world, they come right here to Arizona, right here to Phoenix, right here to Desert Institute for Spine Care because they know they're going to get the best training in the world. Enjoy life again. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
2 Jeeps, $50,000. 2 big nights. Only at Casino Arizona this June and July. Earn entry starting June 1st. Then join us on Wednesday, June 24th and July 29th for the grand prize drawings. You could drive away in one of 2 Jeep Wranglers or win your share of up to $50,000 cash. Don't miss your chance to win big. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona. Uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane Savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com's Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are sending pitcher Brandon Pfaadt to AAA Reno and placing pitcher Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. And corresponding moves, the Snakes are calling up relievers Philip Abner and Cade Stroud. The D-backs will try to salvage a split of their series with the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop for Hurricanes Golden Knights is at 5. Carolina will try to even the series at 1 game apiece. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI? At WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today.
Welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke. Pleased to be joined right now on the Arizona Sports Line by Diamondbacks on SI beat writer and co-host of Snakes Territory podcast, Jack Summers. Jack, thank you so much for the time. What's going on?
Wolf, Luke, how you guys doing, man? Great to see you.
Doing well, man. Appreciate your time, Jack.
Let's just start with the big news from yesterday, Jack, with Corbin Burns having that setback. Wolf and I have been trying to parse it out this morning, like, how much of a blow is this? I know he hadn't pitched yet this year, so it's not like you're losing anything tangible, but at the same time, at least for me, this whole season had Corbin Burns' imminent return on the back end of it as a major bonus, and now that's very much in question.
Yeah, I mean, there's internal expectations and external expectations. Clearly, the Diamondbacks, by the way they conducted everything, they were really counting on getting Corbin Burns back sometime mid-season and, having him contribute. Honestly, personally, from my perspective, and I even wrote about this last November, I wrote a pretty big piece about, word of caution, because guys returning mid-season from prior year, Tommy John surgery, it's a really mixed bag. I went back over the last 5 years and just looked at good pitchers, not just any pitcher, but top-end pitchers. And it was, there were like 3 guys that came back and did well in the regular season and into the postseason. There were a couple guys that did really bad. And then there were like 5 or 6 that incomplete, like hardly pitched the next season, even though they tried to come back. So, this obviously is an elbow issue. He had a teres major strain. Merrill Kelly missed 4 months in 24 with the same injury. So, tough to say. I didn't really count on Burns myself. That doesn't mean the team wasn't.
Yeah, you know what, Jack? It seems odd to me that maybe he'd come back in September. You'd want him to resume his major league career in high leverage games possibly at that point in time. We don't know where the Diamondbacks are going to be. So because of that, let me ask you this. The Diamondbacks are 32-29 right now. Your thoughts on where they are now?
Well, they're right dab in the middle of a huge pack of 8 teams. I think you guys have talked about this too, where they're like separated by 2.5 games, from top to bottom in that wild card. So as of right now, they're still in a good position to compete for a wild card spot. And so it really just depends, where they're at with 10 days to go before the trade deadline. Mike Hazen always says, things don't happen until close to a deadline because of human nature. And it always seems to happen late, especially for his situation where he's got to kind of gauge it really right up at the end. So the schedule actually, once you get past the Dodgers here, the schedule isn't really that tough for the next few weeks. And then it stiffens up again in July. So they still have a chance to, do pretty well here, maybe open up above 500 a little bit more over the next 3 to 4 weeks. And then they got to buckle down and play well just before and after the All-Star break and make Mike a buyer. It's up to them, right? They got to make him a buyer.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. That's been kind of the situation the last couple of years. Talking to Jack Summers. Jack, as far as Zach Gallen, it's tough to envision them going anywhere if Gallen is posting a 7 ERA for a month, if he doesn't come back from that anyway. But at least 2 days ago or whatever, there was always the thought of, okay, they get Corbin Burns back, maybe he can, fix some things. Now that that's probably not happening, and Gallen, again, had issues last night, what are you seeing from him? Where is your confidence level that he can get back to at least being a serviceable starter that you can count on?
I'm very unhappy to say that my confidence level is very, very low, and it has been for a while. It's not a recency bias issue for me. The swing and miss on his fastball, I think, I've been talking about this for a while. It's the second worst among qualified pitchers in Major League Baseball, right? 6.9%. I mean, back at the peak of his powers in 22, it was 19%. Jeez. 1 out of 5 swings were a swing and miss on his fastball 4 years ago. And now it's 6 or 7%. And he's just not fooling anybody with that pitch. People talk about stuff, but stuff is more than just velocity. His velocity is about the same, actually, but relative velocity, the average starter's pitcher's velocity has increased over 1 mile per hour, even over the last 4 years. And the other thing is the ride that he's getting on the pitch is not as good as it used to be. We kind of geek out and we say IVB, induced vertical break, but basically that's just the ride or the illusion of a rising fastball. And there's a big difference in the numbers that we can measure there. So just the shape and overall quality of the pitch is not as good. And when he makes a mistake with it, like he did to Freddie Freeman last night and puts it in the middle of the plate, he's just getting hammered. Their curveball shape isn't as good as it used to be. I don't know what the fixes are. These problems have been going on for a long time now.
Yeah, unfortunately it has, Jack. Ketel Marte and what is going on with Ketel Marte, based on what happened last season, of course, and now all of a sudden missing Game 3 of this 4-game series against the Dodgers. The timing appears to be really, really bad to me. It just appears to be bad. Your thoughts on Ketel Marte, and will this impact maybe the clubhouse?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hard to avoid the optics of Ohtani-itis, right? I mean, I can't fault anyone for thinking that. At the same time, Ketel is on pace to play in 151 games and 667 plate appearances. That would be his career high in plate appearances. I mean, so like part of the narrative surrounding Ketel about always needing days off, he's hardly taken any days off. and he's been playing a lot. But the timing of it yesterday seems suspect, from the outside looking in. But I'm going to choose to take Torrey at his word that Cattell was already kind of hurting and sore, the back, the hamstrings. In 2019, Cattell had basically a stress reaction in the lower back and lost the last 2 weeks of the year. And that back just raises its ugly head every once in a while. And if you do let it get out of hand, like Torrey said, you could miss him for weeks, not days. So will the clubhouse be upset? I don't think so. I really don't think it's going to be a big deal in there. Now, if these kinds of things continue to repeat and, over time, they might build up. But I would treat this as a one-off for right now, for this year.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not like he's not coming back from the All-Star break and nobody knows where he is, or it's not like he's asking out of games at the end of the season or anything like that. Jack, I wanted to ask you about the bullpen real quick before we let you go, because bullpens are so volatile and there's so many moving parts, and they hopefully will get A.J. Puck back here soon, but the bullpen's also been a major strength here for the last month. What are you seeing from the bullpen overall, and how confident are you that this can be a strength of this team for the rest of the year?
First of all, I just got to chuckle because I listen to you guys every day. And, Luke, I've heard you say how reluctant you are to talk about the bullpen. Yeah. And it's an inside joke for us over at On SI, because every time we write a feature on how well a reliever is doing, like immediately he just blows up. Yeah. So we just stopped doing reliever features.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I totally feel that.
Shout out to my guy Alex D'Agostino, by the way. He does a great job. I just want to give him that shout out. Nice. On Diamondbacks on SI. But look, one of the areas that I have to say that I was completely wrong about heading into the season, I thought this bullpen construction was going to be weak, and it's an area along with a few others that Mike Hazen did a great job in piecing together a bullpen that is functional while he's waiting to get A.J. Puck and later in August, Justin Martinez back. So, these guys are throwing strikes. That's rule number one. You've got to throw strikes. It's why certain guys that are like favorites among the prospect hounds haven't been called up, because they haven't proven that they can be trusted to throw strikes. Cade Stroud's going to be coming up today out of necessity because Taylor Clark's going on the bereavement list. Philip Abner's filling in now with Brandon Pfaadt being sent down. But the rest of the guys that they have there, they've been throwing strikes. They're not walking guys. They don't have, there's a couple of guys that throw hard like Juan Murillo, but, they're not velocity guys, but they move the ball around the strike zone. They have good stuff. Paul Sewell's very deceptive. Ryan Thompson's very deceptive. Gink is kind of back to Gink, right? So there's just a lot of really good things happening for them there. Torrey's spreading the workload around as evenly as he can to try to keep guys healthy. So I'm enjoying seeing that as well. Knock on wood, right? Just kind of hope that they keep rolling and that they do get contributions from these young guys coming up, because they need them. Like, they need them to come up here and do more than just pitch mop up. They need to pitch at least some semi-leverage innings and take some of the load off when they're here.
Yeah. Jack, we got to do this again.
Thank you, man.
This was great.
You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Jack Summers, D-backs on SI beat writer and co-host of Snakes Territory podcast, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Jesse Bam Rodriguez chases history at a new weight. He takes on Antonio Vargas for the World Bantamweight Championship June 13th at Desert Diamond Arena. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com or text BOXING to 620-620 to enter to win. All right, when we come back, there's a good amount of people that don't want Aaron Donald to come back. Does he care? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
LaFleur basically said it. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the X, and Michael Wilson is going to be the Z. What you want in your X is you want a guy that can win a one-on-one battle. Make it easy for the quarterback. Simplify the game a little bit for the quarterback. You don't have to do a lot of reads and coverages with that guy. It's a one-on-one battle. You trusted Larry Fitzgerald to go up and get the ball against anybody he was going against, and that's where Marvin Harrison Jr. is and is the X.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You find that dream house, buy it now. Sell the old one later. That way, you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. So here's how. Orchard will give you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I've done that. I don't want to do it again. It is horribly inconvenient. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way without the stress, so it's not new to them. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy, it's all right there on Orchard.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning to the Diamondbacks even things up against the Dodgers and a lot more. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, been a lot of Aaron Donald talk this week for a guy who hasn't played since 2023.
Yeah.
Which I think is the last time the Knicks lost a basketball game, around 2023. Sean McVay was asked about a potential return of Aaron Donald. Before I play this...
Okay, he's going to expound on this, right?
Sean McVay.
I have not heard this. He's going to rattle on this and roll.
It's 42 seconds, so he's going to give you probably 3.5 minutes worth of content in 42 seconds because he's Sean McVay and nobody speaks faster.
This is going to be awesome.
But
I have not heard this, Base It Audience.
Do you not feel like we've heard Aaron Donald's name more since Myles Garrett got traded than Myles Garrett's name since Myles Garrett got traded?
Yeah, there's no doubt.
It's crazy.
And I was talking about this yesterday. You can't talk about Myles Garrett without talking about Aaron Donald.
No.
You can't.
Which is
the
wild.
combination of this, honestly, I'm going to, okay. I know that
Say what
Cardinal
you're gonna
fans
say.
are
Say what you're gonna say.
going to be really upset with me.
You kind of want to see it,
I
don't you?
want to see it, man. I want to see Aaron Donald in the 3 technique and Myles Garrett in a wide 9. I want to see that, right? What is going to happen with that kind of combination? I don't know, Basinonians. I hope they stink whenever they play the Cardinals. And at the same time, that could be something we have not seen in the NFL ever.
Yeah, the football fan in me that wants to see it.
That's what it is.
And let me just say this as whatever, in my defense, and I guess in your defense too, Wolf. I don't want to see him come back and beat up on the Cardinals. I didn't want to see Myles Garrett get traded here. I think you could see my reaction live when Rick, sorry, I don't know who's Jesse. Yeah. When Rick read that off on Monday, you can see my reaction on YouTube, and I look fairly disgusted that it's happening. But I don't think the Cardinals are winning the Super Bowl this year.
Right.
So there's a part of me that says, okay, if the Rams add Myles Garrett and then they get Aaron Donald, it hurts the Seahawks, not the Cardinals. It hurts the Niners. And I don't care if it hurts the Seahawks or the Niners. More power to you then.
And I think it's also interesting that the Rams have drafted Ty Simpson, Ron Wolfley reporting based on it, because, Ty, you're going to have to sit down. I'm just saying, Matthew Stafford, I don't think Stafford's going anywhere. I think we might see Stafford pull a Tom Brady as long as Les Snead continues to make these deals.
The Rams are always in win-now mode. So here's Sean McVay on Aaron Donald.
If Aaron decides he wants to dust him off at the age of 35, I bet you he can still do it at a pretty high clip. But here's what I would tell you guys, too. The one thing that's great about Myles, we're not going to ask him to do anything other than be himself. And take it a day at a time, be totally and completely present. The last time, you guys remember who the Super Bowl favorites were last season, right? No, you don't. Nobody remembers, okay? So the point I'm making is like, hey, it's a fun narrative right now, but we're going to be inside out. We're going to earn it every single day. We had our first 11 on 11 today, and there's a lot of growth that we need to be able to have as a football team. And we're excited to get him in here, learning the different things that we'll ask of him. But we believe that he can impact the team in a significant way by being himself.
I like how even when Sean McVay takes a pause, it's less than 1 second.
Yeah, can I just say, before Sean McVay actually said that, actually laid that cut down, Basinonians, he said, yeah.
I love how he started
That's what he said.
He started that like, I never thought of that. Aaron Donald, who
Are
say?
you kidding me? Man, the Aaron Donald possibility right now, it's going to be, honestly, it'd be something we've never seen before. I know there's been a lot of great edges. Carl Eller, I'll go back to Carl Eller. Alan Page lining up in the 3 technique. That was really, really good. There's no doubt about that. But, man, I don't know if we've ever seen that kind of quickness and strength on one side of a defensive line together, working stunts together. Run.
The football enthusiast in me wants to see it. I just don't want to see it in week 6 against the Cardinals or week 10 against the Cardinals. But like I said, I'd love to see it when the Rams are playing the Seahawks. Hey, Sam, that was a great story last year. Now you got to deal with Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett. Here's Cooper Kupp.
Did they ask Sean McVay anything other than that?
Probably not.
Last? Yeah, you know what? Honestly, just play Sean McVay. We need to do that. Have a segment. It's just McVay.
Just McVay.
Just
McVay all day.
Just riffing on life.
I hope somebody asked him, hey, what does Ty Simpson think about Aaron Donald potentially coming back? I hope somebody in LA asks one Ty Simpson related question every single
Ty, what
media
do you think
availability.
of Myles Garrett?
Ty, what do you think of the fact you're not going to start for 4 years because Matthew Stafford's going to play now for a while? Here's Cooper Kupp from the Rich Eisen show yesterday, former Aaron Donald teammate. Not, well, I guess technically nobody's Aaron Donald's teammate right now until he comes back. But even if he does, Cooper Kupp's not in L.A. anymore.
Aaron Donald might be sitting at home going, I wouldn't mind playing with him. I already texted him and told him that he's not allowed. So we're good.
Oh, wait, what?
Pardon me? What happened? Cooper?
No, I just texted Aaron and said, yeah, I said, don't even think about it. And I just left it at that. So we're good. I'm not worried about it because he's not.
So I told him he can't. You stopped
I already nipped it in the bud. No one has to worry.
Yeah.
It's all set.
So the Avengers are not going to unite for Doomsday? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I love Aaron. He's such a good football player. Great dude. Loved taking the field with him down there in LA. I don't know what's going to happen. That would be crazy. He is a very good football player, and I don't care how old he is, or how long he's not played, whatever. Like Aaron Donald's Aaron Donald.
Well, hopefully Cooper's text worked. I don't think it's going to.
First of all, in the Wolfley compound, we're just walking around assuming Aaron Donald is an LA Ram.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that right now.
Yeah.
I'm not, the question is, I get it. Technically, it's still a possibility. And technically, you can't say it until he actually, I understand that. But for me, I'm just adopting it. The mentality right now. I'm accepting it. Because I think it's going to happen. I believe it's going to happen. I don't think there's even a question. I think it's just a matter of when they're actually going to make the announcement. But there's no doubt in the Wolfley compound that Aaron Donald is coming back.
You don't have the remote over there, do you? Because for some reason, some clown at the NFL Network decided to show the highlights of James Harrison picking off Kurt Warner and running it back for a touchdown.
That's like on TV
too much.
3 times a week.
Like right now, Fitz is scoring, so I would like to change the channel right after this. They also just showed Max Starks rallying the troops on the Steelers sideline.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Max.
This is distracting. We're going to break just so I can change the channel right now with the Cardinals up 23-20 and 2:37 remaining in the fourth quarter. All right, we come back. We'll take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, unlock your equity up front by using her Buy Before You Sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way. for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and Mr. Grand Price and Possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with My Guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at Waltz.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are sending pitcher Brandon Pfaadt to AAA Reno and placing pitcher Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In corresponding moves, the Snakes are calling up relievers Philip Abner and Cade Stroud. The D-backs will try to salvage a split of their series with the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop for Canes Golden Knights is at 5. Carolina will be trying to even the series at 1 game apiece. And that is what is trending now.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
The Arizona Diamondbacks received some bad injury news yesterday. Ace Corbin Burns will be out until at least September with a right lat injury. He was already rehabbing from Tommy John surgery and has not pitched since early last season. How does this change your expectations for the Diamondbacks this season?
It maybe shouldn't change him as much as it is for me. Yeah. I know I said this earlier in the show, but every time we have a conversation about the Diamondbacks, whether it's on the air, off the air, or just with people at a game or whatever, in the back of my mind, I have all season had, and Corbin Burns is coming back midseason. To me, that's the biggest, by far, piece they were going to get back. All due respect to A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez, who are big pieces, and hopefully they still get them back. But you're talking about a bona fide Cy Young winning ace of a starter. Even if he wasn't going to be that right out of the gate coming back, that was going to give him enough time where if you got into the postseason, he was going to have pitched for a couple months. So I know he's not ruled out for the year, but to me, it lowers the ceiling of what they're capable of doing this season. And maybe it shouldn't. I mean, they are basically in a wild card spot right now without him.
Yeah. To make it into the postseason for the most part, Basinonians, you need really, really good players. Ron Wolfley reporting. You need good players. You need a good talent level. You're not just going to luck your way into, especially when you play 162 games. Yeah. You need talent. And because of that, this diminishes the chance of the Arizona Diamondbacks making it into the postseason. Does it eliminate it? No. It just diminishes it. Because at some point in time, Corbin Burns was going to pitch in a game, I think, that would have been a very high-leverage game and would have been able to come through for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Just the way that he did in the 11 games that he played last year with a 1.1 whip. And not only that, a 266 ERA. They need that right now. Erod is giving it to them to some degree.
Erod's giving them Corbin Burns production.
You need more than one guy.
Yeah, you do. And the other part of this, too, is even if they make it into the postseason, how much more dangerous is a team that has Corbin Burns in their postseason rotation than, if they could still put together a decent, you could still go Erod, Merrill Kelly. I don't know who the third guy is right now, but if you were going with a three-man rotation in the postseason of Corbin Burns, Eduardo Rodriguez, and Merrill Kelly right now, you feel pretty good. Well, we saw them take the Dodgers out a couple years ago in no small part because their rotation was pitching well.
I have a hard time seeing Corbin Burns come back at all at this point in time.
This season.
Yes.
Sticking with Diamondbacks injuries, our Arizona Sports poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, asks, a number of D-backs are set to come back from injury soon. Whose return are you anticipating most? A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, Jordan Lawler, or Lourdes Gurriel Jr.?
Probably. This is a tough one. Probably Puck. I'm going to say A.J. Puck. Just because Justin Martinez is still a ways off, Puck is pretty close. It's either Puck or Lawler for me because we don't know what Lawler's upside is yet.
Yeah. Oh, suspenders.
Look right into the camera next time you say that. Oh, you did.
So I think I know your answer, Wolf.
Yeah.
You're going to go with
It's
Puck.
A.J. Puck, man. It really is. Listen, Paul Sewald. Paul Sewald is awesome. He's one of my favorite athletes that have ever gone out and competed at a professional level, ladies and gentlemen. Because, Paul, and I mean this with no disrespect
so matter
whatsoever.
of fact.
I'm just saying, he doesn't have dominating stuff. Can I say that? Can we all
I think
acknowledge
he would say that.
he doesn't have dominating stuff, and yet all he does with all his swag is go out and get it done. How do you not love a human being that goes out and over-delivers, over-performs to the degree in which Paul Sewald does? Are you kidding me?
He does. He acts like somebody. It's like, this is just your buddy that he has a job, But like, you can't. You could walk up to Paul Sewald if you don't know him and be like, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" Whereas, like, if it was Victor Wembanyama, I don't think you could be like, "Hey, what are you in accounting?"
Yes.
Like, you have a pretty good idea what Victor Wembanyama does. But you're right. Sewald just gets the job done.
Paul Sewald gets the job done, and it's the inside that is allowing him to get it done on the outside, if you know what I mean. It's incredible. Having said that, I think A.J. Puck at some point in time, you're going to need somebody who's a killer at the end of your bullpen as well. Not just Paul Sewald, but A.J. Puck, maybe as the setup guy.
Their best bet now to make a run is probably to have a Padres-like bullpen where if you get to the seventh inning, you're not going to score runs off the D-backs. And I don't know if they can do that, but if you get A.J. Puck back and you can go Murillo or Clark and then Puck and then Sewald or however you want to.
You wouldn't remove Paul Sewald from being the closer, would you? There's
not right
way.
now.
There's no
not unless
way.
he starts blowing saves.
That's right.
All
no
right.
way.
He's one of the most effective closers in baseball right now. He's not going anywhere.
I will vote A.J. Puck. A.J. Puck leads 37%. Justin Martinez second, 27%. Jordan Lawler, 21%. And Lourdes Gurriel Jr. is last at 15%. All right, the New York Knicks beat the San Antonio Spurs 105-95 last night in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Did the Knicks win change your outlook for the series?
I mean, my outlook yesterday was Spurs are going to win, but the Knicks are going to make this real close. I'll still stick with the Spurs, but I can't just ignore the fact the Knicks haven't lost a basketball game since April 23rd, and we're into June now. So the odds of them losing 4 of the next 6. Let's put it this way. The only team I would give a chance to beat the Knicks at this point would be a team with Victor Wembanyama. I thought the Knicks would have beat Oklahoma City if it got to that point. The only team would be a team with Wemby.
Yeah, what exactly was the question again, Rick? What exactly did you ask, and why do I sound so weird right now? Did you hear that?
You're kind of going in and out.
Okay,
We were so close.
I know.
Did the Knicks win change your outlook for the series?
Yes, it did, because I thought for sure that the San Antonio Spurs were going to win this in 6. I thought, you know what? Yeah, the Knicks are going to go out there. They're going to do a couple of things special. Jalen Brunson is for real. They're a tough team. Yeah, they're going to go out there and they'll win a couple of games. Now, all of a sudden, you go out and you win game one of the series. Game one of the series. When you're the underdog, you just sent a Sicilian message to the San Antonio Spurs. I think for the first time, I'm actually believing the New York Knicks could flat out win the championship because of winning game one, especially the way they did it. The confidence level right now inside of the New York Knicks locker room has got to be off the hook. And because of that, you better believe it's changed my expectation for the series.
Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Do you guys think Carolina will even the series? Or will the Golden Knights go up 2-0?
I think Carolina at home, they probably even the series, but Vegas is going to win the series.
Yes.
Vegas just makes you so uncomfortable. They test your depth. Doesn't matter who your top line is. They just kind of take it away. Sometimes they can take away your top two lines. Carolina has depth, which is why I think, if they are a team that if they have to win with their third or fourth line, they can do it. But they're not winning 4 of the next. I didn't think they're winning 4 or 7. They're certainly not winning 4 of the next 6 from Vegas. But I give them a shot at home, certainly to even the series up. This feels like a back and forth series.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I look at Vegas and their ability to take your best line away, as Luke has already pointed out. I look at that and I think of the Buffalo Sabres all the way back in 1979.
Ooh,
Google it, my young crooks. The Buffalo Sabres back there with the Don Luce line. That's right, Don Luce and Greg Ramsey. Go back and Google it. Just take your best line away. And because of that, I think ultimately the team that makes the fewest mistakes, the fewest turnovers in their own end, will ultimately win the series. And that's why I think Vegas is going to do it, because they don't beat themselves.
There was a lot of turnovers, uncharacteristic of both those teams in the first game.
True.
You could argue like the first 6 goals were turnovers. The other thing about Vegas, they fall behind 2-0. They don't care. They come back and win. They fell behind Colorado 3-0. They don't care. Go out and sweep Colorado, who's supposed to be the best team.
Tough.
Yeah, they don't care. They're kind of like the Knicks in the sense they don't care what the situation is. They just keep going. All right, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, can the D-backs count on Ketel Marte? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 2-1, there's a swing. Just missed it, did Arenado. Fly ball to left. Call is there. He'll make the catch, and that's your ball game. 7-0 shutout win for the Dodgers. D-backs had no answer for Ohtani on the mound.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Oh, boy, it's still going on. That's right, employee pricing and more at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. And I know you're saying, what are you talking about? And more, Wolf. What's that all about? Well, how about this? Gather around. About more affordability for you. Well, you know what? That's a buzzword today. More APR and lease plans, of course. More value. And a lot more fun, because you get all that. You get the more affordability, lease plans, and value. And that makes it a lot more fun, and you have more selection as well. Now, that's American value for American values, is it not, brothers? It's employee pricing for everyone. You can lock it in now only at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
Hey, it's Austin at Moxie Pest Control. I grew up in a neighborhood where people really showed up for each other. I remember one Sunday we were all sitting in church when our pastor stood up and said, "The rest of our services are canceled today. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then and there, we all walked right out of church, grabbed our tools and materials, and we all rebuilt that fence together. I'll never forget how that felt. Seeing an entire community stop everything to protect one family's home. That day taught me something I've built into Moxie Pest Control. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. And when people show up for each other, a community becomes a family. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure. Moxie Pest Control, the highest and most reviewed pest control company in Arizona.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
Calling all cars, we got another victim. Cause my love has become an affliction. What did you expect from me?
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks fare in tonight's pivotal series finale against the Dodgers? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Wolf. Well, we saw in real time yesterday the reaction of the Diamondbacks fan base when the lineup was released for the matchup with Shohei and the Dodgers, and Ketel was not in it. So that happened during our show. We were out there at Cardinals OTAs, but we hadn't heard from Torrey yet. Okay, so I'm going to play some cuts from Torrey going into last night's game on the Ketel Marte situation, whatever you want to call it. And some people I know think it's not a big deal at all. Other people think it's a huge deal. This is what Torrey said pregame when he was asked why no Ketel Marte heading into a matchup like that.
Ketel is a situation where he battles us all year long, and you guys know how much he means to this team. I know how much he means to this team, but it got to the point where, with low back tightness and hamstring tightness, when he gets to this level, there's a chance he could break, and we're going to miss him, and we're going to miss him for weeks instead of a day. So I will trade 1 day for 2 weeks. I don't want to miss another player. And I don't want to be stubborn enough to say you have to play through this when I know that it's a very risky proposition.
Man, just listening to Torrey Bass-Orleans, once again, it brings back so many memories. He's the skip, right? He's the manager. He is the coach, if you will, of Ketel Marte. And I can tell you right now that coaches are going to protect their guys. That's the best way that I can say it. Coaches and managers, I think, are going to protect their guys, especially when the guy is genuinely what I think a pretty good guy. Do I think that Ketel Marte needs to toughen up a little bit, Bass-Orleans? I do. I do. And I love the guy. I really do. I've got no animus whatsoever towards Ketel Marte. I respect him greatly, but I do think he needs to toughen up a little bit.
Jack Summers brought this up when we had him on last hour, and he said at this point, Cattell is on pace to play 151 games this year.
Yeah.
Which would be the second most of his career. It's not – this is a tough conversation because if it was just last night, I don't think anybody freaks out. But you're in an interesting spot as an organization because when we were watching everybody freak out online yesterday, it wasn't, hey, Cattell needs a day off. It was, Torrey doesn't know what he's doing. He's playing around with the lineup again. Whereas, Gambo during our show yesterday had the post that it basically said, hey, this isn't Torrey. This is Cattell and the medical staff saying this is the smart move. If you have a back and hamstring issue, that will keep flaring up if you're not careful. So I don't have a problem with him missing a game. As Torrey said, you're going to miss a game to save him from missing 2 weeks. It's just the timing is what freaked everybody out. You're going into a game that's on paper your toughest of the year. Let's just call it what it is. You're playing the Dodgers and Shohei's pitching. There's not a tougher matchup on paper. And your best player chooses that night to sit out. That's why everybody freaked out yesterday.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It looked like you waved the white flag in that situation. It looked like you already said, well, it's Shohei Ohtani. So because it's Shohei, you know what, we're going to sit you down in this game and we're going to be okay with that. And by the way, are you okay with that, Cattell? See, this is something that, again, for me, I'm like, Skip, knock it off. And again, I don't know. Maybe it was Cattell. And that was the first report that we got. It was Cattell and the medical staff that actually decided, hey, listen, and maybe it's a good day for you to sit down because you are so banged up that your back is a little tight and your hamstring is a little tight. And we could risk injury, bigger injury, if you actually played in this game. The optics of it all, once again, PR does matter. It does matter, Basinonians. And the optics of it just looked like horrible. It was a horrible decision. And if I were even Cattell Marte at that point in time, I'd be like, listen, I've been playing this way the last couple of games because imagine it doesn't just come on him at once. Mm-hmm. I think it's a situation where it's a buildup and it happens to him. And for me, it'd be like, hey, listen, let me sit out any other game but this one. If I'm Cattell Marte, the optics on it are bad. And because of what happened last year, and because of the story that actually came out last year about this being a topic of conversation, if you will, in the clubhouse with the Diamondbacks, man, if I'm Cattell Marte, I'm saying any game but this game. Okay? The next one, sit me down. Could you have sat me down the game before? Yeah. Whatever it might be. I think the timing on this is brutal. The Dodgers series alone, to actually sit him down at all in any of the Dodgers games, it doesn't look good. No. Let alone yesterday's game.
He's missed games this season. Not a ton, but he's missed games. Nobody made a big deal of it. You know? I mean, there's always going to be, and I think Torrey's a lot better with this now, but he's somebody that tinkers with the lineup a lot. And fine, he's a manager, and that's what makes him comfortable. But there have been times where you see, like, hey, this guy's red hot, and then they sit him. That's more so, I would say, in the past, but that sort of has built up this reputation where just go click on when the Diamondbacks post their lineup each day, the comments back. If it is not the best player at every position, people are freaking out in the comments section. And every team doesn't run their best players out there 162 times a season. So some of that is because in years past, like, hey, Corbin had 4 hits last night. He's sitting today. You know, like they've kind of done this to themselves in terms of what the fan perception is. But when Cattell Marte missed games earlier this season, and it hasn't been many, I didn't really see a whole lot of reaction. Yesterday, everybody was losing their minds. But the reaction, for what it's worth, publicly seems to be, why is Torrey sitting him? Whereas it sounds like it's more of a, hey, Cattell's dealing with something, and we're trying to prevent this from being a longer-term issue. And I would just say this, man, he's signed through 2031.
Yeah. I
mean, what is that? It's another 5 years? He's 32 right now. That's the bigger concern for me.
Yeah.
Yesterday. This isn't him not coming back after the All-Star break and his teammates are trying to figure out where he is, or him potentially asking out of a big game against the Brewers the year before when they're trying to make the playoffs. This is just, we're trying to manage an injury. I'll take him at their word, except is this going to be a problem for the next 5 years?
Yeah. It's not only that, Luke, though. To me, I keep saying this. It's not about Ketel Marte. It's about everyone else around him. Last year, you have to be able to say this, Masononians. Do you believe that the stories that we were hearing last year about Ketel Marte and the discourse that may have been in the clubhouse because of that, do you believe that happened? That was real. It was legit.
It seemed like
there were
real.
guys that literally said, there was a quote that was out there. Yeah, Ketel is great when he wants to be. I mean, once again, I
the
know
ultimate
this.
Backhanded compliment.
I know this being in a locker room. That, if you really truly believe that, that is not a good spot for you to be, where one of your best players, inside the context of that, he's great when he wants to be. That's not about Ketel Marte. Believe it or not, it's about everyone else that is in the clubhouse for the most part. And again, I'm not trying to create an issue here. I'm just trying to say this is a flag to me, and it's a red flag.
They're also very top-heavy right now in their lineup. Like, they need Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte. They lean on their two guys more than most contenders lean on two guys. Here's more from Torrey. He elaborated on the injury risk.
I have done this before, and I've watched him limp back from first base in Colorado when I've asked him to play when I know that he shouldn't be playing. So through hard experiences, I've learned, and when he says, or the medical team says, we got to pull back a little bit for one day, I'm going to do it. He's too important to this ball club. So it's just a one-day thing. There's nothing that's going to linger. When I spoke to him about it, I said, will you be ready late in the game? He said, absolutely. So you might see him late in the game. But he's just at that point where he needs a little bit of rest. He needs just a day to just regroup the troops a little bit.
And naturally, Torrey was asked if Ketel's the one who asked for the day off.
He was very uncomfortable yesterday, yes. So I asked him to play yesterday, and the agreement was, yes, I'll get there. We'll get there, but I need the next one off. And I know it's Shohei Ohtani. He knows it's Shohei Ohtani. It would be awesome to see that we're going to have plenty of showdowns between these two. It's going to happen. It's going to happen at some point. But I just know how, and you could see the way he ran to first base a couple times yesterday. I saw him grimacing on picking up ground balls. He's right at that very critical point where it could go one way or another, and I want to rest him.
Okay, wait a minute. He just said it right there. He wanted the day off previous to that, right?
Yeah.
Is that
Tuesday.
not where we saw him walk and then sprint down to first base?
Yeah,
that is the game that they lost 6-5. Yep. We saw him sprint down to like out of his mind sprint. What? Why would you do that? Oh man, that makes me think he was doing that in a pouting kind of way. I'm just saying that's I could be dead wrong on that base. It's dead wrong.
Well,
dead wrong.
He had 24 hits over an 11-game stretch, right? So 24 hits over 11 games. I can do the math on the average or whatever during the break. But he was basically hitting like 500 for a week and a half. And then that ended with the Mariners series. And so he's won for his last 18 over the last 5 games. So, and maybe that gives context to not feeling great. If your back's messed up, you're not going to swing real well against any pitching, let alone major league pitching. But again, you and I are both, I think, different levels of concern from different directions of also, if this is just a lingering thing that he's going to be dealing with. He's 32 now, but when his contract's up, he's like 37.
Yeah.
Like, that's the other part. If people are like, oh, you're just making something out of nothing in the clubhouse, okay. Is this a problem? Because you can't trade him ever now.
Yeah, once again, too, this is really more about the players inside the clubhouse and how they feel about this than it is Ketel Marte.
It's tough because he's a fan favorite, and when he plays, he's one of the best hitters in baseball.
Love the guy.
So it's just you know what you're going to get. If that was a playoff game yesterday, could he have gone? All right, when we come back, is there any way – I'm excited about this, Wolf. I actually maybe got a little hope from this one. Is there any way the Phoenix Suns can copy what the New York Knicks have built? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Diamondbacks are hoping he can return in September. I'm going to say that you probably are not going to have Corbin Burns for the rest of this season. You're talking about possibility of September, like that's the last month of the season. What's he going to come in, pitch 5 games? Devastating news. You were looking for him to come back mid-July. So this huge decision that you had to make on who's going to be in the rotation and who's not, that's done. You've just got to decide if Brandon Pfaadt is better than Zach Allen at any point. If not, this is your rotation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz, computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories, everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local, shop Waltz.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are sending pitcher Brandon Pfaadt to AAA Reno and placing pitcher Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In corresponding moves, the Snakes are calling up relievers Philip Abner and Cade Stroud. The The D-backs will try to salvage a split of their series with the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop for Hurricanes Golden Knights is at 5. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in for Dan Bickley. We'll preview Game 2 of the NBA Finals. How will Victor Wembanyama respond for the Spurs? That's at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
Okay, I've been doing this, maybe nobody else is, but I've been doing this for a while this season, Wolf, and I've been dragging you into it. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
We all talk about, hey, how can the Suns do this? How can they do that? How do they get relevant? Are they going to trade for Giannis? They're going to trade for this guy, that guy, whatever. I've been approaching it more of, are there teams that are having success right now that the Suns can sort of follow that path? You can't follow the Spurs path. You're not getting a Wembanyama. They don't exist. There's one. So you can't follow that path. The Spurs, to a certain extent, got lucky to win the lottery that year, and they've done a good job building a team around Victor Wembanyama, but that's not the path. And you also don't have any first-round picks. I mean, you have some, but they're every other year, and they're pick swapped down to the bottom of the first round. So that's not your path. Can you follow Oklahoma City's path? Maybe, but Oklahoma City has had so many picks, and they still have so many picks that you have to be so good at hitting on your picks, and you would need to find a way to get a bunch more. So then I kind of went down the path of, okay, could you be Minnesota? You know, could you figure that Minnesota has a great player in Anthony Edwards? You've got Devin Booker. Could you build a team around Devin Booker the way Minnesota has? The only problem with that one is I don't think Minnesota's breaking through anytime soon. But the Knicks are interesting, Wolf. Could you copy what the Knicks are doing?
Okay, why do you say that, though, Luke? Why do you think they could copy what the Knicks are doing?
So if you look at what the Knicks have, I mean, obviously we're all looking over, well, they have Mikal Bridges. It'd be nice to get him back. Okay, well, that ship has sailed. You can't get Mikal Bridges back. I get it. But if you look at what the Knicks have, it's not like they have a bunch of guys they took with top 5 picks. They really don't. In fact, they've traded for most of these guys. They were smart with trades. They've made some good picks mixed in there too. But if you look at their main guys, OG Anunoby, who was a guy I wanted on the Suns for a long time. 23rd pick in the draft. They didn't draft him, obviously, but they went out and got him. But even if you're just trying to draft these guys, he was the 23rd pick in the draft. Josh Hart was 30th. Jalen Brunson was 33rd. Now, again, they got Jalen Brunson when Dallas didn't feel the need to re-sign him. But the point is, some of their biggest players are guys that are late first, early second round picks, which is where the Suns are going to be picking. Now, you could say, well, yeah, they have Karl Anthony Towns. Yeah, that is huge. And the Suns, by the way, had multiple opportunities to trade for him and didn't want to part with DeAndre Ayton for Karl Anthony Towns. So don't even bring that up again.
Right.
But the core of this team is guys that you got late first, early second round. That is something the Suns could do.
You know, it's one of the reasons why I'm really encouraged by one pick in particular, and that is Rasheer Fleming.
Mm-hmm.
Where did they actually get Rasheer Fleming?
Start of the second round.
Start of the second round. That's exactly right. Right in that sweet spot that you're talking about with the New York Knicks. And that's why when you brought this up earlier, I was like, hey, it encourages me. I think Rasheer Fleming base earnings, I think he's going to be a very, very good NBA player. I don't know how good. I don't know where that ceiling is. So much of the time when you're developing as a player, the success that you actually have will increase your confidence level, and the confidence allows you to grow.
Yeah.
Now, again, if you don't experience a ton of success, you're not going to be very confident. It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? And because you're not very confident, maybe you don't grow as much. I think Rasheer Fleming has got a lot of growth in front of him, and I think he's going to be really, really good. A really good defender, and not only that, but a guy that can shoot the three and maybe even develop a little bit more than that. But to me, I see a guy that, it's very encouraging because I think Brian Gregory and company, I think they know what they're doing. I think they actually know what they're doing based on what they did to build this team in 1 year and the way that they have drafted. I think they actually know what they're doing, and that encourages me.
I'm just encouraged by the fact that there's actually a potential path, because so much of this season, and especially these playoffs, are like, well, nobody's beating the Spurs or the Thunder, so you may as well just give up for the next, 10 years? Like, do you think Wembanyama's retiring anytime soon? He was talking the other day. He's like, I'd love to do this for 15 or 20 years. Cool. You have to have a way. The Knicks, on paper, set aside everything they've done in this postseason, set aside what we know about them now, but go back 2 years or whatever, as they were building this team. On paper, they're not anything amazing. Jalen Brunson on paper, early second-round pick. OG Anunoby, good defensive player. Good all-around player, but really great defensive player. Late first-round pick. Josh Hart, late first-round pick. You can do that if you're the Suns. Now, you got to draft. This is not as simple as being like, oh, we'll just do what they do. You've got to be amazing at hitting on all your picks. I get that. You've got to be really smart. If you trade Jalen Green, or even if it's a Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, whatever, you've got to win all the trades. The Knicks have been winning all these trades. But there's at least a path that is realistic to be a really good team that the Knicks might win the title here in the next week.
Yes.
Either way, they're in the finals, and they're going to push the Spurs. And here's Karl Anthony Towns. He was asked this after the game on what they are built on, okay? Just see if this sounds familiar at all.
This team has unity. It has camaraderie, and it was special. It was something I thought we showed the world last year. It got us far in the playoffs last year, and just kind of growing off of that from last year, having another year with each other, even more familiarity. Last year was a lot of change with me coming to the team, Kale, and just, obviously so many moving parts. So I think it was, it's been something that has been building, and it's been more trust has been built over time. It's just something that has worked tremendously well for us.
Wow.
Not saying they can do it next year.
They're going to run it back. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, build this up over a couple years. I don't want to cheapen what the Knicks are doing. I mean, the Knicks might win the title. The Suns won 45 games this year. But I'm just saying this, more than any other team, is the team I would be trying to copy.
One of the things that I love about this is you shock me and surprise me every now and then. You just hit me with a 2x4 right in the face when you said that, because I do see what you're talking about in regard to this. It really is something that is interesting. And could you see the Phoenix Suns doing it? Listen, if in fact they're able to identify basketball players that they know are going to be really, really good in their system and their alignment based on audience, if they're able to do this, that bodes well for any type of move, whether it's a draft pick down the road, or, and I mean down the road, a draft pick down the road, or just signing some free agents. Look at Jordan Goodwin, too. The fact that this guy, you identified him, even Dylan Brooks, to some degree. You knew exactly what you were doing when you brought him in. Rasheer Fleming was targeted. Remember, they moved up in the beginning of that second round, targeted by Brian Gregory and his staff. Man, that really fills me with confidence that they know the type of player that they need. So maybe they can pull it off.
You look at what the Knicks are doing, and they're built around chemistry and team defense and toughness. Now, they have, Jalen Brunson is a great player. They have guys making plays, and again, they're on a much higher level. They're in the NBA Finals. The Suns are not. But are we not all sick of hearing the well, what's the point? You got the Spurs and the Thunder, just give up. This is actually the sort of path you want to go down. You want to find the right players and be the best at what you can possibly be. Forge your team identity, which I think the Suns did this year, and then lean into it and get the players that fit it the most. And the Knicks are showing you there's at least a way to do that. And if you do it to the highest possible level, which is not easy, you might win the title. You would at least be in the mix if you could do that. Certainly if the Suns could be New York light, and it's going to take a couple years, but if you could do that in the next 2 years or whatever, you would at least be the third team in the Western Conference knocking on the door with those top two teams.
I think you might be onto something.
Now they just have to go out and do it.
Don't let it go to your head.
Tickets are now on sale. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater Thursday, July 23rd. It's the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details. When we come back, what do we expect the Cardinals offense to look like under Mike LaFleur? We're starting to get some answers from him and Gardner Minshew and others. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, at Trajan Wealth, it all starts with respect and understanding. They're fiduciary advisors. They're going to take time to listen, teach, and create a plan that truly reflects your values and your goals. Visit TrajanWealth.com to schedule your consultation, Basinonians. Listen, choosing the right financial advisor might be one of the smartest financial moves you're ever going to make. Ron Wolfley reporting. The fiduciary team at Trajan Wealth, they help craft reliable income plans so you can stay focused on what matters most. That's right. Visit TrajanWealth.com today. Pick up the phone, give them a call. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate, Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
Now I just want to watch the Suns turn into the Knicks. Like, I'll just sit here and wait. Just go out and become the Knicks, please, right now. Back to football, Wolf. And we were out there yesterday talking to Gardner Minshew. Mike LaFleur has spoken this week. They're not going to give up a whole lot about what their offense is going to look like, but I think we can start to kind of piece things together a little bit, right? Based on little nuggets we're hearing from the principal parties involved and based on what we saw from the Rams offense last year. Here's Mike LaFleur earlier this week talking about the Cardinals offense.
Yeah,
I think it is simple, but I think our guys are pretty smart, and I think they're catching on to it. Yeah, there's definitely that. Again, it's there is a illusion of complexity to this, that it's the same play we might have ran the day before or the week before or whatever, but it's just one slight little adjustment with a motion or a formation. And then once you've shown that once or twice, now what's your complement cut off of it? So I don't, particularly right now through 8 OTAs, it's not like we're overly scheming our defense. Really just trying to kind of figure out what these guys can do. Is kind of cool going through 7 practices, now 8. And as I was just kind of doing inventory on what Trey's done already in terms of he's caught this, he's caught that, he's done this, he's done that, and it's like, good, check some boxes right there, because again, you don't need to be peaking here in June. You're trying to figure out that they're learning us as coaches and we're learning them as players in terms of what they can do, what their strengths are. Definitely always want to go to their strengths, what their weaknesses are. Do we need to stay away from those weaknesses, or man, it's just a weakness, but it actually can become a strength? And those are all the kind of things we're learning right now.
Man, wow, he said an awful lot right there. Where do you begin on that one, Luke?
The illusion of complexity.
Yes.
First of all, let me learn how to say it. The illusion of complexity, which, yes, sounds like a Tool song, but it's also something that we've seen with the Rams offense before. I mean, if you watch them closely, and they're in the playoffs, I think most people did watch them pretty closely. I mean, Gardner Minshew said something similar to us yesterday, too, of like, yeah, this offense actually is fairly simple, but it's designed to look complicated. And
yes,
what the Rams did was almost good enough to win a Super Bowl. So you got to have the right personnel. But this is why I like having LaFleur as the head coach of this team.
Yeah, this is why I love it. I think the illusion of complexity, I think it also is something that is very, very effective in regard to rundown situation. 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6. The illusion of complexity, where you're basically running the same action, the same type of play, out of different formations maybe. It depends on what play you're running, but you're running the same kind of action. And yet, so much of the time, you don't know, did the quarterback hand the ball off or did he not hand the ball off? Did he actually pull it out of the running back's belly and throw a ball down the field? Because you're running the exact same type of play, except you didn't give the running back the ball. And now it's a problem. It's that base.
Yeah.
The illusion of complexity of actually, okay, maybe you're running the same play, but how you get to it and the motions that you use is different. I love that term, that phrase.
It's basically, it's simple to you because you know where the play's going, but it's complicated to the opposing defense.
Yes.
Which is something you've been talking about a version of for a while, really ever since we started the show. And we've had Lorenzo Alexander on the show a lot, and I thought it was great how he would break it down from the defensive perspective of things of like, hold on, you got a running back that's dangerous, and the Cardinals have one now. They may have a couple. And you're running play action to him. I have to, at least as a defensive player, for a second, wait and say, did they give him the ball?
Yes.
If the Cardinals handed off to Jeremiah Love as a defensive player, I can't just ignore that. I can't guess that they're passing. And in that second, if the opposing quarterback, and I get it, the Cardinals are a work in progress. They don't even have the quarterback yet. But if he's rolling out the other way and I'm frozen looking at Jeremiah Love and he goes and throws downfield to Trey McBride or Marvin Harrison Jr. or Michael Wilson or whatever, I'm in real trouble. And if I can somehow cover them, he can throw it back to Jeremiah Love. That's the other parts.
You know, again, and what I love about this is the fact that Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay are 2 head coaches in the National Football League. Just happen to coach in the NFC West, but 2 head coaches in the National Football League who run this kind of offense and do it better than anyone else in the league to a large degree. The illusion of complexity, again, running a play that looks exactly the same, but you just don't know if you're going to throw it or run it. That changes everything. This is why I'm so excited to see the Mike LaFleur scheme and the offense and the fact they got Jeremiah Love. It was one of the reasons why I said at the time, if in fact, I don't want Jeremiah Love at number 3. I don't want the Cardinals to draft Jeremiah Love at number 3. But if they draft him at number 3, I'm not going to cry. It's the reason, again, I wanted a butt gut. I wanted a guy on the line of scrimmage that was going to maul some people. But man, Jeremiah Love could have an incredible season. He's going to have the opportunity to go out and have an incredible season if he stays healthy.
And you can see pieces here. This is similar to the conversation we just had with the Suns and the Knicks. I mean, but this is even more closely related because Mike LaFleur just came from running the Rams offense. But you can see some of the pieces where, like, in L.A., he has Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. Okay, well, here he has Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier, and maybe James Conner, too. In L.A., what they had Tyler Higbee and Colby Parkinson and Terrence Ferguson. They have all these. Okay, well, here you have Trey McBride and Tip Ryman and Elijah Higgins. Like, you can see how they – now, what they don't have is a Matthew Stafford, and they don't have a Puka Nacua. But you can at least see, like, how Mike LaFleur used these guys in L.A., and a lot of it was McVay. I get that. How he maybe could use some of these guys here in Arizona now.
Yes.
I mean, he didn't have a Trey McBride in L.A.
Yes, and it's amazing too, Basin. I think we actually found somebody who loves Tip Ryman more than me. And his name's Mike LaFleur.
What are the odds of that?
Just hearing that, talking to some people, talking to some of my brothers over at the facility building in Tempe for the Arizona Cardinals, and the buzz that is going on about Tip Ryman behind the scenes.
But it makes sense.
Because of Mike LaFleur and what he sees in this guy. Oh, bring it on, Mike.
It makes a lot of sense when you look at what the Rams did last year. And
how
they essentially became a 13-personnel team, but that wasn't even the plan at the start of it. But, again, you look at the Rams and all the tight ends they have and all the tight ends they used. Look at what the Cardinals have. Assuming everybody stays healthy, Tip Ryman fits a very specific role in a Rams offense. Trey McBride is somebody the Rams didn't even have. That's where you actually have an advantage over what the Rams had. And Elijah Higgins is pretty solid on this team, too. So if they have to go with 3 tight ends, they have them. If they have to go with 2 running backs, they have them. They just don't have the quarterback, which is the most important part.
We shall see.
There are still pieces missing to this puzzle for sure. And they don't have Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. They have Marvin Harrison Jr., who's supposed to have Devontae Adams-like potential. And they have Michael Wilson, who can do some really good things, too.
You know what's amazing is last year, of course, everyone was comparing Michael Wilson to Puka Nacua.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about some coaches.
Yeah.
Some coaches on the Arizona Cardinals staff actually comparing Michael Wilson and the way that he was developing and his body structure to Puka Nacua as the Z. Interesting.
I don't think Mike LaFleur is coming over here trying to reinvent the wheel and do everything different than they were doing it in L.A. because everything in L.A. was working pretty well. So I'm guessing he's trying to make his own version of that here in the desert. All right, when we come back with the Corbin Burns news, does starting pitching now become a need for the Diamondbacks at the trade deadline? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence. Have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in-store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are sending pitcher Brandon Pfaadt to AAA Reno and placing pitcher Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In corresponding moves, the Snakes are calling up relievers Philip Abner and Cade Stroud. The D-backs will try to salvage a split of their series with the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop for Hurricanes Golden Knights is at 5. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How will the Diamondbacks fare in tonight's pivotal series finale against the Dodgers? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday afternoon, it's Wolf and Luke. Wolf, you look like you want to start singing, but you're not.
Well, no, just He's ready to bust it.
Don't let us get
Time.
in your way here.
Yeah, there'll be no busting without the Warrior Queen.
No busting without a wedge to bust.
Yeah,
Is that where you are?
right. Okay.
What do you think has to be the Diamondback strength? The rest
That
of the
woman
season?
brings the best out in me, Basinonians. Just saying.
I feel like she can probably dance.
No, she can. Absolutely. That's why it's great. I just have her dance around me. Go on.
I just want to like pick her brain at some point about like how you are just around the house.
We should have her on the show. As a
We
guest.
should at some point,
Okay.
and just like ask her how what Wolf does like around the house.
That's right.
I think she's probably a very interesting. Well, I know she's an interesting person, but when you ask what Wolf does around the house, I think we've already had that question answered when he's fixing a tree in the backyard and he comes in with just cuts all over his arms.
There's the time that he tripped on the treadmill too.
Oh, well, no, I didn't trip on the treadmill. I was on the treadmill and fell down because I hit the side of it. And whoa! My face hit it, man. It felt so good, to take it right off the face. The treadmill, boom! It felt so good.
Chipped a tooth, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I didn't chip a tooth. I remember you could see the treadmill like that.
Because I remember you in the moment saying it felt good.
It did feel good.
Like an hour later.
Boom! Face first off that thing, man.
Is there anyone else who likes getting hit in the head?
There are some.
Just a reminder of how good it felt to just not care, to know that God was holding me in his hand and I could just run down the field like a savage and just bury my face into some dude who was 340.
I will say for accuracy, sake, people hear Wolf saying now it felt good, and you're like, yeah, okay, but 3 years ago when it happened, you probably weren't saying that. I saw Wolf an hour after it happened. He was absolutely saying it felt good an hour after it happened.
Just a great reminder of what I used to do, my brother.
Here's something else. You know, if Wolf's ever cooking or something, I guarantee you, not a like measuring spoons person. You just know, like,
Yeah, right there.
You just know what you're putting in. You eyeball it.
I'm that way.
Yeah, but the cooking part it's only breakfast that I do.
Saturday mornings.
Saturday mornings, man. That's it. Kids, what do you want? Here you go. What do you want?
Yeah, but what's the thing you make that's really good with all the hot sauce in it and like the jalapenos?
Ice cream?
Just knock it off on the vanilla ice cream. It does actually. Try it, my brothers. If you love Frank's Red Hot, put it on some vanilla ice cream, man.
I have tried it. It's not bad. I once suggested to Kenny Dillingham he try it off the air, and he looked at me like I was crazy.
Okay.
So just know
Well,
that you did that.
I think Kenny would look at me like I was crazy
He might.
as well.
I don't know.
Yes.
It's
I think he
possible.
already thinks that. What up, Kenny?
He thinks you're odd.
Yeah, I think so. He thinks I'm odd. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just okay. Different. That's what odd is. It's just different.
My favorite part of yesterday was you essentially asking Gardner Minshew something along the lines of him being odd, and then you asked a different question. He looked at you and he's like, "You think I'm odd?"
Yeah.
And honestly,
he focused on that.
I was like, I don't think Gardner Minshew realizes this is a compliment coming from Wolf because he just met him.
That's why I said I thought he was a backup quarterback who could be a wedge buster.
Yeah.
He could have been a wedge buster. I think Gardner Minshew is crazy enough to be able to run down the field and just sprint full speed into some dude.
It's high praise.
Man, that's weird in a good kind of way.
I feel like I just sounded like Nicolas Cage when I said that. That's high praise coming from you.
I don't even know what movie that's from. I'm sure David Charles Burns would know.
He's in Italy, isn't he?
Is he really in Italy, David Charles?
Yeah.
By the way, where are we going in this beautiful part
Italy,
of the program?
actually.
Italy.
Tarek Skubal, should the D-backs trade for him?
That's an interesting question.
That's all they got to do. Just go get Skubal.
It's true. I'm probably not holding my breath for that. I mean, is he a rental or do I get to keep him past this year? I don't need. He's hurt. I don't know if I need another high-priced hurt pitcher that I can't use this year.
I'm sorry. I just use that as we should just go get Dwight Howard. That's back when I was doing morning radio, ladies and gentlemen. That was the inside joke.
You could get Dwight
just
Howard
go
now.
get Dwight Howard. Oh, you could get him now. You got that right. He was an absolute freak at that point in time, dominating.
Not dominating.
Yeah, no, right, exactly.
Big difference.
But once again, what do you want to talk about in this beautiful part of the program, Luke?
Well, I think Rick was kind of on it right there.
Rick was.
Do they need to address starting pitching now at the trade deadline, which is a vague question because the trade deadline is just under 2 months away. So there's no way to know that now. But is this, if things just continue on the path they're on, the guys are pitching relatively the same as they each are individually, and you're within a half game of a wild card spot, do you need to address starting pitching, or is it still probably like a power bat in the middle of the lineup? Like, how much are you willing to address at the trade deadline if Corbin Burns really isn't coming back this year?
Yeah, it's a great question, Luke. It really is. And I'm proceeding with the idea that Corbin Burns is not going to be back.
Yeah.
I'm just making that clear.
I think for my own just enjoyment of the season, I'm going to proceed that way as well. And if he does,
and he does, surprise! Yeah. It's going to be a good thing if, in fact, we see Corbin Burns. Look, everybody, it's Corbin Burns. It's September 1st, but look,
this team is built around having two Corbins, and they never seem to have two Corbins.
Yeah, here's the one thing that I find interesting is Brandon Pfaadt, obviously, being sent down. And to me, I think we'd all agree that they're sending him down to stretch him out, correct? Would you say that?
That's
yes.
how I'm interpreting it.
This is the way we're interpreting this. Jamal, are you also on board with this? No, he doesn't know. Okay, he had his earplugs in. See, we can't see. That's okay. Don't worry about it, Jamal. Okay, nobody asked you anything. For me, I just kind of think it's a situation where they're going to stretch out Brandon Pfaadt. And the question is, why are they doing that? Because they got Merrill Kelly, Eduardo Rodriguez, Michael Soroka, Ryan Nelson, Zach Gallen. Mm-hmm. There's 5 guys right there. I think they need to stretch out Brandon Pfaadt, and I think they need to do it because they think at some point he's going to be in the rotation.
I mean, that's what it looks like.
He hasn't performed well. I understand that. But I think the paradigm shift of going to the bullpen has really kind of messed him up a little bit mentally.
My interpretation of this as it was kind of happening in real time yesterday and even this morning was they thought Corbin Burns was coming back in a month. They were kind of counting on it, which I think is fair. I mean, it's been a year, like they were planning on that. A setback's possible, but I think they were internally counting on that. And so you look at your rotation, you say we have 5 guys, and then we have our 6th. Corbin Burns is coming back, and when he comes back, we'll push one of these guys out. Well, now that Corbin Burns isn't coming back till at least September, who's your 6th starter? And, what happens if one of your main 5 gets hurt? Who do you go to? Christian Mena's now hurt, too, in the minors. So,
Mitch Bratt.
Yeah, even he's kind of banged up, isn't he?
Man, you were talking about this in the prehab. Mitch Bratt.
Mitch Bratt is having a good year. From the last time I checked.
Okay.
Mitch Bratt. I'll give you guys Mitch Bratt's numbers this season.
Okay.
But you do have to have an established guy kind of ready to go.
You have to have a guy ready.
What if Erod you can't go we'll just replace him with Mitch Bratt.
So you're saying right now that
teams do that all the time. They just call someone up and hope it works.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Diamondbacks want to win though too.
Yeah, but
so do you see that Corbin
he's a big time
Burns
prospect
and Brandon Pfaadt being sent down? You see that being parallel, so to speak.
The timing is. I'm just telling you what I think they did. I think they looked at this. I mean, you may say Mitch Bratt's a better option than Brandon Pfaadt, and he might end up being that. But I think what the Diamondbacks did was say we have a guy who we want an experienced 6th option basically as our starting pitcher. They may go to Bratt. Maybe Pfaadt gets stretched out and it just still doesn't have it. But I think that's why they did this yesterday and this morning is because they know they're not going to have Corbin Burns back anytime soon. Because the other part of this, just to put a bow on this conversation, I know you're big on walks and hits divided by innings pitched, right?
Yes,
the whip, okay?
The whip.
Let me give you the whip for each Diamondback starter in the last month.
Okay,
right?
cool.
So what's good? Like 1.1?
One is excellent.
One is elite.
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. Zach Gallen's whip over the last month is 1.53. Not good. Not good. Erod is 1.01. That's elite.
So good.
That is absolutely elite. Soroka, 0.99. Elite.
Wow.
Merrill Kelly, 0.99. Elite. Ryan Nelson, 0.97.
Oh, my goodness. This is over the last month.
Over the last month.
Wow.
So I don't think they need starting pitching help right now.
Man.
Mitch Bratt in AAA over the full season, .967.
Well, then why do you think what do you think they're doing with Fott?
Okay.
That was the question.
I don't know. I
think honestly,
joking around.
The Brandon Fott thing. I think honestly, it's something that he's a starting pitcher. Mentally, he is a starting pitcher.
Hopefully.
Well,
and I think he believes that in his heart.
The biggest issue with Brandon Fott has been the fact that he struggles out of the stretch, and relievers don't usually pitch out of the windup. So, your point exactly, Wolf.
Well, I'm just saying honestly, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, but I don't think they've given up on Brandon Fott. I think they just want to stretch him out so they're ready to throw him into the rotation because it's coming.
Yeah. Catch the D-backs Twins on June 19th on Four Peaks. Do it on Four Peaks. Text seats to 620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food to enjoy at Chase Field. When we come back, what are your expectations for the Cardinals' defensive line in 2026? Are we in line for a bounce-back year there, at least? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
LaFleur basically said it. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the X, and Michael Wilson is going to be the Z. What you want in your X is you want a guy that can win a one-on-one battle. Make it easy for the quarterback. Simplify the game a little bit for the quarterback. You don't have to do a lot of reads and coverages. With that guy, it's a one-on-one battle. You trusted Larry Fitzgerald to go up and get the ball against anybody he was going against, and that's where Marvin Harrison Jr. is and is the X.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Imagine someone watching interest rates for you all day, every day. That's exactly what Rate Owl from Lund Mortgage does. Our proprietary technology scans over 50 wholesale lenders 24/7, looking for the right rate at the right cost for you. And when it hits, we alert you right away. No constant checking, no second guessing, and no missed opportunities. Because your time is better spent with the people you love, not stressing over the market. Let us do the work so you don't have to. Go to lundmortgage.com/Rate Owl and enroll for free today.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the four walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why Y-Refi exists. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed-rate payment plan around it. Not a temporary patch, a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. Call 888-YREFI85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
Back, it's Wolf and Luke on a Thursday afternoon. Got to catch up with Dante Stills yesterday, Wolf.
Dante. It's West Virginia. It's West Virginia. The pride of every mountain. Don't play it, Rick.
Oh, here we go.
Because now I'm going to have to do it. It's West Virginia. It's West Virginia. The pride of every mountaineer. Come on, you old grads. Join with us, young lads. It's West Virginia. Now we cheer. Hey, hey, hey!
You
just saying.
Sing this song so often that Dante Stills yesterday when he walked in was like, how often does he sing this? I can answer the question of how often you sing it, Wolf. You sing it often enough that people think I went to West Virginia. I went to ASU.
Well, I think that answers the question about what Wolf does on a day-to-day basis. He just walks around the house singing the West Virginia fight song.
It's just kind of cool. I love that. Hey, hey, hey!
That's the sound you make when you're putting the hot sauce on the ice cream.
Oh, my goodness. Where are we going?
It's a Saturday night in the Wolfley compound.
That's right. Where's the Frank's Red Hot over the vanilla ice cream?
It's Frank's Red Hot sauce on the vanilla ice cream. Yeah. Okay. Dante Stills.
You just wanted to sing it so you'd have a better voice than me.
Well, too bad that didn't work out. Yes. Here's Dante Stills yesterday. We asked him about his strengths and weaknesses going into year 4 of his. It's crazy. He's going into year 4 already.
I feel like my strength is, I feel like I have athletic ability. I can play inside and out. I can play the run. I can rush the passer.
You're versatile.
Honestly, I want to work on everything. I watched last year's film. I left a lot of plays out there. I had some good plays. I also had some bad plays. So I'm just trying to fix those bad plays and it turned them into good plays.
If you're looking for success stories from Monty Austin Fort's draft picks, what was Dante Stills a 6th rounder?
6th round pick, yeah.
You have an NFL player with the 6th round pick. You need the good, great teams, the teams good and above, hit on their 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round picks sometimes. Now they also hit on their 1st round picks, and that's where the Cardinals have struggled a little bit. But they have some wins later in these drafts.
Yeah, it's amazing because Dante Stills is a guy that I think can still get better. He hasn't hit his ceiling yet going into year 4, and that's pretty impressive because I hit my ceiling after year 2. Okay, I'm just telling you right now. After year 2, I hit the ceiling. Dante Stills, I believe, is still a guy that is developing, still a guy that can improve a little bit more in terms of the run and the pass. And I expect him to do that. He's gotten better based on his every year that he's been with the Cardinals. He's gotten better, and because of it, he's actually gotten more playing time as well.
We also talked to Andrew Billings, and you immediately asked him his weight.
Right now, my weight's up there, but my playing weight, I wanted to be this year around 340.
Okay. His weight is up there right now. You know what? That was awesome. That was a great answer. Andrew, what would you say? What would you say your weight is right now? I should have asked him that and followed up on that. Because he looked like he was about 360 based on it.
He gave us a sort of a puzzle to your question, right? What's your weight at? It's up there, but I want to get down to 340.
Yeah.
So in so many words, he said it's definitely above 340.
Yes. Okay, maybe it was 350 too. I really don't know. But to me, I like my guys. I like my guys that big.
Especially if he's going to be right in the middle of the defensive line.
Right in the middle. You're going to line him up as a nose guard. You know what's amazing about Andrew Billings, too, Basinonians? As you know, Dalvin Tomlinson, of course, last year, really kind of, Dalvin, I love you, man, but disappointed me last year in regard to, I had really, really high hopes. But he is a square. He is literally a square. I mean, his head is square, Basinonians. And I told him this when I saw him.
I was there.
He was a square, and it was I've never seen a human being as square as Dalvin Tomlinson. And yet, I could say the same thing. I don't think I've ever seen anyone as circular, okay? As circuitous. As circular is the word I want to use here in regard to Andrew Billings. He is, wow. Jerry Ball comes to mind.
They replaced the square with the circle.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
That's what they did.
And what was Calais again?
He was the rectangle. Calais
he's a tall square.
He is. He's a rectangle, walking rectangle. So what was your point, though?
I had none.
Okay.
What's the ideal, let's say front seven for the Cardinals? Like, what does that look like this year? Everything plays out. Guys are healthy. They play to their potential. What does that look like this year? Because bad luck basically gave them the exact opposite of their ideal front seven last year because everybody seemingly was hurt all year.
Yeah. First of all, it begins with Walter Nolan, the 3 technique.
Okay.
Walter Nolan, the 3 technique. This guy showed so much last year. Really encouraged. Cannot wait. Please tell me. If there's one guy in the box defensively for the Arizona Cardinals that could play in every game, I'd want it to be Walter Nolan.
That was my next question. If you could just give somebody invincibility for the year?
Yes, it would be Walter Nolan, the third Basinonians, because he flashed, did he not? He flashed so much last year when he actually played.
Yeah.
And because of that, what could you possibly become? You know, the most destructive force in the football universe is what, Basinonians?
3 technique.
A destructive, dominant 3 technique. Isn't that right, Aaron Donald? Destroy people and destroy schemes, whether they're protection schemes or running schemes. Destroy them. A 3 technique.
Just destroy whatever's in front of you.
Exactly.
Whatever the other team's trying to do, just break it.
Walter Nolan, it starts with him, and then I have to look directly at Darius Robinson, my guy that I love. I mean this, man. This kid is honestly, everyone out there would be proud if he was your son.
Yeah.
He's that squared away of a dude. I love Darius Robinson and think he still has this massive room for growth. But Darius, it's got to happen. It's got to happen, and that means try harder.
It's got to happen this year.
It happens. Try harder, my brother, than you've ever tried before. And I'm talking about when the ball is snapped to the whistle. Try harder than you've ever tried before. Become more desperate than you ever have before. And I know what desperation is all about. And if he does that, he's going to get every ounce of goodness, every skill that he's ever been given. He's going to be given that if he just tries even harder than he ever has. That's the great thing about the game of football, by the way.
We come back. We'll stick with football. We're going to go college football, though. What would a 24-team playoff do to the sport of college football? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's Frank's Red Hot Sauce. Hot sauce on the vanilla ice cream. Yeah.
Diamondbacks baseball.
There's the 1-1. Breaking ball grounded up the middle. That's into center field. A base hit. Muncy will score. Here comes Smith. The throw home is cut off. It's a 2-run single by Alex Freeland, and it's 7-0 Dodgers.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Dan Bickley here, and summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and 115-degree temperatures. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimension of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, windows that will literally pay you back. Call 480-676-3600. That's 480-676-3600 for Advanced Window Products.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Copstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to MLB.com, Steve Gilbert, the Arizona Diamondbacks are sending pitcher Brandon Pfaadt to AAA Reno and placing pitcher Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. And corresponding moves, the Snakes are calling up relievers Philip Abner and Cade Stroud. The D-backs will try to salvage a split of their series with the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop for Hurricanes Golden Knights is at 5. Carolina will try to even the series at 1 game apiece. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group, paying off your mortgage in 30 years is old news. What's new is the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending Group that helps you pay off your home decades faster. Text Galaxy to 620-620 to learn more. NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning to the Diamondbacks even things up against the Dodgers and a lot more. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we're not that far away from college football season.
Man.
Isn't that great? Just like that.
Don't we have like an entire summer though, Lou?
It depends on how you look at it.
Yeah.
Like you can say like, we have an entire summer, and then you can be like, we have 98 days till football season.
Will this be the last college football season I care about?
Why do you say that?
Explain, Luke.
Eric, you're not going to bail on college football if they go to a 2014 playoff.
Well,
right?
if what Eric Moses told us ends up happening, if the rivalry games are no longer competitive, I'm out.
Yeah,
wow.
Eric Moses. Let me play the cuts, and then we'll bring Rick back in for this. But Eric Moses, executive director and CEO of the Fiesta Bowl, was on with us yesterday. Friend of the show. He's loved talking football with Eric Moses.
Absolutely.
It goes in a million different directions.
That's my dog.
There's a lot of talk out there about a potential 2014 playoff, and actually Kenny Dillingham weighed in on this yesterday as well. So I want to play that cut, but. This is what Eric Moses told us in terms of some of the ramifications maybe people aren't immediately thinking of. Because I think most of us look and they're like, all right, it took you guys forever to expand to even a 4-team playoff, and then an 8, and now you just can't stop expanding, and 24 cheapens, the 24th best team getting in. It's like, okay, are we going to stop at 24? We're going to go to 36? But he pointed this out, too, which I think is something not everybody's thinking about.
And let me trot one out for you guys. So I was talking to a friend recently in the bowl business, and he said, look, Eric, in your state, Territorial Cup, every year, Arizona State, Arizona, last game of the season. If both of those teams are fighting in good position to be able to get into the tournament, to this 24-team field, do they play all of their starters in that game? Does that game become the rivalry game that we've been used to, where they're fighting tooth and nail to win that game for bragging rights, if nothing else? These are the kinds of concerns that I think people have all around college football about expanding that large with college football's playoff.
Oh, your thoughts on that, Luke? What do you think?
I understand why he was using that as the example.
Yeah.
And maybe that would happen. I don't know, but don't we all think? Because the SEC is the conference pushing back on this. What if you get Alabama and Georgia in the SEC championship, and they're like, we don't care about this. We want our guys healthy for the national championship tournament.
Yes.
That's
problematic.
Not gonna fly, I don't think.
No, you know what? It's not gonna fly. I've got a couple of things I want to say on this. First of all, before we actually get to the reason why I don't think this is going to happen.
Okay.
Okay. I do like this. I do like the idea of 24 teams, and the reason being, and you know how weird this is for me, because I don't like change.
You don't like the pitch clock.
I don't. It's exactly the pitch clock. What are we doing? I ranted about the pitch clock for months.
To the point where Mike Hazen came over here and was like, Wolf, you're about a century behind. That's what he said. Yeah.
Yes, and now all of a sudden I have recanted on the pitch clock based audience. I don't like change, but what I love about the 2014 playoff is it eliminates the "we got hosed" complaint. It eliminates that. You're done. You have no argument whatsoever. If you're team number 25, get out of here. Sit down and be quiet. You have no complaint whatsoever. And you know there will be teams that will. Yeah, they will. There's no doubt about it.
I can already see the 9th team from the SEC saying
they
deserve to be.
But I think we all understand you have no ground to stand on. It eliminates the "we got hosed" complaint.
Okay.
That's number one. Number two, it gives teams an opportunity to compete. And I like that. it gives teams that may not be the blue blood teams that are out there an opportunity to go out and walk in between the white lines. And guess what? Nobody cares. Nobody cares what your name is. Nobody cares how many 5-star guys you got on your team. Nobody cares about your logo or your color scheme. Nobody cares. You've got a chance to beat the guy in front of you. Go compete and do it. You have a chance. Don't tell me I don't have a chance. Don't tell me. I do have a chance. All I got to do is bloody his face, metaphorically speaking, of course. Bloody his face and not my own. I love that. I love the fact it gives a team an opportunity to compete. And guess what? You competed and you lost. So now sit down and be quiet. See, I like the finality of it all. There is something to this I do like. I just think it's too many. I guess if
24 is too many.
If you go to 16, is it brutal to go to 16? I kind of find that to be appealing.
I'm fine with
sweet
16
spot.
as long as we have some sort of agreement in place at 16 that we're not going to expand again. I was certainly somebody like growing up who was like, hey, it's the BCS. No, I hated the BCS. Like, let's have a playoff. Everything you just said. Let's let 8 teams. I mean, it seems like this was a no-brainer for years and years. Let's let 8 teams figure this out. And college football, and again, you know how much I hate it when a business insults your intelligence. They were just like, well, we would lose so much money if we expand. If we had this playoff that everybody was watching and everybody was sponsoring, we'd lose money. Like, I never understood that moronic argument.
Yes.
And now they finally have done it, and they're like, hey, we're making money. Let's just keep expanding. Like, we all knew you were going to make money with a playoff.
Yes.
Way to catch up,
Yes.
NCAA.
Yes.
You don't need to have a 48-team field.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoff. Here's the other thing, too, I want to say about this quickly. Eliminate the buys. Eliminate the
16
buys.
would eliminate it.
Okay,
There you
good.
go. Okay.
I love that. That's why I love 16 even that much. Eliminate the buys. Just do away with them. Every team should have to play somebody else to advance. No, we played in the SEC. I don't want any of that bull. Eliminate the buys and just have a team go at it. Every team has a chance, and every team must play to proceed.
You don't get to start in the
That's
second
right.
round. Yeah. Rick, you cool with 16? I know you said you might leave college football if they go to 24.
Well, only if it affects the rivalries. If it doesn't, then I'm just like, okay, this is too many teams, but whatever.
Okay. And here's the reason why this
I am on board
not,
with 16.
Okay.
Okay, here's the reason why this is not going to happen.
Because it makes too much sense.
The 24-team playoff.
Okay.
Here's the reason why it's not going to happen. The SEC. That's why.
Because they don't want it to happen.
They don't want it to happen. It's not going to happen.
It's going to get real interesting now. I have this Kenny Dillingham cut. I'll save this for tomorrow. We can get back into this tomorrow, I think, instead of trying to force it in 5 seconds or whatever. If the SEC doesn't want it to happen, the SEC has the power. I'm with you. I think they have the ability. You want to just talk about this more after the break?
Let's keep doing it.
Okay. All right.
I love this, man. This is great and it's relevant. And we have Kenny sound?
We have Kenny sound.
Oh, my goodness.
But give me real quick your case on the SEC before we go to the break. You're just saying because if they don't want it to happen, they are stronger than the other.
They are. The
conferences
SEC
combined.
listen, they run college football. Ron Wolfley reporting.
And we're about to see it.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, we already kind of know it, but we're about to see it because in college football, I would say more than any other sport, it feels like the TV networks have more power over the sport than in any other sport. And then, the SEC is right there, too. So this is going to be a real interesting showdown here. Critics are calling it an instant martial arts masterpiece. Enter now to win tickets. See The Furious at an exclusive advanced screening before it hits theaters on June 12th. When we come back, we'll play the Kenny audio, see where this goes.
Let's go.
It's Wolf and Luke in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Let's focus on the Burns thing. It was almost exactly a year ago when he stepped off that mound against Washington, had the Tommy John surgery. All indications were that he was going to be back mid-July. And we've been talking so much about reinforcements on the way. The cavalry's coming. Burns is coming. It was shaping up to be a real boost for this franchise, this team in the second half of the season. And this is just a gut punch. This throws the whole rest of the season into question now for Corbin Burns.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg. But the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, 'cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bick, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Vince Murata. Join us Friday morning to the Diamondbacks even things up against the Dodgers and a lot more. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, well, as promised, I'll play this Kenny Dillingham cut from yesterday then, Wolf, and we're going to react to this. He talked about the possibility of a 24-team playoff.
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of layers that go into the 24-team playoff. You know, you get more teams in it. You know, the regular season, I don't know if it hurts the regular season. I don't know if it doesn't hurt the regular season. I don't know if it makes the regular season more valuable at the end because now more teams could get in it. So when you say it could hurt it, well, it may hurt the middle of the beginning because if you lose a game, people may not care as much. But what about the end when you would have been eliminated? Are you now in like after you lose a game or two, I have to go undefeated the rest of the way, our team's back involved. So people way smarter than me know the math behind does it hurt, does it help? I know I love tournaments, I love competing. I love those environments, so I just want to get in a scenario to where we can just compete at the highest level as many times as we can versus the best teams in the country. So that's what I like about it, is the competition piece.
That is not a surprise right there. That is kidding. That is well done by him. I did not hear that cut. That is well done by him.
This is what I would say, especially after hearing what he just said at the beginning of that, right? I just want, and I don't even know who runs college football at this point, but I want them to put some thought into this. You know, like, that's Kenny. It's not Kenny's decision. He just threw out 4 or 5 different scenarios there in the first 20 seconds. Be aware of this, right? Does it make the regular season more valuable or less valuable?
Yes.
I don't know what the number is either, but I know there is a point where you completely devalue your regular season. And I don't trust the powers that be in college football to have any foresight based on how they've handled the NIL and the transfer portal and all these other things. If they go to 24 and they're like, hey, you can make an extra $80 if you go to 48, what stops them? Because they don't seem to care. So I don't know if 24 devalues it. I mean, he makes a good point. It also could make the end of the regular season more meaningful. But look at the NBA. They went to all this effort to have the play-in tournament because they wanted the regular season to be more meaningful for some of these extra teams. And in some cases it works. But then a year like this year, you had 8 teams that had just completely quit because they were trying to get the first pick, and then it made the end of the regular season almost meaningless for everybody. So I just want college football to actually put some thought into this, because this is a huge decision instead of just seeing dollar signs with no foresight.
You're right. I think that is a good take by you. Well done, Luke. Don't let it go to your head. But
Too late.
Impressed once again. That's twice today.
Twice in the same show.
Twice today.
You obviously didn't hear me singing
my mind
the
right now.
song.
For me, I love the fact he said the opportunity.
Hey, it's Luke.
To compete. What was that? Okay.
That was not me saying
Forget about that, yes. To compete. I thought it was interesting. He loves the idea of being able to compete against the best teams in the country.
Yeah.
That's what I love as well. What do you got? You got nothing to be afraid of. Honestly, even if you go to a 24, you're playing team number 24, man. Okay? You've got nothing to be afraid of. Or do you? Because once again, it's the white lines. And it's a one-and-done scenario. One team is going to win that game. One team is going to lose that game. And if crazy things happen, if Crazy Carl shows up enough, if you're even the 24th team in the tournament, you have a chance to beat the national champion team.
Yeah.
You have a chance, period. And I love that. Give me a chance. That's all we can ask as competitors.
I'm looking at, and this is maybe not fair because this is after the season finished last year. Okay, this is the final top 25 from last year. But if you're just going 1 versus 24, 2 versus 23, all that, I mean, you're getting some interesting matchups. You're getting Oregon, Michigan in the first round of the playoffs, right? I mean, you're getting Ohio State, USC in the first round of the playoffs. Some of these aren't great. I mean, some of these I'm looking at are not as compelling, but you're getting Texas, Oklahoma in the first round, BYU, Utah. Man, you're getting some good rivalry games here in the first round.
Here we go.
Notre Dame gets in the tournament, and they would have played Vanderbilt. So there's certainly, I don't hate the idea of a tournament. If you put anything in bracket form, I'm interested. You could put the most boring political thing. If you put it in bracket form, I'm going to pay attention. It's just, what does it do to the regular season?
Here's the whole thing, though. Why are we calling it a tournament, though?
Wow.
That, for me, I don't want that. I know. I don't want that. Okay. I don't want it to be called a tournament.
I think once it goes over 16, it's a tournament.
I do not want it to be a tournament, Luke. It's not a tournament. We have one tournament. I want that to be, it's the college football playoffs. That's what it is.
Georgia, James Madison might not have been a great game.
And once again, eliminate all buys. Even if you go to 24, eliminate the buy. I don't want to see any buys. Just have you've got the worst team in the, don't call it a tournament, in the playoffs, and then you got the best team. Just have them play. There you go.
Well, then
everybody plays.
You're going to have to go to 16 if you want to get rid of the buys, or you're going to have 3 teams on the field at the same time in 24. I like 16. 16 that's a good number. I don't think that's getting crazy, but again, the biggest thing to me is there is a governing body to college athletics that makes a lot of money to make the right decisions on this stuff. So actually put some thought into it.
Yes.
And to your point earlier, it might be the SEC stepping in. They're not doing it for everybody else's benefit. They're doing it for their own, but they may save college football from itself on this one.
Yes. And once again, the whole 24 thing, I mean, just do it where you eliminate the buys, and that's 16.
Yeah, I think that's because we've also seen the first couple of years of this, the bye seems to work against a lot of teams. Either way, it's an uneven playing field going into the tournament, and we don't even know if the bye helps or hurts. So I'm so with you on this one. Let's just start, and let's everybody plays the same amount of playoff games. All right, as far as the Diamondbacks tonight, Ryan Nelson on the mound. If they salvage a sweep, Wolf, because today has been kind of like or yesterday really, but we're talking about today, feels like kind of a dark day in the Diamondback season that we're going to look back on as how did they react to this? Gallen getting lit up, they couldn't hit Shohei at all, and Corbin Burns had a setback, basically all in the span of a couple hours, or at least the news of it was in a couple hours. If they go out there and respond well today, that's not even accounting for the Ketel Marte stuff yesterday. If they get a split, okay, you move on.
That's
you don't have
right.
to play the Dodgers again for a while. So that's the beauty of baseball, right?
Yeah, it is. And, once again, Ryan Nelson as well. I love this guy. I love this guy because of his competitiveness. I talk about it all the time. And by the way, competitiveness is not about winning. You don't have to win a game to be competitive. Are you kidding me? As a matter of fact, you don't have to be successful to be competitive. Competitive is a state of being. You just are competitive. And anyone who doesn't know that, you haven't moistened a jock, bro, in like 25 years. Okay? Being competitive, YouTube, being competitive does not include winning. Being competitive includes going out and playing desperately to the very end with everything that you have because you are competitive. Get it right, please.
Don't you feel like that you just described Ryan Nelson? Win or lose? Like he is
Sorry,
very much.
I kind of went off there on a tangent, ladies and gentlemen.
You started, and at one point you were yelling for people on YouTube to pay attention.
Yes, I was intense. I wasn't yelling.
Well, okay, you were calling out. How's that?
Yes.
You haven't done a Pantera call out.
You know what, honestly, we have no time.
There's no time for one today because I would not want to put that pressure on you. But I'm just putting it out there for, whenever. Yeah. I wanted to do that as we head towards football season.
Do you have anything you want to say right now at the end of the beautiful broadcast?
Ryan Nelson, I want to see how he bounces back. He was really good in the month of May. I mentioned the whip earlier. It's sub-1 over the last 30 days, which is beyond elite. But he is coming off his roughest start in a while. 4 earned runs, 4 home runs, 4 solo home runs against the Seattle Mariners. So it'd be nice to see how he bounces back. The Dodgers are not the easiest team to bounce back against. I think, did I hear this right yesterday? Shohei's getting today off, though. So because, he did pitch and hit last night.
Yeah, he did. Did very well once again.
Or he looked over at the D-backs and was like, hey, if Ketel doesn't have to play, I shouldn't have to play.
By the way, his ERA based on earnings, if you're scoring at home, 0.74.
He is getting the day off.
Okay. So there you go. If you're Ryan Nelson,
kidding me.
You don't have to face Shohei. You just
full
have to
day off.
Just face a couple other future Hall of Famers. And I think Andy Pajes still leads all of baseball in RBIs. But if Ryan Nelson could bounce back against the Dodgers, sets himself up here pretty well for the next month until the All-Star break. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. It's Frank's Red Hot Sauce. On the vanilla ice cream. Yeah.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number: 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why YRefi exists. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. YRefi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed rate payment plan around it. Not a temporary patch, a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. Call 888-YREFI85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks still have a chance at a series split with the Dodgers today. They're hoping to stop a string of back-to-back losses while they're at it. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks optioned Brandon Pfaadt down to AAA Reno, and they placed Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In their places, Cade Stroud and Philip Abner have been recalled from AAA Reno. On the mound tonight will be Ryan Nelson for Arizona and Justin Robleski for Los Angeles. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. We had another big money deal on the NFL wide receiver market today. The Packers and Christian Watson have agreed to a 4-year extension worth up to $110.5 million. The fan at last night's NBA Finals game who attempted a selfie with Victor Wembanyama during live action, no surprise, he's been banned for life from all NBA arenas per a league spokesperson. There is a second individual as well who has also been banned for life for their role in the incident. And then on the ice, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from North Carolina. Hurricanes look to bounce back after dropping Game 1 to the Golden Knights. Puck drop is at 5. Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater on September 16th. And we've got your tickets. Text CHANCE to 620-620 or head to our contest page to enter for your chance to win.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro and Tim Ringer filling in for Burnsy. The final day.
One more day.
Filling in for Burnsy.
And then you don't have to do that straight up 2 o'clock stuff anymore. Burnsy will be back tomorrow to handle the
Burnsy
open.
will be back.
Because you really struggle with it, and it's Burnsy's deal, and that's that.
Yeah, it's just his stuff. It's fine. Straight up 2 o'clock. I think Ash had something similar, very similar when he did the show. And what are you going to say, Mitch? Nothing?
I'm just sitting here listening.
Just listening. So before we tell you what the top story of the day is, I do want to tell you the news that Ketel Marte is going to play today. So I did find that out just a short time ago. So what do we want to say? The Ohtani flu is over?
Yeah,
the 24-hour Ohtani flu is over?
Yeah, the Ohtani flu only lasts 24 hours.
So Ketel will be in the lineup today. We got a big show in store for you. We'll check in with George Sedano, talk about the NBA Finals. We got a lot of Diamondback talk, big roster moves that I announced last night, about 15 hours ago. Some of the moves that we're going to go down today, those moves were made official. So we have moves being made. We have the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers again today for the 4th time. We got some Cardinals news going on. Corbin Burns is going to meet with the media today and speak about his setback. But let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
In Gambo, the weigh-in.
The 2-1, there's a swing. Just missed it, did Arenado. Fly ball to left. Call is there. He'll make the catch, and that's your ball game. 7-0 shutout win for the Dodgers. D-backs had no answer for Ohtani on the mound.
Yeah, on the mound or at the plate, and we'll talk about Ohtani later, but I think we got to start with Zach Gallen, who saw his ERA rise to 5.32. He's had 13 starts this year. The Diamondbacks have 5 wins in those 13 starts. He went 5 innings. He gave up 5 runs. 4 were earned. 9 hits. And a season low, just 1 strikeout. Again, the ERA at 5.32. You had the error in the 2nd inning on the ground ball by Betts. You had that E6 right there. And then Tucker hits the 2-run homer, and it's 2-0, and then you're behind the 8 ball. Then you get to the 3rd inning, and then Freddie Freeman, who absolutely owns the Arizona Diamondbacks. Just cannot wait for this guy to be retired so we never have to see him play here again because he just crushes, mashes here. He's got the 2-run single that makes it 4-0. Then Muncy has an RBI single. It's the 3rd inning. You're down 5-0. You're chasing the Dodgers, and you're down 5-0. A very inefficient start for Zach Gallen. Team gets behind big, not able to come back. They weren't going to come back against Ohtani anyway. But what we were hoping for is that Gallen was going to be able to try to match Ohtani. Goose egg for goose egg. Let's go. Let's turn it over to the bullpens and see who's going to win this one. But he got a lot of hard hit balls against them. He wasn't getting any swing and misses. And another tough outing for the former Diamondback ace.
Yeah, we just talked about it yesterday. The night before, the D-backs let the Dodgers get out in front of them, but they were able to come back and make that a ball game and have multiple chances to actually win the ball game. But against Ohtani, that wasn't happening last night. Zach Gallen's ERA jumps to now 5.32. As you mentioned, they don't win a lot when he pitches. He's got 3 wins himself since the start of 2025 game, but he's 16-20. And this is coming off a 15-loss season last year, and you wonder now, with the moves they're making, just how many starts Zach Gallen has left in this rotation if they can get Brandon Pfaadt right. So we'll talk about that, obviously, later as well. But we talked yesterday about Zach Gallen rising to the occasion and meeting the moment against a pitcher like Ohtani. That didn't come close to happening, and Gallen was facing the music in the clubhouse after the game.
Yeah, I mean, just keep working. Honestly, keep grinding. I mean, that's one thing that I'm not gonna not do is just kind of roll over and die. So I mean, we're we're turning over every rock to kind of figure out what's going on here. I mean, I think it just comes down to execution and just, hopefully catching, a lucky break. I think a situation like that, you never know how that Freddie ball goes if, that's hit right to Nolan or whatever. So, just kind of keep pushing on.
Yeah, what concerns you also, this is not just a bad stretch. He's not in a rut. I mean, when it goes on for a year plus, it's something to be concerned about.
Well,
the whip is high. The ERA in May was 7.06.
Jack Summers put this out. I don't know if he updated it or not, but he does a great job covering the team. And he put this out about 8:30 last night. Zach Gallen since the start of 2025. So this is since the start of 2025. 46 starts, 256 innings pitched, 142 earned runs, an ERA of 4.95. So since the start of 2025, so that's all of last year, and then everything you've gotten this year, he's pitching to an ERA right around 5, over 46 starts. That's not a small sample size. That's a large sample size. I rode the elevator up last night after the game was over with Zach and his wife. We chatted a little bit about a bunch of different things. And I feel for him because I want him to do well and I like him as a person. And he sat there and he answered all the questions. And I'm going to keep working and we're going to keep trying to figure this out. And, I'll never stop trying to figure it out. But, in the last 46 starts with an ERA of 5, you start to wonder, is this who you are now? Is this who you are? Are you just a guy that, that's a number 5 pitcher on a lot of teams? You were once an ace. You're not that anymore. These other guys, Eduardo Rodriguez and Ryan Nelson and Merrill Kelly and, all these guys have, Soroka have passed you by in this rotation. I'm always hopeful that Gallen can find it, that he could find what made him special. But one strikeout last night, right? He doesn't miss bats anymore. Guys have figured him out. I don't know. I don't know if they know what's coming or his stuff just isn't that good anymore. But it's been a struggle, a real struggle for Zach Gallen.
Well, he's changed his stuff a little bit too, Gambo. I don't know if you caught this. Our friends over at Arizona Diamondback Stats and Info. In 2023, when he was the runner-up to the Cy Young Award winner, he threw his slider 4% of the time. In 2026, he's throwing his slider 23.1% of the time. And it really just kind of begs the question, is he changing because hitters have figured him out, or are hitters hitting him because he's changed his approach? You mentioned Jack Summers. I agree. I think he does a great job covering this baseball team. He was actually on with Wolf and Luke earlier today, and he was asked about Zach Gallen and if he can ever get right again.
I'm very unhappy to say that my confidence level is very, very low, and it has been for a while. It's not a recency bias issue for me. The swing and miss on his fastball, I think, I've been talking about this for a while. It's the second worst among qualified pitchers in Major League Baseball, right? 6.9%. I mean, back at the peak of his powers in 22, it was 19%. Jeez. 1 out of 5 swings were a swing and miss on his fastball 4 years ago. And now it's 6 or 7%. And he's just not fooling anybody with that pitch. People talk about stuff, but stuff is more than just velocity. His velocity is about the same, actually, but relative velocity, the average starter's pitcher's velocity has increased over 1 mile per hour, even over the last 4 years. And the other thing is the ride that he's getting on the pitch is not as good as it used to be.
He's only 30 years old, too.
Yeah. Jack does a great job, and he's a very analytic-based guy, and a lot of the stuff goes way over my head, but that's very simple to understand.
Sure.
Back in his heyday, 1 out of every 5 pitches, he could get you to miss the ball. He could throw it by you. You would swing and miss. Now it's 6-7%, so 6 times out of every 100, he can get a swing and miss. It's different. It's much different. So I think that's a big deal that number is that dramatic, his inability to be able to get strikeouts. So, you look at it last night, infield single by Ohtani, gets the double play from Freeman. You're like, okay, good first inning there. Then the era obviously opened things up, the Perdomo era on the throw taking Fernandez off the bag. Tucker hits the 2-run homer. That went past the pool. Tucker has been struggling mightily with the Dodgers. Past the pool.
I think he heard you rip him on the radio yesterday.
Tucker.
He went out there. Tucker, yeah. You said he wasn't doing anything.
He wasn't. He sucked.
I'll show you, Gambo.
Yeah, he hits one past the pool.
Over the pool.
And then you get into that third inning. You get a 3-2 account on Ohtani. You walk him. All right. Paez hits that line double to right. How's that sound, Mitch?
Close.
Paez. How about just Pez? Remember Pez candy?
How about just Andy, like we talked about yesterday?
There's going to be a lot of Andys. Could be a lot of Andys. Andy Stankiewicz, Andy Fox.
None of them play
Andy
baseball
Bennis.
currently. Come on. Andy Pettit doesn't even play baseball currently.
Andy Venn, my friend in Britain from British Airways pilot.
Andy Roddick.
Then, Freeman hits the Andy Roddick. Yeah, a lot of Andys. Freeman hits the 2-run single. It's 4-0. Betts strikes out. You got the strikeout at Betts. I think that was the only one he had in the game. But then Tucker singles, and Muncy hits a single, and all of a sudden it's 5-0. Like, yeah, you just... I don't... Listen, people last night, when I was putting out the information after the game on the moves that were going to come, there was one move I didn't want to say because it was a personal matter. But I hinted to people saying, are they designating Gallen for assignment? No. Are they trading somebody? No. Are they putting somebody on the injured list? No. Here's all the moves that are going to happen. This one I'm going to wait for them to announce because it's a medical thing. So I didn't want to announce somebody's medical. But everybody was asking, is Gallen getting designated for assignment? Like, is this it? And I was like, no, he's not. They're not going to designate him for assignment, especially now that Burns is going to be out for the next, until probably September. When we come back, NBA Finals Game 1 in the books. We'll talk to George Sedano. Was he on the court for that game last night, Mitch? He was on the court in San Antonio for the Knicks' big win. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 2-1, there's a swing. Just missed it, did Arenado. Fly ball to left. Call is there. He'll make the catch, and that's your ball game. 7-0 shutout win for the Dodgers. D-backs had no answer for Ohtani on the mound.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Degas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband. It's my sons. It's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in for Dan Bickley. We'll preview Game 2 of the NBA Finals. How will Victor Wembanyama respond for the Spurs? That's at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
All right, it's the Burns and Gambo show. Burnsy back from Italy. He'll be in tomorrow. He's back from his little European vacation. I'll be taking off for Ireland and Scotland in like 3.5 weeks, so then I'll be gone for a little bit.
How much money do you guys make? Jesus.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. I've been here for a long time.
Speaking of making money.
Yes, exactly. Joining us, we love talking with this guy. And I understand he grew up watching you back in the day, and you're filling in today. So Tim Ring filling in for Burnsy, and George Sedano, who when he was a little kid, when he was about 7 or 8 years old, grew up watching Tim in Miami, joins us, ESPN NBA sideline reporter. George, how are you today?
I'm good. I definitely was not 7 or 8, Tim. Don't worry. I was older than that for sure.
Yes, Tim just celebrated his 75th birthday. We're happy to have him in studio, still with his marbles intact.
And don't I look great for being 75?
Eating tapioca while he's doing the show with you, I'm sure.
Exactly.
Porridge.
And he's got the prunes and everything. All right, this is near and dear to my heart. I grew up a Knick fan. I grew up with Marvin Webster and Louis Orr, and Bernard King was my favorite player. And I lived and died with those Patrick Ewing, Charles Oakley teams. And then you see the Knicks come back down from 14 last night. And there's a lot of different reasons why, and Brunson's a big one. But what were some of the key factors in the Knicks taking Game 1, in your opinion?
Well, a couple things. I think the fact that Jalen Brunson was able to turn into Jalen Brunson in the last few minutes of the game, particularly the last quarter of the game, I think was huge. This is why he was the clutch player of the year 2 years ago. But, it's funny to me. I know you're a Knicks fan, so you may not want to hear this, but I kind of agree with Wembanyama. Like, I feel like they're okay because they just did a really poor job of executing things that they normally execute. If you look at Wembanyama in particular, he started his average starting point of initiating offense was over 17 feet away from the basket. That's the second most he's had this postseason in any game. And you saw how many turnovers he had just on that alone. And that's really not where they're best. I also think that they did a poor job of, once they got him the ball, and let's say he sprayed it out, they didn't do a good job of getting him a second touch to get closer to the basket. And that's inexperience with their young guards, who are excellent, right? But they're kids. But really, that's on De'Aaron Fox to figure out, too, for sure. And he had a miserable game. So, look, as good as the Knicks played, I thought, defensively, and they did, and the way they finished the game, with Brunson, and I should also mention Karl Anthony Towns, who really held down the fort for them, particularly in the first half. The Knicks played the game that I think they're probably going to play for the majority of this series. They're not going to be pretty. But I think San Antonio can definitely play a lot better. and play a lot more to their normal identity than they did yesterday.
Yeah, it was interesting because there's a lot of talk about fatigue, right? Like the Knicks have cruised through everybody, and it was a big factor in the Cleveland series. And, the Knicks had swept the series before, and then they swept Cleveland. San Antonio, a 6-game series, 7-game series, hard-fought, physical. Brunson sits the start of the fourth quarter. Alvarado comes in. Brunson doesn't come back till about 7.5 minutes. He got a long rest, and then Wemby comes out for just a really, really short period of time. How much do you think, you were there, you were on the court, sidelines, how much was fatigue a factor, do you think, in this game for the Spurs?
I think it was. I think fatigue was a factor. We talked to Dylan Harper today, and he mentioned that he thought it was. Although, I'll tell you this, that kid, he was the best player on the floor for the Spurs yesterday. If anything, I think Mitch Johnson needs to play him more. I know he hasn't played a bunch more. If he may not have played more than 28 minutes in any playoff game this year, but the way he's playing, you should ride that. That's for sure. But I do think fatigue was a factor. He mentioned it. But, Mitch told us that he felt execution was a much bigger deal than fatigue, because once you don't know that until you're in the game. And I would say at one point, especially early in that game, both teams looked a little winded. The Knicks, because they hadn't played in a game in so long, and there weren't a lot of fouls early in that game. And then the Spurs, for obvious reasons, as you pointed out. But to me, I just think we're in for a long series. I really think San Antonio has the higher upper echelon talent in the series, but I think the Knicks have the best chemistry of the two teams and probably a little more depth than San Antonio has right now. Because I look at guys like Carter Bryant, who's a rookie. He's unplayable in this series. And I get Mitch Johnson playing him for 4 minutes or whatever it was because he needed to save some legs for the other guys. But he didn't play in the second half for a reason. Harrison Barnes, to me, is another guy that I look at. And look, he's had a good career. He's played in really meaningful games. He's a champion with the Warriors. And he's just also a guy that I look at that's kind of like a net negative probably on the floor at this stage of his career. He doesn't shoot the ball very well. He doesn't really get to the basket either anymore. And defensively, he's okay. So I think the Spurs, interestingly enough, could be in a conundrum here because they're going to have to play a shorter rotation perhaps. But they have young legs, right? So I think that is something that should benefit them. And they've already been through these wars already. And I know everyone seems to think that, they already beat OKC and that was their finals in their head. I don't know if I buy that. I just think Wembanyama's wired differently, and he's the heartbeat of the team, and I think he'll have them focused for game 2.
George, let's talk the final 216 through the prism of just how good Jalen Brunson is. When Wembanyama hit those free throws, San Antonio at that point was on a 9-0 lead. They took the lead. Again, there's 2 minutes and change left. They're at home. You think, okay, they probably are going to get this one at this point. The Knicks at that point had missed 8 straight shots, a couple of them by Brunson, and you're thinking okay, this is going a certain way here towards the finish line. And then Jalen Brunson hits that ridiculous 3 from the corner and that ridiculous shot in the paint. And it's like the whole game flipped. And here's a guy who shot 12 for 31, 2 for 9 from 3, yet was undeniably the most impactful player on the court.
Yeah, I mean, it's just who he is, man. It doesn't always have to be pretty, but he just does what's necessary. And they did let him get to his spots, though, in that fourth quarter. While even though they're contested, he's just so comfortable from certain places on the floor. And if you let him get there, forget about it. I'm actually surprised they didn't challenge him more defensively, which they did at times early in the game, but they kind of went away from that. I know that these teams, like San Antonio's bread and butter is not necessarily the pick and roll, but man, I feel like so many teams in the last couple of years have taken advantage of Brunson and Towns, particularly in that scenario, that maybe you try it. Particularly with Fox, and maybe that allows him to get going offensively too, because he looked out of sorts, as I mentioned earlier. It looked like the moment was a little big for him at times. But back to Brunson. Look, the guy's amazing, man. He is the heartbeat of that team. He is as good a leader as they've had there. Every single guy loves him on the roster. And, he deserves all the accolades because inefficient or not, all that matters is he pulled out the victory for them when it mattered the most. But I will say this. What they did to him from an efficiency standpoint is basically what San Antonio has done to pretty much every lead guard or every lead ball handler on every team that they've faced in these playoffs. Because remember, Shea didn't have necessarily the most efficient series in the last series until basically Game 7. So, I mean, this is what San Antonio does to teams. Could we see 12 of 30-something again from Jalen? Yes, I think that's also possible.
George, always appreciate you spending some time with us. And, thanks for, being that 7-8-year-old kid watching Tim when he was about 30 years old on TV.
And look how far George has made it from watching the Masters.
Right, exactly. That's exactly the reason why.
Yeah, wanting to emulate Tim Ring. That was it. Hey, I wanted to get a little Carson Beck update from my guy. What's going on with Carson Beck over there?
My prediction is that he'll start the Washington game. So with 6 weeks left in the season, that way you avoid the Broncos, the Rams defense, Seattle's defense. You don't get your head kicked in, and you get the final 6 games, 5 are at home. There's a bye week in there. To me, that's the perfect time. I had him on the show. Good kid. Real impressed by him. But I think that to me, the sweet spot, 6 games left in the season, get a good look, see if he's the guy for next year or not. But also, you don't have to play any of the top defenses in the league that might have 7 sacks against you. So I kind of like the Washington game for his first game.
Okay, all right. I'll keep an eye out for that. But, yeah, I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for you guys there.
Yeah, us too. We're rooting for him, too. We hate being 3-14. It sucks. Thanks, George.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it, guys.
Good to talk to you.
All right, Brandon Pfaadt sent down to AAA and a few other moves that we reported last night. We'll talk about those next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Ian Rappaport tweeted out, Cardinals edge rusher Josh Sweat is not being traded, not to the Packers or anywhere. Carry on.
There was no phrasing in that said Sweat has not asked to be traded.
And again, I'm not advocating for Josh Sweat to be traded. I think it's important for Cardinal fans to have the most watchable experience they can have on the football field in 2026. It might not lead to much, but when you start trading off your really good players in June, it does not portend great things for the upcoming season.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now, then sell the old one later. And here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves. If you've ever tried to do a double move before, you know you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
You know that pile by the front door. Backpacks, cleats, water bottles, shoes kicked off in every direction, and that's just Monday. What if every kid had their own spot? Hooks, cubbies, a place for every uniform, every bag, all ready to grab and go. Space Solutions is family-owned. We've got busy kids, too. That's why we build custom landing zones designed for real families. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This June 13th, boxing's pound-for-pound superstar steps into a new division with history on the line. Jesse "Bam" Rodriguez moves up in weight to hunt another world title against dangerous champion Antonio Vargas. Live at Desert Diamond Arena for the WBA World Bantamweight Championship. Fast hands, big power, one massive night of championship boxing. Saturday, June 13th in Glendale, Arizona at the Desert Diamond Arena. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Jesse "Bam" Rodriguez chasing greatness at the Desert Diamond Arena.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks still have a chance at a series split with the Dodgers today. They're hoping to stop a string of back-to-back losses as well. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks optioned Brandon Pfaadt to AAA Reno, and they placed Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In their places, Cade Stroud and Philip Abner have been recalled from AAA Reno. On the mound tonight, it will be Ryan Nelson for Arizona and Justin Robleski for Los Angeles. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We had another big money deal for an NFL wide receiver today. The Packers and Christian Watson have agreed to a 4-year extension worth up to $110.5 million. The fan at last night's NBA Finals game who attempted a selfie with one Victor Wembanyama during live action has been banned for life from all NBA arenas per a league spokesperson. There is a second individual who has also been banned for life for their role in the incident. And then on the ice, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from North Carolina. The Hurricanes look to bounce back after dropping Game 1 to the Golden Knights. Puck drop will be at 5. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. 2 Jeeps, $50,000, 2 big nights at Casino Arizona. Don't miss your chance to win big on June 24th and July 29th. Details at CasinoArizona.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Diamondbacks able to at least salvage a split against the Dodgers? We'll be reacting to the series finale tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, there's not going to be any Fot Rock on this station for a little while. So for all those people who... I know, Mitch. We're just not going to get...
Here's my visual reaction.
I know. We're not going to get the Layla, the Derek and the Dominoes. We're not going to get any Kenny Loggins. We're not going to have any Fot Rock. Brandon Pfaadt sent down to AAA. It just wasn't able to work out here. They couldn't get him the innings he needed. It's been a long time. He had not gone more than 2 innings in a game since May 12th. So you're looking at this incredibly long stretch of him not being able to get the 3 innings, the 4 innings, to throw 50 or 60 pitches. So Brandon Pfaadt's being sent down to AAA. Last night, after the game was over, I got wind of some of the moves that were going to be made. So I tweeted this out about 10:54 last night that I expect a couple of roster moves here. Brandon Pfaadt to AAA, left-handed reliever Philip Abner, and right-handed reliever Cade Stroud will be up with the Diamondbacks. So we put that out there. A lot of people were asking me what's the next move, and the only thing at that time, it was a medical thing, and I didn't want to say anything because I want to jump the gun on medical issues. Taylor Clark is having a leave just for a short time to take care of a family issue. That's all I'm going to say about it.
But he's okay.
He's okay.
Yeah,
he's okay. Yeah, just family issue. So like emergency, he'll go on that list, and that's why they could get the 2 people. speculating, are they designating somebody for assignment? I was like, no. Are they sending somebody else down to the minors? I'm like, no. Are they trading somebody? I'm like, no. You'll find out tomorrow, but this is the one. I can tell you that Abner's coming up. I can tell you that Stroud is coming up. And that Fott's going to AAA. There is another move, but I'm not gonna say this one because it's medical. There's a privacy issue there, and I didn't want to, say what it was. But it ends up being, it came out today. Taylor Clark is going on that list, that emergency list. When you got something going on, you need to be with your family. So everything's okay with him. There is nothing wrong with him. He is fine, but he's going to go be with his family for a couple days, and that's where you get that extra roster. We got to start with Fott because you're looking at a guy that the Diamondbacks invested a lot of money in. They're very excited about what he could bring to the table. Here's a guy that won 11 games in 2024, went 11-10, 4.17 ERA. They give him the extension. Last year he goes 13-9, but he had a 5.25 ERA, and this year the ERA is up around 6. He's pitched in 13 games. Only 3 of them are starts. The ERA is 5.92. He still has the ability to get some strikeouts, but again, a lot of guys are able to barrel up the ball on Brandon Fott. They're able to hit the ball hard against them. Came into the game again last night and had his struggles. So it's a tough spot for Fott because he just needs to pitch more. Came into the game in the 7th inning last night. Muncy hits a 2-out double off of him. He hits a guy. It wasn't on purpose. It wasn't on purpose, but because Ohtani came up and in on a few guys, knocked Arenado on his ass, but that wasn't on purpose. The hit on call, I can tell you that. But then Freeland hits a 2-run single. He's got to go down to the minors. They got to figure some stuff out. I know it's Reno. I know that it's a hitter-friendly park. He has got to figure out how to pitch at this major league level, or else it's another big waste of money for the Diamondbacks.
Well, he's got to refigure it out because he was pretty good in 2024 and 2025, going 13-9. You also have to think they're going to try to get him stretched out, try to get him fixed, try to get him stretched out. And if Gallen continues to have issues on the mound, they have the ability to move Fott back up into the starting rotation once they do get him stretched out, if he is in fact figured out. Brandon Fott, Torey Lovello was asked about Brandon Fott after the game last night.
Are you okay pitching-wise, or do you need to make a move?
Stay tuned. We're not exactly perfect at pitching-wise, but something could be coming down the pipe.
How do you feel about this role for Fott at the moment?
It's challenging. It's very challenging. It gives me a lot of anxiety trying to figure out how to fit him in, how to use him, how to keep him stretched out. There's a lot that's built around him, and he just keeps plowing away. He keeps trying to do his best to fit in any way we ask him to, and he's very accountable to what's going on. And when he doesn't do well, he knows that there's situations that need to get better, and I like that. But it's been a little bit of a challenge, and we got to find the right part of this puzzle to fit him into.
Is getting him stretched out again a possibility?
Yes, it's a very strong possibility.
Right. Yeah, so you get him to the minors, you stretch him out. Now, at this point, his first thought's going to be 2 to 3 innings. He's not. He's not going to go throw 6 innings because he's just not there yet. Because when you're an older pitcher, it's different. When you're a younger pitcher, you've got to build it back up. So I imagine he probably goes maybe 3 innings in that first outing, and then another 3 or 4, and then maybe another 4 or 5, and you just got to build him up over a period of time, until he's ready to come back. Now with the Corbin Burns news, this is your starting rotation, barring a trade. This is your starting rotation. There isn't anybody in the minors that's going to come up and take somebody's spot outside of maybe Fott now if he goes out and pitches well. So this is your starting rotation unless Fott can take the job from somebody. That somebody would probably be Zach Gallen if Zach struggles and isn't able to figure it out. In the meantime, you get Stroud up. He's a right-hander. They got him in the trade for Blaze Alexander. He throws hard, strikes a lot of guys out. He also walks a lot of guys. And that's a problem for him. His command is not great. He doesn't have great command, but he does have an electric fastball. He strikes out about a batter an inning. ERA in Reno, I don't put too much credence into that. It was in the 4s, I think, somewhere between 4 and 5. And then Philip Abner's a guy, left-handed pitcher, was a 6th-round draft pick out of the University of Florida, where it's great to be a Florida Gator. So he was a 6th-round pick in 2023, and he's kind of worked his way up. He's on the 40-man roster, so he's made his debut against the Phillies. He's pitched in the majors before, but he got optioned to AAA Reno to begin this season, and now they bring him up with the Taylor Clark situation the way it is, they needed 2 arms. They needed 1, they needed to replace Taylor Clark, and 2, they needed to replace Brandon Pfaadt. They go with Abner, they go with Stroud.
Zooming out a bit, Gambo, too, when it comes to Brandon Pfaadt, is Zach Gallen's career with Arizona, if things don't change, no doubt will be completed at the end of October. Brandon Pfaadt, meantime, though, only 27 years of age, he is signed through 2030. He was signed to that contract to be a mainstay in the rotation, whether he was the 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. You felt Brandon Pfaadt, after the couple of seasons that he had, would be a guy that you could have in your rotation.
You were hopeful.
You could count on.
A young star, yeah.
I mean, if Gallen never gets right, then so be it. That's the end of the road.
Well, you do
come October, but
when you're a team like this, you have to take some chances. Like Corbin Carroll worked out. You know, I'm going to pay Corbin Carroll a lot of money. I hope he works out. That's worked out. He's worth a lot more than what he's being paid. But he took that long-term deal for financial security and riches and all of that. You fought. You're looking at pitching's hard for the Diamondbacks. They don't do the best job in organizations when it comes to developing pitchers. It's not a strength of theirs, developing pitchers in the minors to pitch, today. Merrill Kelly they got from Japan. Zach Gallen was a trade. Eduardo Rodriguez was a free agent signing. Soroka was a free agent signing. Like, you look at their starters, they don't have a lot of Brandon Pfaadts out there, guys that they develop on their own. So, you're hopeful that Pfaadt will be a guy that could go down to the minors, figure it out, and then get back here in a short amount of time. I don't think you'd bring him back as a reliever, though, because you're not going to want to go through. So I think, in my opinion, he's in the minors as a starter until the Diamondbacks need a starter. And if they don't need a starter, you're not going to bring this guy up to be your long guy. I just don't think that you do that. Because, it's just, is it really, we're in June now. You're going to build him back up over the next 3 to 4 weeks. Now you're close to July. You want to bring him back you could, but I think it's unlikely. We'll see what happens. All right, a lot more still to come on the program. We will talk about the Knicks. The Knicks closing that game strong the way they did to take out the Spurs. We'll go over some of the big plays and how it happened next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Myles Garrett to the Rams. What were your first thoughts?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, the L.A. Rams right now are the team to beat in the NFC, and it might be the team to beat in the NFL, period. Myles Garrett, the most dominant pass rusher to me in the game right now. Watching him go out and play the way that he does, and it's not just against the pass, it's also playing against the run. He's big, he's strong, he's physical, and yet at the same time, he can get to the queue as well as anybody in the game.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slash prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. Goettl will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll.
All right, it is our social media poll. For that, I don't even know what the question is. We'll turn it over to Mitch.
Hi.
Surprise us, Mitch, with the question.
Well, it surprises me too because this is me looking at it for the first time as well. So I'm in the same boat as y'all. Let's see. We've got a Dimebacks question. Has to do with impending returns from injury. The way the question is phrased today on ArizonaSports.com. A number of Diamondbacks are set to come back from injury soon. Whose return are you anticipating most? We've got 4 options for you. AJ Puck, Justin Martinez, Jordan Lawler, or Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Most anticipating to return.
Lawler, but go ahead, Gambo.
Probably Lawler. I can make an argument for Puck. But I'll go with Lawler.
And I can make an argument for J-Mart, but we'll do Lawler because that's what both of you guys have. It's pretty split, pretty diverse, but right now they're looking forward to the power-throwing left-hander, A.J. Puck. 35% of the vote is going towards him. 27% of the vote is going towards Justin Martinez. So not your guys' pick. You guys are third on this. 22% going with Jordan Lawler and 16% going with Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
All right, that is the social media poll. You can go on the ArizonaSports.com page, and you can vote for it right there. Now we'll turn our attention to the NBA Finals. We had George Sedano on. Watching that game last night, I was able to figure out how to watch it while I was at the Diamondback game. Now, I watched it back this morning, but I was able to figure out how to get it on. I was excited. I was like, it's a one giant step for mankind, or for a bunch of dummies like me. I didn't know what to do, and somebody said, "Do you have a provider?" And so, because I went on my Cox app, and it doesn't let me watch it live. It does not let me watch it live. But then I went on the ESPN app, and I was able to put in my Cox information, and I was able to watch it. So I was excited that I get able to watch it. It was a good basketball game. I wouldn't say it was a great game.
Not a great shooting game.
No, the 3-point shooting was terrible. The Spurs, there was some real lulls where both teams couldn't score for a long period of time. But in the end, the greatness of Jalen Brunson really shined. I love that they gave him that long rest, and that's what Wemby didn't get. They started the fourth quarter, and it was Alvarado was in for Brunson, McBride, Shamet, OG Anunoby, and Cat. By the time Brunson comes back, it's 7:37. It was tied going into the fourth. By the time he came back, it was tied at 86. So in those precious 4.5 minutes that San Antonio had with no Brunson on the court, they did no damage. And then Brunson comes in, hits a floater, gets to the free throw line, hits 2 driving, drives, had another fast break drive off a San Antonio turnover for a basket, had a drive-in layup off a Champagny miss. It was 4 straight baskets by Brunson after he came back. We talk about fatigue for San Antonio. The rest that they gave Brunson to start that fourth quarter, I thought was huge.
Yeah, but up until 2 minutes, it looked like the Spurs were going to get out of there with a Game 1 win. I mean, they were the ones on the 9-0 run. They took a 1-point lead on a couple of Wembanyama free throws with just over 2 minutes to play. The Knicks at that point had missed 8 straight shots. Brunson missed a couple of those in that 8 straight. But then it just turned on a dime, and the Knicks finished on that 11-0 run. Brunson came right back. Biggest shot of the game, the three out of the corner to retake the lead, and then he hit a circus shot in the lane. Wemby had a huge turnover with just over a minute to go, and it just kind of unraveled on the Spurs. Brunson staying calm when down big.
I don't want to say calmness, but I think we know what we have to do. I think we're a pretty together group. Be able to trust each other and still just continue to fight, have each other's back, and just know that we got to keep chipping away. It's just a credit to the mentality we have as a team. But, I mean, we can't just be satisfied with that. We have a long way to go. We have a lot of things we can do to be better. But I'm happy we came with a win.
No team is affected less by being down double figures than this New York Knicks team. They believe in themselves. They have something working right now. They've won 12 games in a row in the postseason.
Yeah.
11 of those by double digits. Gambo, it's hard to believe. The last time the Knicks lost a game was in late April. It was April 23rd. And Jalen Brunson, look, you put up with Jalen Brunson like stuff, right? He shoots a lot. He's a me first player, but in a good way. And he is clutch. And in the fourth quarter, he is really tough to stop. And even though his shooting percentage was not great last night, he ended up with 13 points in the fourth quarter, and he had 30 in the game. And his team won game one on the road, closing out with an 11-0 run. I mean, I just think he's a whale of a player.
Yeah. There were some times in the game, like the Knicks had a chance, and I wrote this in my notes. They had a chance to go up 10, and Mikal Bridges missed a shot. And at that point in the game, I'm like, okay, that might be big. That might be big that they didn't get that basket. And Mikal just missed a shot. After that, Wemby hits the big three, makes it 94-89. I'm like, okay, you could have been up 10. Now it's a 5-point game. And then Champagne hits a free throw. Now it's 94-90. And then Wemby gets a three-point play, the basket, and the foul. Now it's 94-93. And then the Spurs actually took the lead when Wemby got fouled and he hit two free throws. It's 95-94 Spurs with 2:16 left. The Knicks were on the verge of going up 10. Mikal misses the shot. They go on a run. They're up 95-94. There's 2 minutes and 16 seconds left. And from there, at that point, the Knicks had missed 8 straight shots. 8 straight. They had missed at that point. Then Brunson hits a corner three, puts the Knicks up. Fox misses, Hart rebounds. Mikal gets free, go to the free throw line. He hits 2. Then Brunson, I thought, hit the shot of the game. The wow factor, oh my goodness, I can't believe he made that shot. The spinning, goes under Vassell, throws his body into it, makes the basket. Knicks are up 6 with 36 seconds left, and that's sort of like, okay, that's ball game. And then Wemby turns it over. Wemby had that big turnover that led to that basket by...
He just lost it.
By Brunson.
He lost it at the elbow.
Yeah, he just lost it. He just turned, and Hart picks it up. Brunson gets the basket. 36 seconds left. Knicks up 6. Ball game. It's over, just like that. So it was Knicks up big. Spurs take the lead. Knicks come back. Spurs couldn't answer. That was the game.
Let me give you some numbers and then some context here. First of all, I talked about it yesterday. Karl Anthony Towns was going to play bully ball. He was going to put the ball on the deck, and he was going to try to get to the hole from the perimeter, especially if Wembanyama was on him. That happened. Towns had 18 points, 12 rebounds. Josh Hart, how about 15 rebounds? Nick shot it great from the free throw line, nearly 90%, 16 for 18. But here, to me, was one of the unsung elements of this game. And it bears out when you watch it, and it bears out in the ultimate statistics. The San Antonio Spurs let the Knicks keep Wembanyama, when the Spurs were on defense, away from the paint. And Wembanyama was freelancing, trying to block shots on the perimeter, which left the Spurs vulnerable on the offensive glass. And the Knicks just killed them on the offensive glass. In fact, 23-14 second chance points. The Knicks outscored the Spurs last night. So second shot opportunities, offensive rebounds really were a problem for the Spurs last night as the Knicks outscored them in that second chance opportunity department 23-14. So it's a game of adjustments when you talk about a series, especially in the NBA Finals or really any series. I expect Mitch Johnson and the Spurs to adjust what they're doing with Wembanyama defensively. You can't maybe go out and try to block every shot and help your teammate by altering a New York Knicks perimeter player because you're leaving your team extremely vulnerable in the paint as you try to collect a defensive rebound.
Yeah.
Look for that in game 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, I thought the pace was incredible, too. Like, the back and forth pace. I think both teams were like, we got to play fast, we got to play fast, we got to play fast. And I think that to some point, worked against them. It was why we had a little bit of a sloppy game. Because I think, like, you were trying to get out, you were trying to run. The Knicks were trying to run to not let Wembanyama get back in setup. The Spurs were trying to run, thinking, hey, we got young legs, we're young, they're older, let's run on them. And so I thought the pace of the game was kind of frantic for a little while. I thought it was a little crazy the way the pace of the game was going, and that's why it led to so many, missed shots and a little bit of sloppy play. I think it'll be a little bit better, as we go forward in the series. But I think that was almost like a heavyweight fight where you're feeling each other out in that first round or two, try to figure out what the other opponent does. I would think there's going to be major adjustments on both sides. Fox was terrible for San Antonio.
Oh, he's 3 for 13.
He was so bad, and they had him in the game at the end,
better.
and or do you just not play him? Do you just not play him as much?
I think he's too important to what they do offensively because you never know what you're going to get. Like, Stephon Castle's a great player, but not always the greatest outside shooter. So De'Aaron Fox can go get you a bucket.
He can get you a bucket.
He can go get you a bucket. I took a look at NBA Finals. I just picked the last 50 years, 1976, shot heard around the world. Road teams in game 1 that come away with the victory. Do they go on to win the series? Because it seems like that would put them in a really, really good spot.
Yeah.
It's actually not what you would think.
The last 3 in the NBA have not won.
Right. It's happened, I think, 11 times. And the road teams that won game 1 on the road have won the series 5 times, and they've gone on to still lose the series 6 times.
The last 3 road teams to win game 1 of the NBA Finals all lost the series. 2013 San Antonio, 2022 Boston, 2025 Indiana. They all won game 1 on the road and ended up losing the series. When we come back, Shohei Ohtani dominated from the mound, dominated from the plate. There were just no answers for him. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and Stuart Willis does such a great job of helping people. Retirement plans, financial plans, estate plans, tax plans, making sure that you are set for retirement, for the future, like to take care of your family. And, from a young age, I learned the importance of saving and making sure you always had enough money to pay the mortgage bills in case you lost your job, and taking care of your family and making sure you had life insurance. And it is important to work with somebody that really, truly cares about your financial future, somebody that's local. 5 locations in the Valley for Stuart Willis. He's a fiduciary, always your best interest in hand. I work with him for all of my financial needs. He does a great job with me, help me put together a great plan so that way I can have the type of retirement that I want to have. You can call him right now and set up a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Is offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. I was a little loud there, sorry. Diamondbacks still have a chance at a series split with the Dodgers today. They're hoping to stop a string of back-to-back losses while they're at it. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks optioned Brandon Pfaadt down to AAA Reno. They placed Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In their places, Cade Stroud and Philip Abner have been recalled from AAA Reno. On the mound tonight, it will be Ryan Nelson for Arizona and Justin Robleski for Los Angeles. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We had another big money deal for an NFL wide receiver today. The Packers and Christian Watson have agreed to a 4-year extension. It's worth up to $110.5 million. The fan at last night's NBA Finals game who attempted a selfie with Victor Wembanyama. Don't worry, Short King, I understand. He's pretty darn tall. He's been banned for life from all NBA arenas per a league spokesperson. There is a second individual who has also been banned for life for their role in the incident. And then on the ice, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from North Carolina. The Hurricanes look to bounce back after dropping Game 1 to the Golden Knights. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com, saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
D-backs Dodgers series finale tonight from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Boy, that was impressive.
Talk about the unicorn.
I wanted to go to the game last night. Look, I'm a baseball fan first and foremost. Like, my love is baseball. And I love the Diamondbacks. Shohei Ohtani was pitching last night. I wanted to watch him pitch. So I dealt with the BS traffic, and I got down there, and I got there right at the first inning, and it was crazy traffic. I guess the Dodger fans are used to showing up late in L.A. I don't know why they can't show up early here. Why do you all have to show up late here?
That's what
I'm
they
walking
do.
in, and like 90% of people walking in, are they just accustomed to being late for games, Dodger fans?
That's their thing.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Can't show up an hour before the game. You got to show up before, like...
The old expression is arrive in the third and leave in the seventh because you're
Why
you're stuck in traffic going there and you're avoiding traffic going out. That's the whole dealio.
Yeah, but just watch it at home if you're going to go for 4 innings. That's so stupid. I got a buddy of mine who's got season tickets for the Mets. He leaves in the 7th inning. I'm like, why? Because I have to beat that traffic out. I have to, or it'll take me 2 hours too long to get home. I'm like, then don't go. What if the game's tied 1-1 in the 7th inning or 4-4? You gonna leave? Yep, I'm leaving.
It's a famous shot when Gibson's homer leaves the yard in '88. You can see the line of cars heading out of the ballpark because all their brake lights go as soon as you hit the home run.
No way.
In other words, so you can look at it out there in center field, and it's like there's a line of cars that left that game early.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me right now?
So I decided I would watch the NBA Finals this morning so that way I could go watch Shohei Ohtani. I wanted to watch him pitch. And it was pretty incredible. I mean, it was an unbelievable performance. He gave up 2 hits in the baseball game. He just dominated. He dominated from a pitching perspective. He was throwing fastballs at 98, 99 miles an hour. He threw a curveball to Nolan Arenado that was 72 miles an hour. Alex Weiner, who does it's a great story up on ArizonaSports.com. It's a really good story, game story. Talked about how he dropped a 68-mile-per-hour curveball to Gabby Marino. Then he said it looked like an eephus pitch before darting a 99.9-mile-per-hour fastball. So here, I'm going to drop a 68-mile-per-hour curveball on you. You see that? Now I'm going to throw you a 99.9-mile-per-hour fastball. It was an unbelievable performance by him. His ERA dropped to, this is incredible, his ERA dropped to 0.74 in 10 starts. He's given up 5 runs in 61 innings. It's the 3rd lowest ERA in 10 starts into a season since 1910. Only Jacob deGrom in 2021 and Juan Marichal in 1996 had lower ERAs.
66, yeah.
66, what'd I say?
96. That's
66. Juan Marichal in 66. The year I was born. It is incredible. I'm waiting. Can you get anything? Can you scrap a run? Can you get... Nothing. They just could not do anything against him. He was that dominant.
But now that he's pitching again, he's become the quintessential baseball unicorn. I've never seen anything like this. Mark Grace talked about it on the postgame show last night. He goes, I've never seen anything like this, and we may never see anything like it again for another 50 or 60 years. Ohtani right now, Perdomo said he's not from this planet, said that after the game. His own catcher, Will Smith, said point blank, he's the greatest player to ever walk the earth. It's remarkable what he's doing. I mean, that DeGrom season in 2021, DeGrom actually was shut down after 5 more starts, so we don't know how that played out. But what Ohtani's doing right now, he's not chasing ERA titles. He's chasing ghosts in baseball history. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. Nobody really has.
No, they compare it to Babe Ruth, because he dominated pitching when he was with Boston, and he ended up being the greatest home run hitter of all time when he was with the Yankees.
But I was thinking about this. Like, without him ever pitching, he would be an MVP candidate as the best player in baseball. Without him ever hitting, he would be a Cy Young Award candidate. It would be remarkable in this day and age if a guy was just able to be a position player and a mediocre hitter and a rotational starter and a mediocre starter. Just doing that would be remarkable. What Ohtani's doing in terms of potentially winning the Cy Young and the MVP, and I know guys have done that before, but not in that way. Willie Hernandez, maybe.
With the Tigers.
Is the Tigers.
Willie Hernandez with the Tigers, yeah.
I'm sure there have been others. But what he's doing right now at such a high, unique level, and don't forget, he's also the first player in baseball history to be a 50-50 guy. So he can run, too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just, like I said, I don't think a unicorn doesn't even do it justice. I mean, my gracious, what a phenomenal all-around player.
So he has his infield single in the first, and then he walks in the 3rd inning, then he walks again in the 4th, then he singles in the 6th, and then he gets another single in one of a broken bat single off of Ryan Thompson in the 9th inning. Thompson breaks his bat, and he still ends up with a single. You're like, he got 3 hits. He was on base 5 times.
Gambo, he had more hits than he allowed.
Yes.
He walked more himself than walks he gave up.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
His on-base plus slugging is .941, the third highest in the National League. He's 8 for 12 in this series. Thank goodness he's not playing today. He's getting the day off. 8 for 12 in the series. It's just sometimes you just want to, you know what it's like as a sports fan. There are guys you want to, people gravitated, you gravitate to the great players you want to see them play. You wanted to see Kobe Bryant play. You wanted to see the great players. You wanted to see Wayne Gretzky play. You wanted to see Mario Lemieux play. You wanted to see Tom Seaver pitch. You wanted to see the best players play. And I think when Randy Johnson was in Seattle, they got about 10,000 more fans per game when he pitched. Like, that was the thing. Because people wanted to see that. So there was a part of last night is like, I just want to see this guy pitch. I saw this guy in person. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Down the road. Do you ever see that guy? Yeah, I was at a game. I saw the guy pitch in person.
There are certain, look, I have said it often. One of the great thrills of my life is having a front row seat to Michael Jordan's career early on in my media career. I mean, to see him courtside many, many, many times off the fields of battle. I can, to this day, be very proud of the fact that I saw Frank Sinatra live in concert.
Oh, so man, I did not.
Yes, so these are the things that, as you go through life, and younger people will understand this, I bet you in 40, 50 years, when you're older, you'll be like, I saw Shohei Ohtani play.
Right.
I saw him at Chase Field one night. Yeah. It was unbelievable. He threw a 2-hit shutout against the D-backs and got on base 5 times.
I tell my kid this all the time, my son, because, when the Suns were going the year they made it to the NBA Finals, like, my family went to a game in each series. They went to at least one game in each series. I'm like, you saw Giannis play. You saw Kawhi play. You saw over 2 years. You saw Jokic play. Mm-hmm. You saw all the great. You saw Luka Doncic play. Like, think about this. Think about this, because like you go through the playoff series and go through all the games. You saw all these great players play, and I think that's something you look at. Like, I remember being a kid and watching, Seaver and Carlton or Reggie Jackson. Like, there are certain things you remember, like, that stands out to you more so. So I think everybody was at that ballpark last night. Look, somebody asked me, were you rooting for Ohtani to have a no-hitter? No, I'm not rooting for him to have a no-hitter. I certainly don't want to have a bunt single like Ben Davis did against Curt Schilling to break it up. But Gabby Moreno got the first hit off of him. It was in the 4th inning. So, there wasn't even any talk of a no-hitter. And then the second hit was Geraldo Perdomo got the single in the 6th. But then Corbin Carroll, you never see Corbin Carroll hit into a double play. He hit into a double play. It's only the second time all year he's hit into a double play. He got Corbin Carroll to hit into a double play. Phenomenal, incredible performance. I don't know. When that guy's on the mound, I think it's going to be very, very difficult for them to get beat. Victor Wembanyama went silent last night. What were the reasons why? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Arizona, when it's time for a new ride, there's only one name you need to know. Tim Hovic's Santan Ford. Big trucks, bold SUVs, hybrids, electric, all in stock, all ready to roll. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, you're not guessing on price. You're getting competitive deals, a massive selection, and a team that actually makes it easy. Upgrade the family ride or step into a truck that gets real work done. Either way, you're doing it with Tim Hovic. At Tim Hovic's Santan Ford, Val Vista and the 202 in Gilbert, or shop anytime at santanford.com. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Speed and power. Get your Corbin Carroll 30-30 mystery bobble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast.
Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Wolf. Well, the San Antonio Spurs even the NBA Finals. We'll be previewing Game 2 of Spurs-Knicks tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So they arrested a fan last night running onto the court to take a selfie while the game was going on.
Now, that I've never seen before.
With Victor Wembanyama.
I mean, you've seen streakers at football games and baseball games, but
you remember that Morgana back in our day?
Oh,
the kissing bandit. She'd run on the field and kiss baseball players.
How could you forget? But this kid just ran right out.
Ran right out.
And the game was going on. Ran around to Wemby, and then he, as Mitch has reported a few times here in the updates, he is banned for life.
Banned for life, can never go to another game in any other arena.
And he didn't even get the selfie. It's like Wembanyama's
Did he not
chin.
get it?
He took it so quick that you can't see Wembanyama's face. It's just like his head is cut off.
Oh, really? How'd they have the photo? Who posted the photo?
The kid must have.
It's his photo.
Yeah.
Here's my photo of Victor Wembanyama, and he's not even in it.
Yeah.
2 criminal charges, too, by the way. Disrupting meeting or procession was committed by intentionally disrupting a lawful gathering, namely the Spurs game. The second charge, criminal trespass was committed by entering property, specifically the basketball court, without the effective consent of the owner. So 2 criminal charges and banned for life. There was another fan banned. I don't know why. I guess somebody was yelling like vulgarities or something, or I'll have to find out why. I think there was another fan that was banned too.
Yeah, 2 fans were banned. Anyway.
This guy got banned for running onto the court.
Wemby was laughing at him, though. He had a big smile on his face.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing?
Like, you kidding me, man?
Right. Yeah. So let's talk about Wembanyama. Not his best game. Struggled. A lot of people questioning whether fatigue factored in. The turnover late was really bad. I think it kind of burned them. It's not like he had a terrible game, but he definitely didn't have a good game. His shooting wasn't good. He struggled. And that's probably the reason the Spurs feel like, hey, we're going to be okay. we didn't really play a good basketball game, and it was still we still had the lead we didn't play well, and we had the lead with 2 minutes and 22 seconds left.
What's interesting, a couple of different levels here with Wembanyama. Yeah, he had 26 and he had 12 rebounds, but he shot 6 for 22. We talked yesterday about maybe OG Anunoby doing the defensive assignment most of the game when it came to guarding Wembanyama. It actually didn't happen.
Mitchell Robinson late was on him.
But Karl Anthony Towns really gave him a tough time, Gambo, throughout the course of the four quarters.
And he didn't pick up his fourth foul until very, very late in the game. So Karl Anthony Towns was not even in foul trouble. Because I think I took a note of this. He got his fourth very late in the fourth quarter on a foul. And Mitchell Robinson, when he came in, he guarded him too, and he made things very, very tough for him because he's a big, wide body. But yeah, I thought that they did a good job on him.
Wembanyama was 2 for 12 when guarded by Cat. Now, what I find interesting is that up until the last 2 minutes, Wembanyama didn't look tired. In fact, it looked like Wembanyama was going to get this game to the finish line with the Spurs win. I mean, he hit a big three with 4:48 to play. He had an N1 three-point play with 3:24 left, knocked down a couple of free throws with 2:16 left to give the Spurs the lead. So the Spurs were on a 9-0 run, and Wembanyama was a big reason why they ultimately took the lead. But the last 2 minutes and 15 seconds, I mean, was all Knicks. All Knicks. Brunson hit the big three from the corner, and then Karl Anthony Towns hit a couple of free throws. And I bring that up because that's when the Knicks had a 4-point lead, and Wembanyama had the basketball, and it was a big time in the game.
The turnover when Hart grabbed it.
Yeah, just about a minute to go in the game, and Wembanyama was trying to go to work from the perimeter. And, you know,
Josh Hart swiped the ball from him.
They were able to swipe the ball from him. Wembanyama, though, I mean, even though I'm kind of praising him here for the way he played up until that point, Wemby said, yeah, I was not very good tonight.
I agree with the coach. And, I mean, it's the same. Every team guards differently, you know. I'm going to figure it out. It's, I mean, I was bad tonight. It's not more complicated than that.
You're at home. You're up by, 13, 14 points midway through the third quarter?
14 points. So
you're up by 14 and you're at home and you figure you've got this thing, and the Knicks go on this epic run to tie it at the end of the third quarter. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, the Knicks go ahead, you come back, you take the lead, and then the Knicks finish on like an 11-0 run or something like that. Now, the kid's 22 years old. He's 22 years old. He had a lot of turnovers in that basketball game. I think it was 6. So, but he is 22 years old. He says he's got to figure it out. The shocker was how many points the Knicks scored in the paint. They were able to pull him away from the basket so much, and he wasn't able to protect that area. The Knicks had 50 points in the paint in this basketball game.
Yeah, and they outscored on second chance points, as I mentioned earlier. 25-13, I believe, was the final number there. Wembanyama made his free throws. Look, they did a good job. I mean, the Knicks had a great game plan. The Knicks are clearly rolling right now. They haven't lost a game since late April, for crying out loud. Mitch Johnson, the Spurs coach, was asked about what the Knicks did to slow down Wembanyama.
Yeah, I have to go back and look at the film. Felt like, you know, he missed a few shots early, and we got to get him moving in space and towards the rim, whether that's on rolls or running in transition, but we need the pressure on the rim and the force in the paint. And then they did a good job, obviously, being physical and showing crowds, but, you know, we need to do a better job of establishing that early on, for sure.
You mentioned the Wembanyama looking tired, and you're not the only one to bring that up. In fact, Doc Rivers was on the Bill Simmons pod. Let's hear what Doc had to say about that, Gamble, and then we'll get your thoughts.
Wendy looks fed up tonight. It looks like they're speeding him up tonight. I think he had 6 or 7 turnovers, Bill. A lot of them were putting the ball on the floor. I would know, you know, we have all kinds of stats, analytical stats with a team. And one of the things I would look at first is how many dribbles did he have? I know that sounds crazy, but it felt like he dribbled the ball way more than usual. The other thing is time of possession. How often did he hold the ball and have the ball in his hands? It looked like way more than usual. I think that played right into the Knicks' hands. I think they would take that.
Thoughts?
I think that the Knicks having the I've had a lot of players tell me this over my career covering sports in basketball. It is so huge to be able to take a team out in 4 or 5 games rather than 6 or 7. It's not like, because we used to sit here and we used to say, and I talked to Amari about this, Sean, Marion, I talked to Nash, Amari, Sean, all these guys. Hey, do you need to play less minutes in a game? Would that help if you go from like 40 minutes to 35? And every single one of them would always tell me, it doesn't matter. Like that game, it doesn't matter that much. What matters is if I can, if we could get it like days off, like a full day off. If I'm in a basketball game and, I could play 40 minutes. Like I talked earlier, Brunson got that rest, and I think that helped him. But a lot of guys don't really look at that or use that as an excuse. Oh, you have to play 40 minutes in a basketball game. But a lot of guys have always told me it's like, the key is getting rid of your opponent as early as possible when you've got another. Now, this round doesn't matter. It's the last round. But what the Knicks were able to do against Philly and Cleveland, like when they were playing Cleveland, that was a big storyline. The Cavs had played like 5 games in 8 days, and the Knicks were like, the Knicks haven't played that many games.
Cleveland actually had back-to-back 7-game series.
Right, and if you look at the amount of games that Cleveland had played by the time the Knicks played them in the 4th game, it was like the Knicks was so rested, and the Cavaliers were on fumes. So I think the 6-game series against Minnesota and then the 7-game series against Oklahoma City has a little bit of a factor there. I think it does. For everybody, no. But for some guys, it may have. And maybe that did factor in for Wemby, that there just hasn't been much opportunity in between these series to get any rest.
Well, he better rest up before Game 2, because I think it's safe to say that if the Knicks win Game 2, I don't give the Spurs much of a chance to come back from that. And then going back to the Garden, down 0-2.
Barkley said, they were like, how big is this? And they're like, it's humongous. But if the Spurs win, all the Knicks did in the first 2 games is steal home court advantage. All right, they still have to win 3 more games. But if you go up 2-0, now okay, the Spurs have to win 4 out of 5 games. 4 out of 5. So it does become very, very, I don't know how those young players are going to react to the Madison Square Garden crowd. Now, again, when I used to go to the Garden, the real fans were there. And I think that you'll still have a lot of real fans there, but these ticket prices are so insane. I don't know. I just don't know how crazy it is because, a lot of normal average fans are like, wait a second, I can sell my tickets and make $20,000 for 2.
I'd be selling my tickets.
I think some people are going to do that. So we'll keep our eye on that. But I expect Wembanyama to bounce back. I expect the Spurs to bounce back. This should be a longer series. Good news. Ketel Marte. He's playing today. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball grounded up the middle. That's into center field. A base hit. Muncy will score. Here comes Smith. The throw home is cut off. It's a 2-run single by Alex Freeland, and it's 7-0 Dodgers.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
I love this angle, telling people about the math, how it really works in your favor when you work with the Lund Mortgage team and you purchase a home instead of renting. Now, listen to this. Here's some real math that we did with the Lund Mortgage team here. If you're paying $2,200 a month in rent, some of you paying more, some less, but just let's take $2,200. Over the course of a year, that's $26,000. That goes straight to your landlord. 5 years of that, you've now handed somebody $132,000, and what do you own? Nothing. You don't own anything. A mortgage payment in the same range builds equity every single month. You make a payment, principal. You're paying principal. You get write-offs at the end of the year. You do. You get to write off the interest on your mortgage. But you also bring down the principal, so when you eventually sell that house, you're going to sell it for a certain price, and you owe a lot less on it. The difference is yours. Call the Lund Mortgage team. Find out how to get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Call 623-889-0130.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney.
This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Amanda, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of bridal design, I travel the world for inspiration so that your engagement ring stands out from the rest. My team of in-house designers and I work alongside skilled artisans to curate the most beautiful collection of exclusive engagement rings. At Shane Company, you'll find the ring that's a reflection of your unique style. No cookie-cutter designs here. See our selection in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks still have a chance at a series split with the Dodgers today. They're hoping to stop a string of back-to-back losses while they're at it. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks optioned Brandon Pfaadt down to AAA Reno, and they placed Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In their places, Cade Stroud and Philip Abner have been recalled from AAA Reno. On the mound tonight will be Ryan Nelson for Arizona and Justin Robleski for Los Angeles. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. We had another big money deal for an NFL wide receiver today. The Packers and Christian Watson have agreed to a 4-year extension. It's worth up to $110.5 million. The fan at last night's NBA Finals game who attempted a selfie with Victor Wembanyama during live action has been banned for life from all NBA arenas per a league spokesperson. There is a second individual who has also been banned for life for their role in the incident. And on the ice, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from North Carolina, the Hurricanes look to bounce back after dropping Game 1 to the Golden Knights. Puck drop is at 5. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Hey, it's Luke. Were the Diamondbacks able to at least salvage a split against the Dodgers? We'll be reacting to the series finale tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. Bernsey is back in Stati Uniti, back in the United States of America. He flew out yesterday. He told me he was very sad. He didn't want to leave, and that's, I get it. But he is back. He'll be back on the show tomorrow. So we'll have him tomorrow, and then Ringer's going to fill in next week on the Bickley and Murata show?
Yeah, morning show next week.
It will be because I think Bickley's in Denmark.
Bickley's in Denmark.
Bickley's in Denmark.
Burns, if you're listening right now, welcome back. And I can only say, thank God.
Oh. Yes.
I'm kidding. I love being here.
Having to work with me for 5 days. So Burns will be back tomorrow. All right, the big story yesterday. It was a big story. Ketel Marte did not play in the game yesterday. No injury. Just a little banged up a little bit. Wanted to take the day off. He is back in the lineup today. So I reported that just a short time ago that he is going to play. So one day, now it is against Ohtani. So a lot of people are going to speculate they didn't want to face Ohtani. Whatever it is, he's back in the lineup today. He missed yesterday's game. This is an important game. This is a huge game. You don't want to lose a series to the Dodgers.
Not after winning the series opener, especially.
You want to bounce back, win this game. Ohtani's not even playing today. You want to win this game, go 2-2. We could live with that. They're a great baseball team. But you'll have Marte back in the lineup today.
Well, the Diamondbacks right now have lost 5 out of 6. And it comes on the heels of that great stretch. And everybody kind of said, okay, are they paper tigers? You're beating up the Giants, you're beating up in the Rockies. Now you got a couple of first-place teams, and the Mariners and the Dodgers. Let's see if you can keep it going. And they haven't, okay? They were miserable in Seattle. They looked pretty good in that first game against the Dodgers, and now 2 straight losses once again. So they've lost 5 out of 6. They've been outscored 24-11 during this streak. And if you lose tonight to the Dodgers, you're 8.5 back in that National League West. And we circle back to Marte now, because they need his bat in the lineup. He's cooled off a little bit since that ungodly tear, but of course he did.
But he carried the team for 2 weeks. You can't carry the team the whole year.
We talked to Lovello about this on Monday out there at Chase Field, and we took our show on the road, and I point blank asked him, I said, look, are you guys too reliant right now on Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte? And he said, yeah, absolutely. So if that's the case, well, then Marte and Carroll at least better, first of all, they better play. He better play. And you better deliver, and he'll have the opportunity tonight in this series finale. Ryan Nelson goes for the D-backs, Gambo, and he's been pitching really well in May, but he also historically has pitched pretty well against the Dodgers. So hopefully the combination of not only the opponent, but how well he's been pitching of late, combined with Marte's offense being back in the lineup, the Dodgers can get out of here with a loss tonight, and the D-backs can get out of there with a split.
Yeah, you want to get that split. You want to hang in. Now, you came into this series and you had done such a great job against San Francisco and Colorado. You went 11-2, and then you get swept by Seattle. It's like, okay, you right the ship with that big Game 1 win. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. You get that with that win. I was there for that game. We were on the field for that game. And then you come back, you lose the next 2. The second game of the series, a little bit of a heartbreaker. You had 3 chances late to win it. Yesterday was a no-brainer. Like, you just didn't win. Maybe that's why Marte took off. I don't know. But he didn't play. You want to see your best players play in games like that. He didn't play, but he's back in there tonight. Go get this one today. Right the ship. Give yourself a chance, because I think I looked at the wild card standings when I was working last night, and I think
they're just out right now.
They're just outside of the wild card now by losing these next 2 games.
The Padres are 1-9 in their last 10. We haven't talked a lot about the Padres because why would we? But they're starting to hit the skids a little bit. Again, it's early June. You don't want to get caught up in the standings. We understand that.
So check this out. So the Cardinals have 28 losses. They hold the number 1 wild card spot. The Phillies, the Pirates, the Diamondbacks, and the Padres all have 29 losses. Right now, the Diamondbacks are on the outside looking in because they've got 1 less game played than Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. But they're tied with the Padres at 32-29. Right behind them, a half game behind them, is the Cubs, who've lost 3 games in a row. And then the Reds, and then the Nationals. And then I think the Marlins, probably they're hanging in by a thread. But there's so many teams ahead of them. So, it's very likely that this is going to be another one of those photo finishes right down to the wire. There's going to be 2 weeks left in the season, and you're going to have a shot. So these games are so important. We thought that win against the Dodgers in Game 1 was very important because they had struggled so mightily against teams with 500 records or better. Okay, you go beat. But now if you lose this game to the Dodgers, you've lost 6 out of 7 this year to L.A. 6 out of 7. They want to play better against the good teams.
You've lost 6 out of 7 overall, too. And the Padres right now dead even with the D-backs. The Padres 1-9 in their last 10, and they're hanging with the D-backs because the D-backs haven't been able to get victories as well.
You noticed on social media last year.
I did. Yes.
Last year when
glad you brought this up. Okay.
When I came out with all the information about Marte and missing the All-Star game and everything that happened, and then Bickley took a blowtorch to him. A lot more of the fans towards Bickley than me, but I was in on that too. A lot of fans were very upset with you're running Ketel out of town. It seems you noticed a little bit of a reversal here.
Yeah, I try to monitor this mostly because I want my finger on the pulse about what fans are thinking and feeling. Yeah, it doesn't mean I always agree with everybody or disagree, but I like to keep my finger on the pulse there. And something I noticed last year after the All-Star break, when all that drama with Marte happened, and you were reporting kind of what you knew, and Bickley was reporting what he knew, and you guys were giving your opinions, and that's fine. You guys are doing what you're paid to do. The reaction, you guys took a beating at times. Bickley really took a beating. More so than I've seen anybody at the station take a beating on social media.
Yeah, Bickley was
before.
like, just trade him and get his ass out of here.
Right.
I was basically saying, here's what happened.
Right.
He went to the Dominican Republic. He didn't tell anybody he was going. They pencil him in the lineup for Friday. He's not there. They're like, where are you? Where are you? And he doesn't answer. The next day, they finally get in touch with him. He's in the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, he took a vacation when they had a game.
Took a vacation.
And they had a Friday game.
Like there was a plane ready to take the 3 All-Stars back from St. Louis.
Because they played on Friday.
Where was the All-Star game last year? St. Louis, right? Atlanta. Sorry. So, yeah, they had the All-Star game in Atlanta. They had a plane ready to take back the 3 All-Stars. He didn't get on the plane.
Where is he?
So only 2 All-Stars came back. And then they ended up having a game in St. Louis on Friday, and he was penciled in the lineup. His name was written down. But then, guys start coming in the clubhouse at a certain time. It's 2, it's 2:15, it's 2:30, it's 3. Where's Ketel? Ketel's not here. And all of a sudden, you're like, where's Ketel Marte? And you're like calling him, and he's not answering the phone.
Yeah, he's on a beach.
Right. But so, I reported what happened. I think Bick took it to another level, get this guy out of here. And then a lot of the fans were just really pissed about it because they think you're running the guy out of town.
But here's what I've noticed now over the last 24 hours, right? Fans are never going to be in unison on one thing. You're gonna have differing opinions, and that's what makes the world go around. That's fine. But last year, the comments in response to the Marte news and opinion on this station were 80% positive towards Marte, or 80% negative towards you guys, and it was a bloodbath. This year, yesterday, and this morning, 80% of the comments are kind of with what we were saying yesterday.
Okay. He's taking a day off against Ohtani. Why? He's not hurt? No injured list?
Right.
And other people saying, I didn't see any injuries.
80% of the fans last year, I'm kind of throwing that number out there, whatever. 85% of the fans last year were with Marte. His house got robbed. He needed a day off. Stop being so hard on him.
He didn't know his house was robbed until he was actually in the DR.
Right. That was all BS. So 80% of the fans this year, the ones that comment, are very much on board with this was not cool yesterday. That was not cool.
With that being said, I would have not have traded him just to get rid of him. He's too good of a player. I have to deal with this petty BS with him, but I'm not going to trade him for 2 AA prospects and a single A prospect. I wouldn't have done it. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you could have gotten a great package back, you trade him. But you don't trade a player of that caliber. You deal with the BS.
Did you not get a great package because the word is out that he's a difficult player, self-absorbed, who takes days off at the worst possible times?
Yeah, cares more about himself than the team. But
just decides one day I don't want to play.
But they can carry you for 2 weeks. You want to give that up for nothing? So this is a tough spot. But I have always said I would not just trade Ketel Marte. He's too good of a player. You got to baby him, and he bullies the organization into doing what he wants. And this was his first test, and he got his way. He got his way. He got the day off. But man, I can't give that type. I can't give the talent up unless I get somewhat equal talent back. I don't want to get rid of him just for the I'm a big addition by subtraction guy. And I thought with Durant and Beal, it was addition by subtraction. It was but those guys were playing. And it was just such a weight on the team, the negativity that they brought. I think a lot of guys can manage fine with because Marte's he's a little bit of a loner. Right? He's a little bit of I'm going to do my thing. The clubhouse doesn't gravitate to Marte. I'm in there all the time. It's not everybody gravitates to Marte. He's not a negative on all these other guys as much as you may think, but when he doesn't play, I think players get frustrated.
Oh, there's no question about it. I mean, I know it. And you just wonder again, did Mike Hazen not get his suitable return because the word is out around the league that he can be at times a difficult player and a difficult teammate?
The big 3 for the Arizona Cardinals. We'll tell you who the big three is, and then we'll tell you where they rank compared to the rest of the NFL. Little Cardinals talk next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Let's focus on the Burns thing. It was almost exactly a year ago when he stepped off that mound against Washington, had the Tommy John surgery. All indications were that he was going to be back mid-July. And we've been talking so much about reinforcements on the way. The cavalry's coming. Burns is coming. It was shaping up to be a real boost for this franchise, this team in the second half of the season. And this is just a gut punch. This throws the whole rest of the season into question now for Corbin Burns.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I know a lot of you've been thinking about getting a job at Sanderson Ford because you're right. If I get a job at Sanderson Ford, I get employee pricing. I can get myself a new car or truck and have employee pricing because I'm an employee. Well, now you don't have to. You don't even have to work for Sanderson Ford. You can have employee pricing. So yeah, you could keep your day job and not have to work at Sanderson Ford and still get employee pricing. You pay what they pay. American value for American values at Sanderson Ford. They've got the best selection of cars, trucks, SUVs out there. If you're looking for a new Ford, you want to check out the Mustang. You want to check out the F-150. How about the Bronco or the Bronco Sport? Yeah, the selection is unbelievable when you go to Sanderson Ford. They've got a ton of cars and trucks on the lot right now, ready for you. One's got your name on it with employee pricing. And then, of course, Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. They get their certified pre-owned event on right now, 1.9% financing with the certified pre-owned Sanderson Lincolns. They're just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. For more information, go to sandersonford.com.
Speed and power. Get your Corbin Carroll 30-30 mystery bobble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today. Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Burns and Gambo talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
June 8th is the day with the mandatories. We'll see if Josh Sweat and Jacoby Brissett are there.
I say Sweat is there. Brissett.
I think Sweat will be there too.
I think Sweat's going to be there.
I think Sweat's going to be there. Then all this talk will just go away.
Perhaps there was all much ado about nothing anyway.
All I said was he's not here, and it's not because of an injury. And I'm telling you, people flew with it. I just reported what I knew.
Clearly, when Ian Rappaport reported that the other day that they're not trading Josh Sweat, I'm sure the Cardinals got tired of all the internet chatter and, small-time sports reporters breaking that a deal was close with the Packers and this is going to go down today and Dallas is in the mix.
Well, there's so many fans out there that,
I mean, but somebody from the Cardinals just probably texted Rappaport and said, would you put this out there? We're not trading this guy.
Would have been cool if they had just said that publicly while they had people in front of microphones.
They could have done that.
Yeah, they run things a little bit differently there than other teams. You would think you'd want to nip that in the bud. That organization more than any others lets stuff fester longer. I don't know why, for the life of me.
Well, we've seen the success it has brought them, this methodology.
It's just, I don't know. It's just not the right approach.
I was going to say, Gambo, you know who else could have put a wet blanket on it? Josh Sweat. You could easily, you've got social media. I don't want to be traded. He never did that. I'm happy here. I'm going to honor my contract. We're going to try to win as many games as we can. Happy to be a Cardinal.
Some guys like seeing their name in the news a whole lot, and they like to read about all the teams that want to trade for him. And
let's see who's interested in me.
Let's see who's interested in me, exactly. Ranking the NFL's best offensive triplets for 2026. I took a look at it. I said, all right, let me see where the Arizona Cardinals rank. Now, if I said to you, who are the triplets for the Cardinals, who would you say?
I would say Trey McBride for one. And remember, this is just offense, right? Skill position guys. I would have probably said Marvin Harrison Jr., and I would have said Jacoby Brissett.
So you got to have a quarterback in there.
You got to have a quarterback in there.
Yeah.
But that's not who they put.
So they put Jacoby Brissett, Jeremiah Love, and Trey McBride. They said this is the trip. So no Marvin Harrison Jr., no Michael Wilson. A tight end, a running back, and a quarterback. And they say if the Cardinals had a solid quarterback, they would be significantly further up this list.
By the way, they're ranked 24th out of 32
24th.
teams.
Did I not say that? Probably not.
No.
However, they have Brissett, who is somehow holding out for more money after posting, these numbers and going 1-11 as a starter. McBride has asserted himself as the league's top tight end, and Love finished third in the Heisman voting for Notre Dame. But Brissett is holding the operation down. So they've got them at 24, and they've got Brissett, they've got Love, and they've got McBride. Their number one triplet is Matthew Stafford, Kyron Williams, and Puka Nacua with the Rams. The Lions, are number 2. Ravens 3, Bills 4, Cowboys 5, Bengals 6.
Interesting.
Kansas City 7. I'm going to get to the NFC West. 49ers are 8. Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and George Kittle, they come in at 8. Seattle's a little bit further down the list. I was kind of surprised at this. They were 16th. Sam Darnold, Jadarian Price, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, they're 16th. Cardinals are 24th.
Well, if Kenneth Walker was in the mix, they would be way higher.
Right.
Price is a rookie. He was a backup in college, backup to Jeremiah Love.
But really good, right?
But really good. Really, really good. Those two guys, they were the first 2 running backs taken in the draft, and they shared the carries. And speaking of which, that's why Jeremiah Love's numbers weren't third in the Heisman voting, but his numbers didn't blow anybody away because he was sharing carries with Jadarian Price. And if you're an NFL team taking either guy, you love that because the odometer is not that high on either of them. Interesting, Gambo, the Vikings are ranked lower than the Cardinals.
With Justin Jefferson.
Right. Which tells you what they think of the quarterback and the running back.
What did they say about the Vikings?
Okay, Minnesota upgraded at quarterback, signing Murray, who will likely replace 2024 number 1 pick J.J. McCarthy, but the move is underwhelming. Murray was cut by the Cardinals after playing 30 games, over the past 3 seasons due to injuries and ineffectiveness. While Jefferson is arguably the league's best wide receiver, Jones is a veteran who rushed for only 548 yards last season, his worst total since his rookie season.
So the Vikings get a knock because Jones is not a great running back and because they don't have any faith that Murray's going to be great and because of his injuries.
Well, they say the move to Kyler Murray is underwhelming.
Yeah. The teams the Cardinals are ahead of are the Colts with Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor, and Alec Pierce. The Panthers with Bryce Young, Chuba Hubbard, and the McMillan kid from U of A. The Vikings, like you just mentioned. The Raiders with Fernando Mendoza, Genti, and Bowers. The Giants with Jackson Dart, Cam Scadaboo, and Malik Neighbors. And they say the concern here is health. Dart was evaluated 5 times for a concussion, while Scadaboo is coming off of a fractured fibula. As for Neighbors, he could miss the start of the season with a torn ACL. If right, Neighbors is an elite talent. But so they're looking at the Giants and they're saying, okay, we like these guys, but like there's a lot of injury concerns there. Titans with Robinson, Pollard, and Cam Ward come in at 30th. The Browns, they mentioned Shedeur Sanders, Judkins, and Jerry Jeudy. That's a terrible threesome right there.
Yes, it is.
That's just a Jerry Judy's he's not close to being the player he once was. That's a really bad threesome. The Dolphins are 32nd with Malik Willis, who we thought the Cardinals could have some interest in. They just didn't want to pay that type of money. They're 32nd. So that's where the Cardinals come in at number 24 on this list, and they say it's their triplets are Brissett, Love, and Trey McBride.
I think Jeremiah Love's going to have a big year. I really do. And this is a guy that he can catch the ball out of the backfield. We talked about this around the draft, obviously, but just a reminder, he's not only fast, he's got Gambo, his quickness is out of this world, and his toughness is at an elite level, too. Like, you all remember that touchdown run against Penn State and Abdul Carter in the Orange Bowl when Love just refused to go down. That was not an outlier or an anomaly. That's the way he ran all the time. Everybody sees the hurdles and the 98-yard runs, but he is one tough son of a gun. And I know the Cardinals have offensive line issues, but if Jeremiah Love gets first contact around the line of scrimmage, he's still going to get positive yards out of it.
Yeah, looking forward to watching the kid play. I like the pick for the Cardinals. I do. I really like that pick. When we come back, it's the 4 o'clock reset. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in the world of sports with Mitchie Mitch. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now, then sell the old one later. And here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves. If you ever tried to do a double move before, you know you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a diamond sourcing expert, I'll tell you just how differently we source our diamonds so your engagement ring can be the most beautiful. We work directly with our diamond partners who reserve the best stones just for us. We handpick and inspect each diamond, then negotiate the best price. At Shane Company, we believe this is the only way to properly buy a diamond, because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Verbeldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks still have a chance at a series split with the Dodgers today. They're hoping to stop a string of back-to-back losses while they're at it. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks optioned Brandon Pfaadt down to AAA Reno, and they placed Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In their places, Cade Stroud and Philip Abner have been recalled from AAA Reno. On the mound tonight will be Ryan Nelson for Arizona and Justin Robleski for Los Angeles. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. We had another big money deal for an NFL wide receiver today. The Green Bay Packers and Christian Watson have agreed to a 4-year extension. It's worth up to $110.5 million. The fan at last night's NBA Finals game who attempted a selfie with Victor Wembanyama during live action has been banned for life from all NBA arenas per a league spokesperson. There is a second individual who has also been banned for life for their role in the incident. And on the ice, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from North Carolina, the Hurricanes hoping to bounce back after dropping Game 1 to the Golden Knights. Puck drop will be at 5. The biggest soccer tournament on the planet starts this summer. Play Bracket of Nations, powered by Michelob Ultra. Predict the winners, and you could walk away with a $500 gift card. Enter at the contest page on ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, so far so good, Mitch. Nobody has came into the studio and tried to take a selfie with me and Ringer.
And I would
not with the red light on.
I would allow it.
Nobody is allowed. Nobody has run in here. Ryan hasn't run in and said, "I'm going to take a selfie with Gambo and Ringer."
No, Ryan's been a good boy, for lack of a better expression. Ryan's been awesome.
So far, so good. Hopefully nobody in that's listening has had to deal with that at your workplace today.
Can I just...
I'll
just bring it up now.
Yeah.
Because you wanted to talk about it. So the Knicks, taking away from the actual headline from last night, which is the Knicks storming back, taking game one of the NBA Finals, 105-95. Jalen Brunson, scary moment where he had a couple of injuries related to the leg, had to exit, went back to the locker room, and I'm sure a lot of people at that point were just thinking, oh no, this is another terrible incident. Well, no, he comes back and he scores the most points in the game, including clutch shots down the stretch to give the Knicks a big win in game one.
Yeah, and there was that guy what's the guy's name? Emmanuel Acho?
Emmanuel Acho.
Is that the guy?
Sam Acho's brother who played for the Cardinals, yeah.
He had this dumb post last night about Brunson, and I was like, you're a fool. You're just a fool.
Emmanuel Acho had a dumb post?
A dumb
what?
Here it is.
He never does that.
1 quarter into the NBA Finals, and Jalen Brunson is affirming the concerns people have about small guards being able to win it all. The closer you get, the more physical it gets. So far, Brunson's body's betraying him. I'm like, you're a fool. You're a fool.
At least Becky Hammond was more eloquent when she had her take.
No, Acho's one of those guys. He's got to opine about everything. He's got to weigh in about everything. He's got to tell everybody how smart he is. He loves to hear himself talk.
You look like an idiot. The guy comes back and leads the Knicks to the. You look like an idiot right now.
It's a new monetization.
He does all the time.
Shut up.
You're not an expert on every single topic.
No,
shut up. Stop sending videos out and telling everybody how smart you are, because you are not.
He's not an expert, period.
I have spoken. I don't want to hear us talk about basketball.
You know who's not an expert is the fan. Somebody who desperately wanted a selfie with Victor Wembanyama, it would appear. He failed in that regard. The fan was swiftly escorted out, arrested. Today, he and another fan who, if I'm reading it correctly, was in on the incident. So it was probably not just a one-man thing, but they've both been banned from all NBA arenas for life. Good.
Okay. If they banned me for life, do I think I'd be able to get into a different NBA arena? I think I would.
I'm sure your name is plastered, though.
But they don't know your name. I'll just show up with tickets.
I don't know.
They don't know your name, but
they don't have your name. They don't. I mean, they know your name and your. But
okay, if you're buying tickets online, you got to put a credit card down.
You get your buddy to buy the tickets.
So he buys tickets, and
if the buddy also got banned,
I'm sure he has more than one buddy.
I'm just saying, like, could you change your appearance enough to make it to where that people don't know?
I mean, do they have facial recognition walking into?
I don't know. Like, that's
now?
the thing. I want to know. Like, how do they know? What if that guy tries to go to a game next year? Hey, you're the guy that ran onto the car. How do you know I'm the guy that ran onto what if he dyes his head? What if he shaves his head?
Good news for him, because apparently Buffalo Wild Wings wants to give this fan free food and watching experience at their restaurants if he can be tracked down. So shout out Buffalo Wild Wings for stooping to the lowest possible level.
That's terrible. So the guy commits a crime, goes onto the court, interrupts the game, and Buffalo Wild Wings wants to reward him?
But why do you think they did that, Buffalo Wild Wings?
Because they're stupid.
No, because
publicity.
Yes, what's happening right now? What are we talking about on the radio?
It's my fault.
On
I wrote
Afternoon
it in the
Drive.
script. I'm sorry.
Right? They just accomplished exactly what they want to
I
accomplish.
could go with some wings right now.
And I'd rather have them talking about us than seeing that big weird buffalo that they have in the commercials. I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy at all. He scares me.
Go get your wings from a local place. Support Arizona, something like that. All right, let's go to the Diamondbacks. They had a roster move, one roster move that they announced today. 4 players involved. Headlining name on the roster decision, Brandon Pfaadt, option to AAA Reno. Another outing last night, Gambo, where it was set up. They were down by 5. Bring him in, pitch all 3 innings, barely made it through the second inning of his outing, and now he's going to AAA to probably get stretched out.
Get stretched out because right now, if you needed him to start, he couldn't even give you 3 innings. I mean, he hasn't pitched more than 2 innings since May 12th. It's been a long time, and so it's been a lot of 1 inning, 1 2/3, 2 innings. He hasn't been able to get to past the 2 inning mark. So he's not ready to help them outside of just a long reliever. They don't want him to be a long reliever. They don't want. Remember, so. We don't know about Corbin Burns for next year. Gallen's a free agent. Soroka's a free agent. You've got to think that they want Pfaadt to be in the rotation next year, but they've got to get him right, so he'll go to AAA.
And I wonder how much of the decision was also spurred by Corbin Burns' delayed return to pitching, right? Because you could probably get away with another month of at least just keeping him around to be on the big league roster, and then Burns comes back, and then you ship him off. But now that you know you're not going to have Burns till probably September, it makes more sense to ship him off now, get him stretched, have him be the sixth guy.
Right.
Corbin Burns and Torey Lovello did speak today with the pregame assembled media. We'll try to get some of that before D-backs on deck coming up in about an hour plus. Let's go to the NFL. The Packers and Christian Watson have agreed to a 4-year extension. It's worth up to $110.5 million. It includes a $31 million signing bonus. So the Packers have been very curated with their receiver room. They extended Watson and Jaden Reed. They traded away Dontavian Wicks to the Eagles. And then they drafted Matthew Golden last year in the first round. So it's an intriguing bunch that they've got working in Green Bay.
Yeah, I think we look at that number and we say, okay, if the Cardinals are going to extend Michael Wilson, is that a similar deal? What would you say the numbers were? 4 years,
that's
110?
like 27, I think it is.
Yeah, 27 years. That's similar to what you think Michael Wilson may get?
Anybody want to see more out of Michael Wilson before you do that?
Yes.
I mean, put me in that camp.
1 year is not enough for me. I don't want to pay him until I see one more year of him. Yes.
But this is currently the last year of his rookie deal. So,
but I think you wait it out.
I think you do too.
And you see, it's almost like what the Suns did with Mark Williams. Like, let's wait it out and see. You could still tag guys in the NFL.
This to me more feels like Christian Kirk, because they had him, they let him play through the 4th year,
and they let him go.
He gets the big money deal in Jacksonville. Good for him. Doesn't really do much after. Michael Wilson's at least coming off of a 1,000-yard season. Watson has not had one 1,000-yard season.
I guess, Mitch, great stats, and he certainly broke out once Brissett took over and Harrison went down with a variety of injuries. But again, same reason you kind of look at Jacoby Brissett's stats and you say, these garbage time stats.
Yeah, but that's different to me. This is a guy in year 4 of the NFL. Brissett is journeyman in year 11.
No, I'm just saying that because those stats were put up in garbage time, I'm a little leery that we're going to anoint Michael Wilson worthy of that contract.
I think he's really good. But I would probably play it out one more year.
Yeah, I'm not saying don't re-sign him. I'm not there yet.
I'm just worried about it. I think Reed got a 3-year 50-ish, like closer to that. I'm all game. Just sign him up for that right away. You'll never guess who hit a home run last night.
Here's the pitch. It's a fly ball to deep right field, and this ball is gone. A 2-run homer by Alec Thomas past the bullpen. Thomas with a home run in his team debut tonight, and hit 2 with the Diamondbacks before the Dodgers picked him up. That'll make it 9-5 here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Playing for AAA Oklahoma City, Alec Thomas, his first home run.
Sent me a message a couple weeks ago. I just messaged him and texted him and told him I'm really happy for him. Great home run. But he texted me a couple weeks ago and he said that he was currently working on some things in my swing with the analytics guy. Not the hitting coach. He said, I'm currently working on some things in my swing with their analytics guy. Like, now I'm getting with the old-time hitting coach and we're getting in the cage, and I'm working on it with the analytics guy. He's the guy. The math guy who never played baseball is going to sit down with him and is going to tell him.
I don't know. Why the Dodgers is an organization. They look pretty good at this whole getting good players and developing.
Think about this. Like, we'll trade for you, and then we're going to rework. We're going to rebuild you. We're going to make you the $6 million man.
They have the technology.
We're the Dodgers. We've got the technology. Well, how do you have the technology? We get $300 million in our TV deal.
That's what they do. And we'll close with happy news. Guys, the 6-game losing streak is OVA.
The Mercury get the win.
They beat the Storm 72-68. Natasha Mack with the game of her life.
You could not stop her last night.
16-10. She was a perfect 7 of 7 from the field on a career high night.
Good win. Let's get this season back on track. They were in the WNBA Finals last year.
I know.
They lost to Satu Satali, but a lot of their key players are back. So, I was off to a rough start. Good that they got the win. When we come back, are the Knicks being underestimated? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, Dave Burns here. They're changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees and watching your hard-earned cash disappear, Global helps members keep more of what they earn. Last year alone, they helped members save over $194 million through better rates and fewer fees. That is real money staying in your pocket. Being a member comes with perks, too. With early payday, you could access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance, giving you flexibility when you need it most. And if you ever have a question or need help, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you just don't see at many banks these days. Joining is simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 branches to experience it for yourself. I'm a member myself, and I can honestly say it feels good to have a financial partner that actually has your back. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in for Dan Bickley. We'll preview Game 2 of the NBA Finals. How will Victor Wembanyama respond for the Spurs? That's at 6 a.m. here on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
I think when the Spurs were playing the Timberwolves, there's a Suns angle here. As a Suns fan, you hate the Spurs. You almost have to hate the Spurs because of Popovich and Duncan and Parker and Ginobili and Robert Horry and
David Stern.
He wasn't on the Spurs, but he kind of felt like he was on the Spurs.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about, though.
But you hated the Spurs, and then Wemby comes in, and you're like, this is generational talent, and you kind of like the kid, and you look at their roster, you're like, and then they're playing the Timberwolves, and you're like, I like Anthony Edwards. I'm a fan of his, and I think people had a hard time like, who do I root for in this series? But I think to a man, almost every Suns fan I spoke with said, I will not root for the Spurs if they get to the NBA Finals. I'm going to root for the Knicks. But nobody really thought the Knicks could win because the West was so tough this year. And the East was not very tough this year. And the Knicks got through the 76ers and the Cavaliers to get to the NBA Finals and the Hawks. Like, it wasn't difficult to get there. Where the Spurs had to get through Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves and then Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Oklahoma City Thunder. I think the Spurs were the favorites. It was established right away the Spurs were going to be the favorites to win the NBA Finals, and then the Knicks go take it to in Game 1. You're like, oh, okay. So I'll ask you, did we underestimate the Knicks a little bit?
I don't know if underestimate is the right word, but I certainly had reservations going into the series about the Knicks. You mentioned one of the big reasons why. They didn't have to face the number 1 seeded Pistons. They didn't have to face the number 2 seeded Boston Celtics. Thankfully for them, those two teams were taken out prior to those matchups. And the Knicks, as you mentioned, beat the 6th-seeded Hawks. They beat the 7th-seeded 76ers, and they end up beating the 4th-seed Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference playoff run to the NBA Finals. So I thought, okay, now they're going up against a 62-win team that just knocked off the defending champs and what we thought was the best team in the NBA. So how are they going to fare against San Antonio? I also had concerns about this long layoff. You and I talked about it all week. I mean, there's rest versus rust, right? And maybe the Knicks took a little while to get going last night, but certainly they look like a well-rested basketball team in the final 2 minutes of that game and the way they came back from 14 down. So those were my question marks. I don't know if I underestimated them. I just kind of wanted to see, all right, let's see just how good this Knicks team is. I don't think by winning Game 1 on the road that they're in the driver's seat. They did wrestle home court advantage, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They win tomorrow, and they're more than in the driver's seat. But I think those two elements, the road to get there and how would they play after the long layoff? Would they lose momentum? I think the answer, those answers were provided last night, both in a very positive manner towards the Knicks being able to not only extend this series, but also potentially win the series.
Spurs opened as favorites over the Knicks on Polymarket, 64 to 36%. 64% for the Spurs, 36% for the Knicks. I think part of the belief in, because they knocked off the defending champs, and the way that they did it, the youth over experience with Champagny and Vassell and Castle and Harper and Keldon Johnson, and because they knocked them off and they were so far ahead of schedule, and Wembanyama was so good, for most of that series, I think everybody looked at that, and then the Knicks, they didn't play anybody. They weren't tested. They weren't challenged. The East wasn't thought of very well. So I think once whoever was going to get out of the West, we all said it before the Spurs even played Oklahoma City. Like, whoever wins this series is going to be the favorite in the West. They're going to win the NBA championship. I don't think any of us thought that the winner of New York Cleveland was going to win the championship. And then the Knicks go out there and they punk them in Game 1.
They did. And what the Knicks have done now is obviously turn the tables. And I think, yes, they didn't beat a 1 seed or a 2 seed, but also look at it this way. And this is a feather in their cap as well. They've won 12 in a row. 11 of them have been by double digits. They laid waste to everybody in their path since late April.
Right.
Campbell, they have not lost a game in the playoffs or lost a game, period, since April 23rd.
Crazy.
I mean, that was before the NFL draft. My God, it's early June. They have not lost a game since April 23rd. So they are mowing down teams right now. They have found a groove that when basketball teams find said groove, they become really tough to beat because they're playing with elite confidence. And the Knicks are doing exactly that right now. They have a brilliant closer and shot maker in the fourth quarter who can get his 15-footer at any point when he wants it. They're big. Karl Anthony Towns is big and good. They got good role players in Anunoby and Mikal Bridges. So they have found a formula right now. And every time they take the court, they believe they're going to win. And now the Spurs, even though they may be the favorites, they got a fight on their hands.
Well, think about the pressure for them on Game 2.
Huge pressure. If they don't win tomorrow night, this series is over.
You got to go back to
it's over.
You got to go to Madison Square Garden down 2-0. I don't know how many teams have been able to come back losing the first 2 at home. But even just looking at the odds, because DraftKings opened the Spurs as a minus 220 favorite. Or implied odds of 68.75% to win it all. The Knicks are plus 180. I'm not a gambling guy, so I really don't know. But it says, which means if you bet 100 on New York to win the title, and it did, you'd win 180. So, and they were a 4.5-point underdog in game one. I had a friend of mine who is a bettor said this is the easiest bet. Take the Spurs at a 4.5. I had a friend of mine. I don't gamble, but he does. And right after the game was over, I go, "Did you lose your ass?"
Right.
You know, because he was like, "This is such an easy bet. The Spurs at home in game one, they're gonna kill them." And so I don't know how much he lost, but a buddy of mine was like, "I'm gonna bet this game," and he lost it.
I read an interesting note earlier today. This is the first time. It doesn't really matter because a lot of the Spurs players involved in this note are long retired. But this is the first time ever the San Antonio Spurs have trailed in an NBA Finals at any point during the finals.
Yeah, because they were 6-0 in their previous 6 NBA Finals.
But they've never even been down in the series. Like they're down 1-0.
Yeah.
Now they lost to the Heat in a Game 7. So they technically lost that series 4-3.
They weren't down.
But they were never down until after the series was over. So they've never even been down. The Robinson, Duncan, Ginobili, Parker, Kawhi, they've never trailed in an NBA Finals until right now. That's crazy.
That's
crazy.
It is. Their first finals was when they beat the Knicks in '99. That was their first finals. That was the first one with Duncan. And that was the year the owners locked them out, and they played a short season, and the Knicks didn't have Patrick Ewing, they didn't have Larry Johnson. They won it in 5. We went over the scores the other day. You want to laugh as a basketball fan? Go look at the scores the last time the Knicks played the Spurs in the NBA Finals. You'll laugh your ass off.
Yeah, the game's in the 70s.
85-77, 82-70. It was crazy. I mean, it was like they set basketball back 100 years the way that they were playing.
Well, history tells us road teams winning game 1 in the NBA Finals isn't the ticket.
Not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not. In 1991, I was on the court when the Lakers came into Chicago Stadium, and Magic Johnson and Vlade Divac and Sam Perkins beat the Bulls in game 1.
They didn't win another game, did they?
They did not win another game. But in fact, that night after game 1, Nike threw a party, and we were all on the rooftop of Nike Town on Michigan Avenue, and Michael Jordan showed up. And Jordan grabbed the mic, and I'll never forget this. I'll never forget it. Because we're all kind of like, oh, man, we lost game 1. Jordan grabbed the mic, he goes, we're down 1-0? So what? So what? And they didn't lose another game.
Remember when Iverson and Philly beat the Lakers in the first game?
Oh, yeah. That was, 2001?
And then they lost the next 4.
They lost the next 4.
They didn't win another game.
Same. And could that happen in this series? Absolutely, it could happen.
Just don't know. But Barkley after the game said they asked him, how big of a win? He said, humongous. This is humongous for the Knicks to get this one. The Knicks are a much different team. Can you name one other player on the Allen Iverson team? They weren't that good. So this Knicks team is, like you said, they're romping through everybody. They swept Philly. They swept Cleveland. They're bludgeoning everybody. Double-digit victories. They're clicking on all cylinders.
Yes.
They've got defensive guys all over the court. They got role players that can knock down threes. They've got a generational player in Jalen Brunson, probably one of the best 5 players in the NBA who can get a basket at any time. This Knicks team is different than some of those other teams. So we'll see. I expect Wemby and the Spurs to bounce back. There'll probably be a lot of adjustments for them, and they're probably going to need it because you cannot go down 2-0 if you are San Antonio. When we come back, Jeff Passan has trade suggestions for all 30 teams. What does he say about the D-backs? And there is a report out there, something we actually reported 3 weeks ago about what the Diamondbacks are looking for. We'll talk about that next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
The 2-1, there's a swing. Just missed it, did Arenado. Fly ball to left. Call is there. He'll make the catch, and that's your ball game. 7-0 shutout win for the Dodgers. D-backs had no answer for Ohtani on the mound.
We're setting up for the D-backs-Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
That closet you keep forcing shut, the garage you can't park in, the entryway where everything gets dumped, somebody should fix that. We'd love to be that somebody. At Space Solutions, we design, build, and install custom closets, mudrooms, and garage build-outs. Family-owned, budget-friendly, serving Phoenix, Scottsdale, and the entire valley, even Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got the solution. Call us now at 602-536-4199 or visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks still have a chance at a series split with the Dodgers today. They're hoping to stop a string of back-to-back losses while they're at it. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks optioned Brandon Pfaadt down to AAA Reno, and they placed Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In their places, Cade Stroud and Philip Abner have been recalled from AAA Reno. On the mound tonight will be Ryan Nelson for Arizona and Justin Robleski for Los Angeles. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. We had another big money deal for an NFL wide receiver today. The Packers and Christian Watson have agreed to a 4-year extension. It's worth up to $110.5 million. The Fan at last night's NBA Finals game who attempted a selfie with Victor Wembanyama during live action has been banned for life from all NBA arenas per a league spokesperson. There is a second individual who has also been banned for life for their role in the incident. And on the ice, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from North Carolina. The Hurricanes look to bounce back after dropping Game 1 to the Golden Knights. Puck drop is at 5. Half Day Club is back. Lower level D-backs tickets for just $9.87 before taxes and fees. Catch D-backs versus Angels on June 17th, D-backs versus A's on July 22nd, or both. Text HALF, HALF, to 620-620 for details.
D-backs Dodgers series finale tonight from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back to the show. Tim Ring filling in for Bernsey. Corbin Burns spoke with the media. We're turning some of that sound around. We will get that to you as quickly as we can and let you know what he had to say. In the meantime, Jeff Passan did his story on teams and what they could trade at the deadline. He said if the Diamondbacks were to unload someone, it could be A.J. Puck. Now, I think if the Diamondbacks were out of it, I think there's a lot of guys they could unload. I would unload Nolan Arenado. He's having a terrific year. I think he'd be an easy guy. I'd unload Paul Sewald, who's been really good as a closer. Some team may not look at him as a closer, might look at him as an eighth-inning guy, but I think I would unload him. Almost all of their free agents, Ryan Thompson and Ginkel, these guys are all free agents. Like, they've got a lot of free agents out of their relief pitching core, and their relief pitching core has been fantastic. So do you trade Taylor Clark, Ryan Thompson, Kevin Ginkel? I wouldn't trade Murillo. He's untouchable to me. I'm not trading him. He's an untouchable. I'm not trading Garcia. He's untouchable. But I think a lot of teams would be interested in the bullpen guys. Starting pitching, you got Merrill Kelly for 2 years. I don't know that I would trade Merrill Kelly. I would trade Michael Soroka. He's on a 1-year deal. So if you're out of it, I think there's a lot of guys that they could trade. Jeff Passan says if they were to get someone, it could be, and here's where I'm going to completely disagree. Okay. The one thing they don't need is bullpen help, and he mentions that they go get Garrett Whitlock from the Boston Red Sox, who is a guy who is just another bullpen guy. He's a good bullpen guy, but they have plenty of good bullpen guys. It's not a need for them.
If they're buyers at the deadline because they find themselves still very much in this wild card race, you presume that Puck and maybe even Martinez at some point will bolster that bullpen. So, yeah, why would you go out and get a bullpen arm? You mentioned the guys you thought were untouchable. Passan says A.J. Puck may be a guy they unload. I know you mentioned that, but why wouldn't he be untouchable? What's his contract status?
I think this is it. I think he's a free agent.
So there you go.
Yeah, I think everybody's a free agent, except for like 2 or 3 guys. So all of those guys are guys that I would move. Yeah, he is. He's a free agent. So this was his last year of arbitration. He's an unrestricted free agent. So yeah, it makes sense to move guys like that. I was online today, and some guy posted something about Ken Rosenthal says this and said this is what Gamble's been saying for weeks. The Arizona Diamondbacks are expected to pursue a left-handed first baseman DH at the trade deadline. And he mentions a lot of different players, Troy Johnston, TJ Rumfield, Zach McKinstry, Lars Nootbaar, Luis Arraez, as guys that could be potential. Now, I've been saying this for quite some time, that this is what they're going to do. They're going to get a first baseman. First base is an easy position to field. There's a lot of them available. It's usually a team feels really good about filling first base because a DH could play that. You could play anybody at first base. The Diamondbacks have played Ildemar Vargas at first base. Last night, they had Fernandez at first base. Mm-hmm. You could play anybody at first base. You may not be Don Mattingly or, Keith Hernandez or Mark Grace with the Gold Gloves, but most guys can play first base if they're a decent athlete and, they got some size. So they've been able to get by, but Santana didn't work out. Again, Pavin Smith is like the least liked player on the roster. People just don't like Pavin Smith. They're going to have to go get a first baseman. And when they do that, I think they'd like to get somebody that could be a middle-of-the-bat guy So I would be in on doing that. If you are where you are right now, right there on the verge of a wild card, that could be the position that swings the balance of power for the Diamondbacks. Make it or break it. Could be what can they do at the deadline to add a left-handed bat and a first baseman.
All right, meantime, let's switch gears real quick. The Corbin Burnes press conference is wrapped up out there at Chase Field. We have the ability to play a little bit of that here right now. I'll play a couple of cuts, and we'll get Gambo's reaction. Corbin Burnes is going to be out till at least September. Gambo yesterday said he doesn't think he'll probably pitch at all this year. I guess I'm in the wait and see. I mean, let's see where the D-backs are in the race, in the standings, how healthy he is. Maybe he's back the third week in August, and he's able to come back. Anyway, here's Burnes now on the rest of his season.
Continue to get healthy. It sucks. It's one of those things you want to be a part of this team. Obviously, I get in here as much as I can to be a part of the team as much as I can, but unless you're out on the mound contributing to the team, it's tough to actually feel like you're doing anything. The goal is just kind of listen to the training staff here. I'm going to push the envelope. It's what I do. I push the envelope to get back 2 months earlier in TJ, so whatever the timeline is, I'll make sure it's on the short end of that.
Whatever, I'll push it as much as I can. I'll try to get back on the short end of it. Here's a guy that's kind of been healthy like his whole career, and then all of a sudden he comes here and he has these just devastating injuries, and you feel terrible, for him. Prior to signing him, I saw this on with our friends at Arizona Diamondbacks Stats and Info. Prior to starting with the Diamondbacks, Corbin Burnes had 2 separate 10-day IL stints in 7 years.
And that's it. That's
in
it.
7 years. 2 stints on the 10-day IL. You miss a start. That's it. He was always a guy you could pencil him in for his 30-something starts every year, 32, 33, 34, and he was very, very reliable. And then he gets here. You've had him for 2 years, and in 2 years he's made like 10 or 11 starts. It's very, very frustrating.
We just went through this with Jalen Green. Guy played 82 games every year.
Right.
What's in the water here?
Here's Corbin Burnes starts going backwards. Baltimore 32, Milwaukee 32, Milwaukee 33, Milwaukee 28. Like, he's pitched 2020, different season, pandemic. Year before that, 32. Rookie year, 30. This is a guy that was always making 30 to 32 starts. And now you've got him shelved for 2 years. Terrible.
And how's he handling that? Let's ask him.
I'm doing better today. Obviously, the last couple of days have been tough. Literally tomorrow I was supposed to go out on rehab assignment, so it's tough to have put in work for 11 months, and you're a little over a month away from being back. It's tough.
Yeah, I think the big question is going to be his option. I don't know if he talked about that, but I would imagine he's going to pick up his option. The reason that he did the contract the way he did it was to protect himself in case he went out there and won 2 Cy Young Awards in a row, or he went 22-5 with an ERA of 2, and now because he's 31 years old. He could have hit free agency off of a great season at 31. He might have been able to get more money. I don't think that I think you opt in based on the fact that you've got 2 years of not pitching. I don't think a team's going to look at you and say, I want to sign Corbin Burnes, because Corbin Burnes next year will be 32 years old.
Hadn't pitched in 2 years.
I just don't think he's attractive to the tune of $100+ million to anybody.
And there may not be baseball next year, which means
right.
he might have 3 years off. The only way he wouldn't opt in is if for some reason he hated it here. And he hated everybody, and he hated the organization, and hated playing for the D-backs. I see no chance of that happening. What do you got, Mitch?
Diplomatic response from Burnes when asked about it.
That's an off-season thing to deal with. Scott Boris knows a lot more about that than I do. I'm here just to play baseball and do what I can to help these guys win. Whether this has any effect in it, I've got no clue. I just got to get back as quick as I can and play baseball.
I'm just here to play ball.
That's Scott Boras.
Just here to play ball.
Yeah, Ken Kendrick did this deal. This is when Mike Hazen was on vacation.
Yes, remember
and
that?
Ken Kendrick did the deal.
You and I were sitting right in these exact chairs when it went down.
And so if he opts in, you've got $30 million this year, 30 next year, 30 the year after that, 30 the year after that. So it's a 4-year deal. It's a 6-year deal, $210 million. $10 million signing bonus. There's the deferrals in it. There's the deferrals in the contract, which are big.
Are there any other opportunities to opt out?
No,
so
that's it.
It's just after year 2.
It's after this year he's got an opt-out. There's 4 years and a certain amount of money remaining, whatever it can be. He can. Let me see. He could opt out. Player opt-out available 2027. So that is. I wonder if that's before next year or after next year. I'm not exactly sure, but there is an opt-out there, and I think he is not going to end up opting out. I think that he would probably opt in and stay with that. When we come back, some early trade candidates in the NFL. 2 Cardinals were mentioned on a list of 10. I bet you can't guess who those guys are. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Ian Rappaport tweeted out, Cardinals edge rusher Josh Sweat is not being traded, not to the Packers or anywhere. Carry on.
There was no phrasing in that said Sweat has not asked to be traded.
And again, I'm not advocating for Josh Sweat to be traded. I think it's important for Cardinal fans to have the most watchable experience they can have on the football field in 2026. It might not lead to much, but when you start trading off your really good players in June, it does not portend great things for the upcoming season.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
At Liberty GMC, the deals are great. The best offers on the best GM trucks and SUVs you can find, but it doesn't stop there. Dave Burns back here with you for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. No, it doesn't stop there, because at Liberty GMC, they take servicing your vehicle to the next level, starting with what I think is the best tire deal you're going to find. Now, normally, I hate buying tires, but with a deal like this, it makes me want to get new tires for my car. Buy 2 tires and get 2 free on any make, any brand. That's right. Any make, any brand. All you do is buy 2 and you'll get 2 free from Liberty GMC. Now that's on top of the already great service that you're going to get, and that includes their late night shift. You drop off your car by 8 p.m. It's ready for you the next day. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Meet Matthew Preston. Inside his apartment, everything he holds dear is protected by Progressive's renter's insurance, like his laptop and a surprisingly valuable collection of baseball bobbleheads. Outside his apartment, his laptop is still protected, as are his bobbleheads, which he carries around with him for reasons no one knows. Renters, the limits of protection aren't just the 4 walls of your home. When you're in Progressive's Protection Zone, get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle. G-U-E-T-T-L. Will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
The Burns and Gambo Social Poll Update. Social Poll Update.
All right, we are back. Hour and 15 minutes left in the program. Burnsy back tomorrow. We'll hear all about his trip.
Burnsy!
Burnsy! In the meantime, we've got a poll question that's out there. Have you ever run onto a field and taken a selfie? Who's the most famous person you've taken a selfie with?
Who is the most famous?
Who's the most famous person you've ever taken a selfie with? My wife took a selfie with Justin Timberlake.
Okay.
That's going to be tough to top.
I mean, it wasn't a selfie, but I've had a picture with, like, Kobe Bryant.
No, it's got to be a
picture with him.
A selfie? Well, it was just me and him. It was like a picture.
I mean,
but it wasn't a selfie.
That's still pretty significant, though. I get it. It's not the type of.
Oh, actually, Muhammad Ali, but it wasn't a selfie. Somebody took a picture of the two of us. All-Star Weekend 2011.
Tim, you're just dripping with fame. They're just attracted.
Sylvester Stallone? I ran into him at the Italian consulate.
But did you take
in
a
Los
selfie
Angeles.
with him?
No, I guess not. It was a photo. My wife took a photo.
The problem is I would never go up to somebody and say, selfie? Hey, Bruce Springsteen selfie?
Well,
I wouldn't do that.
Neither did the guy last night, for what it's
Never
worth.
take a picture with Bruce Springsteen.
Here we go.
The poll question on ArizonaSports.com is: a number of Diamondbacks are set to return from injury soon. Of the following four options, whose return are you anticipating the most? A.J. Puck, Justin Martinez, Jordan Lawler, Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
I'm gonna agree with Tim and say Lawler.
Yeah, Lawler. For one thing, he's going to play every day, unlike some of those other dudes. Presumably, if all goes right.
He's got the third most percentage of the vote at 23%. He's behind A.J. Puck at 37% and Justin Martinez at 26%. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. behind Lawler at 14%.
Okay, that is our poll question, and you could go online at arizonasports.com, and you can vote for that. There's a story. I want to get a little football in. We always try to get a little football in when we can do it. There was a story that was out on ESPN.com about early trade candidates. It says the 2026 NFL season early trade deadline candidates. Dan Graziano did this story. Max Crosby from the Raiders, Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots, Brandon Ayuk from the 49ers. Did Brandon Ayuk get arrested for driving?
Yeah, it was a vehicle deal. Yeah.
Vehicle deal. Kyle Pitts, the tight end from the Falcons. Spencer Rattler, the quarterback from the Saints, local kid. Alvin Kamara from the Saints. Kayvon Thibodeau from the Giants. Mac Jones from the 49ers. They mentioned two Cardinals, Josh Sweat and James Conner. James Conner makes all the sense in the world. He accepted a pay cut. He's not part of their long-term plans. They drafted a running back. They signed a running back. Between Love and Algier, I don't see where there's carries for Conner unless there's an injury. And it says if he's having a hard time getting carries, the Bengals and Giants jump to mind. They were looking for running back help this offseason, but didn't bring in much. So they mentioned a couple teams, and they mentioned the Bengals and the Giants. Do you think James Conner finishes this season with the Cardinals?
Well, I hope obviously Jeremiah Love stays healthy and is their leading rusher, and Tyler Algier is one heck of an RB2. In a weird way, I like James Conner too much as a person and a player and a leader.
To keep him around.
To keep him around. Mm-hmm. I almost think that they owe him because of the respect they have for him.
I agree with that.
Send him someplace to play. I know you're going to.
I agree with that with Buda Baker. You keep him because he's still playing at a good level and he's a leader. It's almost harder to be that leader when you're not playing. You're not getting reps. It's harder to be a leader.
Right, and there's no pathway, barring injury, for James Conner to get significant carries. I guess he could beat out Algier in camp for the running back too, but you paid Algier a lot of money. And Jeremiah Love's clearly going to be the number one guy. Jeremiah Love doesn't get hurt, knock on wood. James Conner
split a lot of carries at Notre Dame. You watched all of their games. Do you expect the same thing in the NFL, or does he get the majority of the carries?
No, I think he gets the majority of the carries. I mean, you got to have two this day and age. There's no question about that.
You got to have two.
But I think, for one thing, you give a guy $53 million guaranteed. You pick him number 3 in the draft. You're going to give him the football. So I think we.
But you also signed Algier, who's a good back.
But you know what, Gamble? They wouldn't have signed Algier if they knew they were
going to get Love.
Yeah, well,
it might be the same thing with the Suns. I mean, I don't know the answer to this, but would they have signed Mark Williams if they had and given up 2 first-round picks if they knew they were going to get Malawach? When that draft started, they didn't think they were going to get Malawach. They thought he was going to be gone by 10. So when I put my Gamble 5 together, I'm like, look, Malawach is the guy they want. This is the guy they want. So this thing's null and void. If Malawach is on the board at 10, he will be their pick. I don't know if they get Mark Williams if they knew they were going to get Malawach.
Well,
I don't know if they sign Algier if they knew they were going to get Jeremiah Love. You're probably not going to sign Algier.
There's no way.
Because then you would have had James Conner as your number 2 back.
And it wasn't like they weren't sure Love was going to fall to them. I don't think they wanted to pick Love at that point. I think they were still monkeying around with an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman or potentially trading the pick.
Right.
And as we got closer and closer to draft day, they're like, and who knows how much influence the owner had on this, but whatever the case may be, they focused in on Love, but they had already signed Algier. So, okay, it is what it is. Fine, you got your 2 guys. James Conner's coming off injury, Gamble. That was a gruesome injury. He's on the wrong side of 30 in terms of running back production, but I just think he runs so hard, and he's such a great leader, and he's such a great locker room guy.
Yep.
And I think he can help a team win football games if he's got the opportunity
wouldn't he be better suited on a team that can use him to win football games?
And that's what I mean. That's why I think almost out of respect for James Conner, the Cardinals should try to find him a spot where he can carry the football.
They mentioned Josh Sweat. They say New England and Dallas would make a lot of sense if Sweat were to be available. Now, we don't have any definitive answers on Sweat. My initial reporting was that he missed the voluntaries, and it was not because of any injury. He's not hurt. And again, people took that and they ran with it, and a lot of speculation. I don't know if they're going to trade him or not. I have not heard that they are. I would obviously pick up the phone if I'm them to get some calls. But like when you look at their I think our good friend Mike Jurecki sent me something today. I don't know if he sent it to you too.
Yeah.
And it was a pretty good piece. I'm like, this is pretty good. And it's like the Arizona Cardinals edge production 2025. Josh Sweat, 12 sacks, 47 pressures. Zaven Collins, 2 sacks. Baron Browning, 2 sacks. Jordan Birch, 1 sack. B.J. Ojolari, 1 sack. B.J. Ojolari, 7 pressures. Jordan Birch, 16 pressures. Baron Browning, 27. Zaven Collins, 31. Josh Sweat, 47. Like, the difference, if you lose, like, you want to make sure you lose a lot of football games? Trade Josh Sweat. You've got, like, who else is going to rush the pad? Maybe these guys pop, but I don't know.
I trust Ian Rappaport's reporting. I think that came directly from the Cardinals to put an end to all the speculation that's run rampant on social media over the last 2 weeks. I firmly believe that. You know, Josh Sweat actually did come out on social media. He was answering a fan, I think, and just said, look, everything's fine. I have my own off-season training program. Okay. Because he wasn't at OTAs last year either. And now he's not back this year.
Right.
To be fair, though, in terms of how we handle this story, I checked in Philadelphia. He was at OTAs every year. He wasn't doing his own thing in Philadelphia. Never missed.
When he got here and he got the big money, and
now he's got his own program. You know, so.
Do the Diamondbacks have a Zach Gallen problem? Is it too late to resolve it? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account. Plus, you pay 0 penalties on the transfer. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Temperatures are rising, and so are AC costs. But Collins Comfort Masters can help you stay cool without breaking the bank. Get a new high-efficiency Lennox AC system installed for as low as $99 a month. Serious comfort at a seriously cool price. Collins Comfort Masters has served the Valley for over 40 years. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule today. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hi, I'm Katie, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Daydreaming about bringing your engagement ring vision to life? As a jewelry consultant, I'm here to help. Compare ring styles side by side. They're in stock and ready to try on. Then customize it with an engraving or decorative crown. At Shane Company, there are so many ways to create your dream ring at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. I grabbed the wrong fader, Ryan. Oopsie. Diamondbacks still have a chance at a series split with the Dodgers today. They're hoping to stop a string of back-to-back losses while they're at it. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks optioned Brandon Pfaadt down to AAA Reno, and they placed Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In their places, Cade Stroud and Philip Abner have been recalled from AAA Reno. On the mound tonight, it will be Ryan Nelson for Arizona Arizona, and Justin Robleski for Los Angeles. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We had another big money deal for an NFL wide receiver today. The Packers and Christian Watson have come to terms on a 4-year extension worth up to $110.5 million. The fan at last night's NBA Finals game who attempted a selfie with Victor Wembanyama during live action has been banned for life from all NBA arenas per a league spokesperson. There is a second individual who has also been banned for life for their role in the incident. And then on the ice, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from North Carolina. The Hurricanes look to bounce back after dropping Game 1 to the Golden Knights. Puck drop is just moments from now. This report is brought to you by Galaxy Lending Group. Pay off your mortgage in 5 years or less without changing your lifestyle with the Ownership Accelerator loan from Galaxy Lending, because 30 years is optional. Just text GALAXY to 620-620, NMLS 142766, Equal Housing Lender.
D-backs Dodgers series finale tonight from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, 5 o'clock hour here on a Thursday in Phoenix. We're in the month of June. Burns will be back tomorrow.
DJ Mitch back there.
What is this? Who's this?
Greta Van Fleet.
Greta Van Vliet.
Bickley likes them.
Somewhere Dan Bickley smiling in Europe.
He's in Denmark.
He is in Denmark.
Yes.
He's gone all next week. I'll be doing the morning show next week.
That's right. You're filling in for him.
Love the show. Hate the hours. It just physically kills me.
Right.
I don't know how Vince and Dan and Jared
I don't know how to
Sammy do it every day. Credit to those guys.
Listen, when I'm no longer here, I would be open to being a fill-in every now and then, just not on that show. Like, hey, would you want to fill in and do the morning show? You got to get up at like 4 in the morning. I don't get up at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, but
what?
If you're in the villa in Lake Como, it's the perfect time.
Actually, that is true.
That's pretty good.
Get that ISD line in the villa.
That show starts at 6. Be like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, depending on the time shift.
That's when you already do radio. Look at that.
That's right. Yeah.
You'll be having your little cappuccino with George Clooney.
No, I would not. I will not be having any cappuccinos with that guy.
I hate Clooney. I hate Springsteen. I hate California. Jesus. Come on.
I don't hate Zach Gallen, but man, it's been tough to watch him pitch. It has been tough. Zach Gallen, another tough outing last night. You got some sound on some of the things he said afterwards, right?
I did. So Zach said he knows what's going on, but he's not going to just fold his hand.
Yeah, I mean, just keep working. Honestly, keep grinding. I mean, that's one thing that I'm not going to not do is just kind of roll over and die. So I mean, we're turning over every rock to kind of figure out what's going on here. I mean, I think it just comes down to execution and just hopefully catching a lucky break. I think a situation like that, you never know how that Freddie ball goes if that's hit right to Nolan or whatever. So yeah, just kind of keep pushing on.
Yeah, we're going to hear from Tori on Zach in just a second, Gambo. But where are you at? I mean, the ERA since May 1st, 7.06. He's 16-20 as a starter record-wise since the start of 2025. He's throwing the slider an awful lot, way more than he did, say, in 2023 when he was the Cy Young Award winner, runner-up. So this is just, it's not the same Zach Gallen.
Listen,
we all know that.
Not going to roll over and die. Got to figure this stuff out. My problem is it's June. Like I would like that you have figured it out already by this time. Since May 1st, Zach Gallen has an ERA of 7.06. 7.06. 35 2/3 innings pitched, 46 hits, 32 runs, 28 of them earned, 9 home runs allowed, 13 walks, only 26 strikeouts. Only 26 strikeouts in 35 innings pitched. He's got a whip of 1.65. It's like so Diamondback Stats and Info did this piece on Gallen. They were saying in 1923, when he was the runner-up for the Cy Young Award, he used a four-seam fastball 49.6% of the time. Let's just call it 50. Now he's at 38.7. He used a knuckle curve 22.8% 28.2% of the time. Now it's under 20. He used the slider only 4% of the time. Now he's at 23% on the slider. So less four-seam fastball, less knuckle curves, more sliders. Why? Why, if you were so successful in 23, why such a dramatic change in the pitch sequence that you use?
Well, that's the fundamental question. Is Gallen changing because hitters have figured him out, or are hitters hitting him now because he's changed? Here's Torey Lovello on Gallen right now.
Throwing convicted pitches and throwing them where he wants and landing them, that's always a real good sign for him. He can hit lines. He's got unbelievable command. He has the ability to read swings and make adjustments, and I think he's got to establish his fastball. It looks like he made some mistakes with his fastball today and got hit. So fastball command, hitting his spots, and then working real good secondary stuff off of that.
We had a cut from Jack Summers, who does a great job covering this baseball team, back at 2 o'clock. I won't replay that portion of the interview, but I will paraphrase. And one of the things Summers has noticed, and he's got the stats to back it up, is that Zach Gallen's just not missing a lot of bats.
No, he doesn't miss bats. And you got to miss bats in baseball. I mean, the best pitchers are missing bats. Mizorowski misses bats. Now, the Diamondbacks have always had a team that's a little bit behind the eight ball when it comes to fastball velocity and those type of things. Only guys like J Mart bring it up a little bit. So, everybody's chasing velocity in baseball, and a lot of teams have it. They want that extra mile, 2 mile, 3 miles per hour on that fastball. The Diamondbacks don't have it as much, right? When you're getting Madison Bumgarner and Jordan Montgomery and, even Erod. Erod was okay on Monday, but they're a little bit behind some of these other teams when it comes to the average fastball velocity. The thing with Gallen is it is shocking to me because he was so good. And it's not like he's 35 or 36 years old and he forgot how to pitch. He's just getting wrecked on a regular basis now. People are starting to speculate, is he going to be designated for assignment? I've heard nothing like that. I don't see how you can do it unless Fott is right and then pitching well. And right now, the fifth spot in the rotation is between Gallen and Fott. And it's Gallen's. And he's going to keep going out there. But, he's got a certain amount of time to, I'm going to look. If I'm Gallen, I'm looking at Fott in the minors. I'm like, I've got to pitch better than this guy. Because if he goes down to the minors and he figures it out, they're going to call him up. And then what are they going to do with me?
This isn't just a 2026 thing either. You go back to Gallen's 2025. He had a career worst ERA. He had a career high in losses. He was 13-14. The ERA, by the way, was 4.83, and now it's worse, way worse. He also had a career high in walks allowed. We talked about it earlier in the week. He's not finishing at bats. He's not finishing innings. He gives up a lot of traffic and runs after 2 are down. So this is something they're going to have to either work through or it's going to be over sooner than later. Gallen was asked about not missing many bats. Here's what he had to say about it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, I've never really kind of thought of my fastball as a missed pitch, so I think to kind of press and look for miss could be a, cutting off my nose to spite my face type of deal. I think the miss would kind of come more as a surprise than an overpowering type of deal. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the answer. I don't have an answer for you right now on how to attain more miss. So, we're working every day to try to figure out what the deal is. But, yeah, I mean, I think to go just searching for whiff on the fastball could detract from some of the other things.
What a mistake it would have been for any team to give him. Imagine if you were a team that signed him a 3 or 4 year deal in the offseason.
Oh, my goodness.
You just believed that he was going to be. Imagine if you were stuck with that.
It was just a bad year and he's going to get back to 2023
He's got the worst ERA among all qualified starters in the major leagues. There's a reason nobody gave him a multi-year deal. There's a reason he came back to Arizona. He's making $7 million this year. The rest of it's deferred. Okay, we'll take you back, but this is the only way we're taking you back. We got to push that money until Ken Kendrick pushed that money until he's not going to be the owner anymore. That's so far down the road. Somebody else is going to have to deal with it. So I feel for the guy. I root for him. I want him to do well. But at this point, if you're in the middle of the season and you're still trying to figure things out, I don't know that you're going to be able to. You look at Alec Thomas. We talked about Alec Thomas hitting a home run for the team that he's playing with in the Dodgers minor league system right now. They literally traded for him, and then we're going to break you down completely. Like, you can't do that with Zach Allen.
Well, that's also not a really good sign that we're going to break you down. I don't know what they taught you over there.
Right.
But get with our analytics guy. It's funny you mentioned the velocity with the D-backs pitchers. They are currently last in Major League Baseball. 30th, dead last. 434 strikeouts as a team. I mean, dead last. A considerable amount.
Well,
behind
their number one starter is on the shelf in Corbin Burns. That would change dramatically if he was your number one starter.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you still have to be
Merrill's
last.
not a big. I know.
I know.
There's something about they struggle to develop pitchers in the minors, and they don't sign a lot of While everybody's chasing velocity, they have less velocity than most of these other teams. I have some numbers on it. I don't have them handy, but they have less velocity, and even a mile or 2 mile per hour makes a big difference. The Knicks, they rallied to win Game 1 of the NBA Finals. We'll talk about how they did that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball grounded up the middle. That's into center field, a base hit. Muncy will score. Here comes Smith. The throw home is cut off. It's a 2-run single by Alex Freeland, and it's 7-0 Dodgers.
We're setting up for the D-backs Dodgers series finale today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and 98.7 FM.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, who did such an outstanding job on my LASIK surgery. One of the best things I ever had done was going to Dr. Schwartz about 15 years ago and getting LASIK surgery done. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Dr. Schwartz can help you with any of your eyesight problems. If you got dry eye, if you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, and you're not seeing the way you want to see, you could go glasses and contact lenses. They'll be glad to help you with that. They've got the best selection of glasses and contacts, the most advanced technology available when it comes to giving you even an eye exam, and the experience of the team eye doctor of the Suns and the D-backs, Dr. Jay Schwartz. But if you are interested in a vision correction procedure, there's many of them right now that can help you. The Clear Lens Exchange, the Evo ICL, the LASIK surgery, and Dr. Schwartz offers 2 years of interest-free financing. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Hey, homeowners, what if you can get offers on your home and know it's sold before you even list it? With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, get up to 12 cash offers on your home so you have options from day one. Plus, she'll back it with a guarantee. Carol will sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. And if your home doesn't sell, Carol will step in and buy it. Don't get stuck waiting. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and sell Mr. Grand Price in possession.
The Bunker to Bunker Golf Tour is swinging into summer with their Summer Swing 2-person scramble tournament at Verado Golf Club's Victory Course on Saturday, June 20th, benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation. The event includes breakfast, team competitions, prizes, and a huge raffle, and even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come and enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. The event is open to the public, but space is limited and will fill up quickly. So register today at bunkergolf.com.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hired them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics Kinetics. Game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning to the Diamondbacks even things up against the Dodgers and a lot more. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. All right, game one of the NBA Finals went to the Knicks. An 11-0 run to end the game. They take game one from the Spurs. The Spurs were up by 14 midway through the third quarter. At that point, things were looking pretty good, but the Knicks had a huge rally at the end of the third. The final 5 or 6 minutes of the third, they tied it, and then the Knicks were able to pull ahead. They actually had a chance to go up by 10, but Mikal Bridges missed a shot. On the other end, they were up by 8. Mikal misses the shot, would have put them up 10. Wemby hits a 3, so now it's a 5-point lead. And then the Spurs ended up getting the next couple baskets, some free throws. They're ahead. They're now ahead. And then Brunson hits the 3 to put the Knicks ahead for good. And then the Knicks were able to close out. So I'll ask you, when you look at that game, the Spurs didn't play great. Both teams struggled to shoot the ball. But in crunch time, this is something we haven't talked about yet. In crunch time, if I look at it, the Spurs took the lead 95-94 with 2:16 left. The rest of the game was all Knicks. Did the experience of the Knicks factor into those final 2 minutes?
Or did the inexperience of Wembanyama factor into those final 2.5 minutes? Wembanyama, yeah, he shot 6 for 21. Spurs as a team shot terribly, 36% field goal shooting on the night. But Wembanyama was in the process in the final 5 minutes of that game of winning it for San Antonio. Pulled up from the top of the key, buried a big 3, got a 3-point play, and won the old-fashioned way. Knocked down a couple free throws. The Spurs run a 9-0 run. They had a 1-point lead with just over 2 minutes to play. And then Brunson, again, the skilled shot maker in the clutch, buries a critical clutch 3 out of the corner.
Corner 3 from Mikal Bridges. It's 97-95 Knicks with a minute and 51 left.
Then they get a stop, and then Cat makes a couple of free throws. Okay, so it's a 4-point game, and this is where Wembanyama, again, had a tough night turning the basketball over with 6 turnovers, but none bigger than the one when they were down by 4 with a minute to play, because that allowed the Knicks to get back in transition, score again, and at that point, you knew it was slipping away from the Spurs.
Yeah.
I just think the Knicks, I mean, they got down early. They were obviously down by 14. This is a ball club that has not lost a game since late April. They clearly have a formula right now and a confidence about them when it comes to closing out games. When they get down by double digits, they don't care. They're going to come back, and they usually do. And now the Knicks, I mean, down by 14, win by 10. That means they won that game in the final quarter and a half by 24 on the road.
Right. You've got to figure that a close game down the stretch favors the Knicks. Because of Brunson's ability to get a basket from anywhere. Brunson hit the 3, the corner 3.
And then he hit a ridiculous shot with 40 seconds to go.
It was Mikal that hit the 2 free throws, not Cat. Mikal hits the 2 free throws, and now they're up by 4. Okay. And then Wemby turns the ball over, and then Brunson he's got Vassell draped all over him. All over him. And he spins and goes under and he makes this shot. And I'm like, wow, just ball game.
That was a ridiculously tough shot.
101-95, 36 seconds left. Wemby takes the 3. He misses it. And then OG Anunoby gets fouled, hits a couple more, and they win the game. And then even at the end of the game, Landry Shamet knocks the ball out of bounds off of Vassell, and it's Knicks' ball. They challenge it, and it's Knicks' ball. It's like, okay, ball game. In the final couple, like the Spurs had, as bad as things were, they blew a 14-point lead. The Knicks went storming ahead by 8. The Spurs did respond and did come back from down 8 to take the lead. and then fell apart at the stretch. And yes, it was a turnover by Wembanyama. It was a missed free throw. It was a missed three-pointer from Wembanyama, and the Knicks had Jalen Brunson. So I don't know how the rest of the series is going to play out. We don't know, but I do wonder if the Knicks' experience, or to your point, the Spurs' lack of experience, is going to be a factor if the games are close down the stretch.
Even with Wembanyama, the Knicks dominated the Spurs in the paint. We're going to hear from Mitch Johnson on that in a bit, and expect Mitch Johnson, the Spurs coach, to make some adjustments because the Knicks offensively were pulling Wembanyama away from the basket, which left him vulnerable on the defensive glass. I mean, the Knicks were able to crash the offensive glass to the tune of outscoring the Spurs in second chance points 23-14. That was an unsung story of the game, the ability of the Knicks to get second chance opportunities because Wemby was out on the perimeter trying to block shots. So Mitch Johnson, they gave up 50 points in the paint, I believe, on the night. Mitch Johnson, we cannot get dominated in the paint like that in game 2.
Felt like some of that was bad offense on our part, and then some of that was, maybe at times not being able to square the basketball up and give the proper resistance. And then the offensive rebounds crushed us. 23 second chance points. We're up 1 point, I believe 93-94, 94-95. Get them to miss. They get a rebound. Brunson hits a three. They go on an 11-0 run. Makes it tough. Got to be able to close out possessions with rebounds when you make a miss. We definitely, again, didn't have enough pressure on the paint all night, whether that was in transition or in the half court. And we got to make sure we're still putting force in the paint, and we'll still get our threes up with that, but we can't work outside in. We got to go more inside out for sure.
The Knicks missed 8 straight shots that allowed San Antonio to take the lead there.
Yeah, before Brunson hit the corner three.
They had missed 8 straight shots.
And Brunson had missed a couple of those 8. I mean, he was involved in that, too. It looked
Brunson
like it was...
missed a shot off the glass.
He missed a couple.
Shabbat missed a 3. OG missed a shot.
It looked like
arching shot. He just couldn't get it over Wemby. He missed. So, yeah, everybody was missing.
And it looked like that was like Wemby was putting that game away. Slowly but surely in the final 5 minutes. Wemby again with the 3 and with the N1. But again, Jalen Brunson. By the way, can you believe the Dallas Mavericks drafted Luka Doncic and Jalen Brunson in the same draft and had those guys on the same team and they let them both go away?
I can't believe it.
That is malpractice.
Both guys absolutely need to have the ball in their hands, though.
They do, but they looked fine in Game 7 in Phoenix.
Yeah.
With the ball in their hands. Anyway, I digress. Going forward, I agree with you. I don't know how this is going to play out. I'm much more intrigued by this series than I would have been in a Thunder-Knicks series. That doesn't mean the Thunder were going to waltz. The Thunder style of play and Wembanyama's presence and emergence has put some juice into this series for me personally. I don't know how others feel about that, and I don't know how it's going to play out. I do know this. If the Spurs don't win tomorrow,
they're toast.
Start planning the parade in the Canyon of...
Yeah.
Was it Canyon
of Heroes?
Canyon of Heroes, yeah.
Ticker tape parade.
Nothing like it.
If the Knicks can win tomorrow, clearly. The Spurs have to win 4 out of 5, and
you're going back to the Garden?
There was a lot of talk about fatigue. I don't know. I mean, the Spurs had to play a 6-game series against Minnesota, a 7-game series against Oklahoma City. The Knicks were sweeping everybody, so they're more well-rested. The Spurs will respond. They're a really, really good basketball team. They were the favorites going in by a lot. Even in this game, they were favored by 4.5 points. Everybody had them favored to win the series. I would expect that they're going to respond. But there is something about the chemistry of this Knicks team.
You know what? In fact, I want to hear from Karl Anthony Towns about that because, like the old broadcaster Jim Durham used to say, the Knicks right now, they got it stuck on automatic. I mean, they have not lost a game since April 23rd. Think about that. They've won 12 in a row, 11 of them by double figures. I mean, they're rolling teams right now. Here's Karl Anthony Towns.
This team has unity. It has camaraderie. And it was special. It was something I thought we showed the world last year. It got us far in the playoffs last year. And just kind of growing off of that from last year, having another year with each other, even more familiarity. Last year was a lot of change with me coming to the team, Kale, and just, obviously so many moving parts. So I think it was, it's been something that has been building, and it's been more trust has been built over time. It's just something that has worked tremendously well for us.
It is something that's really clicked with them. They seem to really like playing for each other. So I think that they put together a good team. They rely on Brunson a whole lot, but there's a lot. Like, you could look at Hart last night. What do you have, 15 rebounds in a game?
Yeah, 15 rebounds.
15 rebounds. He didn't shoot the ball well, But what a factor he was with those 15 rebounds. Landry Shamet, the former Sun, has been huge for them. Huge for them. All right, when we come back, what to expect going forward with Brandon Pfaadt. We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This has been one of the better stories, I think, for the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2026, is Eduardo Rodriguez coming off the WBC. And the fact that he went out there and somehow, some way, it appeared as though he found himself a different pitcher than what he has been here for the Diamondbacks previously. And suddenly looks different and is getting different results, dramatically different results. And oddly enough, I think Zach Gallen has lost himself, and he needs to be able to hit the reset button.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Gradual breakers. You keep your eyes on the road, so you've seen it all. As long as it all happened directly in front of you, like a Swedish masseuse, your foot knows exactly the right amount of pressure to apply to the brake. That's why your passengers feel totally relaxed with you behind the wheel and occasionally super sleepy. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Risa can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Mitch Feraldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks still have a chance at a series split with the Dodgers if they can get a win tonight. That'll put an end to the string of losses that they've put together as well. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks optioned Brandon Pfaadt down to AAA Reno and placed Taylor Clark on the bereavement list. In their places, Cade Stroud will make his Arizona debut. Philip Abner has been recalled as well. On the mound tonight, it will be Ryan Nelson for Arizona and Justin Robleski for Los Angeles. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We had another big money deal for an NFL wide receiver today. The Packers and Christian Watson have agreed to a 4-year extension. It's worth up to $110.5 million. The fan at last night's NBA Finals game who attempted a selfie with Victor Wembanyama during live action has been banned for life from all NBA arenas per a league spokesperson. There is a second individual who has also been banned for life for their role in the incident. And on the ice, Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Final from North Carolina, Hurricanes looking to bounce back after dropping Game 1 to the Golden Knights. So far, we haven't seen as much offense as we did in Game 1, but, you know, I guess that's a good thing if you're Carolina. There's no score right now, 12.5 to play in the first period in Raleigh. This report is brought to you about history on the line. On June 13th, Jesse Bam Rodriguez and Antonio Vargas are going at it in the World Bantamweight Championship at Desert Diamond Arena. Tickets are at Ticketmaster.com, or you can text BOXING, BOXING, to 620-620 for your chance to win a pair of tickets.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Time to tell you right now.
What is on tonight, Mitchy Mitch?
It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org.
Okay.
Your world of financial possibilities. That's not what's on tonight. That's just so we can properly pay the bills. What is on tonight is Stanley Cup Final, which is happening right now. Game 2, Vegas with a tremendous comeback victory in Game 1. Down 2-0 in the first period. Stormed back to win 5-4. Right now, at 12.5 to go, period 1, there is no score. So maybe that's a positive omen for Carolina.
Carolina's the better team, right?
They've lost 2 postseason games.
Yeah. Carter Hart's a pretty good goalie, though.
He's been on one. I mean, Vegas as a whole, they've been on one since Tortorella took over.
Yeah. John Tortorella. Wow, guys still... Yeah, he took over not too long ago either, right? Was it late in the season?
8 games to go in the
With
regular
8 games
season.
to go. Very crazy.
I'm sure the Vegas media loves every bit of it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, because you heard he got docked for
that guy
not attending the West semifinals post-presser when they won.
Right.
He got fined, and then they docked the Vegas Knights a second-round pick in the upcoming draft.
Right.
Like, Bettman's not screwing around there. That is what's on tonight. What's also on tonight, Diamondbacks baseball finale against the Dodgers. 6:40 first pitch right here on Arizona Sports. You guys are going to talk in a second about one of the big roster moves that took place today. As far as what else is going on, no NBA. Mercury were on yesterday. There's a couple of WNBA games. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese.
It's going on right now, right?
Fever and Dream. They just finished the
you
third
see
quarter.
Brittany Griner toss her to the ground the other day?
I missed that.
Yeah, but
Brittany Griner threw Angel Reese to the ground.
I thought there may have been a bit of flopping on Angel Reese's
Oh, you think
part.
so?
I think so.
know.
A little too dramatic. I don't know.
Right now, it's advantage Caitlin Clark's team and the rest of the Fever. 62-51 after 3 quarters. There's also Valkyries and Lynx, 2 of the better teams in the West. That'll be at 6 o'clock tonight.
I'll say this. I went to the movies last week. I went and I saw that movie Pressure. The World War II movie.
Did you feel the pressure?
No, like it was like there's a lot of movies like that. Like I love war movies. I like history and war movies.
Yeah.
I don't go to the guy at the movie does like everything now is like thrillers, and the kids love the thrillers and the scary movies, and I saw
horror.
Horror movies. That's big. The kids today like the horror movies. I went to go see Pressure. It's a World War II movie about the meteorologist who made the decision to move to D-Day. They were going to go a certain day. Fantastic movie. Just fantastic. I walked out of the theater, I'm like, okay, that lived up to the expectation. Because a lot of times...
What was it called? I want to see this
Pressure.
now. Pressure, okay.
Yeah. It's with Brandon Fraser. Is that his name?
Brendan Fraser.
Brendan Fraser.
And then
he plays
what
like
the guy.
Ike, and it's a fantastic movie. And I really enjoyed it. It's about it's all about the meteor, but there's like war, like this. The end footage of the war was phenomenal, but the whole thing is based on like the decision to go, and it was like the Brits wanted to go on the 6th on a Monday, and the American meteorologist is like, I don't want to give too much of it away. Can I?
Let's go finish your thought.
I mean, D-Day happened in 1945.
Yeah.
It's about the meteor. So there was an American meteorologist and it was a Scottish meteorologist that were deciding it. The American guy was wrong. It was totally wrong. The guy's like, you don't know the weather in this part of the country. You're going to be wrong. He's like, it's going to be a beautiful day. Go this day. And it was totally It was a great movie, and a lot of war movies don't live up to my expectations. Like Dunkirk wasn't as good as I wanted it to be. I really enjoyed that movie. And I went to the theater to see it, and I really enjoyed it. So I recommend the movie Pressure, World War II movie.
Dunkirk was loud.
It wasn't good. It just wasn't good.
It was disjointed and tough to follow.
I was like,
agree.
I did such a bad job with it. I was so excited because I loved reading the books about Dunkirk and the Battle of Dunkirk, but it was so bad.
Are you going to see Odyssey? That comes out next month.
Is that a World War II movie?
No, that's the story of the Odyssey. It's
Trojan War,
Christopher
right?
Nolan's movie that's coming out
the
this
Trojan
summer.
Horse.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Matt Damon. There's a whole mess of famous people in this one, but Matt Damon is Odysseus, I believe is his character.
Okay. Yeah, like I'll see that. Like I like history movies. I mean, I do. I like history movies. Speaking of history, Brandon Fott's history on the Diamondbacks.
How about that segue?
That's what we do here.
How about that segue?
I got wind last night when I was there. There were going to be some roster moves. So when I got home last night, I didn't want to text while I was in the car. But I was at the game last night, and I got wind of a few things that were going to go on. Number one, Brandon Fott was going to AAA. Number two, Philip Abner was getting called up from the minors. Number three, Caden Scoud was getting called up from the minor league. So I had two guys coming up, and I had one guy going down. So I had Cade Stroud, and Philip Abner coming up. Stroud's the kid that got in the Blaze Alexander trade from the Orioles. At the time, I knew there was another move. I didn't want to report it because it was a medical thing. It was a family emergency for one of the players. People were asking me, is anybody getting traded? I'm like, no. Is anybody getting designated for assignment? No. Is anybody going in the injured list? I'm like, no. You'll find, but I'm not going to report a player. So it's Taylor Clark. There's like a family. It's not him. He's okay. But there's a family emergency thing, and he's got to be with his family.
But they were asking you every scenario, huh?
But
on
I kept
Twitter?
right. But
Is anybody going to get thrown off the roof at Chase Field?
All last night I was answering questions. Is Gallen getting designated for assignment? No. Are they designating anybody else for assignment? No. Are they trading anybody? No. Are they putting anybody in the injured list? No. I can't tell you because I'm not gonna report the medical thing of a player. But I told everybody what it wasn't. I felt fine telling you what it's not going to be. I'm just so then today it came out that it was a medical thing for a family thing for Taylor Clark.
Fresh into our studio, Torey Lovello's pregame press conference over at Chase Field. He talked quite a bit about Fott. Let's get to some of this because I think some of it is quite informative.
Would this have happened without Corbin Burns' news?
Probably, most likely, yeah. A didn't lead to B. We were going to do what was best for Brandon, and we all felt like things were a little bit challenging for him.
Okay, so the decision wasn't based on the Burns news, which broke earlier in the day. Now the plans for Fott in Reno. Here's Skip.
I feel like he began to struggle, lost a little bit of his feel for some of his pitches, and to go down and get reps and get stretched out, especially given the Corbin Burns information that we've recently gotten, to get him stretched out to be our sixth starter sitting in AAA when and if that time was needed made the most sense. That time will come. It's just it's proven. It's happened before. We try to guard our starters the best we possibly can, but we'll budget for tough days, and having him sit in AAA just made a lot of sense.
All right. As for the future of Fott, let me get one more in here from Torey Gamble, and we'll get your thoughts.
Would this have happened without?
Oops, excuse me.
I know you guys will want to know, is there a ask a question and want to know, is there a possibility of him getting called up as a reliever? Yes, anything is possible. Nothing's off the table. We just had to get him right. The 2, the 4, the cut, and then the secondary stuff off of that. He's a full package, and when it's right, he can get big outs.
I think they're stretching him out to try to replace Gallen ultimately if Zach can't get this thing turned around.
I would do that.
That to me is what's happening. It's not a Corbin Burns thing. They got to get fought right, but the bigger...
This can't go on with Gallen. This can't go on for...
That's kind of where I'm at.
This can't happen for 20 more starts. You can't have 20 more starts of Zach Gallen pitching to the worst ERA among all qualified starters. This can't go on. You got to figure... I'd rather go to a bullpen game. Like, this is bad. There's going to be a certain amount of leeway. They're paying him $22 million to get it figured out. But when you get to the trade deadline, you might have to... And if Burns isn't going to come back... Fott's not right. I got to win game. I can't have 10 more starts as Zach Gallen. I'd almost rather trade for a starter that gives me a chance to win. They lose the majority of the games he starts. And although we all like Zach Gallen, you're
in a playoff race.
You can't run him out there for 20 more starts pitching to an ERA of 6. It's a death sentence for a baseball team. You got to have somebody that's going to compete. Now, how long? The question now is, how long is the rope on Gallen? And the answer is, if Fott gets right in Reno, it could be quick, and if he doesn't, it could be long, because you don't have another starter. They don't have a guy in the minors right now, not counting Fott, that is you could say is better than Zach Gallen. They don't have great starters in the minors. So you can either trade for a starter.
Yeah, you don't have to wait till the deadline to make a deal.
But if Gallen cannot continue, you can. I really don't think he could continue down this path and finish the season with an ERA of 5.5 to 6. I don't think that they could afford to have him out there every 5th day.
No, and I think Torrey's at his wit's end too when it comes to Gallen. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you do, because you're right. You'd have nobody in the minor leagues that you can bring up and start.
Right.
As I mentioned, you don't have to wait till the end of July to make a trade. A trade. You don't have to wait for the deadline. But then again, teams kind of tend at this point of the year to hang on to their starters.
Right.
So that's not. It's easier said than done.
We've got D-backs on deck coming up next. We're going to get you set for the series finale. Dodgers, Diamondbacks. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Let's focus on the Burns thing. It was almost exactly a year ago when he stepped off that mound against Washington, had the Tommy John surgery. All indications were that he was going to be back mid-July. And we've been talking so much about reinforcements on the way. The cavalry's coming. Burns is coming. It was shaping up to be a real boost for this franchise, this team in the second half of the season. And this is just a gut punch. This throws the whole rest of the season into question now for Corbin Burns.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why YRefi exists. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. YRefi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed rate payment plan around it. Not a temporary patch, a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef, drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with a tropical cream slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, can the D-backs get the split against the first place Los Angeles Dodgers? Ketel Marte will be playing today. Shohei Ohtani will not be playing today. We always, when Burnsy's out, I always turn this portion of the show over to Mitch Vareldis, and he will get us through D-backs on deck.
Are you ready,
Take it
Mitch?
away, Mitch.
Are you ready, Mitch? Are you prepared?
Hold on.
No, he's not ready.
Am I ready? I don't know.
Mitch, that's a nice hat you got on. Where'd you get that?
Thank you. I got it from this guy who was able to get into a nice part of Sun Devil Stadium for an ASU football game. That guy's name is Gambo.
Nice hat. That's a nice hat.
Gee, you wonder why he brought it up in the first place.
I don't wonder anymore. No, I should have known.
Now you don't have to wonder. I hope you guys are wondering about tonight's pitching matchup.
All right, I am.
It's an intriguing one. The pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Check them out at thewindowdepot.com. Justin Robleski for the Dodgers, a 7-2 record. It's tied for second most wins in the National League by starters this year. A 2.87 ERA and 40 strikeouts. Ryan Nelson on the opposite side of things, 2-4 record, a 4.82 ERA, 52 strikeouts on the year. With Ryan, he's had a spectacular month of May, and that has helped really deflate what is a relatively high number ERA-wise for Ryan.
Yeah, he's an Illinois native, so I'm sure Lauren would be rooting for him if she was here, but she's on vacation. This will be his 10th start of the season, 11th appearance. You mentioned the wins. He had a great start against the Phillies the last time out. 7 innings pitched, 1 hit, 1 run, 9 strikeouts. The 9 strikeouts were a career high. And tonight, he's going to be looking to become the 5th pitcher in the majors to reach 8 wins. That would join Aaron Ashby, Gavin Williams, Chris Sale, and Davis Martin. In the 9 starts this year, you mentioned he's doing 6-7-2. He's held opponents to a 207 average. So he's had a lot of success throughout the course of this year.
It's an interesting situation, Tim, because this is a Dodgers rotation where Ohtani, Yamamoto, they don't have Blake Snell. Tyler Glasnow started the year. Now he's dealing with injury. A guy like Justin Robleski has made a name for himself and is going to be relied upon for the next couple of months while they're waiting for some of their big arms to get back.
Yeah, and isn't that just like the Dodgers? You plug him in, you go get Lauer about 2 weeks ago, and they're winning games, and he's got 7 wins. Soroka, by the way, 7 wins, too, as I'm looking at the top winners here so far in the National League. Hey, speaking of pitchers, Ryan Nelson, Mitch, unbeaten against the Dodgers in his career. He's 2-0 with a 2.72 ERA.
How about that?
I think Shohei Ohtani is ducking Ryan Nelson.
Surely something on our side.
Man.
He's got the Nelson flu.
There is a quirk with tonight's lineup. Geraldo Perdomo hitting 7th in the order in this one. Here's manager Torey Lovello pregame on why Perdomo is hitting 7th tonight.
I'm going to try to be as versatile as possible and just have some lineup flexibility to create some engagement, some run scoring opportunities. And I know you're mostly talking about Geraldo hitting 7th now. I had a discussion with him, and I just asked him some questions. We talked about it, and I just felt like this would be the best thing for him. Stack up those 3 guys down at the bottom of the lineup and turn it over to the top. But he'll migrate north. He's going to find his way. He's just grinding right now.
Now, surely you can make an argument, it's a left-handed pitcher. Maybe his splits aren't as good, but this is something Lovello is planning on having him in regardless of what-handed pitching that he's going against.
Yeah, I would have done it yesterday if Marte didn't need the day off. So he batted leadoff, and out of nowhere, this is probably happening, right? So I'm thinking if somebody has a day off, I might pop him around, but I'll leave him down there and just let him get some footing.
This is another guy to keep an eye on, Gambo, a staple Diamondback who's really scuffling at the plate right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I think we're all very upset when he decided to bunt on a 3-1 pitch. In that situation, he was bunting for a hit, but he got thrown out. You know you're gonna get a fastball there in that situation. That was a big spot. I was at the game on Monday, and I know the talk after. I always stay after and get a lot of conversations in, and a lot of the talk was they were discussing moving him down in the lineup at that time. And Torey said Marte wasn't out of the lineup. I would have done it yesterday. But I think he's going to be here. Like, there was no reason to keep him at 3. There was no reason with him scuffling the way he has been.
Today's injury report is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Institute. You can learn more at barrowneuro.org. Diamondbacks did make a roster move today, but none of it is injury related. As we've talked about for most of the show, Brandon Pfaadt sent down to AAA Reno. Taylor Clark was placed on the bereavement list. Hopefully everything is okay with him and his family. He should be back as soon as he's done tending to that. But we will see the debut of Cade Stroud, who came over to the Diamondbacks in that trade for Blaze Alexander. He's going to be making his Sedona Red debut potentially tonight or sometime this weekend.
Yeah, he's got good stuff. He strikes. His problem is command. He walks a lot of guys. He's got a good ground ball rate, and he strikes out about a batter an inning. The problem with him is just the walks. He's got a high amount of walks. But you know what? They needed to bring up some relievers, and he gets the call.
Stroud is up. Philip Abner is up. I will also point out Jordan Lawler is having a rehab assignment game in Reno tonight, so he is with the Aces along with A.J. Puck. Let's get to the MLB standings, brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. The Padres just lost their 5th straight, so as a result, the Diamondbacks are now even once again with San Diego at 32 and 29, still 7.5 back of the Dodgers. So if the Diamondbacks get a win tonight, they've got a little bit of breathing room from San Diego. Let's get a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
There's one thing Ryan Nelson has done very well this year. It's that he's holding lefties to a .213 batting average. Lefties are just 29 for 136 against him this year. 9 walks, 23 strikeouts. I look at the lefties in the lineup, and he's got to hold them at bay. Kyle Tucker had 3 hits yesterday. He had a lot of success. Freddie Freeman owns the Arizona Diamondbacks. That are 2 key lefties in the lineup. But again, Ryan Nelson, who has had a lot of success against the Los Angeles Dodgers, 6th start, 9th appearance. He has done a really good job against the lefties. He's also 4-0 in the NL West in his last 12 starts. But that'll be the key to the game, his ability to get the key lefties out. For Tim Ring and Ryan and Mitch, I'm Gambo. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 o'clock sharp, right here on Arizona Sports. Have a great night, everyone.